Theories of Surplus Value by Karl Marx. This independent recording by Andrew S. Reitenberg is public domain, both in content and in audio. Part 1. Chapter 1. Sir James Stewart. Distinction between profit upon alienation and the positive increase of wealth. Before the physiocrats, surplus value, that is, profit in the form of profit, was explained purely from exchange, from the sale of the commodity above its value. Sir James Stewart, on the whole, did not get beyond this restricted view. He must rather be regarded as the man who reproduced it in scientific form. I say in scientific form, for Stewart does not share the illusion that the surplus value which accrues to the individual capitalist from selling the commodity above its value is a creation of new wealth. He distinguishes, therefore, between positive profit and relative profit. Quote, positive profit implies no loss to anybody. It results from an augmentation of labor, industry, or ingenuity, and has the effect of swelling or augmenting the public good. Relative profit is what implies a loss to somebody. It marks a vibration of the balance of wealth between parties, but implies no addition to the general stock. The compound is easily understood. It is that species of profit which is partly relative and partly positive. Both kinds may subsist inseparably in the same transaction. End quote from James Stewart. Positive profit arises from an augmentation of labor, industry, and ingenuity. How it arises from this, Stewart makes no attempt to explain. The further statement that the effect of this profit is to augment and swell the public good seems to indicate that Stewart means by it nothing but the greater mass of use values produced in consequence of the development of the productive powers of labor, and that he thinks of this positive profit as quite distinct from capitalist profit, which always presupposes an increase of exchange value. This interpretation is fully confirmed by his further exposition. He says, to wit, quote, in the price of goods, I consider two things as really existing, and quite different from one another, the real value of the commodity and the profit upon alienation, end quote. The price of goods therefore comprises two elements that are completely different from each other. Firstly, their real value, and secondly, the profit upon alienation, the profit realized through their transfer to another person, their sale. This profit upon alienation therefore arises from the price of goods being greater than their real value, or from the goods being sold above their value. Gain on the one side therefore always involves a loss on the other. No addition to the general stock is created. Profit, that is surplus value, is relative and resolves itself into, quote, a vibration of the balance of wealth between parties, end quote. Stewart himself rejects the idea that surplus value can be explained in this way. His theory of vibration of the balance of wealth between parties, however little it touches the nature and origin of surplus value itself, remains important in considering the distribution of surplus value among different classes and among different categories such as profit, interest, and rent. That Stewart limits all profit of the individual capitalist to this relative profit, profit upon alienation, is shown by the following. The real value, he says, is determined by the quantity of labor, which, quote, upon an average, a workman of the country in general may perform in a day, a week, or a month, end quote. Secondly, quote, the value of the workman's subsistence and necessary expense, both for supplying his personal wants and the instruments belonging to his profession, which must be taken upon the average as above, end quote. Thirdly, quote, the values of the materials. These three articles being known, the price of manufacture is determined. It cannot be lower than the amount of all the three, that is, than the real value. Whatever is higher is the manufacturer's profit. This will be in proportion to demand, and therefore will fluctuate according to circumstances. Hence appears the necessity of a great demand in order to promote flourishing manufactures. The industrious regulate their living and expense according to their certain profit, end quote. From this, it is clear that the profit of the manufacturer, of the individual capitalist, is always relative profit, always profit upon alienation, always derived from the excess of the price of the commodity over its real value, from its sale above its value. If, therefore, all commodities were sold at their value, no profit would exist. Stewart wrote a special chapter on this. He examines in detail, quote, how profits consolidate into prime cost, end quote. Stuart, on the one hand, rejects the conception of the monetary and mercantile systems, according to which the sale of commodities above their value and the profit resulting therefrom creates surplus value, a positive increase of wealth. On the other hand, he holds to their view that the profit of the individual capital is nothing but this excess of the price over the value, the profit upon alienation. This, however, according to him, is only relative, the gain on the one side being compensated by the loss on the other, and consequently this movement is nothing more than, quote, a vibration of the balance of wealth between parties, end quote. In this respect, Stuart is therefore the rational expression of the monetary and mercantile systems. His service to the theory of capital is that he shows how the process of separation takes place between the conditions of production as the property of a definite class and labor power. He gives a great deal of attention to this genesis of capital, without as yet seeing it directly as the genesis of capital, although he sees it as a condition for large-scale industry. He examines the process, particularly in agriculture, and he rightly considers that manufacturing industry proper only came into being through this process of separation in agriculture. In Adam Smith's writings, this process of separation is assumed to be already completed. Chapter 2. The Physiocrats. Section 1. Transfer of the inquiry into the origin of surplus value from the sphere of circulation into the sphere of direct production. Conception of rent as the sole form of surplus value. The analysis of capital within the bourgeois horizon is essentially the work of the physiocrats. It is this service that makes them the true fathers of modern political economy. In the first place, the analysis of the various material components in which capital exists and into which it resolves itself in the course of the labor process. It is not a reproach to the physiocrats that, like all their successors, they thought of these material forms of existence, such as tools, raw machines, etc., as capital, in isolation from the social conditions in which they appear in capitalist production. In a word, in the form in which they are the elements of the labor process in general, independently of its social form, and thereby made of the capitalist form of production an eternal, natural form of production. For them, the bourgeois forms of production necessarily appeared as natural forms. It was their great merit that they conceived these forms as physiological forms of society, as forms arising from the natural necessity of production itself, forms that are independent of anyone's will or of politics, etc. They are material laws. The error is only that the material law of a definite historical social stage is conceived as an abstract law governing equally all forms of society. In addition to this analysis of the material elements of which capital consists within the labor process, the physiocrats establish the forms which capital assumes in circulation, fixed capital, circulating capital, even though as yet they give them other names, and in general, the connection between the process of circulation and the reproduction process of capital. We will come back to this in the chapter on circulation. In these two principal points, Adam Smith inherited the legacy of the physiocrats. His service in this connection is limited to fixing the abstract categories, to the greater consistency of the baptismal names which he gave the distinctions made by the physiocrats in their analysis. As we have seen, the basis for the development of capitalist production is in general that labor power, as the commodity belonging to the workers, confronts the conditions of labor as commodities maintained in the form of capital and existing independently of the workers. The determination of the value of labor power as a commodity is of vital importance. This value is equal to the labor time required to produce the means of subsistence necessary for the reproduction of labor power, or to the price of the means of subsistence necessary for the existence of the worker as a worker. It is only on this basis that the difference arises between the value of labor power and the value which that labor power creates, a difference which exists with no other commodity, since there is no other commodity whose use value, and therefore also the use of it, can increase its exchange value, or the exchange values resulting from it. Therefore, the foundation of modern political economy, whose business is the analysis of capitalist production, is the conception of the value of labor power as something fixed, as a given magnitude, as indeed it is in practice in each particular case. The minimum of wages, therefore, correctly forms the pivotal point of physiocratic theory. They were able to establish this, although they had not yet recognized the nature of value itself, because this value of labor power is manifested in the price of the necessary means of subsistence, hence in a sum of definite use values. Consequently, without being in any way clear as to the nature of value, they could conceive the value of labor power, so far as it was necessary to their inquiry, as a definite magnitude. If, moreover, they made the mistake of conceiving this minimum as an unchangeable magnitude, which, in their view, is determined entirely by nature and not by the stage of historical development, which is itself a magnitude subject to fluctuations, this in no way affects the abstract correctness of their conclusions, since the difference between the value of labor power and the value it creates does not at all depend on whether the value is assumed to be great or small. The physiocrats transferred the inquiry into the origin of surplus value from the sphere of circulation into the sphere of direct production, and thereby laid the foundation for the analysis of capitalist production. Quite correctly, they laid down the fundamental principle that only that labor is productive which creates a surplus value, in whose product, therefore, a higher value is contained than the sum of the values consumed during the production of this product. Since the value of raw and other materials is given, while the value of the labor power is equal to the minimum of wages, this surplus value can clearly only consist in the excess of labor which the laborer returns to the capitalist over and above the quantity of labor that he receives in his wage. But it does not appear in this form with the physiocrats, because they had not yet reduced value in general to its simple substance, the quantity of labor, or labor time. Their method of exposition is, of course, necessarily governed by their general view of the nature of value, which to them is not a definite social mode of existence of human activity, labor, but consists of material things, land, nature, and the various modifications of these material things. The difference between the value of labor power and the value created by it, that is, the surplus value which the purchase of labor power secures for the user of labor power, appears most palpably, most incontrovertibly of all branches of production in agriculture, the primary branch of production. The sum total of the means of subsistence which the laborer consumes from one year to another, or the mass of material substance which he consumes, is smaller than the sum total of the means of subsistence which he produces. In manufacture, the workman is not generally seen directly producing either his means of subsistence or the surplus in excess of his means of subsistence. The process is mediated through purchase and sale, through the various acts of circulation, and the analysis of value in general is necessary for it to be understood. In agriculture, it shows itself directly in the surplus of use values produced over use values consumed by the laborer, and can therefore be grasped without an analysis of value in general, without a clear understanding of the nature of value. Therefore, also when value is reduced to use value, and the latter to material substance in general. Hence, for the physiocrats, agricultural labor is the only productive labor, because it is the only labor that produces a surplus value, and rent is the only form of surplus value which they know. The workman in industry does not increase the material substance, he only alters its form. The material, the mass of material substance, is given to him by agriculture. It is true that he adds value to the substance, not through his labor, but through the cost of production of his labor, through the total means of subsistence which he consumes during his labor, equivalent to the minimum of wages which he receives from agriculture. Because agricultural labor is conceived as the only productive labor, the form of surplus value which distinguishes agricultural labor from industrial labor, rent, is conceived as the only form of surplus value. Profit on capital in the true sense, of which rent itself is only an offshoot, therefore does not exist for the physiocrats. Profit is seen by them as only a kind of higher wages paid by the landowners, which the capitalists consume as revenue, and which therefore enters into their cost of production in the same way as the minimum wages of the ordinary workman. This increases the value of the raw material, because it enters into the consumption cost which the capitalist, the industrialist, consumes while he is producing the product, transforming the raw material into a new product. Surplus value in the form of interest on money, another branch of profit, is consequently declared by one section of the physiocrats, such as Mirabeau the Elder, to be usury and contrary to nature. Turgot, on the other hand, derives his justification of it from the fact that the money capitalist could buy land, that is, rent, and that therefore his money capital must bring him in as much surplus value as he would receive if he converted it into landed property. This means, therefore, that interest too is not newly created value, not surplus value. It only explains why a part of the surplus value gained by the landowners finds its way to the money capitalists in the form of interest, just as it is explained on other grounds why a part of this surplus value finds its way to the industrial capitalist in the form of profit. Because agricultural labor is the only productive labor, The only labor that creates surplus value, the form of surplus value which distinguishes agricultural labor from all other branches of labor, that is rent, is the general form of surplus value. Industrial profit and interest are merely different categories into which rent is divided, and in certain portions passes from the hands of the landowners into the hands of other classes. This is the direct opposite to the view held by later economists, beginning with Adam Smith, because they rightly consider industrial profit to be the form in which surplus value is originally appropriated by capital, hence as the original general form of surplus value. They present interest and rent as mere offshoots of industrial profit, which is distributed by the industrial capitalist to various classes, who are co-owners of surplus value. In addition to the reason already stated, that agricultural labor is the labor in which the creation of surplus value appears in material and tangible form, and apart from the process of circulation, there were a number of other considerations which explain the standpoint of the physiocrats. First, because in agriculture, rent appears as a third element, as a form of surplus value which is not found in industry, or merely has a transient existence. It was surplus value over and above surplus value, that is profit, and so the most palpable and most conspicuous form of surplus value raised to the second power. By means of agriculture, as Karl, the homebred economist, says, a value is created in the rent of land, which is not to be met with in industry and trade, a value which remains over when the labor and capital employed have been completely replaced. Secondly, leaving foreign trade out of account, as the physiocrats rightly did, and had to do in an abstract study of bourgeois society, it is clear that the number of workmen engaged in manufacture, etc., and completely detached from agriculture, the free hands, as Stuart calls them, is determined by the mass of agricultural products which the farm laborers produce in excess of their own consumption. Quote, it is obvious that the relative numbers of those persons who can be maintained without agricultural labor must be measured wholly by the productive powers of the cultivators. End quote from Richard Jones on the Distribution of Wealth, published in London in 1831. As agricultural labor thus forms the natural basis not only for surplus labor in its own sphere, but also for the independent existence of all other branches of labor, and therefore also for the surplus value created in them, it is clear that it was bound to be considered the creator of surplus value, so long as the substance of value was regarded as a definite, concrete labor, and not abstract labor with its measure, labor time. Thirdly, all surplus value, not only relative but absolute, depends on a given productivity of labor. If the productivity of labor had reached only such a stage of development that a man's labor time no more than sufficed to keep him alive, to produce and reproduce his own means of subsistence, then there would be no surplus labor and no surplus value, and there would be no difference at all between the value of labor power and the value which it creates. The possibility of surplus labor and of surplus value therefore arises from a given productivity of labor, a productivity which enables labor power to create more than its own value, to produce more than the needs dictated by its life process. And indeed, this productivity, this level of productivity which is presupposed as the starting point, must first, as we saw in the second point above, make its appearance in agricultural labor. It appears, therefore, as a gift of nature, a productive power of nature. Here, in agriculture, from the very beginning, there is a large measure of cooperation of the forces of nature, the increase of human labor power through the use and exploitation of the forces of nature working automatically. This utilization of the forces of nature on a large scale appears in manufacture only with the development of large-scale industry. A definite stage in the development of agriculture, whether in the country concerned or in other countries, forms the basis for the development of capital. Up to this point, absolute surplus value coincides with relative. Buchanan, a great adversary of the physiocrats, makes this point even against Adam Smith when he tries to show that agricultural development preceded the emergence of modern town industry. Fourthly, since it is the great and specific contribution of the physiocrats that they derive value and surplus value not from circulation but from production, they necessarily begin, in contrast to the monetary and mercantile system, with that branch of production which can be thought of in complete separation from and independently of circulation, of exchange, and which presupposes exchange not between man and man, but only between man and nature. Section 2. Contradictions in the system of the physiocrats, the feudal shell of the system and its bourgeois essence, the twofold treatment of surplus value. Hence the contradictions in the physiocratic system. It is in fact the first system which analyzes capitalist production and presents the conditions within which capital is produced and within which capital produces as eternal laws of production. On the other hand, it has rather the character of a bourgeois reproduction of the feudal system, of the dominion of landed property, and the industrial spheres within which capital first develops independently are presented as unproductive branches of labor, mere appendages of agriculture. The first condition for the development of capital is the separation of landed property from labor, the emergence of land, the primary condition of labor, as an independent force, a force in the hands of a separate class, confronting the free laborer. The physiocrats therefore present the landowner as the true capitalist, that is, the appropriator of surplus labor. Feudalism is thus portrayed and explained from the viewpoint of bourgeois production. Agriculture is treated as the branch of production in which capitalist production, that is, the production of surplus value, exclusively appears. While feudalism is thus made bourgeois, bourgeois society is given a feudal semblance. This semblance deceived Dr. Quesnay's adherents among the nobility, such as the crotchety and patriarchal Mirabeau the Elder. Among the later representatives of the physiocrats, especially Turgot, this illusion disappears completely, and the physiocratic system is presented as the new capitalist society prevailing within the framework of feudal society. This therefore corresponds to bourgeois society in the epoch when the latter breaks its way out of the feudal order. Consequently, the starting point is in France, in a predominantly agricultural country, and not in England, a predominantly industrial, commercial, and seafaring country. In the latter country, attention was naturally concentrated on circulation, on the fact that the product acquires value, becomes a commodity only when it becomes the expression of general social labor, money. Insofar, therefore, as the question concerned not the form of value, but the amount of value and the increase of value, profit upon expropriation, that is, relative profit as Stuart describes it, is what catches the eye. But if the creation of surplus value in the sphere of production itself is what has to be established, it is necessary, first of all, to go back to that branch of production in which surplus value is found independently of circulation, that is, in agriculture. The initiative was therefore taken in a predominantly agricultural country. Ideas related to those of the physiocrats are to be found in fragmentary form in older writers who preceded them, partly in France herself, for example, Bois-Guilbert. But it is only with the physiocrats that those ideas develop into an epoch-making system. The agricultural laborer, depending on the minimum of wages, the bare necessities, reproduces more than this bare necessity, and this more is rent, surplus value, which is appropriated by the owners of the fundamental condition of labor, nature. So what they say is not the laborer works more than the labor time required for the reproduction of his labor power. The value which he creates is therefore greater than the value of his labor power, or the labor which he gives in return is greater than the quantity of labor which he receives in the form of wages. But what they say is the amount of use values which he consumes during the period of production is smaller than the amount of use values which he creates, and so a surplus of use values is left over. Were he to work only for the time required to reproduce his own labor power, there would be nothing left over. But the physiocrats only stuck to the point that the productivity of the earth enables the laborer, in his day's labor, which is assumed to be a fixed quantity, to produce more than he needs to consume in order to continue to exist. The surplus value appears, therefore, as a gift of nature, through whose cooperation a definite quantity of organic matter, plant seeds, a number of animals, enables labor to transform more inorganic matter into organic. On the other hand, it is taken for granted that the landowner confronts the laborer as a capitalist. He pays for the labor power, which the laborer offers to him as a commodity, and he receives in return not only an equivalent, but appropriates for himself the enlarged value arising from the use of this labor power. The alienation of the material condition of labor from labor power itself is presupposed in this exchange. The starting point is the feudal landowner, but he comes onto the stage as a capitalist, as a mere owner of commodities, who makes profitable use of the goods exchanged by him for labor, and gets back not only their equivalent, but a surplus over this equivalent, because he pays for the labor power only as a commodity. He confronts the free laborer as an owner of commodities. In other words, this landowner is in essence a capitalist. In this respect too, the physiocratic system hits the mark. inasmuch as the separation of the laborer from the soil and from the ownership of land is a fundamental condition for capitalist production and the production of capital. Hence the contradictions in this system. It was the first to explain surplus value by the appropriation of the labor of others, and in fact, to explain this appropriation on the basis of the exchange of commodities, but it did not see that value in general is a form of social labor, and that surplus value is surplus labor. On the contrary, it conceived value merely as use value, merely as material substance, and surplus value as a mere gift of nature, which returns to labor, in place of a given quantity of organic material, a greater quantity. On the one hand, it stripped rent, that is the true economic form of landed property, of its feudal wrapping, and reduced it to mere surplus value in the excess of the laborer's wage. On the other hand, this surplus value is explained again in a feudal way, as derived from nature and not from society, from man's relation to the soil, not from his social relations. Value itself is resolved into mere use value, and therefore into material substance. But again, what interests the physiocrats in this material substance is its quantity, the excess of the use values produced over those consumed. That is, the purely quantitative relation of the use values to each other, their mere exchange value, which, in the last resort, comes down to labor time. All these are contradictions of capitalist production as it works its way out of feudal society, and interprets feudal society itself only in a bourgeois way, but has not yet discovered its own peculiar form, somewhat as philosophy first builds itself up within the religious form of consciousness, and in so doing, on the one hand, destroys religion as such, while on the other hand, in its positive content, it still moves only within this religious sphere, idealized and reduced to terms of thought. Hence also, in the conclusions which the physiocrats themselves draw, the ostensible veneration of landed property becomes transformed into the economic negation of it and the affirmation of capitalist production. On the one hand, all taxes are put on rent, or, in other words, landed property is in part confiscated, which is what the legislation of the French Revolution sought to carry through, and which is the final conclusion of the fully developed Ricardian modern political economy. By placing the burden of tax entirely on rent, because it alone is surplus value, and consequently any taxation of other forms of income ultimately falls on landed property, but in a roundabout way, and therefore in an economically harmful way that hinders production, taxation, and along with it all forms of state intervention, are removed from industry itself, and the latter is thus freed from all intervention by the state. This is ostensibly done for the benefit of landed property, not in the interests of industry, but in the interests of landed property. Connected with this is laissez-faire, laissez-aller, unhampered, free competition, the removal from industry of all interference by the state, monopolies, etc. Since industry, as the physiocrats see it, creates nothing, but only transforms values given it by agriculture into another form, since it adds no new value to them, but returns the value supplied to it, though in altered form, as an equivalent, it is naturally desirable that this process of transformation should proceed without interruptions and in the cheapest way. And this is only realized through free competition, by leaving capitalist production to its own devices. The emancipation of bourgeois society from the absolute monarchy set up on the ruins of feudal society thus takes place only in the interests of the feudal landowner transformed into a capitalist and bent solely on enrichment. The capitalists are only capitalists in the interests of the landowner, just as political economy in its later development would have them be capitalists only in the interests of the working class. It can be seen, therefore, how little the modern economists, such as Eugene Dare, who published the works of the physiocrats together with his prize essay on them, have understood the physiocrats when they treat their specific theories of the exclusive productivity of agricultural labor, of rent as the only surplus value, and of the landowner's preeminent status in the system of production, as if they had no connection and were only fortuitously associated with their proclamation of free competition, the principle of large-scale industry, of capitalist production. At the same time, it is understandable how the feudal semblance of this system, in the same way as the aristocratic tone of the Enlightenment, was bound to win a number of feudal lords as enthusiastic supporters and propagandists of a system which, in its essence, proclaimed the rise of the bourgeois system of production on the ruins of the feudal. Section 3. Quesnay on the three classes in society. Further development of physiocratic theory with Turgot. Elements of a deeper analysis of capitalist relations. We will now examine a number of passages, partly to elucidate and partly in support of the theses advanced above. With Quesnay himself, in the analysis of the Tableau économique, the nation consists of three classes of citizens: the productive class, that is, agricultural laborers, the class of landowners, and the sterile class. All the citizens occupied with other services and with other labors than those of agriculture. Only the agricultural laborers, not the landowners, appear as a productive class, as a class which creates surplus value. The importance of this class of landowners, which is not sterile because it is the representative of surplus value, does not rest on its being the creator of surplus value, but exclusively on the fact that it appropriates surplus value. With Turgot, the physiocratic system is most fully developed. In some passages in his writings, the pure gift of nature is presented as surplus labor, and on the other hand, the necessity for the laborer to yield up what there is in excess of his necessary wage is explained by the separation of the laborer from the conditions of labor, and their confronting him as the property of a class which uses them to trade with. The first reason why agricultural labor alone is productive is that it is the natural basis and precondition for the independent pursuit of all other forms of labor. Quote, his, that is the husbandman's, labor, in the sequence of the labors divided among the different members of society, retains the same primacy as the labor which provided his own food had among the different kinds of labor which, when he worked alone, he was obliged to devote to his different kinds of wants. We have here neither a primacy of honor nor of dignity. It is one of physical necessity. What his labor causes the land to produce beyond his personal wants is the only fund for the wages which all the other members of the society receive in exchange for their labor. The latter, in making use of the price of this exchange to buy in their turn the products of the husbandman, only return to him exactly what they have received from him. We have here a very essential difference between these two kinds of labor. End quote from Turgot. How then does surplus value arise? It does not arise from circulation, but is realized in circulation. The product is sold at its value, not above its value. There is no excess of price over value, but because it is sold at its value, the seller realizes a surplus value. This is only possible because he has not himself paid in full for the value which he sells. That is, because the product contains a portion of value which has not been paid for by the seller, which he has not offset by an equivalent. And this is the case with agricultural labor. The seller sells what he has not bought. Turgot at first presents this unbought element as a pure gift of nature. We shall see, however, that in his writings, this pure gift of nature becomes imperceptibly transformed into the surplus labor of the laborer which the landowner has not bought, but which he sells in the products of agriculture. Quote, as soon as the labor of the husbandman produces more than his wants, he can, with this superfluity that nature records him as a pure gift over and above the wages of his toil, buy the labor of the other members of the society. The latter, in selling it to him, gain only their livelihood, but the husbandman gathers beyond his subsistence a wealth which is independent and disposable, which he has not bought and which he sells. He is therefore the sole source of the riches, which by their circulation animate all the labors of the society, because he is the only one whose labor produces over and above the wages of labor. End quote. In this first conception, we have, to begin with, the essence of surplus value, that it is value realized in sale without the seller having given up an equivalent for it, without his having bought it. Unpaid value. But in the second place, this is conceived as a pure gift of nature, this excess over the wage of labor, because after all it is a gift of nature. It depends on the productivity of nature that the laborer is able to produce in his day's labor more than is necessary for the reproduction of his labor power, more than the amount of his wages. In this first conception, the total product is still appropriated by the laborer himself, and this total product is divided into two parts. The first forms his wages. He is presented as his own wage laborer, who pays himself the part of the product that is necessary for the reproduction of his labor power, for his subsistence. The second part, which is the excess over the first, is a gift of nature, and forms surplus value. The nature of this surplus value, of this pure gift of nature, will, however, take clearer shape when the premise of the proprietor who cultivates his land is abandoned, and the two parts of the product, wages and surplus value, accrue to different classes, the one to the wage worker, the other to the landowner. The formation of a class of wage laborers, whether in manufacture or in agriculture itself, requires the separation of the conditions of labor from labor power, and the basis for this separation is that the land itself becomes the private property of one part of society, so that the other part is cut off from this objective condition for making use of its labor. Quote, in the early stages, there was no need to distinguish the proprietor from the cultivator. In this early time, as every industrious man would find as much land as he wished, he could not be tempted to work for others. But in the end, all land found its master, and those who could not have properties had at first no other resource than that of exchanging the labor of their arms in the employment of the stipendiary class, i.e. the class of artisans, of all non-agricultural laborers, for the superfluous portion of the produce of the cultivating proprietor. End quote. The cultivating proprietor, with the considerable surplus which the land gave to his labor, could, quote, pay men to cultivate his land, and for men who live on wages, it was as good to earn them in this business as in any other. Thus, ownership of land had to be separated from the labor of cultivation, and soon it was. The landowners began to shift the labor of cultivating the soil onto the wage laborers. End quote. In this way, therefore, the relation between capital and wage labor arises in agriculture itself. It first arises when a number of people find themselves cut off from ownership of the conditions of labor, above all from the land, and have nothing to sell but their labor itself. For the wage laborer, however, who can no longer produce commodities but must sell his labor itself, the minimum of wages, the equivalent of the necessary means of subsistence, necessarily becomes the law which governs his exchange with the owner of the conditions of labor. Quote, the mere workman, who has only his arms and his industry, has nothing unless he succeeds in selling his labor to others. In every kind of work, it cannot fail to happen, and as a matter of fact, it does happen, that the wages of the workman are limited to what is necessary to procure him his subsistence. End quote. Then, as soon as wage labor has arisen, quote, the produce of land is divided into two parts. The one includes the subsistence and the profits of the husbandman, which are the reward of his labor, and the condition upon which he undertakes to cultivate the field of the proprietor. What remains is that independent and disposable part which the land gives as pure gifts to him who cultivates it, over and above his advances and the wages of his trouble. And this is the portion of the proprietor, or the revenue with which the latter can live without labor, and which he uses as he will. End quote. This pure gift of the land, however, is now already defined as a gift which it gives to him who cultivates it, and thus as a gift which it makes to labor, as the productive power of labor applied to the land, a productive power which labor possesses through using the productive power of nature, and which it thus derives from the land. But it derives it from the land only as labor. In the hands of the landowner, therefore, the surplus appears no longer as a gift of nature, but as the appropriation, without an equivalent, of another's labor, which, through the productivity of nature, is enabled to produce means of subsistence in excess of its own needs, but which, because it is wage labor, is restricted to appropriating for itself, out of the product of the labor, only what is necessary to procure him, i.e. the worker, his subsistence. Quote, the cultivator produces his own wages, and, in addition, the revenue which serves to pay the whole class of artisans and other stipendiaries. The proprietor has nothing except through the labor of the cultivator, therefore not through a pure gift of nature. He receives from him his subsistence, and that wherewith he pays the labors of other stipendiaries. The cultivator has need of the proprietor only by virtue of conventions and laws. End quote. Thus, in this passage, surplus value is explicitly stated to be the part of the cultivator's labor which the proprietor appropriates to himself without giving any equivalent, and he sells the product of his labor, therefore, without having bought it. Only what Turgot has in mind is not exchange value as such, the labor time itself, but the surplus of products which the cultivator's labor supplies to the proprietor over and above his own wages. Which surplus of products, however, is only the embodiment of the amount of time which he works gratis for the proprietor, in addition to the time which he works for the reproduction of his wages. We see thus how within the limits of agricultural labor, the physiocrats have a correct grasp of surplus value. They see it as a product of the wage laborer's labor, although they in turn conceive this labor in the concrete forms in which it appears in use values. The capitalist exploitation of agriculture, leasing or letting of land, is, it may be noted in passing, described by Turgot as, quote, the most advantageous method of all, but it presupposes a land that is already rich, end quote. In considering surplus value, it is necessary to turn from the sphere of circulation to the sphere of production. That is to say, to deduce surplus value not simply from the exchange of commodity for commodity, but from exchange as it occurs within production, between the owners of the conditions of labor and the laborers themselves. These two confront each other as owners of commodities, and consequently, there is no assumption here of production independent of exchange. In the physiocratic system, the proprietors, or landowners, are the wage recipients, laborers and manufacturers in all other branches of industry being wage laborers or stipendiaries. Consequently, also the governing and the governed. Turgot analyzes the conditions of labor as follows, quote, in every craft, it is necessary that the workman should have tools in advance, that he should have a sufficient quantity of the materials upon which he has to labor. It is necessary that he should subsist while waiting for the sale of his finished goods, end quote. All these advances, these conditions on which alone labor can be performed, which are therefore preconditions of the labor process, are originally provided gratis by the land. It is the land which, quote, has provided the first fund of advances prior to all cultivation, end quote, in fruits, fish, game, etc., in tools such as tree branches, stones, in domestic animals, which multiply through the process of procreation, and moreover each year yields products in, quote, milk, fleeces, hides, and other materials, which, with the wood obtained in the forests, have formed the first fund for the works of industry, end quote. Now these conditions of labor, these advances to labor, become capital as soon as they have to be advanced to the laborer by a third person, and this is the case from the moment when the laborer owns nothing but his labor power itself. Quote, when a large part of the society had only their arms to maintain them, it was necessary that those who thus lived on wages should begin by having something in advance, either to procure the materials upon which to labor, or to maintain them while waiting for the payment of their wages, end quote. Turgot defines capitals as accumulated movable values. Originally, the proprietor or cultivator pays wages directly each day, and supplies the material, for example, to the spinner of flax. As industry develops, larger advances and continuity of the process of production are necessary. This is then undertaken by the possessor of capital. In the price of his products, he must recover all his advances and a profit equal to, quote, what his money would have been worth to him if he had employed it in the purchase of an estate, end quote. Besides his wages, quote, for doubtless, if the profit were the same, he would have preferred to live without any exertion on the revenue of the land he could have acquired with the same capital, end quote. The stipendiary industrial class is itself subdivided, quote, into capitalists, entrepreneurs, and simple workers, end quote. Agricultural entrepreneurs are in the same position as these industrial entrepreneurs. They must similarly get all their advances replaced, along with the profit as shown above. Quote, all this must first be deducted from the price of the products of the earth. The surplus serves the cultivator for payment, the proprietor for the permission he has given him to make use of his field for setting his enterprise on foot. This is the price of the lease, the revenue of the proprietor, the net produce. For all the land produces, up to the amount that replaces the advances of every kind, and the profits of the person who has made the advances, cannot be regarded as a revenue, but only as the return of the expenses of cultivation. When one considers that, if the cultivator did not get them back, he would take care not to employ his resources and his toil in cultivating the field of another, end quote. Finally, quote, although capitals are partly formed by saving from the profits of the working classes, yet, as these profits always come from the earth, inasmuch as they are all paid either from the revenue or as part of the expenditure which serves to produce the revenue, it is evident that the capitals come from the land just as much as the revenue does, or rather that they are nothing but the accumulation of the part of the values produced by the land that the proprietors of the revenue, or those who share it with them, can lay by every year without using it, for the satisfaction of their wants, end quote. It is quite right that if rent is the only surplus value, accumulation takes place only from rent. What the capitalists accumulate apart from rent, they pinch from their wages, their revenue destined for their consumption, since this is how profit is defined. As profit, like wages, is reckoned in with the cost of cultivation, and only the surplus forms the revenue of the proprietor. The latter, in spite of the honorable status given him, is in fact excluded from the cost of cultivation, and thereby from being an agent of production, just as with the Ricardians. The emergence of the physiocrats was connected both with the opposition to Colbertism, and in particular with the hullabaloo over the John Law system. Section 4. Confusion of value with material substance. The confusion of value with material substance, or rather the equating of value with it, and the connection between this view and the whole outlook of the physiocrats, comes clearly to light in the following extracts from Ferdinando Pauletti. Quote, "Such a multiplication of matter, as are the products of the earth, has certainly never taken place through industry, nor is it possible. This gives matter only form, it only modifies it. Consequently, nothing is created by industry. But the objection may be raised. Industry gives matter form, and consequently it is productive. Even if this is not a production of matter, it is nevertheless one of form. Very well then, I won't contest this, but that is not the creation of wealth. On the contrary, it is nothing but an expense. Political economy presupposes and takes as the object of its investigation material and real production, which is found only in agriculture, since this alone multiplies the substances and products which form wealth. Industry buys raw materials from agriculture in order to work them up. Its labor, as we have already said, gives these raw materials only a form, but it adds nothing to them and does not multiply them. Give the cook a measure of peas with which he is to prepare your dinner. He will put them on the table for you, well cooked and well dished up, but in the same quantity as he was given. But on the other hand, give the same quantity to the gardener for him to put into the ground, he will return to you, when the right time has come, at least fourfold the quantity that he had been given. This is the true and only production. Things receive value through the needs of men. Therefore, the value or the increase of value of commodities is not the result of industrial labor, but of the laborer's outlays. Hardly has a new manufacture of any kind made its appearance, but it immediately spreads within and outside the country. And see, very soon competition from other industrialists and merchants brings the price down to its correct level, which is determined by the value of the raw material and the cost of the laborer's maintenance." End quote. Section 5. Elements of physiocratic theory in Adam Smith. Agriculture is the first of all branches of industry to use the forces of nature on a considerable scale. Their use in manufacturing industry becomes apparent only at a higher stage of industrial development. The following quotation shows how, in this connection, Adam Smith still reflects the prehistory of large-scale industry, and for this reason upholds the physiocratic point of view, and how Ricardo answers him from the standpoint of modern industry. In Book 2, Chapter 5, of his An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith says, with reference to the rent of land, quote, "It is the work of nature which remains, after deducting or compensating everything which can be regarded as the work of man. It is seldom less than a fourth, and frequently more than a third, of the whole produce. No equal quantity of productive labor employed in manufactures can ever occasion so great a reproduction. In them, nature does nothing, man does all, and the reproduction must always be in proportion to the strength of the agents that occasion it." End quote. On which Ricardo comments in his On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 2nd edition, published in 1819, quote, "Does nature nothing for man in manufactures? Are the powers of wind and water, which move our machinery and assist navigation, nothing? The pressure of the atmosphere and the elasticity of steam, which enables us to work the most stupendous engines, are they not gifts of nature? To say nothing of the effects of the matter of heat in softening and melting metals, of the decomposition of the atmosphere in the process of dyeing and fermentation. There is not a manufacture which can be mentioned in which nature does not give her assistance to man, and give it too generously and gratuitously." End quote. An anonymous author emphasizes that the physiocrats regarded profit as only a deduction from rent. For instance, quote, "Say they, of the price of a piece of lace, one part merely replaces what the laborer consumed, and the other part is only transferred from one man's pocket, i.e. that of the landlord's, to another's." End quote, from An Inquiry into Those Principles Respecting the Nature of Demand and the Necessity of Consumption, lately advocated by Mr. Malthus, published in London in 1821. The view of Adam Smith and his followers that the accumulation of capital is due to personal stinting and saving and self-denial of the capitalists also originates from the view of the physiocrats that profit, including interest, is merely revenue for the consumption of the capitalists. They could say this because they only regarded land rent as the true economic, so to speak legitimate, source of accumulation. Says Turgot, quote, "The husbandman is the only one whose labor produces over and above the wages of labor," end quote. Here, the entire profit is thus reckoned in with the wages of labor. Quote, "The cultivator creates over and above that restitution of his own wages, the revenue of the proprietor, and the artisan creates no revenue, either for himself or for others. All the land produces up to the amount that replaces the advances of every kind, and the profits of the person who has made the advances cannot be regarded as a revenue, but only as the return of the expenses of cultivation." Adolphe Blanqui says in his History of Political Economy, quote, "They were of the opinion that labor applied to the cultivation of the soil produced not only the wherewithal to maintain the laborer throughout the entire duration of the task, but also an excess of value, that is surplus value, which could be added to the mass of already existing wealth. They called this excess the net product. Thus they conceived surplus value in the form of the use values in which it appears. The net product had necessarily to belong to the owner of the land, and constituted in his hands a revenue fully at his disposal. What then was the net product of the other industries? Manufacturers, merchants, workmen, all were the employees, the stipendiaries of agriculture, sovereign creator, and dispenser of all wealth. The products of the labor of these latter represented in the system of the economists only the equivalent of what they had consumed during the task, so that after their work was completed, the sum total of wealth was absolutely the same as before, unless the workmen or the masters had placed in reserve, that is to say, saved, what they had the right to consume. Thus then, labor applied to the soil was the only labor productive of wealth, and labor in other industries was regarded as sterile, because no increase in the general capital resulted from it." End quote. Thus the physiocrats saw the production of surplus value as the essence of capitalist production. It was this phenomenon that they had to explain, and it remained the problem after they had eliminated the profit upon alienation of the mercantile system. In order to acquire money, says Mercier de la Rivière, one must buy it, and after this purchase, one is no richer than one was before. One has simply received in money the same value that one has given in commodities. End quote from the natural and essential order of political societies. This holds good both for purchase and for sale, as also for the whole metamorphosis of the commodity, or for the result of the exchange of different commodities at their value, that is, the exchange of equivalents. Whence, therefore, comes surplus value, that is, whence comes capital. That was the problem for the physiocrats. Their error was that they confused the increase of material substance with the increase of exchange value. This increase of material substance, which, because of the natural processes of vegetation and generation, agriculture and stock raising, are distinguished from manufacture. Use value was their starting point, and the use value of all commodities, reduced, as the scholastics say, to a universal, was the material substance of nature as such, whose increase in the same form occurs only in agriculture. Germain Garnier, the translator of Adam Smith and himself a physiocrat, correctly expounds their theories of savings, etc. First, he says that manufacture, as the mercantilist maintained of all production, can only produce surplus value through the profit of expropriation, by selling commodities above their value, so that only a new distribution of values takes place, but no new addition to the created values. Quote, "The labor of artisans and manufacturers, opening no new source of wealth, can only be profitable through advantageous exchanges, and has only a purely relative value, a value which will not be repeated if there is no longer the opportunity to gain on the exchanges." End quote from his translation of an inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations. Or the savings which they make, the values which they secure over and above those which they expend, must be stinted from their own consumption. Quote, "The labor of artisans and manufacturers, though only able to add to the general amount of the wealth of society the savings made by the wage laborers and the capitalists, may well tend by these means to enrich society." End quote. And in greater detail, quote, "The laborers in agriculture enrich the state by the very product of their labor. Laborers in manufacturers and commerce, on the contrary, cannot enrich it otherwise than through savings on their own consumption. This assertion of the economists is a consequence of the distinction which they have established and appears to be quite incontestable. Indeed, the labor of artisans and manufacturers cannot add anything else to the value of the material than the value of their own labor, that is to say, the value of the wages and profits which this labor should have earned at the rates actually current in the country for the one and the other. For these wages, whether they be small or large, are the reward of labor. They are what the laborer has the right to consume, and is presumed to consume, because it is only in consuming them that he can enjoy the fruits of his labor, and this enjoyment is all that in reality constitutes his reward. Similarly, profits, whether they be high or low, are also regarded as the daily and continuous consumption of the capitalist, who is naturally presumed to proportion his enjoyments to the revenue that his capital gives him. Thus, unless the workman curtails a part of the comforts to which he has the right, in accordance with the current rate of wages assigned to his labor, unless the capitalist resigns himself to saving a part of the revenue which his capital brings him, both the one and the other will consume, in proportion as the piece of work is completed, the whole value resulting from this work. The total quantity of the wealth of society will then be, after their labor is over, the same as it was before, unless they have saved a part of what they had the right to consume, and what they could consume without being charged with wasting, in which case the total quantity of the wealth of society will have been increased by the whole value of these savings. Consequently, it is correct to say that the agents of manufacture and commerce can only add to the total quantity of wealth existing in society by their privations alone." End quote. Garnier is also quite correct in noting that Adam Smith's theory of accumulation through savings rests on this physiocratic foundation. Adam Smith was strongly infected by the physiocrats, as he nowhere shows more strikingly than in his critique of the physiocrats. Garnier says, quote, "Finally, if the economists have maintained that manufacturing and commercial industry can only add to the national wealth by privations, Smith has likewise said that industry would be practiced in vain and the capital of a country would never grow larger unless the economy augmented it by its savings. Smith is therefore in full agreement with the economists," and so on. Section 6. The Physiocrats as partisans of large-scale capitalist agriculture. Among the immediate historical circumstances which facilitated the spread of physiocratic theory and even its emergence, Adolphe Blanqui, in the work already mentioned, adduces, quote, "Of all the values which shot up in the feverish atmosphere of the system, that is, John Law's, nothing remained except ruin, desolation, and bankruptcy. Landed property alone did not go under in the storm. For this reason, Herr Proudhon, in Philosophy of Poverty, puts landed property only after credit. It even improved its position by changing hands and by being subdivided on a large scale, perhaps for the first time since feudalism. In particular, the innumerable changes of ownership which were effected under the influence of the system began the process of parceling out property. Landed property arose for the first time from the conditions of torpor in which the feudal system had kept it for so long. This was a real awakening for agriculture. The land passed now from out of a condition of mortmain and came into circulation." End quote. Turgot, as well as Quesnay and his other adherents, also want capitalist production in agriculture. Thus Turgot, quote, "The leasing or letting of land, this latter method, that is large-scale agriculture, based on the modern system of leases, is the most advantageous of all, but it presupposes a country that is already rich." End quote. And Quesnay, in his General Maxims of Economic Government of an Agricultural Kingdom, quote, "The pieces of land which are employed in growing grain should as far as possible be joined together in large-scale farms which can be managed by rich farmers, i.e. the capitalists, since the expenses for the maintenance and repair of the buildings are smaller, and therefore the costs are correspondingly much lower and the net product much greater in the case of large agricultural undertakings than in the case of small." End quote. In the same passage, Quesnay admits that the increased productivity of agricultural labor accrues to the net revenue, and therefore in the first place to the landowner, i.e. the owner of surplus value, and that the relative increase of the latter arises not from the land, but from the social and other arrangements for raising the productivity of labor. For he says in the same place, quote, "Every advantageous economy in labor, i.e. advantageous to the net product, which can be accomplished with the aid of animals, machines, water power, and so on, will be of benefit to the population." End quote. At the same time, Mercier de la Rivière has an inkling that surplus value, at least in manufacture, has something to do with the manufacturing workers. Turgot extended this to all production, as already mentioned. In the passage cited, he exclaims, quote, "Moderate your enthusiasm, ye blind admirers of the false products of industry. Before ye extol its miracles, open your eyes and see how many live in poverty, or at least in need, among those producers who understand the art of converting 20 sous into the value of 1,000 écus. Who then benefits by this enormous increase in value? What do you say? Comforts are unknown to those through whose hands it is accomplished. Take warning then by this contrast." End quote. Section 7. Contradictions in the political views of the physiocrats and the French Revolution. There were contradictions in the system of the economists, taken as a whole. Among others, Quesnay was for the absolute monarchy. Quote, "There must be only one supreme power. The system of opposing forces in a government is ruinous. It merely indicates discord among the great and the suppression of the small people." End quote from the above-mentioned general maxims. Mercier de la Rivière says, quote, "By the very fact that man is intended to live in a community, he is intended to live under a despotism." End quote from the natural and essential order of political societies. And to crown all, the friend of the people, the Marquis de Mirabeau the Elder. It was precisely this school, with its laissez-faire, laissez-aller, that overthrew Colbertism and all forms of government interference in the activities of bourgeois society. It allowed the state to live on only in the pores of this society, as Epicurus placed his gods in the pores of the world. The glorification of landed property in practice turns into the demand that taxes should be put exclusively on ground rent, and this implies the virtual confiscation of landed property by the state, just as with the radical section of the Ricardians. The French Revolution, in spite of the protests of Roederer and others, accepted this taxation theory. Turgot himself was the radical bourgeois minister who prepared the way for the French Revolution. For all their sham feudal pretenses, the physiocrats were working hand in hand with the encyclopedists. Turgot sought to anticipate the measures of the French Revolution. By the Edict of February 1776, he abolished the guilds. This edict was revoked 3 months after it was promulgated. Similarly, he annulled the road-making corvée des paysans. He tried to introduce the single tax on rent of land. We shall come back again later to the great service rendered by the physiocrats respecting the analysis of capital. Meanwhile, just this point. Surplus value, according to them, is due to the productivity of a special kind of labor, agricultural labor, and on the whole, this special productivity is due to nature itself. In the mercantile system, surplus value is only relative. What one wins, the other loses, profit upon alienation, or oscillation of the wealth between different parties. So that within a country, if we consider the total capital, no creation of surplus value in fact takes place. It can only arise in the relations between one nation and other nations. And the surplus realized by one nation, as against the other, takes the form of money, the balance of trade, because it is precisely money that is the direct and independent form of exchange value. In opposition to this, for the mercantile system in fact denies the creation of absolute surplus value, the physiocrats seek to explain absolute surplus value, the net product. And since the net product is fixed in their minds as use value, agriculture is for them the sole creator of it. Section 8. Vulgarization of the physiocratic doctrine by the Prussian reactionary Schmalz. One of the most naive representatives of the physiocratic theory, how far removed he is from Turgot, is the old smeller-out of demagogues and royal Russian privy councillor Schmalz. For instance, quote, "If nature pays him," that is the lessor of land, the landowner, "even double the legal interests, on what plausible ground could anyone dare to deprive him of it? The minimum of wages is so formulated by the physiocrats that the consumption or expenditure of the laborers is equal to the wage that they receive. Or, as Herr Schmalz puts it in a general way, quote, "The average wage in a trade is equal to the average of what a man in this trade consumes during the time of his labor." End quote. Quote, "Rent of land is the one and only element of national revenue, and interest on capitals employed and the wages of all kinds of labors only make the product of this rent pass and circulate through everyone's hands. The utilization of the land, its faculty, its capacity for the annual reproduction of rent is all that constitutes the national wealth. If we go back to the foundations, to the first elements of the value of all objects, whatsoever they may be, we are forced to recognize that this value is nothing other than that of simple products of nature. That is to say, although labor may have given a new value to these objects and raised their price, this new value, or this price, is only made up, nevertheless, of the total values put together of all the natural products, which, because of the new form that labor has given them, have been destroyed, consumed, or used by the laborer in one way or another. This kind of labor, that is agriculture proper, Being the only labor that contributes to the production of new bodies, it is therefore the only labor that can, up to a certain point, be considered productive. As for the labors in working up material or in industry, they simply give a new form to bodies which nature has produced." End quote. Section 9. An early critique of the superstition of the physiocrats in the question of agriculture. Quote from Verdi: "All the phenomena of the universe, whether produced by the hands of man or through the universal laws of physics, are not actual new creations, but merely a modification of matter. Joining together and separating are the only elements which the human mind always finds on analyzing the concept of reproduction, and it is just the same with the reproduction of value and of wealth. When earth, air, and water in the fields are transformed into corn, or when the hand of man transforms the secretions of an insect into silk, or some pieces of metal are arranged to make the mechanism of a watch." Further, the physiocrats call the class of manufacturing laborers sterile because, in their view, the value of manufactured products is equal to the raw material plus the means of subsistence which the manufacturing laborers consume during the time of manufacture. End quote. On the other hand, Verdi calls attention to the constant poverty of the agricultural population in contrast to the progressive enrichment of the artisans, and then goes on to say, quote, "This proves that the artisan, in the price which he receives, gets not only the replacement of his outlay on consumption, but a certain sum over and above that, and this sum is a new quantity of value created in annual production. The newly created value is therefore that part of the price of the agricultural or industrial products which they yield over and above the original value of the materials and the necessary outlays on consumption while they are being worked up. In agriculture, the seed and the consumption of the husbandman must be deducted, as in manufacture the raw material and the consumption of the industrial workman, and every year new value is created to the amount of the balance that remains." End quote. Chapter 3. Adam Smith. Section 1. Smith's two different definitions of value: the determination of value by the quantity of labor expended, which is contained in a commodity, and its determination by the quantity of living labor which can be bought in exchange for this commodity. Adam Smith, like all economists worth speaking of, takes over from the physiocrats the conception of the average wage, which he calls the natural price of wages. Quote, "A man must always live by his work, and his wages must at least be sufficient to maintain him. They must even, upon most occasions, be somewhat more, otherwise it would be impossible for him to bring up a family, and the race of such workmen could not last beyond the first generation." Adam Smith expressly states that the development of the productive powers of labor does not benefit the laborer himself. He says, quote, "The produce of labor constitutes the natural recompense or wages of labor. In that original state of things, which precedes both the appropriation of land and the accumulation of stock, the whole produce of labor belongs to the laborer. He has neither landlord nor master to share with him. Had this state continued, the wages of labor would have augmented with all those improvements in its productive powers, to which the division of labor gives occasion. All things would gradually have become cheaper. At any rate, all those things requiring a smaller quantity of labor for their reproduction. But they not only would have become cheaper, they have, in point of fact, become cheaper. They would have been produced by a smaller quantity of labor, and as the commodities produced by equal quantities of labor would naturally in this state of things be exchanged for one another, they would have been purchased likewise with the produce of a smaller quantity. But this original state of things, in which the laborer enjoyed the whole produce of his own labor, could not last beyond the first introduction of the appropriation of land and the accumulation of stock. It was at an end, therefore, long before the most considerable improvements were made in the productive powers of labor, and it would be to no purpose to trace any further what might have been its effects upon the recompense or wages of labor. Here, Adam Smith very acutely notes that the really great development of the productive power of labor starts only from the moment when it is transformed into wage labor, and the conditions of labor confront it on the one hand as landed property, and on the other as capital. The development of the productive power of labor thus begins only under conditions in which the laborer himself can no longer appropriate its result. It is therefore quite useless to investigate how this growth of productive powers might have influenced or would influence wages, taken here as equal to the product of labor, on the hypothesis that the product of labor, or the value of this product, belonged to the laborer himself. Adam Smith is very copiously infected with the conceptions of the physiocrats, and often whole strata run through his work which belong to the physiocrats and are in complete contradiction with the views specifically advanced by him. This is so, for example, in the theory of rents, etc. For our present purpose, we can completely disregard these passages in his writings, which are not characteristic of himself, but in which he is a mere physiocrat. In the first part of this work, when dealing with the analysis of the commodity, I have already pointed out Adam Smith's inconsistency in his treatment of how exchange value is determined. In particular, how he sometimes confuses, and at other times substitutes, the determination of the value of commodities by the quantity of labor required for their production with its determination by the quantity of living labor with which commodities can be bought, or what is the same thing, the quantity of commodities with which a definite quantity of living labor can be bought. Here, he makes the exchange value of labor the measure for the value of commodities. In fact, he makes wages the measure, for wages are equal to the quantity of commodities bought with a definite quantity of living labor, or to the quantity of labor that can be bought by a definite quantity of commodities. The value of labor, or rather of labor power, changes like that of any other commodity, and is in no way specifically different from the value of other commodities. Here, value is made the measuring rod and the basis for the explanation of value, so we have a vicious circle. From the exposition that follows, however, it will be seen that this vacillation and this jumbling up of completely heterogeneous determinations of value do not affect Smith's investigations into the nature and origin of surplus value, because in fact, without even being aware of it, whenever he examines this question, he keeps firmly to the correct determination of the exchange value of commodities. That is, its determination by the quantity of labor, or the labor time expended on them. Many examples can be given to show how often in the course of his work, when he is explaining actual facts, Smith treats the quantity of labor contained in the product as value and determining value. Some of these are quoted by Ricardo. His whole doctrine of the influence of the division of labor and improved machinery on the price of commodities is based on it. Here, one passage will be enough to cite. In chapter 11, Adam Smith speaks of the cheapening of many manufactured goods in his time, as compared with earlier centuries, and he concludes with the words, quote, "It cost a greater quantity of labor to bring the goods to market. When they were bought thither, therefore, they must have purchased or exchanged for the price of a greater quantity." Secondly, however, this contradiction in Adam Smith and his passing from one kind of explanation to another is based upon something deeper, which Ricardo, in exposing this contradiction, overlooked or did not rightly appreciate, and therefore also did not solve. Let us assume that all workers are producers of commodities, and not only produce their commodities but also sell them. The value of these commodities is determined by the necessary labor time contained in them. If, therefore, the commodities are sold at their value, the laborer buys with one commodity, which is the product of 12 hours labor time, another 12 hours labor time in the form of another commodity. That is to say, 12 hours labor time, which is embodied in another use value. The value of his labor is therefore equal to the value of his commodity. That is, it is equal to the product of 12 hours labor time. The selling and buying again, in a word, the whole process of exchange, the metamorphosis of the commodity, alters nothing in this. It alters only the form of the use value in which this 12 hours labor time appears. The value of labor is therefore equal to the value of the product of labor. In the first place, equal quantities of materialized labor are exchanged in the commodities, insofar as they are exchanged at their value. Secondly, however, a certain quantity of living labor is exchanged for an equal quantity of materialized labor, because firstly, the living labor is materialized in a product, a commodity, which belongs to the laborer, and secondly, this commodity is in turn exchanged for another commodity which contains an equally large quantity of labor. In fact, therefore, a certain quantity of living labor is exchanged for an equal amount of materialized labor. Thus, it is not only commodity exchanging for commodity in the proportion in which they represent an equal quantity of materialized labor time, but a quantity of living labor exchanging for a commodity which represents the same quantity of labor materialized. On this assumption, the value of labor, the quantity of commodities which can be bought with a given quantity of labor, or the quantity of labor which can be bought with a given quantity of commodities, could serve as the measure of value of a commodity, just as well as the quantity of labor contained in it, since the value of labor always represents the same quantity of materialized labor as the living labor requires for the production of this commodity. In other words, a definite quantity of living labor time would always command a quantity of commodities which represents an equal amount of materialized labor time. But in all modes of production, and particularly in the capitalist mode of production, in which the material conditions of labor belong to one or several classes, while on the other hand, nothing but labor power belongs to another class, the working class, what takes place is the opposite of this. The product, or the value of the product of labor, does not belong to the laborer. A definite quantity of living labor does not command the same quantity of materialized labor, or a definite quantity of labor materialized in a commodity commands a greater quantity of living labor than is contained in the commodity itself. But as Adam Smith quite correctly takes as his starting point the commodity and the exchange of commodities, and thus the producers initially confront each other only as possessors of commodities, sellers of commodities and buyers of commodities, he therefore discovers, so it seems to him, that in the exchange between capital and wage labor, materialized labor and living labor, the general law at once ceases to apply, and commodities, for labor too is a commodity insofar as it is bought and sold, do not exchange in proportion to the quantities of labor which they represent. Hence he concludes that labor time is no longer the immanent measure which regulates the exchange value of commodities, from the moment when the conditions of labor confront the wage laborer in the form of landed property and capital. He should, on the contrary, as Ricardo rightly points out, have drawn the opposite conclusion, that the expressions quantity of labor and value of labor are now no longer identical, and that therefore the relative value of commodities, although determined by the labor time contained in them, is not determined by the value of labor, since that was only correct so long as the latter expression remained identical with the former. Later on, when we deal with Malthus, we can show how wrong and absurd it would be, even when the laborer appropriated his own product, i.e. the value of his own product, to make this value, or the value of labor, the measure of value, in the same sense in which labor time or labor itself is the measure of value and the value-creating element. For even in that case, the labor which can be bought with a commodity cannot serve as a measure in the same sense as the labor contained in it. One would merely be an index to the other. In any case, Adam Smith feels the difficulty of deducing the exchange between capital and labor from the law that determines the exchange of commodities, since the former apparently rests on quite opposite and contradictory principles. And indeed, the contradiction could not be solved so long as capital was set directly against labor, instead of against labor power. Adam Smith was well aware that the labor time expended on the reproduction and maintenance of labor power is very different from the labor which it, i.e. labor power, itself can perform. Thus he himself quotes from Cantillon's essay on the nature of commerce, quote, "The labor of an able-bodied slave is computed to be worth double his maintenance, and that of the meanest laborer cannot be worth less than that of an able-bodied slave." On the other hand, it is strange that Adam Smith did not grasp how little the objection he raises has to do with the law that determines the exchange of commodities for each other. That commodities A and B exchange in proportion to the labor time contained in them is in no way upset by the proportions in which the producers A and B divide the products A and B, or rather their value, between themselves. If a part of A goes to the landowner, another to the capitalist, and a third part to the laborer, no matter what the share of each may be, this does not alter the fact that A itself exchanges with B according to its value. The relation between the labor time contained in the commodities A and B is in no way affected by how the labor time contained in A and B is appropriated by various persons. Quote, "When the exchange of broadcloth for linen has been accomplished, the producers of broadcloth will share in the linen in a proportion equal to that in which they previously shared in the broadcloth." End quote from Poverty of Philosophy. It is this too that later the Ricardians rightly maintained against Adam Smith. Thus the Malthusian John Cazenove says, quote, "Interchange and distribution are distinct from each other. The circumstances which affect the one do not always affect the other. For instance, a reduction in the cost of producing any particular commodity will alter its relation to all others, but it will not necessarily alter its own distribution, nor will it in any way affect theirs. Again, a general reduction in the value of commodities affecting them all alike will not alter their relation to each other. It might or might not affect their distribution. But since the distribution of the value of the product between capitalist and worker is itself based upon an exchange between commodities and labor power, Adam Smith is justifiably startled. The fact that he had also made the value of labor, or the extent to which a commodity or money can purchase labor, the measure of value, has a disturbing effect on Smith's argument when he comes to the theory of prices, shows the influence of competition on the rate of profit, etc. it deprives his work of all unity, and even excludes a number of essential questions from his inquiry. As we shall soon see, however, it did not affect his exposition of surplus value in general, because here he keeps consistently to the correct determination of value by the labor time expended in different commodities. So now to his treatment of the question. But first, we must mention one other circumstance. Adam Smith mixes up different things. First, he states in Book 1, Chapter 5, quote, "Every man is rich or poor according to the degree in which he can afford to enjoy the necessaries, conveniences, and amusements of human life. But after the division of labor has once thoroughly taken place, it is but a very small part of these with which a man's own labor can supply him. The far greater part of them he must derive from the labor of other people, and he must be rich or poor according to the quantity of that labor which he can command, or which he can afford to purchase. The value of any commodity, therefore, to the person who possesses it, and who means not to use or consume it himself, but to exchange it for other commodities, is equal to the quantity of labor which it enables him to purchase or command. Labor, therefore, is the real measure of the exchangeable value of all commodities." Further, quote, "They, the goods, contain the value of a certain quantity of labor, which we exchange for what is supposed at the same time to contain the value of an equal quantity. It was not by gold or silver, but by labor, that all the wealth of the world was originally purchased, and its value to those who possess it and who want to exchange it for some new productions is precisely equal to the quantity of labor which it can enable them to purchase or command." Finally, quote, "Wealth, as Mr. Hobbes says, is power, but the person who either acquires or succeeds to a great fortune does not necessarily acquire or succeed to any political power, either civil or military. The power which that possession immediately and directly conveys to him is the power of purchasing a certain command over all the labor, or over all the produce of labor which is then in the market." It can be seen that in all these passages, Adam Smith confuses the labor of other people with the produce of this labor. The exchange value of the commodity which anyone possesses consists, after the division of labor, in the commodities belonging to someone else which he can buy, i.e. in the quantity of someone else's labor which is contained in them, the quantity of someone else's materialized labor. And this quantity of the labor of others is equal to the quantity of labor that is contained in his own commodity. As he expressly says, quote, "The goods contain the value of a certain quantity of labor, which we exchange for what is supposed at the time to contain the value of an equal quantity." The emphasis here is on the change brought about by the division of labor. That is to say, that wealth no longer consists in the product of one's own labor, but in the quantity of the labor of others which this product commands, the social labor which it can buy, the quantity of which is determined by the quantity of labor it itself contains. In fact, only the concept of exchange value is here involved, that my labor now counts only as social labor, and consequently, its product determines my wealth by its command over an equal quantity of social labor. My commodity, which contains a definite quantity of necessary labor time, gives me command over all other commodities of equal value, and therefore over an equal quantity of the labor of others realized in other use values. The emphasis here lies on the equalization brought about through the division of labor and exchange value of my labor with the labor of others. In other words, with social labor. The fact that my labor too, or the labor contained in my commodities, is already socially determined and has fundamentally changed its character escapes Adam. And not at all on the difference between materialized labor and living labor and the specific laws of their exchange. In fact, Adam Smith is here saying nothing more than that the value of commodities is determined by the labor time contained in them, and that the wealth of the owner of commodities consists in the quantity of social labor at his disposal. However, the equating here of labor and product of labor in fact provides the first occasion for the confusion between the determination of the value of commodities by the quantity of labor contained in them and the determination of their value by the quantity of living labor that they can buy. In other words, their determination by the value of labor. When Adam Smith says, quote, "His fortune is greater or less precisely in proportion to the extent of his power, or to the quantity either of other men's labor, or, what is the same thing, here is the false identification, of the produce of other men's labor, which it enables him to purchase." He might just as well have said, it is in proportion to the quantity of social labor contained in his own commodity or fortune, as indeed he also says, "The goods contain the value of a certain quantity of labor, which we exchange for what is supposed at the time to contain the value of an equal quantity." The word value is here superfluous and meaningless. The false conclusion emerges already in this chapter 5, when, for example, he says, quote, "Labor alone, therefore, never varying in its own value, is alone the ultimate and real standard by which the value of all commodities can at all times and places be estimated and compared. What is true of labor itself, and consequently of its measure, labor time, that the value of commodities is always proportionate to the labor time realized in them, no matter how the value of labor may change, is here claimed for the changing value of labor itself. Here, Adam Smith is examining only commodity exchange in general, the nature of exchange value, of the division of labor and of money. The parties to the exchange still confront each other only as owners of commodities. They buy the labor of others in the form of a commodity, just as their own labor appears in the form of a commodity. The quantity of social labor which they command is therefore equal to the quantity of labor contained in the commodity with which they themselves make the purchase. But when in the following chapters he comes to the exchange between materialized labor and living labor, between capitalist and worker, and then stresses that the value of the commodity is now no longer determined by the quantity of labor it itself contains, but by the quantity, which is different from this, of living labor of others which it can command, i.e. buy, he is not in fact saying by this that commodities themselves no longer exchange in proportion to the labor time they contain, but that the increase of wealth, the increase of the value contained in the commodity, and the extent of this increase depends on the greater or lesser quantity of living labor which the materialized labor sets in motion. And put in this way, it is correct. Smith, however, remains unclear on this point. Section 2. Smith's general conception of surplus value, the notion of profit, rent, and interest as deductions from the product of the worker's labor. In Chapter 6 of Book 1, Adam Smith passes on from those relations in which it is assumed that the producers confront one another only as sellers and possessors of commodities to the relations of exchange between those who possess the conditions of labor and those who possess labor power alone. Quote, "In that early and rude state of society which precedes both the accumulation of stock and the appropriation of land, the proportion between the quantities of labor necessary for acquiring different objects seems to be the only circumstance which can afford any rule for exchanging them for one another. It is natural that what is usually the produce of 2 days or 2 hours' labor should be worth double of what is usually the produce of 1 day's or 1 hour's labor. That is to say, the labor time necessary to produce different commodities determines the proportion in which they exchange for one another, or their exchange value. In this state of things, the whole produce of labor belongs to the laborer, and the quantity of labor commonly employed in acquiring or producing any commodity is the only circumstance which can regulate the quantity of labor which it ought commonly to purchase, command, or exchange for. Consequently, on this assumption, the laborer is a mere seller of commodities, and one commands the labor of another only insofar as he buys the other's commodity with his commodity. He thus commands with his commodity only so much of others' labor as is contained in his own commodity, since both exchange only commodities against each other, and the exchange value of the commodities is determined by the labor time or quantity of labor that they contain. But Adam continues, as soon as the stock has accumulated in the hands of particular persons, some of them will naturally employ it in setting to work industrious people, whom they will supply with materials and subsistence, in order to make a profit by the sale of their work, or by what their labor adds to the value of those materials. Stop, before we follow the passage further. In the first place, whence come the industrious people who possess neither means of subsistence nor materials of labor, people who are hanging in midair? If we strip Smith's statement of its naive phrasing, it means nothing more than capitalist production begins from the moment when the conditions of labor belong to one class, and another class has at its disposal only labor power. This separation of labor from the conditions of labor is the precondition of capitalist production. Secondly, however, what does Adam Smith mean when he says that the employers of labor set laborers to work in order to make a profit by the sale of their work, or by what their labor adds to the value of the materials? Does he mean by this that the profit comes from the sale, that the commodity is sold above its value? That is what Stuart calls profit upon alienation, which is nothing but a vibration of wealth between parties? Let him answer for himself. In exchanging the complete manufacture, either for money, for labor, here again is a source of new error, or for other goods, over and above what may be sufficient to pay the price of the materials and the wages of the workmen, something must be given for the profits of the undertaker of the work, who hazards his stock in this adventure. We shall return to this hazarding later, in the chapter on the apologetic accounts of profit, This something given for the profits of the undertaker when the complete work is exchanged, does it come from the sale of the commodity above its value? Is it Stuart's profit upon alienation? The value, Adam continues immediately, which the workmen add to the materials, therefore, resolves itself in this case, when capitalist production has begun, into two parts, of which the one pays their wages, the other the profits of their employer upon the whole stock of materials and wages which he advanced. Here, therefore, Adam Smith explicitly states, the profit which is made on the sale of the complete manufacture originates not from the sale itself, not from the sale of the commodity above its value. It is not profit upon alienation. The value, that is, the quantity of labor which the workmen add to the material, falls rather into two parts. One pays their wages, or is paid for through their wages. By this transaction, the workmen give in return only as much labor as they have received in the form of wages. The other part forms the profit of the capitalist. That is, it is a quantity of labor which he sells without having paid for it. If, therefore, he sells the commodity at its value, that is, for the labor time contained in it, in other words, if he exchanges it for other commodities in accordance with the law of value, then his profit originates from the fact that he has not paid for a part of the labor contained in the commodity, but has nevertheless sold it. Adam Smith has thereby himself refuted the idea that the circumstance that the whole product of his labor no longer belongs to the laborer, that he is obliged to share it, or its value, with the owner of capital, invalidates the law that the proportion in which commodities exchange for each other, or their exchange value, is determined by the quantity of labor time materialized in them. Indeed, on the contrary, he traces the profit of the capitalist precisely to the fact that he has not paid for a part of the labor added to the commodity, and it is from this that his profit on the sale of the commodity arises. We shall see how further on Adam Smith even more explicitly derives profit from the labor performed by the workman over and above the quantity of labor with which he pays for his wages, that is to say, replaces it by an equivalent. Thereby he has recognized the true origin of surplus value. At the same time, he has expressly stated that it does not arise from the advanced funds, whose value, however useful they may be in the real labor process, merely reappears in the product, but that it arises exclusively from the new labor which the workmen add to the materials in the new process of production, in which those funds figure as means of labor, or instruments of labor. On the other hand, the phrase, in exchanging the complete manufacture either for money, for labor, or for other goods, is wrong, and arises from the confusion mentioned earlier. If he exchanges the commodity for money, or for a commodity, his profit arises from his selling more labor than he has paid for, from the fact that he does not exchange an equal quantity of materialized labor for an equal quantity of living labor. Adam Smith, therefore, must not put the exchange either for money or for other goods on the same footing as the exchange of the complete manufacture for labor. For in the first exchange, the surplus value originates from the fact that the commodities are exchanged at their value, for the labor time contained in them, which, however, is in part unpaid for. Here, it is assumed that the capitalist does not exchange an equal quantity of past labor for an equal quantity of living labor, that the quantity of living labor appropriated by him is greater than the quantity of living labor he has paid for. Otherwise, the workman's wage would be equal to the value of his product. The profit on the exchange of the complete manufacture for money or commodities, if they are exchanged at their value, arises therefore from the fact that the exchange between the complete manufacture and the living labor is subject to other laws, that no equivalents are exchanged here. These cases, therefore, must not be lumped together. Profit is consequently nothing but a deduction from the value which the workmen have added to the material of labor. They add to the material, however, nothing but a new quantity of labor. The workman's labor time therefore resolves itself into two parts, one for which he has received an equivalent, his wages, from the capitalist, the other which he gives to him gratis, and which constitutes the profit. Adam Smith rightly points out that only the part of the labor which the workman newly adds to the material resolves itself into wages and profit. That is to say, the newly created surplus value in itself has nothing to do with the part of the capital which has been advanced as materials and instruments. Adam Smith, who has thus reduced profit to the appropriation of the unpaid labor of others, at once goes on to say, the profits of stock, it may perhaps be thought, are only a different name for the wages of a particular sort of labor, the labor of inspection and direction. And then he refutes this false view of the labor of superintendents. We shall return to this later, in another chapter. Here it is only important to stress that Adam Smith very clearly recognizes, brings out, and expressly emphasizes the contradistinction between his view of the origin of profit and this apologist view. After pointing out this contradistinction, he proceeds, quote, "In this state of things, the whole produce of labor does not always belong to the laborer. He must in most cases share it with the owner of the stock which employs him. Neither is the quantity of labor commonly employed in acquiring or producing any commodity, the only circumstance which can regulate the quantity which it ought commonly to purchase, command, or exchange for. An additional quantity, it is evident, must be due for the profits of the stock which advance the wages and furnish the materials of labor." This is quite correct. Given capitalist production, materialized labor, in the form of money or commodity, always purchases, besides the quantity of labor which it itself contains, an additional quantity of living labor for the profits of stock, which, however, in other words, means nothing but that it appropriates for nothing, appropriates without paying for it, a part of the living labor. Adam Smith is superior to Ricardo in that he so strongly emphasizes how this change begins with capitalist production. On the other hand, he is inferior to Ricardo in that he is never able to free himself from the viewpoint, though it is one he himself refuted by his own analysis, that through this changed relation between materialized labor and living labor, a change takes place in the determination of the relative value of commodities, which, in relation to each other, represent nothing but materialized labor, given quantities of realized labor. After thus presenting surplus value in the one form, the form of profit, as part of the labor which the worker performs over and above the part of the labor which pays his wages, he does the same with the other form of surplus value, the rent of land. One of the objective conditions of labor alienated from labor, and therefore confronting it as another man's property, is capital. The other is the land itself, the land as landed property. Therefore, after dealing with the owner of capital, Adam Smith continues, "As soon as the land of any country has all become private property, the landlords, like all other men, love to reap where they never sowed, and demand a rent even for its natural produce. The laborer must give up to the landlord a portion of what his labor either collects or produces. This portion, or it comes to the same thing, the price of this portion, constitutes the rent of land." Like industrial profit proper, rent of land is only a part of the labor which is added by the laborer to the materials and which he gives up, hands over to the owner of the land without being paid for it. Hence, only a part of the surplus labor performed by him over and above the part of the labor time which he works to pay his wages, or to return an equivalent for the labor time contained in his wages. Thus, Adam Smith conceives surplus value, that is, surplus labor, the excess of labor performed and realized in the commodity over and above the paid labor, the labor which has received its equivalent in the wages, as the general category, of which profit, in the strict sense, and rent of land are merely branches. Nevertheless, he does not distinguish surplus value as such as a category on its own, distinct from the specific forms it assumes in profit and rent. This is the source of much error and inadequacy in his inquiry, and of even more in the work of Ricardo. Another form in which surplus value appears is interest on capital, interest on money. But this interest on money is always, Adam Smith says in the same chapter, quote, "a derivative revenue, which, if it is not paid from the profit which is made by the use of the money, must be paid from some other source of revenue. Therefore, either rent or wages. In the latter case, assuming the average wage, it does not originate from surplus value, but is a deduction from the wage itself. Or, and in this form, as we shall later have occasion to see, it appears in undeveloped capitalist production, it is the only form of profit. Unless perhaps the borrower is a spendthrift who contracts a second debt in order to pay the interest of the first. Interest is therefore either a part of the profit made with the capital lent, in this case it is only a secondary form of profit itself, a branch of profit, and thus only a further division between different persons of the surplus value appropriated in the form of profit. Or it is paid out of rent, in which case the same holds good. Or the borrower pays interest out of his own or someone else's capital, in which case it in no way constitutes surplus value, but is merely a different distribution of existing wealth, vibration of the balance of wealth between parties, as in profit upon alienation. Excluding the latter case, when interest is not in any way a form of surplus value, and excluding the case where it is a deduction from the wage or itself a form of profit, Adam Smith does not mention this latter case, interest is therefore only a secondary form of surplus value, a mere part of profit or of rent, affecting merely their distribution, and therefore also is nothing but a part of unpaid surplus labor. The stock which is lent at interest is always considered as a capital by the lender. He expects that in due time it is to be restored to him, and that in the meantime the borrower is to pay him a certain annual rent for the use of it. The borrower may use it either as a capital or as a stock reserved for immediate consumption. If he uses it as a capital, he employs it in the maintenance of productive laborers, who reproduce the value with the profit. He can, in this case, both restore the capital and pay the interest without alienating or encroaching upon any other source of revenue. If he uses it as a stock reserved for immediate consumption, he acts the part of a prodigal and dissipates in the maintenance of the idle what was destined for the support of the industrious. He can, in this case, neither restore the capital nor pay the interest without either alienating or encroaching upon some other source of revenue, such as the property or rent of land. Thus, whoever borrows money, which here means capital, either uses it himself as capital and makes a profit with it. In this case, the interest which he pays to the lender is nothing but a part of the profit under a special name, or he consumes the borrowed money. Then he increases the wealth of the lender by reducing his own. What takes place is only a different distribution of the wealth that passes from the hand of the spendthrift into that of the lender, but there is no generation of surplus value. Insofar, therefore, as interest in any way represents surplus value, it is nothing but a part of profit, which itself is nothing but a definite form of surplus value, that is, unpaid labor. Finally, Adam Smith observes that in the same way, all incomes of persons who live on the proceeds of taxes are paid either from wages, and are therefore a deduction from wages themselves, or have their source in profit and rent, thus representing only claims whereby various social strata share in the consumption of profit and rent, which themselves are nothing but different forms of surplus value. All taxes, and all the revenue which is founded upon them, all salaries, pensions, and annuities of every kind, are ultimately derived from some one or other of those three original sources of revenue, and are paid either immediately or mediately from the wages of labor, the profits of stock, or the rent of land. Thus, interest on money, along with taxes or revenues derived from taxes, insofar as they are not deductions from wages themselves, are merely shares in profit and rent, which are themselves in turn reducible to surplus value, that is, unpaid labor time. This is Adam Smith's general theory of surplus value. In yet another passage, Adam Smith sums up his views on the whole question, making it all the more clear how far he is from even attempting in any way to prove that the value added by the laborer to the product, after deducting the costs of production, the value of raw materials and of the instruments of labor, is no longer determined by the labor time contained in the product, because the laborer does not himself appropriate this value in full, but has to share it, the value or the product, with the capitalist and the landowner. The way in which the value of a commodity is distributed among the producers of this commodity naturally alters nothing in the nature of this value, or in the relative value of commodities to one another. As soon as land becomes private property, the landlord demands a share of almost all the produce which the laborer can either raise or collect from it. His rent makes the first deduction from the produce of the labor which is employed upon the land. It seldom happens that the person who tills the ground has wherewithal to maintain himself till he reaps the harvest. His maintenance is generally advanced to him from the stock of a master, the farmer who employs him, and who would have no interest to employ him unless he was to share in the produce of his labor, or unless his stock was to be replaced to him with the profit. This profit makes a second deduction from the labor which is employed upon the land. The produce of almost all other labor is liable to the like deduction of profit. In all arts and manufactures, the greater part of the workmen stand in need of a master to advance them the materials of their work, and their wages and maintenance till it be completed. He shares in the produce of their labor, or in the value which it adds to the materials upon which it is bestowed, and in this share consists his profit. Here, therefore, Adam Smith in plain terms describes rent and profit on capital as mere deductions from the workman's product, or the value of his product, which is equal to the quantity of labor added by him to the material. This deduction, however, as Adam Smith has himself previously explained, can only consist of that part of the labor which the workman adds to the materials over and above the quantity of labor which only pays his wages, or which only provides an equivalent for his wages, that is, the surplus labor, the unpaid part of his labor. Therefore, incidentally, profit and rent, or capital and landed property, can never be a source of value. Section 3. Adam Smith's extension of the idea of surplus value to all spheres of social labor. We see the great advance made by Adam Smith beyond the physiocrats in the analysis of surplus value and hence of capital. In their view, it is only one definite kind of concrete labor, agricultural labor, that creates surplus value. Therefore, what they examine is the use value of labor, not labor time, general social labor, which is the sole source of value. In this special kind of labor, however, it is nature, the land, which in fact creates the surplus value, consisting in an increase of organic matter, the excess of the matter produced over the matter consumed. They see it, however, still in quite a restricted form, and therefore distorted by fantastic ideas. But to Adam Smith, it is general social labor, no matter in what use values it manifests itself, the mere quantity of necessary labor which creates value. Surplus value, whether it takes the form of profit, rent, or the secondary form of interest, is nothing but a part of this labor, appropriated by the owners of the material conditions of labor in the exchange with living labor. For the physiocrats, therefore, surplus value appears only in the form of rent of land. For Adam Smith, rent, profit, and interest are only different forms of surplus value. When I speak of surplus value in relation to the total sum of capital advanced as profit on capital, this is because the capitalist directly engaged in production directly appropriates the surplus labor, no matter under what categories he has subsequently to share this surplus value with the landowner or with the lender of capital. Thus the farmer pays the landowner directly, and the manufacturer, out of the surplus value he has appropriated, pays rent to the owner of the land on which the factory stands, and interest to the capitalist who has advanced capital to him. There are now still to be examined: 1. Adam Smith's confusion of surplus value with profit, 2. His views on productive labor, and 3. How he makes rent and profit sources of value, and his false analysis of the natural price of commodities, in which the value of raw materials and instruments is not supposed to have a separate existence, and therefore not to be considered, apart from the price of the three sources of revenue. Section 4. Smith's failure to grasp the specific way in which the law of value operates in the exchange between capital and wage labor. Wages, or the equivalent with which the capitalist buys the temporary disposal of labor power, are not a commodity in its immediate form, but the commodity metamorphosed, money, the commodity in its independent form as exchange value, as the direct materialization of social labor, of labor time in general. With this money, the laborer naturally buys commodities at the same price as any other possessor of money, disregarding here such details as, for example, that he buys on less favorable conditions and in worse circumstances, etc. He faces the seller of commodities, as does every other possessor of money, as a buyer. He enters commodity circulation itself not as a laborer, but as pole money facing pole commodity, as possessor of commodity in its general, always exchangeable form. His money is once more transformed into commodities, which are to serve him as use values, and in this process he buys commodities at the current market price, generally speaking at their value. In this transaction, he carries through only the act M to C, which indicates a change of form, but as a general rule, by no means a change in magnitude of value. Since, however, by his labor materialized in the product, he has added not only as much labor time as was contained in the money he received, he has paid not only an equivalent, but has given surplus labor gratis, which is precisely the source of the profit. He has thus, in fact, given a higher value than the value of the sum of money which forms his wages. In return, he has bought with more labor time the quantity of labor realized in the money which comes to him as wages. It can therefore be said that in the same way he has indirectly bought all the commodities into which the money, which is only the independent expression of a definite quantity of social labor time, he received is converted with more labor time than they contain, although he buys them at the same price as any other buyer or possessor of a commodity in its first transformation. Conversely, the money with which the capitalist buys labor contains a smaller quantity of labor, less labor time than the quantity of labor or labor time of the workman contained in the commodity produced by him. Besides the quantity of labor contained in this sum of money which forms the wage, the capitalist buys an additional quantity of labor for which he does not pay, an excess over the quantity of labor contained in the money he pays out. and it is precisely this additional quantity of labor which constitutes the surplus value created by capital. But as the money with which the capitalist buys labor, in the actual result, even though mediated through exchange not with labor directly but with labor power, is nothing other than the transmuted form of all other commodities, their independent existence as exchange value, it can equally well be said that all commodities in exchange with living labor buy more labor than they contain. It is precisely this more that constitutes surplus value. It is Adam Smith's great merit that it is just in the chapters of Book 1, chapters 6, 7, and 8, where he passes from simple commodity exchange and its law of value to exchange between materialized and living labor, to exchange between capital and wage labor, to the consideration of profit and rent in general, in short, to the origin of surplus value, that he feels some flaw has emerged. He senses that somehow, whatever the cause may be, and he does not grasp what it is, in the actual result, the law is suspended. More labor is exchanged for less labor, from the laborer's standpoint. Less labor is exchanged for more labor from the capitalist standpoint. His merit is that he emphasizes, and it obviously perplexes him, that with the accumulation of capital and the appearance of property in land, that is, when the conditions of labor assume an independent existence over against the labor itself, something new occurs. Apparently, and actually in the result, the law of value changes into its opposite. It is his theoretical strength that he feels and stresses this contradiction, just as it is his theoretical weakness that the contradiction shakes his confidence in the general law, even for simple commodity exchange, that he does not perceive how this contradiction arises, through labor power itself becoming a commodity, and that in the case of this specific commodity, its use value, which therefore has nothing to do with its exchange value, is precisely the energy which creates exchange value. Ricardo is ahead of Adam Smith in that these apparent contradictions, in their result real contradictions, do not confuse him. But he is behind Adam Smith in that he does not even suspect that this presents a problem, and therefore the specific development which the law of value undergoes with the formation of capital does not for a moment puzzle him, or even attract his attention. We shall see later how what was a stroke of genius with Adam Smith becomes reactionary with Malthus, as against Ricardo's standpoint. Naturally, however, it is at the same time this deep insight of Adam Smith's that makes him irresolute and uncertain, cuts the firm ground from under his feet, and prevents him, in contrast to Ricardo, from reaching a consistent and comprehensive theoretical view of the abstract, general foundations of the bourgeois system. The above-quoted statement by Adam Smith that the commodity buys more labor than it contains, or that labor pays a higher value for the commodity than the latter contains, is thus formulated by Hodgkin, quote, "Natural or necessary price means the whole quantity of labor nature requires from man, that he may produce any commodity. Labor was the original, is now, and ever will be, the only purchase money in dealing with nature. Whatever quantity of labor may be requisite to produce any commodity, the laborer must always, in the present state of society, give a great deal more labor to acquire and possess it than is requisite to buy it from nature. Natural price, thus increased to the laborer, is social price. We must always attend to the difference between natural and social price." In this presentation, Hodgkin reproduces both what is correct and what is confused and confusing in Adam Smith's view. Section 5. Smith's identification of surplus value with profit, the vulgar element in Smith's theory. We have seen how Adam Smith explains surplus value in general, of which the rent of land and profit are only different forms and component parts. As he presents it, the part of capital which consists of raw material and means of production has nothing directly to do with the creation of surplus value. The latter arises exclusively from the additional quantity of labor which the laborer gives over and above the part of his labor which forms only the equivalent for his wages. Therefore, it is only that part of the capital advance which consists of wages from which the surplus value directly arises, since it is the only part of capital which not only reproduces itself, but produces a surplus. In profit, on the other hand, the surplus value is calculated against the total amount of capital advanced. And besides this modification, other new complications arise through the equalization of profits in the various spheres of production of capital. Because Adam Smith makes what is in substance an analysis of surplus value, but does not present it explicitly in the form of a definite category distinct from its special forms, he subsequently mixes it up directly with a further developed form, profit. This error persists with Ricardo and all his disciples. Hence arise, particularly with Ricardo, all the more strikingly because he works out of the fundamental law of value in more systematic unity and consistency, so that the inconsistencies and contradictions stand out more strikingly, a series of inconsistencies, unresolved contradictions, and fatuities, which the Ricardians, as we shall see later in the section on profit, attempt to solve with phrases in a scholastic way. Crass empiricism turns into false metaphysics, scholasticism, which toils painfully to deduce the undeniable empirical phenomena by simple formal abstraction directly from the general law, or to show by cunning argument that they are in accordance with that law. At this point, where we discuss Adam Smith, we will give an example, because the confusion creeps in immediately, not when he is dealing specifically with profit or rent, those particular forms of surplus value, but where he is thinking of them only as forms of surplus value in general, as deductions from the labor bestowed by the laborers upon the materials. After Adam Smith has said, in Book 1, Chapter 6, quote, "The value which the workmen add to the materials, therefore, resolves itself in this case into two parts, of which the one pays their wages, the other the profits of their employer, upon the whole stock of materials and wages which he advanced." He continues, "The entrepreneur could have no interest to employ them unless he expected from the sale of their work something more than what was sufficient to replace his stock to him, and he could have no interest to employ a great stock rather than a small one unless his profits were to bear some proportion to the extent of the stock." We note first, surplus value, the surplus which the entrepreneur makes over and above the amount of value required to replace his stock, is reduced by Adam Smith to that part of the labor which the workmen add to the materials over and above the quantity that pays their wages, thus making this surplus arise purely from the part of the capital which is laid out in wages. Then, however, he immediately conceives this surplus in the form of profit. That is, he thinks of it not in relation to the part of capital from which it arises, but as a surplus over the total value of the capital advanced, quote, "upon the whole stock of materials and wages which he advanced," end quote. It is an oversight that the means of production are here left out of account. He therefore conceives surplus value directly in the form of profit, hence the difficulties that soon appear. The capitalist, Adam Smith says, quote, "could have no interest to employ them unless he expected from the sale of their work something more than what was sufficient to replace his stock to him." Once capitalist relations are assumed, this is quite correct. The capitalist does not produce in order to satisfy his needs with the product. He produces with absolutely no direct regard for consumption. He produces in order to produce surplus value. But this premise, which amounts to no more than that capitalist production being assumed, the capitalist produces for the sake of surplus value, is not made use of by Adam Smith to explain surplus value, as some of his silly disciples subsequently did. That is to say, he does not explain the existence of surplus value by the interests of the capitalist, by his desire for surplus value. On the contrary, he has already derived surplus value from the value which the workmen add to the materials over and above the value which they add in exchange for the wages they have received. But then he goes on at once. The capitalist would have no interest to employ a great stock rather than a small one unless his profits were to bear some proportion to the extent of the stock. Here, profit is no longer explained by the nature of surplus value, but by the interest of the capitalist, which is downright silly. Adam Smith does not sense that by thus directly confusing surplus value with profit, and profit with surplus value, he is upsetting the law of the origin of surplus value which he has just established. If surplus value is only the part of the value, or of the quantity of labor, added by the workman in excess of the part that he adds to the materials in order to replace the wages, why should that second part grow as the direct result of the value of the capital advance being in one case greater than the other? The contradiction becomes even clearer in the example which Adam Smith himself gives immediately following this, in order to refute the view that profit is wages for the so-called labor of superintendents. The profits of stock are, however, altogether different from wages. They are regulated by quite different principles, and bear no proportion to the quantity, the hardship, or the ingenuity of this supposed labor of inspection and direction. They are regulated altogether by the value of the stock employed, and are greater or smaller in proportion to the extent of this stock. Let us suppose, for example, that in some particular place, where the common annual profits of manufacturing stock are 10%, there are two different manufacturers, in each of which 20 workmen are employed, at the rate of £15 a year each, or at the expense of £300 a year in each manufactory. Let us suppose, too, that the coarse materials annually wrought up in the one cost only £700, while the finer materials in the other cost £7,000. The capital annually employed in the one will, in this case, amount to only £1,000, whereas that employed in the other will amount to £7,300. At the rate of 10%, therefore, the undertaker of the one will expect a yearly profit of about £100 only, while that of the other will expect about £730. But though their profits are so very different, their labor of inspection and direction may be either altogether or very nearly the same. From surplus value in its general form, we come straight to a general rate of profit, which has nothing directly to do with it. But let us pass on. In both manufactories, 20 workmen are employed. In both, their wages are the same, £300. Proof, therefore, that it is not perhaps a case of a higher kind of labor being employed in one as compared with the other, so that 1 hour's labor, and therefore also 1 hour's surplus labor, would in one be equal to several hours surplus labor in the other. On the contrary, the same average labor is assumed in both, as the equality of their wages shows. How then can the surplus labor which the workers add beyond the price of their wages be worth 7 times as much in one factory as in the other? Or why should the workers in one factory, because the materials they work up in it are 7 times as costly as in the other, provide 7 times as much surplus labor as in the other, although in both factories they receive the same wages, and therefore work the same time to reproduce their wages? The 7 times greater profit in the one manufactory as compared with the other, or, in general, the law of profit, that it is in proportion to the magnitude of the capital advanced, thus, at first glance, contradicts the law of surplus value, or of profit, since Adam Smith treats the two as identical, that it consists purely of the unpaid surplus labor of the workmen. Adam Smith puts this down with quite naive thoughtlessness, without the faintest suspicion of the contradiction it presents. All his disciples, since none of them consider surplus value in general as distinct from its determinate forms, followed him faithfully in this. With Ricardo, as already noted, it merely comes out even more strikingly. As Adam Smith resolves surplus value not only into profit, but also into rent of land, two particular kinds of surplus value, whose movements are determined by quite different laws, he should certainly have seen from this that he ought not to treat general abstract forms as directly identical with any particular forms. With all later bourgeois economists, as with Adam Smith, lack of theoretical understanding needed to distinguish the different forms of the economic relations remains the rule in their coarse grabbing at and interest in the empirically available material. Hence also their inability to form a correct conception of money, in which what is in question is only various changes in the form of exchange value, while the magnitude of value remains unchanged. Section 6. Smith's erroneous view of profit, rent of land, and wages as sources of value. Lauderdale, in An Inquiry into the Nature and Origin of Public Wealth, raises the objection to Adam Smith's exposition of surplus value, which he says corresponds with the views already advanced by Locke, that according to it, capital is not an original source of wealth, as Smith makes out, but only a derivative source. The relevant passages are as follows. Quote, "Above a century ago, Mr. Locke stated pretty nearly the same opinion as Adam Smith. Money, he said, is a barren thing and produces nothing, but by compact transfers that profit that was the reward of one man's labor into another man's pocket. If this, however, was a just and accurate idea of the profit of capital, it would follow that the profit of stock must be a derivative, and not an original source of revenue, and capital could not therefore be considered as a source of wealth, its profit being only a transfer from the pocket of the laborer into that of the proprietor of stock. Insofar as the value of the capital reappears in the product, it cannot be called a source of wealth. Here, it is only as accumulated labor, as a definite quantity of materialized labor, that it adds its own value to the product. Capital is productive of value only as a relation, insofar as it is a coercive force on wage labor, compelling it to perform surplus labor, or spurring on the productive power of labor to produce a relative surplus value. In both cases, it only produces value as the power of labor's own material conditions over labor, when these are alienated from labor, only as one of the forms of wage labor. But in the sense commonly used by economists, as stored up labor existing in money or commodities, capital, like all conditions of labor, even the unpaid natural forces, functions productively in the labor process, in the production of use values, but is never a source of value. It creates no new value, and only adds exchange value to the product at all insofar as it has exchange value. That is to say, only insofar as it itself consists in materialized labor time, so that labor is the source of its value. Lauderdale is right in this respect, that Adam Smith, after explaining the nature of surplus value and of value, wrongly presents capital and land as independent sources of exchange value. They are sources of revenue for their owners insofar as they are titles to a certain quantity of surplus labor, which the laborer must perform over and above the labor time required to replace his wages. Thus Adam Smith says, for example, wages, profit, and rent are the three original sources of all revenue, as well as of all exchangeable value. Just as it is true that they are the three original sources of all revenue, so it is false that they are also the three original sources of all exchangeable value, since the value of a commodity is exclusively determined by the labor time contained in it. After just presenting rent and profit as mere deductions from the value, or from the labor added by the workman to the raw material, how can Adam Smith call them original sources of exchangeable value? They can only be that in the sense that they set in motion the original source, that is to say, that they compel the workman to perform surplus labor. Insofar as they are titles for the appropriation of a part of the value, that is, of the labor materialized in the commodity, they are sources of income for their owners. But the distribution or appropriation of value is certainly not the source of the value that is appropriated. If this appropriation did not take place, and the workman received the whole product of his labor as his wage, the value of the commodities produced would be just the same as before, although it would not be shared with the landowner and the capitalist. The fact that landed property and capital are sources of income for their owners, that is, give them the power to appropriate a part of the values created by labor, does not make them sources of the value which they appropriate. But it is equally wrong to say that wages are an original source of exchangeable value, although wages, or rather the continuous sale of labor power, is a source of income for the worker. It is the labor, and not the wages of the laborer, that creates value. Wages are only already existing value, or if we consider the whole of production, the part of the value created by the laborer which he himself appropriates. But this appropriation does not create value. His wages can therefore rise or fall without this affecting the value of the commodity produced by him. The following quotation should be added to what has been said above in regard to Adam Smith making the categories in which the value of the commodity is appropriated into sources of this value. After he has refuted the view that profit is only another name for the wages of the capitalist, or wages of labor of superintendents, he concludes, quote, "In the price of commodities, therefore, the profits of stock constitute a component part altogether different from the wages of labor, and regulated by quite different principles." Adam Smith has just shown that the value added by the workmen to the materials is divided between them and the capitalists in the form of wages and profit. Labor is therefore the only source of value, and the price of wages and the price of profits arise out of this source of value. But these prices themselves are not sources of value. Section 7. Smith's dual view of the relationship between value and revenue, the vicious circle of Smith's conception of natural price as the sum of wages, profit, and rent. Here we will leave entirely out of account how far Adam Smith regards rent as a constituent element of the price of commodities. For our present inquiry, this question is all the more unimportant because he treats rent, just as he treats profit, as a mere part of surplus value, a deduction from the labor added by the laborer to the raw material, and consequently, in fact, also as a deduction from profit, inasmuch as the total unpaid surplus labor is directly appropriated by the capitalist in his relations with labor. It does not matter under what categories he may later have to share this surplus value with owners of the conditions of production, the landowner or the lender of capital. For the sake of simplicity, we shall therefore speak only of wages and profit, as the two categories into which newly created value is divided. Let us assume that 12 hours of labor time are materialized in a commodity, leaving out of account the value of the raw material and instruments of labor consumed in it. We can express its value as such only in money. Let us therefore assume that 12 hours of labor time are likewise materialized in 5 shillings. Thus, the value of the commodity is 5 shillings. By the natural price of commodities, Adam Smith understands nothing but their value expressed in money. The market price of the commodity, of course, stands either above or below its value. Indeed, as I shall show later, even the average price of commodities is always different from their value. Adam Smith, however, does not deal with this in his discussion of natural price. Moreover, neither the market price nor still less the fluctuations in the average price of commodities can be comprehended except on the basis of an understanding of the nature of value. If the surplus value contained in the commodity is 20% of its total value, or what amounts to the same thing, 25% of the necessary labor contained in it, then this value of 5 shillings, the natural price of the commodity, can be resolved into 4 shillings wages and 1 shilling surplus value, which here we will call profit, following Adam Smith. It would be correct to say that the magnitude of value of the commodity, determined independently of wages and profit, or its natural price, can be resolved into 4 shillings wages, the price of the labor, and 1 shilling profit, the price of the profit. But it would be wrong to say that the value of the commodity arises from adding together or combining the price of the wages and the price of the profit, which are regulated independently of the value of the commodity. If this were the case, there would be absolutely no reason why the total value of the commodity should not be 8 shillings, 10 shillings, etc., according to whether one assumes the wages to be 5 shillings and the profit 3, and so on. When Adam Smith is examining the natural rate of wages or the natural price of wages, what guides his investigation? The natural price of the means of subsistence required for the reproduction of labor power. But by what does he determine the natural price of these means of subsistence? Insofar as he determines it at all, he comes back to the correct determination of value, namely the labor time required for the production of these means of subsistence. But when he abandons this correct course, he falls into a vicious circle. By what is the natural price of the means of subsistence determined, which determines the natural price of wages? By the natural price of wages, of profit, of rent, which constitute the natural price of those means of subsistence as of all commodities, and so on ad infinitum. The twaddle about the law of demand and supply, of course, does not help us out of this vicious circle. For the natural price, or the price corresponding to the value of the commodity, is supposed to exist just when demand meets supply. That is, when the price of the commodity does not stand above or below its value as a result of fluctuations in demand and supply. When, in other words, the cost price of the commodity, or the value of the commodity supplied by the seller, is also the price which the demand pays. But as we have said, in investigating the natural price of wages, Adam Smith in fact falls back, at least in certain passages, on the correct determination of the value of the commodity. On the other hand, in the chapter dealing with the natural rate or the natural price of profit, he gets bogged down, so far as the real problem is concerned, in meaningless commonplaces and tautologies. In fact, at first it was the value of the commodity which he saw as regulating wages and profit and rent. Then, however, he sets to work the other way around, which was closer to what empirical observation showed and to everyday ideas. And now the natural price of commodities is supposed to be calculated and discovered by adding together the natural prices of wages, profit, and rent. It is one of Ricardo's chief merits that he put an end to this confusion. We shall return to this point briefly when we are dealing with him. Here, there is only this further point to be noted. The given magnitude of value of the commodity, serving as a fund for the payment of wages and profit, appears empirically to the industrialist in the form that a definite market price for the commodity holds good for a shorter or longer time, in spite of all fluctuations in wages. It is necessary, therefore, to call attention to this peculiar train of thought in Adam Smith's book. First, the value of the commodity is examined, and in some passages correctly determined, so correctly determined that he traces out in general form the origin of surplus value, and of its specific forms, hence deriving wages and profit from this value. But then he takes the opposite course, and seeks on the contrary to deduce the value of commodities, from which he has already deduced wages and profit, by adding together the natural prices of wages, profit, and rent. It is this latter circumstance that is responsible for the fact that he nowhere correctly explains the influence of oscillations of wages, profit, etc. on the price of commodities, since he lacks the basis for this. Smith's erroneous conception, see above, which he develops in spite of his originally correct view, is shown also in the following passage. Quote, "Rent enters into the composition of the price of commodities in a different way from wages and profit. High or low wages and profit are the causes of high or low price. High or low rent is the effect of it." End quote. Section 8. Smith's error in resolving the total value of the social product into revenue. Contradictions in his views on gross and net revenue. We come to another point, which is linked with the analysis of the price or value of the commodity, since the two are here still assumed to be identical. Let us assume that Adam Smith has calculated correctly, that is to say, the value of the commodity being given, he has correctly resolved it into the constituent parts in which this value is distributed among the various agents of production, but has not, on the contrary, tried to deduce value from the price of these constituent parts. Thus we shall leave this aside, and also the one-sided way in which wages and profit are presented only as forms of distribution, and hence both as revenues in the same sense that their owners can consume. Apart from all this, Adam Smith himself raises a question, and this again shows his superiority over Ricardo. Not that he finds the right solution to the question he raises, but that he raises it at all. What Adam Smith says is, quote, "These three parts, wages, profit, and rent, seem either immediately or ultimately to make up the whole price of corn." Of all commodities, Adam Smith here takes corn, because in some commodities rent does not enter into the price as a constituent part. A fourth part, it may be thought, is necessary for replacing the stock of the farmer, or for compensating the wear and tear of his laboring cattle and other instruments of husbandry. But it must be considered that the price of an instrument of husbandry, such as a laboring horse, is itself made up of the same three parts: the rent of the land upon which he is reared, the labor of tending and rearing him, and the profits of the farmer, who advances both the rent of this land and the wages of this labor. Here, profit appears as the primary form, which also includes rent. Though the price of the corn, therefore, may pay the price as well as the maintenance of the horse, the whole price still resolves itself, either immediately or ultimately, into the same three parts of rent, labor, and profit. Here, it is perfectly preposterous that all of a sudden he says labor instead of wages, while he does not put landed property or capital instead of rent or profit. But was it not equally obviously necessary to consider that just as the farmer included the price of the horse and the plow in the price of the corn, the horse breeder or the plow maker from whom the farmer bought the horse and the plow would include in the price of the horse and the plow the price of the instruments of production, in the case of the farmer perhaps another horse, and of raw materials such as feed and iron, whereas the fund from which the horse breeder and plow maker paid wages and profit and rent consisted only in the new labor which they added in their sphere of production to the amount of value present in their constant capital. Since therefore Adam Smith admits, in relation to the farmer, that the price of his corn includes, besides the wages, profit, and rent paid by him to himself and others, also a fourth constituent part which is different from these: the value of the constant capital he has used up, such as horses, agricultural implements, etc. This must also hold good for the horse breeder and the manufacturer of agricultural implements, and it is of no avail for Adam Smith to send us from pillar to post. Incidentally, the example of the farmer is peculiarly unhappily chosen for sending us from pillar to post, for in this case, the items of constant capital include one that does not at all need to be bought from somebody else, namely the seed. And does this constituent part of the value resolve itself into wages, profit, or rent for anybody? But for the present, let us proceed and see whether Adam Smith sticks to his view that the value of every commodity is resolvable into one or all of the sources of revenue, wages, profit, and rent, and can therefore, being destined for consumption, be devoured, or at any rate used up in one way or another for personal use, not industrial consumption. First, another preliminary point. In the case, for example, of gathering berries and such, it can be assumed that their value consists entirely of wages, although here, as a rule, some appliances, such as baskets and so on, are required as means of labor. But examples of this kind are quite irrelevant here, where we are dealing with capitalist production. To start with, once more the repetition of the view expressed in Book 1, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 2 states, quote, it has been shown that the price of the greater part of commodities resolves itself into three parts, of which one pays the wages of the labor, another the profits of the stock, and a third the rent of the land. According to this, the whole value of any commodity resolves itself into revenue, and therefore falls to the share of one or another of the classes which lives on this revenue as a fund for consumption. Now, since the total production of a country, each year for example, consists solely of the total of the values of the commodities produced, and since the value of each single one of these commodities is resolved into revenues, so also must their sum, the annual product of labor, the gross revenue, be consumable annually in this form. And so immediately after this passage, Smith himself raises the point, quote, "Since this is the case, it has been observed, with regard to every particular commodity taken separately, it must be so with regard to all the commodities which compose the whole annual produce of the land and labor of every country taken complexly. The whole price or exchangeable value of the annual produce must resolve itself into the same three parts, and be parceled out among the different inhabitants of the country, either as the wages of their labor, the profits of their stock, or the rent of their land." This is, in fact, the necessary consequence. What is true of the individual commodity is necessarily true of the total sum of commodities. But not at all, says Adam. He goes on, quote, "But though the whole value of the annual produce of the land and labor of every country is thus divided among, and constitutes a revenue to, its different inhabitants, yet, as in the rent of a private estate, we distinguish between the gross rent and the net rent, so may we likewise in the revenue of all the inhabitants of a great country." But wait, above he told us the direct opposite. In the case of the individual farmer, we can distinguish a fourth part, into which the value of his wheat, for example, resolves itself, namely the part which merely replaces the constant capital used up. This is directly true for the individual farmer, but when we go further into it, what is constant capital for him resolves itself at an earlier point, in another person's hand before it became capital in his, into wages, profit, etc., in a word, into revenue. Therefore, if it is true that commodities, considered in the hands of an individual producer, contain one part of the value which does not form revenue, then it is untrue for all the inhabitants of a great country, because what in one person's hand is constant capital derives its value from the fact that it came from another person's hand as the aggregate price of wages, profit, and rent. Now he says the direct opposite. Adam Smith continues, quote, "The gross rent of a private estate comprehends whatever is paid by the farmer. The net rent, what remains free to the landlord, after deducting the expense of management, of repairs, and all other necessary charges, or what, without hurting his estate, he can afford to place in his stock reserved for immediate consumption, or to spend upon his table. His real wealth is in proportion not to his gross, but to his net rent." In the first place, Smith brings in here something improper. What the farmer pays as rent to the landowner, just as what he pays as wages to the laborers, is, like his own profit, part of the value or price of the commodity, which resolves itself into revenue. The question is, however, whether the commodity contains yet another constituent part of its value. He admits this here, as he should admit it in the case of the farmer, but that should not prevent the latter's corn, i.e. the price or exchange value of his corn, from being resolvable merely into revenue. Secondly, a note in passing. The real wealth of which an individual farmer, considered as a farmer, can dispose depends on his profit. But on the other hand, as owner of commodities, he can sell the whole farm, or if the land does not belong to him, he can sell all constant capital there is on it, such as draft cattle, agricultural implements, etc. The value which he can realize in this way, therefore, the wealth at his disposal, is conditioned by the value, that is the size, of the constant capital belonging to him. However, he can only sell this again to another farmer, in whose hands it is not disposable wealth, but constant capital. So we are still just where we were. The gross revenue of all the inhabitants of a great country comprehends the whole annual produce of their land and labor. Previously, we were told that this total, that is, its value, resolves itself into wages, profits, and rents, nothing but different forms of net revenue. The net revenue, what remains free to them, after deducting the expense of maintaining first their fixed and secondly their circulating capital, so he now deducts instruments of labor and raw materials, or what, without encroaching upon their capital, they can place in their stock reserved for immediate consumption. So now we learn that the price or exchangeable value of the total stock of commodities, just as in the case of the individual capitalist, so also for the whole country, is resolvable into a fourth part which does not form profit or rent. The whole expense of maintaining the fixed capital must evidently be excluded from the net revenue of the society. Neither the materials necessary for supporting their useful machines and instruments of trade, their profitable buildings, etc., nor the produce of the labor necessary for fashioning those materials into the proper form can ever make any part of it. The price of that labor may indeed make a part of it, as the workmen so employed may place the whole value of their wages in the stock reserved for immediate consumption. But in other sorts of labor, both the price and the produce go to this stock. The price to that of the workman, the produce to that of other people, whose subsistence, conveniences, and amusements are augmented by the labor of those workmen. Here, Adam Smith once more shies away from the question which he has to answer, the question concerning the fourth part of the total price of the commodity, which is not resolved into either wages, profit, or rent. First, something that is quite wrong. With makers of machinery, as with all other industrial capitalists, the labor which fashions the raw materials of the machine, etc., into the proper form, in fact consists of necessary and surplus labor, and therefore resolves itself not only into the wages of the workman, but also into the profit of the capitalist. But the value of the materials and the value of the instruments with which they are fashioned by the workman into the proper form is resolvable into neither the one nor the other. That products which are destined by their nature not for individual consumption but for industrial consumption do not enter into the stock reserved for immediate consumption has nothing at all to do with it. Seed, for example, that portion of the corn which served for sowing, by its nature could also enter into the stock for consumption, but by its economic function it must enter into the stock for production. But furthermore, it is quite wrong to say, with regard to the products destined for individual consumption, that both the full price and the product enter into the stock for consumption. Linen, for example, when not used for sailcloth or other productive purposes, all goes as a product into consumption, but not its price, for one part of this price replaces the linen yarn, another part looms, and so on, and only a part of the linen's price is converted into revenue of any kind. Just now, Adam told us that the materials necessary for machines, profitable buildings, etc., quote, can never make any part of this net revenue, end quote, any more than the machines and so on fashioned from them can. Presumably, therefore, they form a part of the gross revenue. Shortly afterwards, he says, on the contrary, quote, the machines and instruments of trade, etc., which compose the fixed capital either of an individual or of a society, make no part either of the gross or of the net revenue of either. Adam's twistings and turnings, his contradictions and wanderings from the point, prove that once he had made wages, profit, and rent the constituent component parts of exchangeable value, or of the total price of the product, he had got himself stuck in the mud, and had to get stuck. Section 9. Say as vulgarizer of Smith's theory. Say's identification of the social gross product with the social revenue. Attempts to draw a distinction between them by Stork and Ramsey. Say, who tries to hide his dull superficiality by repeating in absolute general phrases Smith's inconsistencies and blunders, says, quote, if we consider a nation as a whole, it has no net product. For since the products have only a value equal to the costs of their production, when these costs are deducted, the whole value of the products is deducted. The annual revenue is the gross revenue. The value of the total annual products is equal to the quantity of labor time materialized in them. If this aggregate value is deducted from the annual product, then in fact, so far as value is concerned, there remains no value, and by this deduction, both the net revenue and the gross revenue have come to a final end. But Say thinks that the annually produced values are annually consumed. Hence, for the whole nation, there is no net product, but only a gross product. In the first place, it is not true that the annually produced values are annually consumed. This is not the case for a large part of the fixed capital. A large part of the annually produced values enters into the labor process without entering into the process of the formation of value, that is to say, without their total value being annually consumed. But in the second place, a part of the annual consumption of values consists of values that are not used as the stock for consumption, but as means of production, and which are returned to production, either in the same form or in the form of an equivalent, just as they originated in production. The second part consists of the values which can enter into individual consumption over and above the first part. These form the net product. Stork says of this trash of Say's, quote, It is evident that the value of the annual product is divided partly into capital and partly into profits, and that each of these parts of the value of the annual product goes regularly to purchase the product needed by the nation, as much for the purpose of preserving its capital as for renewing its consumable stock. Let us then imagine a family which, through its own labor, is self-sufficing in all its needs, such as there are so many examples of in Russia. Is the revenue of such a family equal to the gross product coming from its land, its capital, and its industry? Can it live in its barns or its stables, eat its seed and forage, clothe itself with its laboring cattle, amuse itself with its agricultural implements? According to Mr. Say's thesis, all these questions would have to be answered in the affirmative. Mr. Say regards the gross product as the revenue of society, and from this he concludes that society can consume a value equal to this product. The net revenue of a nation is not the excess of values produced over the totality of values consumed, as Say imagines it to be, but only the excess of values produced over the values consumed in order to produce. Therefore, if a nation consumes all this excess in the year it is produced, it consumes all its net revenue. If it is admitted that the revenue of a nation is equal to its gross product, so that no capital is to be deducted, then it must also be admitted that this nation may consume unproductively the entire value of its annual product, without in the least reducing its future revenue. The products which represent the constant capital of a nation are not consumable. Ramsay, in an essay on the distribution of wealth, remarks on the same subject, namely Adam Smith's fourth part of the total price, or what I call constant capital, as distinct from the capital laid out in wages. Mr. Ricardo, he says, seems to consider the whole produce as divided between wages and profits, forgetting the part necessary for replacing fixed capital. By fixed capital, Ramsay in fact means not only instruments of production, etc., but also the raw material. In short, what I call constant capital within each sphere of production. When Ricardo speaks of the division of the product into profit and wages, he always assumes that the capital advanced to production itself and consumed in it has been deducted. Nevertheless, on the main issue, Ramsay is right. Because Ricardo does not make any further examination at all of the constant part of capital and pays no attention to it, he makes gross errors, and in particular confuses profit with surplus value, besides errors in investigating oscillations in the rate of profit and so on. Let us now hear what Ramsay himself says. In what manner is a comparison to be instituted between the product and the stock expended on it? With regard to a whole nation, it is evident that all the various elements of the stock expended must be reproduced in some employment or another, otherwise the industry of the country could not go on as formerly. The raw material of manufactures, the implements used in them, as also in agriculture, the extensive machinery engaged in the former, the buildings necessary for fabricating or storing the produce, must all be parts of the total return of a country, as well as of the advances of its master capitalists. Therefore, the quantity of the former may be compared with that of the latter, each article being supposed, placed as it were, beside that of a similar kind. Now, as regards the individual capitalist, since he does not replace his outgoings in kind, by far the greater number must be obtained by exchange, a certain portion of the product being necessary for this purpose. Hence, each individual master capitalist comes to look much more to the exchangeable value of his product than to its quantity. The more the value of the net product exceeds the value of the capital advanced, the greater will be his profit. Thus then will he estimate it, by comparing value with value, not quantity with quantity. Profit must rise or fall exactly as the proportion of the gross produce, or of its value, required to replace necessary advances, falls or rises with the rate of profit, must depend immediately upon two circumstances. First, the proportion of the whole produce which goes to the laborers. Secondly, the proportion which must be set apart for replacing, either in kind or by exchange, the fixed capital. What Ramsay here says on the rate of profit has to be considered in a later chapter on profit. It is important that he rightly lays stress on this element. On the one hand, what Ricardo says is correct, that the cheapening of commodities which forms constant capital, which Ramsay calls fixed capital, always depreciates a part of the existing capital. This is especially true of fixed capital proper, machinery, etc. It is of no advantage to the individual capitalist that the surplus value rises in relation to the total capital if the rise in this rate has been due to a fall in the total value of his constant capital, which he already had before the depreciation. But this is true only to a very small extent for that part of the capital which consists of raw materials or completed commodities, which do not form part of the fixed capital. The existing amount of these that can be depreciated in this way is always only an insignificant magnitude compared with the total production. It holds good for each capitalist only to a slight extent for that part of his capital expended as circulating capital. On the other hand, since the profit is equal to the proportion of the surplus value to the total advanced capital, and since the quantity of labor that can be absorbed depends not on the value but on the quantity of raw materials and on the efficiency of the means of production, not on their exchange value but on their use value, it is clear that the greater the productivity of industry in branches whose product enters into the formation of constant capital, the smaller the outlay of constant capital required to produce a given quantity of surplus value. Consequently, the greater the proportion of this surplus value to the whole advanced capital, and therefore the higher the rate of profit for a given amount of surplus value. What Ramsey considers doubly, replacement of product by product in the process of reproduction for the whole country and replacement of value by value for the individual capitalist, are two aspects, both of which, in relation to the individual capital, must be taken into account in the circulation process of capital, which is at the same time its reproduction process. Ramsey did not solve the real difficulty which occupied Adam Smith's attention and entangled him in all kinds of contradictions. Put plainly, it is this. The whole capital, as value, resolves itself into labor. It is nothing but a certain quantity of materialized labor. The paid labor, however, is equal to the wages of the laborers. The unpaid labor is equal to the capitalist's profit. So the whole capital must be resolvable, directly or indirectly, into wages and profit. Or is labor somewhere performed which consists neither of wages nor profit, and merely has the purpose of replacing the values used up in production, which are, however, the conditions of reproduction? But who performs this labor, since all labor performed by the laborer is resolved into two quantities, one which maintains his own power to produce, and the other which forms the profit of capital? Section 10. Inquiry into how it is possible for the annual profit and wages to buy the annual commodities, which, besides profit and wages, also contain constant capital. Subsection A. Impossibility of the replacement of the constant capital of the producers of consumption goods through exchange between these producers. To rid the problem of any spurious admixture, there is just one more point to mention at the outset. When the capitalist transforms a part of his profit, of his revenue, into capital, into means of labor and materials of labor, both are paid for by that part of the labor which the laborer has performed gratis for the capitalist. Here, we have a new quantity of labor forming the equivalent for a new quantity of commodities. Commodities which, as use values, consist of means of labor and materials of labor. This, therefore, enters into the accumulation of capital and presents no difficulty. We have here the growth of the constant capital beyond its previous limits, or the formation of new constant capital in excess of the amount of constant capital that already exists and must be replaced. The difficulty is the reproduction of the existing constant capital, not the formation of new constant capital in excess of what has to be reproduced. The new constant capital obviously originates in profit, and has existed for a moment in the form of revenue which is later transformed into capital. This part of the profit consists of the surplus labor time, which, even without the existence of capital, must constantly be performed by society in order to have at its disposal, so to speak, a fund for development, which the very increase of population makes necessary. There is a good explanation of constant capital in Ramsey's work, but only insofar as it concerns its use value. Quote, "Be the amount of the gross return of the farmer, for example, small or great, the quantity of it required for replacing what has been consumed in these different forms can undergo no alteration whatsoever. This quantity must be considered as constant, so long as production is carried on the same scale." So we must first start from the fact. New formation of constant capital, as distinct from the reproduction of the existing constant capital, flows from profit as its source. That is, assuming on the one hand that the wages only suffice for the reproduction of labor power, and on the other that the whole surplus value is embraced under the category profit, since it is the industrial capitalist who directly appropriates the whole surplus value, irrespective of to whom and where he has to surrender some of it later. The master is the general distributor of the national revenue, who undertakes to pay to the laborers the wages, to the moneyed capitalist the interest, to the proprietor the rent of his land. In calling the whole surplus value profit, We regard the capitalist, firstly, as the person who immediately appropriates the whole surplus value, and secondly, as the distributor of that surplus value between himself, the moneyed capitalist, and the proprietor of the soil. That this new constant capital arises from profit, however, means nothing but that it is due to a part of the surplus labor of the laborers. Just as the savage, in addition to the time he needs for hunting, must necessarily use some time for making his bow, or just as in patriarchal agriculture, the peasant, in addition to the time spent in tilling the soil, must use a certain quantity of labor time in producing most of his implements. But the question here is, who is it that labors in order to replace the equivalent of the constant capital already expended in production? The part of the labor which the laborer performs for himself replaces his wages, or, considered in relation to the whole of production, creates his wages. On the other hand, his surplus labor, which forms the profit, is in part a consumption fund for the capitalist, and in part is transformed into additional capital. But the capitalist does not replace the capital already used up in his own production out of this surplus labor, or profit. Were this the case, the surplus value would not be a fund for new capital formation, but only for the maintenance of the old capital. But the necessary labor which forms the wages, and the surplus labor which forms the profit, make up the whole working day, and no other labor is performed in addition to these. The contingency of the capitalist labor of superintendence is included in wages. In this aspect, he is the wage worker, even though not of another capitalist, yet of his own capital. What then is the source, the labor, that replaces the constant capital? The part of the capital expended in wages is replaced, leaving surplus labor out of account, by new production. The laborer consumes the wages, but he adds as much new labor as he has destroyed of old labor. And if we consider the whole working class, without allowing the division of labor to confuse us, he reproduces not only the same value, but the same use values. So that according to the productivity of his labor, the same value, the same quantity of labor is reproduced in a greater or smaller quantity of these same use values. If we take society at any one moment, there exists simultaneously in all spheres of production, even though in very different proportions, a definite constant capital, presupposed as a necessary condition of production, that once and for all belongs to production and must be given back to it, as seed must be given back to the land. It is true that the value of this constant part can fall or rise, depending on whether the commodities of which it is composed have to be reproduced at a less or greater cost. This change in value, however, never alters the fact that in the process of production, into which it enters as a condition of production, it is a postulated value which must reappear in the value of the product. Therefore, this change of value of the constant capital can here be ignored. In all circumstances, it is a definite quantity of past materialized labor, which passes into the value of the product as a determining factor. In order to bring out more clearly the nature of the problem, let us therefore assume that the production costs, or the value of the constant part of the capital, similarly remain unchanged, remain constant. It also makes no difference that, for example, the whole value of the constant capital may not pass into the products in a single year, but, as is the case with fixed capital, only passes into the aggregate products of a series of years. For the question here centers on that part of the constant capital which is actually consumed within the year, and therefore also must be replaced within the year. The question of the reproduction of the constant capital clearly belongs to the section on the reproduction process or the circulation process of capital, which, however, is no reason why the kernel of the matter should not be examined here. Let us first take the laborer's wages. He receives, then, a certain sum of money in which, say, 10 hours' labor are materialized if he works 12 hours for the capitalist. These wages are converted into means of subsistence. These means of subsistence are all commodities. Assume that the price of these commodities is equal to their value. But in the value of these commodities, there is one component part which covers the value of the raw materials they contain and the means of production used up in them. All the component parts of the value of these commodities taken together contain, however, like the wages spent by the laborer, only 10 hours' labor. Let us assume that 2/3 of the value of these commodities consists of the value of the constant capital they contain, and 1/3, on the other hand, of the labor which has finally made the product into a finished article for consumption. Thus the laborer, with his 10 hours of living labor, replaces 2/3 of constant capital and 1/3 of living labor, added to the article in the course of the year. If there were no constant capital in the means of subsistence, the commodities which he buys, the raw material in them, would have cost nothing, and no instrument of labor would have been required to make them. In that case, there are two possibilities. Either the commodities, as before, would contain 10 hours labor, then the laborer replaces 10 hours living labor by 10 hours living labor, or the same quantity of use values into which his wages are converted and which he needed for the reproduction of his labor power would have cost only 3.5 hours labor, with no instrument of labor and no raw material which is itself a product of labor. In this case, the worker has only to perform 3.5 hours necessary labor, and his wages would in fact fall to 3.5 hours materialized labor time. Let us assume that the commodity is linen, 12 yards at 36 shillings. The actual price doesn't matter here. Of this, let 1/3 be labor added, 2/3 for the raw material, that is the yarn, and wear and tear of the machinery. Let the necessary labor time equal 10 hours. The surplus labor therefore is at 2. Let 1 hour's labor, expressed in money, equal 1 shilling. In this case, the 12 hours of labor equals 12 shillings. The wages is 10 shillings and the profit is 2 shillings. Let us assume that the laborer and capitalist spent the whole of their wages and profit, that is 12 shillings, the total value that has been added to the raw material and machinery, the whole quantity of new labor time materialized in the transformation of yarn into linen, on linen itself as a consumption article. And it is possible that subsequently, more than one labor day will be spent on their own product. A yard of linen costs 3 shillings. With the 12 shillings, worker and capitalist together, adding wages and profit together, can only buy 4 yards of linen. These 4 yards of linen contain 12 hours of labor, of which, however, only 4 are newly added labor, 8 representing the labor realized in the constant capital. With the 12 hours labor, wages and profit together buy only 1/3 of their total product, because 2/3 of this total product consist of constant capital. The 12 hours labor are divisible into 4 and 8, of which 4 replace themselves, while 8, independently of the labor added in the weaving process, replace such labor as entered into the weaving process in already materialized form, as yarn and as machinery. In regard to that part of the product, of the commodity, which exchanges against or is bought by wages and profit as an article of consumption, or for any other purpose, even reproduction, for the purpose for which the commodity is bought makes no difference to the transaction. It is therefore clear that the part of the value of the product which is formed by the constant capital is paid for from the fund of newly added labor, which is resolved into wages and profit. How much or how little of constant capital, and how much or how little of the labor added in the last production process is bought by wages and profit combined, in what proportions the labor last added, and in what proportions the labor realized in constant capital is paid for, depends on the original proportions in which they entered as component parts of value into the finished commodity. To simplify matters, we assume the proportion of 2/3 labor realized in constant capital to 1/3 newly added labor. Now, 2 things are clear. First, the proportion we have assumed in the case of the linen, that is, in the case where worker and capitalist realize wages and profit in the commodities they have themselves produced when they buy back a part of their product. This proportion remains the same when they expend the same quantity of value on other products. On the assumption that every commodity contains 2/3 of constant capital and 1/3 newly added labor, wages and profit together could always only purchase 1/3 of the product. The 12 hours labor equals 4 yards of linen. If these 4 yards of linen are transformed into money, then they exist as 12 shillings. If these 12 shillings are retransformed into some commodity other than linen, they buy a commodity of the value of 12 hours labor, of which 4 are newly added labor, 8 labor realized in constant capital. Consequently, this proportion holds good generally, provided the other commodities contain the same original proportion of labor last added and of labor realized in constant capital as linen. Secondly, if the daily newly added labor equals 12 hours, of these 12 hours, only 4 replace themselves, that is, the living newly added labor, while 8 pay for the labor realized in the constant capital. But who pays for the 8 hours of living labor, which are not replaced by living labor? It is precisely the 8 hours of realized labor contained in the constant capital that are exchanged for the 8 hours of living labor. There is not the slightest doubt, therefore, that the part of the finished commodity which is bought by wages and profit combined, which together, however, are nothing but the total quantity of labor newly added to the constant capital, is replaced in all its elements. The newly added labor contained in this part, as well as the quantity of labor contained in the constant capital. Further, there is not the slightest doubt that the labor contained in the constant capital has here received its equivalent from the fund of living labor newly added to it. But now comes the difficulty. The total product of the 12 hours of weaving labor, and this product is absolutely different from what this weaving labor has itself produced, is 12 yards of linen, of the value of 36 hours labor, or 36 shillings. But wages and profit together, or the total labor time of 12 hours, can buy back only 12 of these 36 hours labor, or of the total product only 4 yards, not a piece more. What happens to the other 8 yards? First, we note that the 8 yards represent nothing but the constant capital advanced. It has, however, been given a changed form of use value. It exists as a new product, no longer as yarn, loom, etc., but as linen. These 8 yards of linen, just like the 4 others which have been bought by wages and profit, contain, considered as value, 1/3 labor added in the weaving process and 2/3 pre-existing labor materialized in the constant capital. In the case of the 4 yards previously discussed, 1/3 of the newly added labor covered the weaving labor contained in these 4 yards, that is, covered itself. 2/3 of the weaving labor, on the other hand, covered the constant capital the 4 yards contained. But now we have it the other way around. In the 8 yards of linen, 2/3 of the constant capital covers the constant capital they contain, and 1/3 of the constant capital covers the newly added labor. What then happens to the 8 yards of linen, which have absorbed the value of the whole constant capital which has been maintained during the 12 hours weaving labor, or which went into the production process but is now in the form of a product destined for direct individual, not industrial, consumption? The 8 yards belong to the capitalist. Were he to consume them himself, besides the 2/3 of a yard representing his profit, then he could not reproduce the constant capital contained in the 12 hours weaving process. In general, with regard to the capital contained in this 12 hours process, he is no longer able to function as a capitalist. He therefore sells the 8 yards of linen, transforming them into money to the amount of 24 shillings, or 24 hours labor. But here we come to the difficulty. To whom does he sell them? Into whose money does he transform them? But we shall return to this in a moment. Let us first have a look at the further process. When he is transformed into money, sold, converted into the form of exchange value, the 8 yards of linen, that is to say, the part of the value of his product which is equal to the constant capital he advanced, he buys again with it commodities of the same kind, with regard to their use value, the same kind as those which originally composed his constant capital. He buys yarn and looms and so on. He divides the 24 shillings between raw materials and means of production, in the proportions in which these are required for the manufacture of new linen. His constant capital is therefore, as a use value, replaced by new products of the same labor as that of which it originally consisted. The capitalist has reproduced the constant capital. This new yarn, looms, etc., however, on the assumption with which we began, likewise consist of 2/3 constant capital and 1/3 newly added labor. While the first 4 yards of linen, newly added labor and constant capital, have thus been paid for exclusively by newly added labor, these 8 yards of linen are replaced by their own newly produced elements of production, which consist partly of newly added labor and partly of constant capital. Hence it seems that at least the part of the constant capital exchanges for constant capital in another form. The replacement of the products is real, because at the same time as the yarn is being worked up into linen, flax is being worked up into yarn, and flaxseed into flax. In the same way, while the loom is wearing out, a new loom is being made, and similarly, while the latter is being manufactured, new wood and iron is being produced. The elements are produced in one sphere of production at the same time as they are being worked up in others. But in all these simultaneous processes of production, although each of them represents a higher stage of the product, constant capital is simultaneously being used up in varying proportions. The value of the finished product, the linen, therefore resolves itself into 2 parts, of which one repurchases the simultaneously produced elements of constant capital, while the other is expended on articles of consumption. For the sake of simplification, no account here is taken of the retransformation of part of the profit into capital. That is, as throughout this inquiry, it is assumed that the wages plus profit, or the total of the labor added to the constant capital, are consumed as revenue. The only question left is who buys the part of the total product with whose value the element of constant capital that have meanwhile been newly produced are again bought. Who buys the 8 yards of linen? We assume, in order to leave no loopholes, that it is a type of linen specifically intended for individual consumption, and is not, like perhaps sailcloth, for industrial consumption. Here also the purely intermediary operations of commerce, so far as they are only mediatory, must be left completely out of account. For example, if the 8 yards of linen were sold to a merchant, and even if they passed through the hands of not 1 but 20 merchants, and are 20 times bought and resold, then at the 20th time they must at last be sold by the merchant to the actual consumer, who therefore actually pays the producer or the last, the 20th merchant, who as far as the consumer is concerned represents the first merchant, that is to say the actual producer. These intermediary transactions postpone, or if you like mediate, the final transaction, but they do not explain it. The question remains exactly the same, whether it is who buys the 8 yards of linen from the linen manufacturer or who buys them from the 20th merchant into whose hand they have come through a series of exchanges. The 8 yards of linen, just as the first 4 yards, must pass into the fund for consumption. That is to say, they can only be paid out for wages and profit, for these are the only sources of revenue for the producers, who figure here as the only consumers. The 8 yards of linen contain 24 hours of labor. Let us now assume, taking 12 hours as the generally valid normal working day, that laborer and capitalist in 2 other branches spend their whole wages and profit on linen, as laborer and capitalist in the weaving industry have done with their whole day's labor, the laborer his 10 hours, the capitalist the 2-hour surplus labor made on his laborer, that is, on 10 hours. Then the linen weaver would have sold the 8 yards. The value of his constant capital for 12 yards would be replaced, and this value could again be spent on the particular commodities of which the constant capital consists, because these commodities, yarn, loom, etc., available on the market, have been produced at the same time as yarn and loom were being worked up into linen. The simultaneous production of yarn and loom as products alongside the production process into which they enter as products, but from which they do not emerge as products, explains how it is that the part of the value of the linen equal to the value of the material worked up into it, such as yarn, loom, etc., can be again transformed into yarn, loom, etc. If this production of the elements of linen did not proceed simultaneously with the production of the linen itself, then the 8 yards of linen, even when they have been sold and retransformed into money, could not be retransformed once more from money into the constant elements of linen. On the other hand, however, although there may be new yarn, new looms, etc. on the market, and therefore production of new yarn and looms had taken place while finished yarn and finished looms were being transformed into linen, in spite of the simultaneous production of yarn and loom alongside the production of the linen, the 8 yards of linen cannot be retransformed into these material elements of constant capital for the weaving industry before they are sold, before they are converted into money. The continuous real production of the elements of linen, running side by side with the production of linen itself, therefore does not yet explain to us the reproduction of the constant capital, before we know whence comes the fund to buy the 8 yards of linen, to give them back the form of money, of independent exchange value. In order to solve this last difficulty, we have assumed that B and C, which can stand for shoemaker and butcher, have spent their total wages and profit, that is, the 24 hours labor time which they have at their disposal, entirely on linen. And this gets us over our difficulty with A, the linen weaver. His whole product, the 12 yards of linen in which 36 hours labor is materialized, has been replaced by wages and profit alone. That is, by the whole of the labor time newly added to the constant capital in spheres of production A, B, and C. All the labor time contained in the linen, both that already existing in its constant capital and that newly added in the weaving process, has been exchanged against labor time which did not previously exist as constant capital in any sphere of production, but which was added simultaneously to the constant capital in the 3 production spheres A, B, and C, in the last stage of production. Though, therefore, it is still wrong to say that the original value of the linen was composed of wages and profit alone, since, however, it was made up of the value equal to the total of wages and profit, 12 hours weaving, and the 24 hours labor, which, independently of the weaving process, was contained in the yarn, the loom, in a word, the constant capital, it would, on the other hand, be correct to say that the equivalent of the 12 yards of linen, the 36 shillings, for which they have been sold, is composed of wages and profit alone. That is, not only the weaving labor, but also the labor contained in yarn and loom are replaced entirely by newly added labor, namely 12 hours labor in A, 12 hours in B, and 12 hours in C. The value of the commodity sold is itself divided into newly added labor, that is, wages and profit, and pre-existing labor, the value of the constant capital, that is, the value for the seller, in fact, the value of the commodity. On the other hand, the purchasing value, the equivalent given by the buyer to the seller, is made up entirely of newly added labor, wages and profit. But as every commodity before it is sold is a commodity for sale and becomes money through a mere change of form, so every commodity after it has been sold would be made up of other component parts of value than it is composed of as a buying commodity, as money, which is absurd. Further, the labor performed by society, for example in 1 year, would not only cover itself, so that if the total quantity of commodities is divided into 2 equal parts, 1/2 of the year's labor would form an equivalent for the other half, but the 1/3 of the labor, which forms the current year's portion in the total labor contained in the annual product, would cover 3/3 of the labor, would be equal to a magnitude 3 times greater than itself. This is still more absurd. In the above example, we have shifted the difficulty, pushed it on from A to B and C, but this has only increased the difficulty, not made it simpler. In the first place, in dealing with A, we had the way out that 4 yards, containing as much labor time as had been added to the yarn, that is, the total wages and profit in A, were consumed in linen itself, in the product of A's own labor. With B and C, this is not the case, since they consume the total labor added by them, their total wages and profit, in the product of sphere A, in linen, and so not in the product of B or C. They have, therefore, to sell not only the part of their product representing the 24 hours labor of constant capital, but also the part of their product which represents the 12 hours labor newly added to the constant capital. B must sell 36 hours labor, not only 24 like A. C is in the same position as B. Secondly, in order to sell A's constant capital, to get it off his hands and transform it into money, we need the whole newly added labor not only of B but also of C. Thirdly, B and C cannot sell any part of their product to A, since the whole part of A which constitutes revenue has already been expended in A itself by the producers of A. Nor can they replace the constant part of A by any part of their own product, since, on the assumption we have made, their products are not production elements for A, but commodities which enter into individual consumption. The difficulty increases at each further step. In order to exchange the 36 hours contained in A's product, that is, 2/3 or 24 hours in constant capital and 1/3 or 12 hours in newly added labor, entirely for labor added to constant capital, A's wages and profit, the 12 hours labor added in A, 1/3 of the product had to be consumed by A itself. The other 2/3 of the total product, being 24 hours, represented the value contained in the constant capital. This value was exchanged for the total quantity of wages and profit, or newly added labor, in B and C. But in order that B and C should be able, with the 24 hours in their products that make up their wages and profit, to buy linen, they must sell these 24 hours in the form of their own products. And in addition, to replace the constant capital, they must sell 48 hours of their own products. They have, therefore, to sell products of B and C to the amount of 72 hours, in exchange for the total quantity of profit and wages in the other spheres D, E, etc. And this means, with a normal 12-hour day, that 12 times 6 hours, being 72, or the labor added in 6 other spheres of production must be realized in the products B and C. That is, the profit and wages, or the total labor added to their respective constant capital in D, E, F, G, H, and I. In these circumstances, the value of the total product of B and C would be paid for entirely in newly added labor, that is, the aggregate wages and profit in production spheres D, E, F, G, H, and I. But in these 6 spheres, the total product would then have to be sold, since no part of these products would be consumed by the producers themselves, as they have already put their whole revenue into products B and C, and no part of it could be accounted for within their own spheres. That is, the product of 6 times 36 hours labor, being 216, of which 144 represent constant capital, and 72, being 6 times 12, newly added labor. Now, in order in turn to transform the products of D, etc. similarly into wages and profit, that is, into newly added labor, all the newly added labor in the 18 spheres K1 to K18, that is to say, the total sum of wages and profit in these 18 spheres, must be entirely expended on the products of spheres D, E, F, G, H, and I. These 18 spheres, K1 to K18, would have to sell, since they consumed none of their products themselves but had already spent their entire revenue in the 6 spheres D to I, 18 times 36 hours labor, or 648 hours labor, of which 18 times 12, or 216, are in newly added labor, and 432 in labor contained in the constant capital. In order, therefore, to transform this total product of K1 through K18 into the labor added, or total wages and profit in other spheres, the labor added in the spheres L1 to L54 would be required, that is to say 12 times 54 being 648 hours labor. Spheres L1 to L54, in order to exchange their total product, which is equal to 1,944 hours, of which 648 being 12 times 54 is the newly added labor, and 1,296 hours labor is the labor contained in the constant capital. In order to exchange this for newly added labor, they would have to absorb the newly added labor of spheres M1 to M162, for 162 times 12 being 1,944. These in their turn must absorb the newly added labor of spheres n1 to n486, and so on. This is the beautiful progression ad infinitum, which we arrive at if all products are resolved into wages and profit, into newly added labor. If not only the labor added in the commodity, but also its constant capital, have to be paid for by newly added labor in another sphere of production. In order to convert the labor time contained in product A, 36 hours, 1/3 newly added labor, 2/3 constant capital, into newly added labor, that is, to have it paid for by wages and profit, we at first assume that 1/3 of the product, whose value is equal to the total of wages and profit, was consumed or bought by the producers of A themselves. The result is shown in the following table. The aforementioned graphic will not be read aloud for the recording. Please consult pages 105 to 107 of a physical or digital copy of the book for visual reference. Here, we would already have the goodly total of 1 plus 2 plus 6 plus 18 plus 54 plus 162 plus 486 different working days in different production spheres, being 729 different production spheres, which already implies a considerably ramified society. In order to sell the total product of A, where only 12 hours labor, being 1 working day, is added to the constant capital of 2 working days, and wages and profit consume their own product, that is, only the 24 hours constant capital, and moreover to sell it again entirely for newly added labor, for wages and profit, we need 2 working days in B1 and B2, which, however, require a constant capital of 4 working days, so that the total product of B1 to 2 is 6 working days. These must all be sold, because from here on it is assumed that each subsequent sphere does not consume any of its own product, but spends its profit and wages only on the product of the preceding spheres. In order to replace these 6 working days of the product of B1 and 2, 6 working days are necessary, which, however, presuppose a constant capital of 12 working days. The total product of C1 to 6, therefore, is 18 working days. In order to replace these by labor, 18 working days in D1 to D18 are necessary, which, however, presuppose a constant capital of 36 working days, so that the product is 54 working days. To replace these, 54 are needed, E1 to E54, which presuppose a constant capital of 108. The product is 162. Finally, to replace these, 162 working days are needed, which, however, again presuppose a constant capital of 324 working days. That is, a total product of 486 working days. This is F1 to F162. Finally, to replace this product of F1 to 162, we need 486 working days, being G1 to G486, which, however, presuppose a constant capital of 972 working days. So the total product of G1 to 486 is 972 plus 486 being 1,458 working days. But now let us assume that with sphere G we reach an end to the shifting, and our progression would soon bring us to an end in any society. How would the matter stand then? We have a product comprising 1,458 working days, of which 486 newly added labor and 972 labor realized in constant capital. The 486 working days can then be spent in the previous spheres F to F162. But what is to buy the 972 working days contained in the constant capital? Beyond G486, there is no new sphere of production, and therefore no new sphere of exchange. In the spheres that lie behind it, except for F1 to 162, there is nothing to be exchanged. Moreover, G1 to 486 has expended all its wages and profit, up to the last penny, in F1 to 162. Therefore, the 972 working days realized in the total product of G1 to G486, which are the equivalent of the constant capital it contains, remain unsaleable. It has thus not helped us at all to shift through nearly 800 branches of production the difficulty of 8 yards of linen of sphere A, or the 24 hours labor, the 2 working days, representing in its product the value of the constant capital. It is no use imagining that the reckoning would have a different result if perhaps A did not spend its whole wages and profits in linen, but spent a part of it on the product of B and C. The limit of the outlays, the hours of labor added which are contained in A, B, and C, can always only command a labor time equal to themselves. If they buy more of one product, then they buy less of the other. It would only confuse the reckoning, but in no way alter the result. What then is to be done? In the above calculation, we find that if the last 324 working days, belonging to F's constant capital, In this account, were equal to the constant capital which the farmer replaces for himself, subtracts from his product, and returns to the land, and so has not to be paid for by new labor, then the account would balance. The riddle, however, would only be solved because a part of the constant capital replaces itself. In fact, therefore, we have had consumed 243 working days, corresponding to the newly added labor. The value of the final product, 486 working days, is equal to the value of the total constant capital contained in A through F, which is also 486 working days. In order to account for this, we assume 486 days of new labor in G, from which, however, the only satisfaction we get is that instead of having to account for a constant capital of 486 days, we have to account for a constant capital of 972 working days in G's product, which is equal to 1,458 working days, 972 constant capital plus 486 labor. If now we want to get out of our difficulty by supposing that G works without constant capital, so that the product is only equal to the 486 days of newly added labor, the account would of course be cleared. But we would have solved the problem of who pays for the part of the value contained in the product which forms the constant capital by assuming a case in which the constant capital equals nil, and hence forms no part of the value of the product. In order to sell A's total product entirely for newly added labor, in order to resolve it into profit and wages, the whole of the labor added in A, B, and C must be spent on the labor realized in product A. Likewise, to sell the total product of B and C, all newly labor added in D1 to D18 is needed. Similarly, to buy the total product of D1 to D18, all the labor in E1 to 54. At the end, in these 486 production spheres, represented by G1 to G486, the total labor time added is equal to the total product of the 162 spheres of F, and this total product, which is replaced by labor, is as large as the constant capital in A, B1 to 2, C1 to 6, D1 to 18, E1 to 54, and F1 to 162. But the constant capital of sphere G, twice the size of the constant capital used in A to F162, is not replaced and cannot be replaced. In fact, we have found, on our assumption that in all production spheres the proportion of the newly added to the pre-existing labor is 1 to 2, that always twice as many new production spheres as all preceding ones taken together must use all their new labor to buy the product of the preceding spheres. The labor added of A and B1 to 2 to buy A's total product, the labor added of 18D or D1 to 18 to buy the product of C1 to 6, and so on. In short, that twice as much newly added labor as the product itself contains is always needed, so that there must be twice as much newly added labor in the last production sphere G as there actually is in order to buy the total product. In a word, we find in the result of G what was already there in our starting point A, that the newly added labor cannot buy any greater quantity of its own product than it itself amounts to, and that it cannot buy the labor pre-existing in the constant capital. It is therefore impossible for the value of the revenue to cover the value of the total product. But since, apart from the revenue, no fund exists from which this product sold by producers to individual consumers can be paid for, it is impossible for the value of the total product, minus the value of the revenue, ever to be sold, paid for, or individually consumed. On the other hand, it is necessary for every product to be sold and paid for at its price, on the assumption that price is here equal to value. For that matter, it might have been foreseen from the outset that introducing the acts of exchange, sales and purchases between different commodities or the products of different production spheres would not bring us a single step forward. In A, the first commodity, the linen, we had 1/3 or 12 hours of newly added labor, and 2 times 12 or 24 hours of pre-existing labor in the constant capital. Wages and profit could only repurchase that part of the product of commodity A, and therefore also of any equivalent of commodity A in any other product, which is equal to the 12 hours of labor. They could not buy back their own constant capital of 24 hours. Hence, they could not repurchase the equivalent of this constant capital in any other commodity either. It is possible for the relation of added labor to constant capital to be different in commodity B. But however different the proportion may be of constant to newly added labor in the various spheres of production, we can calculate the average, and so say that in the product of the whole society, or of the whole capitalist class, in the total product of capital, the newly added labor is equal to A, the labor pre-existing as constant capital is equal to B. In other words, the proportion of 1 to 2, which we assumed in A, the linen, is only a symbolical expression of A to B, and is not intended to imply anything more than that a definite and definable relation of some kind or other exists between these two elements. the living labor added in the current year, or in any other period selected, and the past labor pre-existing as constant capital. If the 12 hours added to the yarn buy not only linen, but for example linen only to the amount of 4 hours, then they could buy some other product to the amount of 8 hours, but they could never buy more than 12 hours altogether. And if they buy another product to the value of 8 hours, then 32 hours linen in all must be sold by A. The example A therefore holds good for the total capital of the entire society, and though the problem can be complicated by introducing the exchange of different commodities, the problem itself remains unchanged. Let us assume that A is the total product of society. Then 1/3 of this total product can be bought by the producers for their own consumption, bought and paid for with the total of their wages and their profits, equal to the total newly added labor, the amount of their aggregate revenue. They have no fund with which to pay for, to buy and consume, the other 2/3. Just as the newly added labor, the 1/3 which consists of profit and wages, is itself covered by its own product, or withdraws only that part of the value of the product which contains 1/3 of the total labor, newly added labor, or its equivalent, so must the 2/3 of pre-existing labor be covered by its own product. That is to say, the constant capital remains equal to itself and replaces itself out of that part of the value which represents the constant capital in the total product. The exchange between various commodities, the series of purchases and sales between different spheres of production, brings about a change in form only in the sense that the constant capital in the various production spheres mutually replace each other in the proportion in which they were originally contained in them. We must now examine this more closely. Subsection B. Impossibility of replacing the whole constant capital of society by means of exchange between the producers of articles of consumption and the producers of means of production. This view, that the annual product of the country is divided into wages and profits, that is rents, interest, etc. included in the latter, is expressed by Adam Smith in Book 2, Chapter 2, in examining the circulation of money and the credit system. On this compare later Tuke, where he says, quote, "The circulation of every country may be considered as divided into two different branches, the circulation of the dealers with one another and the circulation between the dealers and the consumers." Garnier explains that by dealers, Adam Smith here means all traders, manufacturers, artisans, and so on, in a word, the agents of the trade and industry of a country. Though the same pieces of money, whether paper or metal, may be employed sometimes in the one circulation and sometimes in the other, yet, as both are constantly going on at the same time, each requires a certain stock of money, of one kind or another, to carry it on. The value of the goods circulated between the different dealers never can exceed the value of those circulated between the dealers and the consumers, whatever is bought by the dealers being ultimately destined to be sold to the consumers. To this, as well as Tuke, we must come back later. Let us return to our example. The day's product of A, a linen weaving factory, was equal to 12 yards at 36 shillings, being 36 hours labor, of which 12 are newly added labor, divisible into wages and profit, and 24, or 2 days, equal to the value of the constant capital, which now, however, instead of the old form of yarn and loom, exists in the form of linen, but in a quantity of linen equal to 24 hours at 24 shillings. In this, there is the same quantity of labor as in the yarn and the loom, which it replaces, and with it, therefore, the same quantity of yarn and loom can be bought again, on the assumption that the value of yarn and loom has remained the same, that the productivity of labor in these branches of industry has not altered. The spinner and the loom maker must sell the whole of their year's or their day's product, which for our purpose here is the same thing, to the weaver, for he is the only person for whom their commodity has use value. He is their only consumer. But if the weaver's constant capital is equal to 2 working days, his daily consumed constant capital, then for 1 working day of the weaver there are 2 working days of the spinner and machine maker. 2 working days which may themselves be divided in very different proportions into labor added and constant capital. But the total daily product of spinner and machine maker together, assuming that the machine maker makes only looms, constant capital and added labor together, cannot amount to more than 2 days' labor, while that of the weaver, because of the 12 hours labor newly added by him, amounts to 3 working days. It is possible that spinner and machine maker consume as much living labor time as the weaver. Then the labor time contained in their constant capital must be smaller. However that may be, they can in no case use the same quantity of labor, materialized and living, as the weaver. It would be possible for the weaver to use proportionately less living labor time than the spinner. The latter, for example, would certainly use less than the flax grower. In that case, the excess of his constant capital over the variable part of his capital must be so much greater. The weaver's constant capital thus replaces the entire capital of the spinner and loom maker, not only their own constant capital, but the labor newly added in the spinning process and in the manufacture of machines. The new constant capital, therefore, here replaces other constant capitals completely, and besides that, the total amount of the labor newly added to them. By the sale of their commodities to the weaver, spinner and loom maker have not only replaced their constant capital, but have received payment for their newly added labor. His constant capital replaces for them their own constant capital and realizes their revenue, the wages and profit together. Insofar as the weaver's constant capital replaces for them only their own constant capital, which they have handed over to him in the forms of yarn and loom, constant capital in one form has only been exchanged for constant capital in another form. There has, in fact, been no change of value in the constant capital. Let us now go further back. The spinner's product is divided into two parts: flax, spindles, coal, etc. In a word, his constant capital, and the newly added labor. Similarly for the machine maker's total product. When the spinner replaces his constant capital, he pays not only for the total capital of the spindle manufacturer, etc., but also for that of the flax grower. His constant capital pays for the one part of their constant capital plus the labor added. Then, as for the flax grower, his constant capital, after deducting agricultural implements, etc., consists of seed, manure, etc. We will assume, as in agriculture must always be the case more or less directly, that this part of the farmer's constant capital is an annual deduction from his own product, which he must return each year out of his own product to the land, that is, to production itself. Here we find a part of the constant capital which replaces itself, and is never sold, and therefore also is never paid for and is never consumed, never enters into individual consumption. Seed, etc. are the equivalent of so much labor time. The value of the seed enters into the value of the total product, but the same value, because it is the same amount of products, on the assumption that the productivity of labor has remained the same, is also deducted again from the total product and returned to production, not entering into circulation. Here we have at least one part of the constant capital, that which can be regarded as the raw material of agriculture, which replaces itself. Here, therefore, is an important branch of the annual production, in which an important part of the constant capital, the part which consists of raw materials, apart from artificial fertilizers, etc., replaces itself, and does not enter into circulation, and is therefore not replaced by any form of revenue. Therefore, the spinner has not got to repay to the flax grower this part of the constant capital, the part which is replaced and paid for by the flax grower himself, nor has the weaver to pay for this to the spinner, nor the buyer of the linen to the weaver. Let us assume that all those who directly or indirectly participated in the production of the 12 yards of linen, at 36 shillings being 3 working days or 36 hours labor, were paid in linen itself. It is clear in the first place that the producers of the element of the linen, of the constant capital of the linen, could not consume their own product, since these products are produced for production and do not enter into immediate consumption. They must therefore spend their wages and profits on linen, on the product which finally enters into individual consumption. What they do not consume in linen, they must consume in some other consumable product exchanged for linen. As much linen is therefore consumed by others as they consume in other consumable products instead of linen. It is the same as if they had themselves consumed it in linen, since as much as they consume in another product is consumed in linen by the producers of other products. The whole problem must therefore be cleared up without any reference to exchange, by considering how the 12 yards of linen are divided up between all the producers who have taken part in its production, or in the production of its elements. Spinner and loom maker, who we assume also make spinning machinery, have added 1/3 in the labor, their constant capital amounting to 2/3 of yarn and loom. Of the 8 yards of linen, or 24 hours or 24 shillings, which replace their total product, they can consequently consume 8/3 of a yard, that is 2 2/3 yards of linen, or 8 hours labor at 8 shillings. Therefore 5 1/3 yards, or 16 hours labor, remain to be accounted for. 5 1/3 yards, or 16 hours labor, represent the constant capital of the spinner and of the loom maker. Let us assume that of the spinner's constant capital, 2/3 is raw material and is spent on flax. Then the flax grower can consume these 2/3 entirely in linen, since his constant capital, but here we take the wear and tear of his implements of labor, etc., as equal to nil, is not put into circulation at all. He has already deducted it and reserved it for reproduction. He can therefore buy 2/3 of the 5 1/3 yard of linen, or 16 hours labor, which is equal to 3 5/9 yards, or 102 over 3 hours labor. So there remains to be accounted for only 5 1/3 minus 3 5/9, or 16 minus 10 2/3 hours labor, that is 1 7/9 yards, or 5 1/3 hours labor. These 1 7/9 yards, or 5 1/3 hours labor, resolve themselves into the constant capital of the loom maker and the total product of the spinning machinery maker, who are assumed to be one person. Therefore, once again, Of the weaver's constant capital, let 3/4 be yarn and 1/4 be the loom, means of production in general. The weaver thus pays 6 yards or 18 hours to the spinner and 2 yards or 6 hours to the machine maker, etc. Of the 8 which replace the weaver's constant capital, therefore, 2 yards or 6 shillings at 6 hours are consumed by the spinner, 2/3 of a yard or 2 shillings at 2 hours by the maker of looms, etc. What remains for us to account for is thus 8 minus 2 2/3 yards, or 5 1/3 yards, being 16 shillings or 16 hours labor. These remaining 5 1/3 yards are resolved as follows. We assume that in the 4 yards which represent the spinner's constant capital, that is, the elements of his yarn, 3/4 is the equivalent of the flax, and 1/4 of the spinning machine. The elements of the spinning machine will be reckoned in further on with the constant capital of the loom maker. The two are assumed to be the same person. Of the 4 yards which replace the spinner's constant capital, 3/4 being 3 yards are thus resolved into flax. A considerable part of the constant capital in the flax used in its production has not, however, to be replaced, for the flax grower has already returned it to the land in the form of seed, manure, fodder, cattle, etc. Therefore, in the part of his product that he sells, only the wear and tear of his instruments of labor, etc., has to be included as constant capital. Here, we must rate the labor added at 2/3 at least, and the constant capital to be replaced at 1/3 at the most. Thus, what we have still to account for is 1 yard at 3 shillings or 3 hours labor equal to the flax grower's constant capital, 1 1/3 yards at 4 shillings or 4 hours labor equal to the constant capital for the loom, and finally 1 yard at 3 shillings or 3 hours labor for the total product contained in the spinning machine. First, what the machine maker can consume for the spinning machine has to be deducted. Moreover, the agricultural machinery, the flax grower's constant capital, has to be divided into its consumable and other parts. If, therefore, we put together that part of the total product which represents machinery, it amounts to 2 yards for the loom, 1 yard for the spinning machine, 1 yard for the agricultural machine, and 4 yards in all, being 12 shillings or 12 hours labor, or 1/3 of the total product, 12 yards of linen. Of these 4 yards, the machine maker can consume 2/3 of a yard for the loom, 1/3 for the spinning machine, ditto 1/3 for the agricultural machinery, in all 1 1/3 yards. 2 2/3 yards are left, that is, 4/3 constant capital for the loom, 2/3 for the spinning machine, and 2/3 for the agricultural machine, being 8/3 or 2 2/3 yards, at 8 shillings or 8 hours labor. This, therefore, forms the machine builder's constant capital which has to be replaced. Of what now does this constant capital consist? On the one hand, of its raw material, iron, wood, leather, belting, and so on, but on the other hand, of that part of the machine he works with, which he may have built himself, which he uses in building machines, and which gets worn out. Let us assume that the raw material amounts to 2/3 of the constant capital, and the machine building machine to 1/3. This latter 1/3 is to be examined later. Let us then assume that here, in the production of wood and iron, machinery is 1/3 and added labor 2/3, since there is nothing for raw material. Then 2/3 of the 16/9 yards replace labor added, and 1/3 machinery. Thus what is left again for machinery is 16/27 of a yard. The constant capital of the producers of iron and wood, in short, of the extractive industry, consists only of instruments of production, which we here call machinery in general, and not of raw material. Therefore, 8/9 of a yard for the machine building machine, 16/27 of a yard for the machinery used by the producers of iron and wood. So, 24/27 plus 16/27 is equal to 40/27, or 1 13/27 yards. This, therefore, has in turn to be put down to the machine builder's account. Machinery. 24/27 of a yard forms the replacement for the machine building machine, but this in turn is divided into raw material, iron, wood, etc., the part of the machinery used up in building the machine building machine, and labor added. So if each of the elements is 1/3 of the total, 8/27 of a yard would go for the labor added, and 16/27 of a yard would be left for the constant capital to be replaced in the machine building machine. That is, 8/27 of a yard for raw material, and 8/27 to replace the part of the value representing the machinery used up in working this raw material, together 16/27 of a yard. On the other hand, the 16/27, which replace the iron and wood producers' machinery, likewise consist of raw material, machinery, and labor added. This last is equal to 1/3, that is, equal to 16/27 times 3, being 16/81. And the constant capital in this part of the machinery consists of 32/81, of which 16/81 is for the raw material, and 16/81 to make good the wear and tear of the machinery. Thus there remains in the machine builder's hands, as constant capital to make good the wear and tear of his machinery, 8/27 of a yard, with which he replaces the wear and tear of his machine building machine, and 16/81 of a yard for the wear and tear of the iron and wood producer's machinery that has to be replaced. Apart from this, he had, for the replacements of his constant capital, 8/27 of a yard for the raw material contained in the machine-building machine, and 16/81 for the raw material contained in the iron and the wood producers' machines. Of this, however, another 2/3 consist of labor added and 1/3 of machinery used up. Therefore, 2/3 of the 24/81 plus 16/81, being 49/81, is paid for labor. That is, 26 2/3/81. Of this raw material, 131/3/81 is again left to replace machinery. This 131/3/81 of a yard therefore comes back to the machinery manufacturer. Now there would again be, in the hands of the latter, 8/27 of a yard for the replacement of the wear and tear of the machine-building machine, 16/81 to replace the wear and tear of the iron, etc. producer's machinery, and 13 1/3/81 for the part of the value to replace the machinery and the raw material, iron, etc. And so we might go on calculating to infinity, with even smaller fractions, but never able to divide the 12 yards of linen without a remainder. Let us briefly resume the course of our inquiry up to this point. We said at the start that in the different spheres of production, there are different proportions as between the newly added labor, which partly replaces the variable capital laid out in wages, and partly forms the profit, the unpaid surplus labor, and the constant capital to which this labor is added. We could, however, assume an average proportion, for example, A being the labor added to B being the constant capital, or we could assume that the proportion of the latter to the former is 2:1, being 2/3 to 1/3. If this holds good in each production sphere of capital, we went on, then the labor added, wages and profit together, in one particular sphere of production can always buy 1/3 of its own product, since wages and profit together form only 1/3 of the total labor time realized in the product. But the other 2/3 of the product, which replace the constant capital, also belong to the capitalist. If he wishes to continue production, however, he must replace his constant capital, that is, retransform 2/3 of his product into constant capital. To do this, he must sell the 2/3. But to whom? We have already deducted 1/3 of the product that can be bought with the total of wages and profit. If this total represents 1 day's labor, or 12 hours, then the part of the product whose value is equal to the constant capital represents 2 days' labor, or 24 hours. So we assume that the second third of the product is bought by profit and wages in another branch of production, and the last 1/3 is bought in turn by profit and wages in a third branch of production. But then we have exchanged the constant capital of product 1 for wages and profit exclusively, that is, for newly added labor, by making the whole labor added to products 2 and 3 be consumed in the form of product 1. Of the 6 working days contained in products 2 and 3, in both newly added and pre-existing labor, none has been replaced or bought by the labor contained in either product 1 or in products 2 and 3. So we had in turn to make the producers of other products spend all their labor on products 2 and 3, and so on. Finally, we had come to a halt at product 10, in which the labor added was as much as the constant capital of all earlier products, but its own constant capital 2/3 larger would be unsaleable. Thus, we have not come one step forward with the problem. In the case of product 10, as in the case of product 1, the question remains, to whom is the part of the product sold which replaces the constant capital? Or is the 1/3 new labor added to the product to replace the 1/3 new labor plus the 2/3 pre-existing labor contained in the product? Is 1/3 to be equal to 3/3? So from this, it became clear that the shifting of the difficulty from product 1 to product 2, etc., in a word, merely bringing into the problem the exchange of commodities, was of no avail. So we had to pose the question in a different way. We assumed that the 12 yards of linen, at 36 shillings or 36 hours labor, were a product containing 12 hours labor, or 1 working day, of the weaver, necessary labor and surplus labor together, that is, the equivalent of the total of profit and wages, while 2/3 represented the value of the constant capital, yarn and machinery, etc., contained in the linen. We further assumed, in order to eliminate any recourse to quibbles and intermediate transactions, that the linen was of a kind destined only for individual consumption, and therefore could not serve in turn as raw material for some new product. By this, we assumed that it was a product that had to be paid for from wages and profit, that it must be exchanged for revenue. And finally, to simplify things, we assume that no part of the profit is reconverted into capital, but that the whole profit is spent as revenue. As for the first 4 yards, the first third of the product equal to the 12 hours labor added by the weaver, we soon settled that. They are resolved into wages and profit. Their value is the same as the value of the weaver's total profit and wages. They are therefore consumed by him and his workmen themselves. This solution for the 4 yards is unconditionally valid. For if profit and wages are consumed not in linen, but in some other product, this can only happen because the producers of some other product consume the part of it which is consumable by them in linen, and not in their own product. If of the 4 yards of linen, for example, only 1 is consumed by the linen weaver himself, and 3 yards in meat, bread, and cloth, then just the same as before, the value of the 4 yards of linen is consumed by the linen weavers themselves, only they have consumed 3/4 of the value in the form of other commodities, while the producers of these other commodities have consumed in the form of linen the meat, bread, and cloth consumable by them as wages and profit. Here, as throughout this inquiry, it is of course always assumed that the commodity is sold and sold at its value. But now comes the real problem. The weaver's constant capital exists now in the form of 8 yards of linen, being 24 hours labor at 24 shillings. If he wants to continue production, he must transform these 8 yards of linen into money, 24 shillings, and with this 24 shillings he must buy newly produced commodities to be found on the market, of which his constant capital consists. To simplify the problem, let it be assumed that he does not replace his machinery within a period of years, but that every day, out of the proceeds of his product, he has to replace in kind the part of the machinery that is equal to the part of the value of the machinery worn out each day. He must replace the part of the product that is equal to the value of the constant capital it contains with the elements of this constant capital, or the material conditions of production for his labor. On the other hand, his product, the linen, does not enter any other sphere of production as a condition of production, but passes only into individual consumption. He can therefore replace the part of his product which represents his constant capital only by exchanging it for revenue, or for the part of the value of the product of other producers which consists of wages and profit, consequently of newly added labor. The problem is thus posed in its correct form. The question is only, in what conditions can it be solved? A difficulty that arose in our first presentation of it has now been partly overcome. Although in each sphere of production, the labor added is equal to 1/3, and the constant capital on the assumption made to 2/3, this 1/3 labor added, or the total value of the revenue, of wages and profit, as already noted earlier, no account here is taken of the part of the profit which is again transformed into capital, is only consumable in the products of the branches of industry which work directly for individual consumption. The products of all other branches of industry can only be consumed as capital, can only enter into industrial consumption. The constant capital represented by the 8 yards, being 24 shillings or 24 hours of labor, consists of yarn, raw material, and machinery. Let us say 3/4 raw material and 1/4 machinery. Under raw material, we can here also reckon all auxiliary materials, such as oil, coal, etc., but for the sake of simplicity, it is better to disregard these. The yarn would cost 18 shillings, or 18 hours labor at 6 yards. The machinery, 6 shillings, or 6 hours labor at 2 yards. If, therefore, the weaver uses his 8 yards to buy yarn for 6 yards and machinery for 2 yards, with his constant capital of 8 yards, he has covered not only the constant capital of the spinner and the loom manufacturer, but also the labor newly added by them. A part of what appears as the weaver's constant capital, therefore represents newly added labor on the part of the spinner and the machinery manufacturer, and consequently is for them not capital, but revenue. Of the 6 yards of linen, the spinner can himself consume 1/3, being 2 yards, equal to the labor newly added, profit and wages, but 4 yards replace for him only flax and machinery. Say 3 yards for flax, 1 yard for machinery. He must pass on the payment for these. Of the 2 yards, the machinery manufacturer can himself consume 2/3 of a yard, but 4/3 only replace for him iron and wood, in a word, raw material, and the machinery used for building the machine. Say of the 4/3 yard, 1 yard for raw material and 1/3 for machinery. Of the 12 yards of linen, we've consumed up to this point, first, 4 for the weaver, second, 2 for the spinner, third, 2/3 for the machine builder, together 6 2/3. So 5 1/3 remain to be accounted for, and these 5 1/3 are distributed as follows. The spinner has to replace out of the value of 4 yards, 3 for flax, and 1 for machinery. The machinery manufacturer has to replace, out of the value of the 4/3 yards, 1 for iron and 1/3 for machinery, what he has himself used up in building the machines. The 3 yards for flax are therefore paid by the spinner to the flax grower. In the case of the latter, however, there is the special feature that a part of his constant capital, namely seed, manure, etc., in short all products of the land which he returns to the land, does not enter at all into circulation, and consequently does not need to be deducted from the product that he sells. This product, on the contrary, expresses only added labor, and consequently consists entirely of wages and profit, except for the part which replaces machinery, artificial fertilizers, etc. So let us assume, as before, that 1/3 of the total product is labor added. Then 1 yard of the 3 would come under this category. Taking as before for the 2 other yards that 1/4 is for machinery, that would be 1/2 of a yard. The other 1 1/2, on the other hand, would also be for labor added, since in this part of the flax grower's product there is no constant capital, which he has already deducted earlier. So 2 2/4 yards would go for the flax grower's wages and profit. What remains is half a yard for the replacement of machinery. Thus, of the 5 1/3 yards which we had to consume, 22/4 have gone, being 2 5/6 yards. This last half a yard would therefore be used by the flax grower to buy machinery. The machinery manufacturer's account would now stand like this. Of the constant capital for the loom, he had laid out 1 yarn for iron, etc. 1/3 of a yard for the wear and tear of the machine-building machine in producing the loom. In addition, however, the spinner buys from the machinery manufacturer spinning machinery for 1 yard, and the flax grower buys from him agricultural implements for 2/4 of a yard. Of these 6/4 yards, the machinery manufacturer has to consume 1/3 for labor added, and to expend 2/3 for the constant capital laid out in the spinning machine and the agricultural implements. 6/4 is, however, equal to 18/12, so the machine builder would have 6/12 of a yard again for consumption, 12/12, or 1 yard, to convert into constant capital. Of the 2 5/6 yards not yet consumed, 1/2 of a yard therefore has gone. 14/6 yards are left, or 2 1/3 yards. Of this yard, the machinery manufacturer would have to expend 3/4 on raw material, iron and wood, etc., and 1/4 to pay himself for the replacement of the machine-building machine. So the total account would now stand like this. The machinery manufacturer's constant capital, for the loom, 1 yard for the raw material, 1/2 of a yard for wear and tear of his own machinery. For spinning machine and agricultural implements, 3/4 of a yard for raw material, 1/4 of a yard for wear and tear of his own machinery. Hence equal to 1 3/4 yards for raw material, 1/3 plus 1/4 for wear and tear of his own machinery. The 1 3/4 yards, or 7/4 yards, therefore buy from the iron and wood manufacturers, iron and wood to this value. 7/4 is 21/12, but here a new question arises. In the case of the flax grower, the raw material which is part of the constant capital did not enter into the product he sold, because it had already been deducted. In this case, we must resolve the total product into labor added and machinery. If we even assume that here the added labor was equal to 2/3 of the product, and the machinery 1/3, 14/12 would be consumable, and 7/12 would remain as constant capital for the machinery. This 7/12 would come back to the machinery manufacturer. What was left of the 12 yards would then amount to 1/3 plus 1/4 yard, which the machinery manufacturer would have to pay to himself for the wear and tear of his own machinery, and 7/12 of a yard which the iron and wood manufacturers returned to him for machinery. Hence, 1/3 plus 1/4 being 4/12 plus 3/12 being 7/12. In addition, the 7/12 returned by the iron and wood manufacturers, together 14/12 being 1 1/6. The iron and wood manufacturer's machinery and instruments of labor must be bought from the machinery manufacturer, just as those of the weaver, the spinner, and the flax grower. Thus, of the 7/12 of a yard, let 1/3 equal to 2/12 be labor added. This 2/12 of a yard can therefore also be consumed. The remaining 5/12, actually 4/12 and 2/3/12, but there's no need to be so exact, represents the constant capital contained in the woodcutter's axe and the iron manufacturer's machinery, 3/4 pig iron, wood, etc., and 1/4 machinery used up. Of the 14/12 yards, 12/12, or 1 yard, is left, 3 hours labor at 3 shillings. Therefore, of the 1 yard, 1/4 of a yard for the replacement of the machine-building machine, and 3/4 of a yard for wood, iron, etc. Hence, for the wear and tear of the machine-building machine, 7/12 of a yard plus 1/4 of a yard, being 7/12 plus 3/12 at 10/12 of a yard. On the other hand, it would now be quite pointless again to resolve the 3/4 of a yard for wood and iron into their component parts, and to return a part of it once more to the machinery manufacturer, who would return a part of it again to the iron and wood manufacturers. Something would always be left over, and a progression to infinity. Subsection C. Exchange of capital for capital between the producers of means of production, annual product of labor, and the product of labor newly added annually. Let us then take the problem as it now stands. 5/6 of a yard, in value, has to be replaced by the machinery manufacturer himself in the worn-out machine. 3/4 of a yard represents an equal amount of value in wood and iron. The machinery manufacturer has given it to the iron and wood manufacturers in order to replace his raw material. We have in hand the residuum of 1 7/12 yards. The balance of 5/6 of a yard which the machinery manufacturer keeps for making good his wear and tear equals 2 1/2 shillings, or 2 1/2 hours labor. The machinery manufacturer cannot accept any linen for this value. He would himself have to sell it again in order with the 2 shillings 6pence to make good the wear and tear of his machinery, in a word, to make new machine-building machines. But to whom is he to sell it? To producers of other products, other than iron and wood? But these producers have consumed in linen all that they were able to consume in this form. Only the 4 yards which constitute the weaver's wages and profit are exchangeable for other products, apart from those contained in the constant capital or the labor of which this capital consists. And we have already accounted for these 4 yards. Or is he to pay the workers with it? But we have already deducted from his products all that labor has added to them, and we have taken it as all consumed in linen. To simplify the calculation, say 4 yards, or 12 shillings at 12 hours labor. Of this, for labor, that is profit and wages, 1/3 equals 1 1/3 yards. 2 2/3 remain for constant capital. Of this, 3/4 for raw material, 1/4 for wear and tear of the machinery, 2 2/3, being 8/3, being 32/12, a quarter of this being 8/12. This 8/12 of a yard for wear and tear of machinery is all that the machinery manufacturer is still burdened with, for he pays 24/12, or 2 yards, to the iron and wood manufacturers for raw material. It is wrong, then, to charge the iron and wood manufacturers again for machinery, since all that they have to replace its machinery, namely 7/12 of a yard, has already been brought into the machinery manufacturer's account. In the latter's item, the whole of the machinery that they need for the production of iron and wood has already been included, and it therefore cannot come a second time into the reckoning. The last 2 yards for iron and wood, the residuum of 2 8/12, consists therefore entirely of labor, since there is no raw material used, and can therefore be consumed in linen. Thus the whole residuum is 8/12 of a yard, or 2/3 of a yard for wear and tear of the machinery used by the machinery manufacturer. The whole problem was partly solved by the fact that the part of the farmer's constant capital, which does not itself consist of labor newly added, or in machinery, does not circulate at all, but is already deducted, replaces itself in its own production, and therefore also, apart from the machinery, his whole circulating product consists of wages and profit, and consequently can be consumed in linen. This was one part of the solution. The other part was that what appears in one sphere of production as constant capital, in other spheres of production appears as new labor added during the same year. What, in the weaver's hand, appears as constant capital consists in large part of the revenue of the spinner, machinery manufacturer, flax grower, and iron and wood producers, also of the collier, etc., but for the sake of simplification, this is not brought into it. This is so clear that, for example, when the same manufacturer both spins and weaves, his constant capital seems to be smaller than that of the weaver, and the labor added by him greater. That is to say, the part of his product which consists of labor added, the revenue, profit and wages. Thus, in the case of the weaver, revenue was equal to 4 yards at 12 shillings, constant capital 8 yards at 24 shillings. If he both spins and weaves, his revenue is equal to 6 yards. His constant capital also equals 6 yards, that is, 2 yards for loom, 3 yards flax, and 1 yard spinning machinery. Thirdly, however, the solution so far found is that all producers who supply only raw material or means of production for the product which finally enters into individual consumption cannot consume their revenue, profit and wages, the labor newly added, in their own product. But they can consume the part of the value of this product which represents revenue only in the consumable product, or, what is the same thing, they have to exchange it for a consumable product of other producers containing the same amount of value. Their newly added labor enters into the final product as a component part of the value, but is only consumed in the form of the final product, while as a use value it is contained in the final product as raw material or machinery used up. Hence, the part of the problem which now remains to be solved is reduced to this. What happens to the 2/3 of a yard for the wear and tear of the machine-building machine? Not of the machines used in production, for these represent new labor, that is, new labor which gives the raw material, which has itself no raw material that costs anything, the form of new machinery. But what happens to the depreciation of the machinery manufacturer's machine-building machine? Or to put it another way, under what conditions can the machinery manufacturer consume the 2/3 of a yard, being 2 shillings, in linen, and at the same time replace his machinery? That is the real question. This takes place, in fact. It necessarily takes place. Hence the problem, how is this phenomenon to be explained? Here, we leave entirely out of account the part of the profit which is transformed into new capital, both circulating and fixed, variable and constant capital. It has nothing to do with our problem, for here, new variable capital, as well as the new constant capital, are created and replaced by new labor, a part of the surplus labor. So putting this case on one side, the total of labor newly added, in a year for example, is equal to the total of profit and wages, i.e. equal to the total of the annual revenues spent on products which enter into individual consumption, such as food, clothing, heating, dwelling house, furniture, etc. The total of these products going into consumption is equal in value to the total labor added annually, to the total value of the revenue. This quantity of labor must be equal to the total labor contained in these products, both the added and the pre-existing labor. In these products, not only the labor newly added, but also the constant capital they contain must be paid for. Their value is therefore equal to the total of profit and wages. If we take linen as the example, then the linen represents for us the aggregate of the products entering into individual consumption annually. This linen must not only be equal to the value of all its elements of value, but its whole use value must be consumable by the various producers who take their share of it. Its whole value must be resolvable into profit and wages, that is, labor newly added each year, although it consists of labor added and constant capital. This is partly explained, as we have said, by first, a part of the constant capital required for the production of the linen does not enter into it, either as use value or as exchange value. This is the part of the flax which consists of seed, etc., the part of the constant capital of the agricultural product which does not enter into circulation, but is directly or indirectly returned to production, to the land. This part replaces itself, so it does not need to be repaid out of the linen. A peasant may sell his whole harvest, say 120 quarters, but then he must buy from another peasant, for example 12 quarters of seed, and the latter has then to use as seed out of his 120 quarters 24 quarters instead of 12, 1/5 instead of 1/10 of his product. In both cases, 24 quarters of the 240 quarters are given back to the land as seed. Of course, this makes a difference in the circulation. In the first case, where each deducts 1/10, 216 quarters enter circulation. In the second case, 120 quarters of the first and 108 quarters of the second enter circulation, that is, 228 quarters. As in the previous case, 216 quarters reach the actual consumers. Here, therefore, we have an example of the fact that the total of values as between dealers and dealers is greater than the total of values as between dealers and consumers. Moreover, there is the same difference in all cases in which a part of the profit is transformed into new capital. Moreover, transactions between dealers and dealers extend over many years, etc. This part of the raw material required for the production of linen, that is, the consumable products, therefore does not have to replace a considerable part of the constant capital required for its production. Secondly, a large part of the constant capital required for the linen, that is, for the annual consumable product, appears at one level as constant capital, at another level as labor newly added, and consequently, in fact, consists of profit and wages, revenue, for one, while the same sum of value appears as capital for another. Thus, a part of the weaver's constant capital is reducible to the labor of the spinner, etc. Thirdly, in all the intermediate processes that are necessary to produce the consumable product, a large part of the products, apart from the raw material and certain auxiliary materials, never passes into use value, but only enters into the consumable product as a component part of its value, such as machinery, coal, oil, tallow, leather belting, etc. In each of these processes, which in fact always only produce the constant capital for the next stage, insofar as through the division of social labor they take the form of separate branches of business, the product of each stage is divided into one part representing the newly added labor, consisting of profit and wages, and with the proviso made above, forms revenue, and another part which represents the value of the constant capital consumed. It is therefore clear that in each of these spheres of production, only that part of the product can be consumed by its own producers which represents wages and profit. Only that part which remains over after deducting the quantity of products equal to the value of the constant capital they contain. But none of these producers consumes any part whatever of the products of the previous stage, or of the products of all the stages which in fact produce nothing but constant capital for a further stage. Thus, although the final product, the linen, which represents all consumable products, consists of newly added labor and constant capital, and so the final producers of this consumable product can only consume that part of it which consists of the labor last added, of their total wages and profits, their revenue. Nevertheless, all the producers of constant capital consume or realize their newly added labor only in the consumable product. Thus, although this consists of labor added and constant capital, its purchase price consists, in addition to that part of the product which is equal to the quantity of labor last added, of the total quantity of all the labor added in the production of its constant capital. They realize all added labor in the consumable product, instead of in their own product, so that in this respect it is the same as if the consumable product consisted entirely of wages and profit, of labor added. From the consumable product, the linen, the producers from whose sphere of production it emerges as a finished product, themselves deduct the part of the product equal to their revenue, equal to the labor last added by them, equal to the total wages and profit. With the other part of the consumable product, they pay the component part of the value due to the producers who have directly supplied them with their constant capital. All of this part of their consumable product therefore covers the value of the revenue and constant capital of the producers of this constant capital in its nearest stage. The latter, however, keep only the part of the consumable product whose value is equal to their revenue. With the other part, they pay in turn the producers of their constant capital, equal to revenue plus constant capital. The account, however, can only be settled if it is only revenue, newly added labor, not constant capital, that has to be replaced by the last part of the linen, the consumable product. For on the assumption we have made, the linen enters only into consumption and does not in turn form the constant capital of another phase of production. This has already been shown to be the case for a part of the product of agriculture. In general, it is only products that enter as raw materials into the final product, of which it can be said that they are consumed as products. Other products enter into the consumable product only as component parts of value. The consumable product is bought by revenue, that is, by wages and profit. Its total value must therefore be resolvable into wages and profit, that is, into the labor added in all its stages. The question now arises, in addition to the part of the product of agriculture which is returned to production by its producers themselves, seed, cattle, manure, etc., is there yet another part of the constant capital which does not enter into the consumable product as a component part of value, but is replaced in kind in the process of production itself? Fixed capital in all its forms can of course only be considered here to the extent that its value enters into production and is consumed. Apart from agriculture, including cattle raising and fish farming and forestry, in which reproduction is artificially organized, and so apart from all raw materials for clothing, actual means of sustenance, and a large part of the products entering into fixed capital in industry, such as sails, rope belting, etc., in mining, there is the partial replacement of constant capital in kind out of the product, so that the part which enters into circulation does not have to replace this part of the constant capital. For example, in coal production, some of the coal is used to work the steam engine which pumps out water or raises coal. The value of the annual product is therefore partly equal to the part of the labor pre-existing in coal and consumed in producing the coal, and partly equal to the quantity of labor added, leaving out of account wear and tear of machinery, etc. Of the total product, however, the part of the constant capital which consists in coal itself is directly deducted and returned to production. No one has to replace this part for the producer, because he replaces it himself. If the productivity of labor has neither fallen nor risen, then too the part of the value which this part of the product represents remains unchanged, and is equal to a definite adequate part of the quantity of labor existing in the product, partly pre-existing labor, partly labor added during the year. In the other mining industries too, there is a partial replacement of the constant capital in kind. Waste products, as for example cotton waste and so on, are fed to the fields as fertilizer, or become raw material for other branches of industry, as for example linen rags in the production of paper. In such cases, as in the former case, part of an industry's constant capital may be directly exchanged for the constant capital of another industry, for example cotton for cotton waste used as fertilizer. In general, however, there is a cardinal difference between the production of machines and primary production of raw materials, iron, wood, coal, and the other phases of production. In the latter, there is no interaction between them. Linen cannot be a part of the spinner's constant capital, nor can yarn as such be a part of the constant capital of the flax grower or machinery manufacturer. But the raw material of machinery, apart from such agricultural products as leather belting, rope, etc., is wood, iron, and coal, while on the other hand, machinery in its turn enters as a means of production into the constant capital of the producers of wood, iron, coal, etc. In fact, therefore, both replace each other a part of their constant capital in kind. Here, there is exchange of constant capital for constant capital. Here it is not merely a question of accounting. The producer of iron debits the machinery manufacturer for the wear and tear of the machinery used up in producing the iron, and the machinery manufacturer debits the producer of iron for the wear and tear of his machinery in constructing the machines. Let the producers of iron and coal be the same person. First, he himself replaces the coal, as we have seen. Secondly, the value of his total product of iron and coal is equal to the value of the labor added plus the labor pre-existing in the worn-out machinery. After deducting from this total product the quantity of iron that replaces the value of the machinery, the quantity of iron which is left represents the labor added. The latter part forms the raw material of manufacturers of machinery, instruments, etc. The machinery manufacturer pays the iron manufacturer for this latter part in linen. In exchange for the first part, he supplies him with machinery to replace the old. On the other hand, the part of the machinery manufacturer's constant capital which represents the wear and tear of his machine-building machines, instruments, etc., and therefore consists neither of raw material nor of labor added, and so neither of wages or profit, this wear and tear is in fact made good by the machinery manufacturer appropriating for himself one or two of his own machines to serve as machine-building machines. This part of his product merely comes to an excess consumption of raw material, for it does not represent labor newly added, since in the total product of the labor, so many machines are equal to the value of the raw material, and so many machines are equal to the part of the value that was contained in machine-building machines. It is true that this last part does contain labor added, but in value, this is equal to zero, since the labor contained in the raw material and in the machinery used up is not reckoned in the group of machines that represents labor added, and the part which replaces the new labor and machinery is not reckoned in the second group, which replaces the raw material, and consequently in the third part, considered as value, neither labor added nor raw material is contained, but this group of machines represents only the wear and tear of the machinery. The machinery of the machinery manufacturer himself is not sold. It is replaced in kind, deducted from the total product. Consequently, the machines which he sells represent only raw material, which consists only of labor, if he has already been charged for the wear and tear of the raw material produces machinery, and labor added, and therefore are resolvable into linen for himself and for the raw material producer. As for what specially concerns the relations between the machinery manufacturer and the producer of raw materials, the latter has deducted, in respect to the part of his machinery that has been wasted, a quantity of iron equal to its value. He exchanges this with the machinery manufacturer, so that each of them pays the other in kind, and this process has nothing to do with the division of revenue between them. So much for this question, to which we shall return in connection with the circulation of capital. In reality, the constant capital is replaced by being constantly produced anew, and in part by reproducing itself. The part of the constant capital which enters into the consumable product is, however, paid for out of the living labor which enters into the non-consumable products. Because the latter labor is not paid for in its own products, it can resolve the whole consumable product into income. A part of the constant capital, considered as part of the annual product, is only seemingly constant capital. Another part, although it enters into the total product, does not enter into the consumable product either as a component part of its value or as a use value, but is replaced in kind, remaining always incorporated in production. Here, we have considered how the total consumable product is divided up and resolved into all the component parts of value and conditions of production that have entered into it. But always, there are, simultaneously and side by side, the consumable product, which, insofar as it consists of wages, is equal to the variable part of capital, the production of the consumable product, and the production of all parts of the constant capital required for its production, whether it enters into it or not. In the same way, each capital is always simultaneously divided into constant and variable capital, and although the constant capital, like the variable, is continuously replaced by new products, it is always in existence in the same form, so long as production of the same kind goes on. The relation between the machinery manufacturer and the primary producers, iron, wood, etc., is that they in fact exchange with each other a part of their constant capital, which has nothing in common with the transformation of a part of the constant capital of one into revenue for the other, because their products, although one is the previous stage for the other, on both sides enter as means of production into the constant capital of the other. In return for the machinery, which the producer of iron, wood, etc. needs, he gives the machine builder iron, wood, etc. to the value of the machine to be replaced. This part of the machine builder's constant capital is for him just the same as seed is for the peasant. It is part of his annual product, which he replaces in kind for himself, and which is not resolved into revenue form. On the other hand, what is thus replaced for the machine builder, in the form of raw material, is not only the raw material contained in the iron producer's machine, but also the part of the value of this machine which consists of labor added and wear and tear of his own machinery. Thus it replaces for him not only the wear and tear of his own machinery, but can be regarded as accounting for a part of the wear and tear contained in the other machines. It is true that this machine sold to the producer of iron also contains component parts of value equal to the raw material and the labor added, but on the other hand, there is correspondingly less wear and tear to be accounted for in the other machines. This part of their constant capital, that is, of the product of their annual labor, which replaces only the part of the value of the constant capital representing wear and tear, therefore does not enter into the machines which the machine builder sells to the other industrialists. But as regards the wear and tear in these other machines, it is in fact replaced for the machine builder by the above-mentioned 2/3 of a yard of linen, the equivalent of 2 hours' labor. With that, he buys pig iron, wood, etc. to the same value, and replaces the wear and tear in another form of his constant capital, in the form of iron. Thus, a part of his raw material replaces for him the value of his wear and tear, in addition to the value of the raw material. This raw material, however, as far as the producer of iron, etc. is concerned, consists only of the labor time added, as the machinery of these producers of raw materials, iron, wood, coal, etc., has already been accounted for. Thus, all the elements of the linen are resolved into a sum of quantities of labor equal to the amount of labor newly added, but not equal to the amount of the total labor contained in the constant capital and perpetuated by reproduction. That the quantity of labor consisting partly of living labor, partly of pre-existing labor, which forms the total of commodities which enter each year into individual consumption, and thus are consumed as revenue, cannot be greater than the labor added annually, is for that matter a tautology. For the revenue is equal to the total of profit and wages, which is equal to the total labor newly added, and is equal to the total of the commodities which contain an equal quantity of labor. The case of iron producer and machine builder is only one example. Between different spheres of production, where the products of each enter into the other as means of production, an exchange in kind takes place too, even though concealed by a series of money transactions, between the constant capital of the one and that of the other. Insofar as this is the case, the consumers of the final product which enters into consumption have not got to replace this constant capital, since it has already been replaced. For example, in the manufacture of locomotives, every day the waste amounts to whole wagon loads of iron filings. These are collected and resold, or charged an account, to the same iron manufacturer who supplied the locomotive manufacturer with his principal raw material. The iron manufacturer again gives them solid form, adding new labor to them. However, in the form in which he sends them back to the locomotive manufacturer, these filings represent the part of the value of the product which replaces raw material. In this way, not the same filings, but constantly a certain quantity of filings move here and there between the two factories. This part forms in turn the raw material for each of the two branches of industry, and considered as value, only wanders from one shop to the other. Consequently, it does not enter into the final product, but is a replacement in kind of the constant capital. In fact, every machine supplied by the machinery manufacturer, from the standpoint of value, is divided into raw material, labor added, and wear and tear of the machinery. But the whole total that enters into the production of other spheres can only be equal in value to the total of the machinery minus the part of the constant capital which is continually passing backwards and forwards between the machinery manufacturer and the iron manufacturer. 1 quarter of wheat sold by a peasant is as dear as another, and a quarter of wheat that is sold is no cheaper than one that is returned to the land in the form of seed. Still, if the product equals 6 quarters, and the quarter equals 3 pounds, each quarter containing component parts of value for labor added, raw material, and machinery, and if he has to use 1 quarter as seeds, he would only sell to consumers 5 quarters, equal to 15 pounds. They would therefore not pay for the part of the value contained in the 1 quarter of seed. And this is the point. How can the value of the product sold be equal to all the elements of value contained in it, labor added and constant capital, and how, in spite of this, does the consumer buy the product and yet not pay for the constant capital? In addition to the foregoing, the following quotation shows how little the insipid say even understood what the question was. Quote, "In order to fully understand this subject of revenues, it is necessary to take into account that the entire value of a product is divided into revenues for various persons. For the total value of each product is composed of the profits of the landowners, of the capitalists, and of the craftsmen who have contributed to bring it into existence. This is why the revenue of society is equal to the gross value which has been produced, and not, as the sect of economists imagines, to the net product of the land. If the only revenues in a nation were the excess of the values produced over the values consumed, this would lead to a truly absurd result, that a nation which had consumed in the year values as great as it had produced would have no revenue." End quote. In fact, in the year that was past, it would have had a revenue, but it would have none the next year. It is not true that the annual product of labor, of which the product of the annual labor forms only one part, consists of revenue. On the other hand, it is correct that this is the case with the part of the product which each year enters into individual consumption. The revenue, which consists only of added labor, is able to pay for this product, which consists partly of added and partly of pre-existing labor. That is to say, the labor added in these products can pay not only for itself, but also for the pre-existing labor, because another part of the product, which also consists of labor added and pre-existing labor, replaces only pre-existing labor, only constant capital. Section 11. Additional points. Smith's confusion on the question of the measure of value. General character of the contradictions in Smith. To the points in Adams' theory just discussed, must be added that in his vacillations on the determination of value, in addition to the apparent contradiction in regards to wages, there is also confusion of ideal, insofar as he confuses the measure of value as the immanent measure, which at the same time forms the substance of value, with the measure of value in the sense that money is called a measure of value. With regard to the latter, the attempt is then made to square the circle, to find a commodity whose value does not change, to serve as a constant measure for the others. On the question of the relation of the measure of value as money to the determination of value by labor time, see the first part of this work. This confusion is also to be found in Ricardo in certain passages. Adam Smith's contradictions are of significance because they contain problems which, it is true, he does not solve, but which he reveals by contradicting himself. His correct instinct in this connection is best shown by the fact that his successors take opposing strands based on one aspect of his teaching or the other. Chapter 4. Theories of Productive and Unproductive Labor. We come now to the last controversial point in Adam Smith's writings which we have to consider: the distinction between productive labor and unproductive labor. In Adam Smith's definition of what he calls productive labor, as distinguished from unproductive labor, we find the same two-sided approach as we have found on every question up to now. Jumbled together in his presentation, we find two definitions of what he calls productive labor, and to begin with, we will examine the first, correct definition. Section 1. Productive labor from the standpoint of capitalist production, labor which produces surplus value. Productive labor, in its meaning for capitalist production, is wage labor which, exchanged against the variable part of capital, the part of the capital that is spent on wages, reproduces not only this part of the capital, or the value of its own labor power, but in addition produces surplus value for the capitalist. It is only thereby that commodity or money is transformed into capital, is produced as capital. Only that wage labor is productive which produces capital. This is the same as saying that it reproduces, on an enlarged scale, the sum of value expended on it, or that it gives in return more labor than it receives in the form of wages. Consequently, only that labor power is productive which produces a value greater than its own. The mere existence of a class of capitalists, and therefore of capital, depends on the productivity of labor, not, however, on its absolute, but on its relative productivity. For example, if a day's labor only sufficed to keep the worker alive, that is, to reproduce his labor power, speaking in an absolute sense, his labor would be productive because it would be reproductive. That is to say, because it constantly replaced the values equal to the value of its own labor power which it consumed. But in the capitalist sense, it would not be productive because it produced no surplus value. It produced, in fact, no new value, but only replaced the old. It would have consumed it, the value, in one form in order to reproduce it in the other. And in this sense, it has been said that a worker is productive whose production is equal to his own consumption, and that a worker is unproductive who consumes more than he reproduces. Productivity in the capitalist sense is based on relative productivity, that the worker not only replaces an old value, but creates a new one, that he materializes more labor time in his product than is materialized in the product that keeps him in existence as a worker. It is this kind of productive wage labor that is the basis for the existence of capital. Assuming, however, that no capital exists, but that the worker appropriates his surplus labor himself, the excess of values that he has created over the values that he consumes, then one could say only of this labor that it is truly productive, that is, that it creates new values. Section 2. Views of the physiocrats and mercantilists on productive labor. This conception of productive labor follows naturally from Adam Smith's view of the origin of surplus value, that is, of the nature of capital. Insofar as he holds to this conception, he is following a course that was taken by the physiocrats and even by the mercantilists. He only frees it from misconceptions, and in this way brings out its inner kernel. Though wrong in thinking that only agricultural labor was productive, the physiocrats put forward the correct view that from the capitalist standpoint, only that labor is productive which creates a surplus value, and in fact a surplus value not for itself, but for the owner of the conditions of production. Labor which produces a net product not for itself, but for the landowner. For the surplus value or surplus labor time is materialized in surplus produce, or net product. But here again, they have a wrong conception of this, inasmuch as there is, for example, more wheat than laborers and farmers eat. But also, in the case of cloth, there is more than what cloth manufacturers, workmen and master, need for their own clothing. Surplus value itself is wrongly conceived because they have a wrong idea of value and reduce it to the use value of labor, not to labor time, social homogeneous labor. Nevertheless, there remains the correct definition that only the wage labor which creates more value than it costs is productive. Adam Smith frees this definition from the wrong conception with which the physiocrats linked it. If we go back from the physiocrats to the mercantilists, there too we find one aspect of their theory which contains the same view of productive labor, even though they were not conscious of it. The basis of their theory was the idea that labor is only productive in those branches of production whose products, when sent abroad, bring back more money than they have cost, or than had to be exported in exchange for them, which, therefore, enabled a country to participate to a greater degree in the products of newly opened gold and silver mines. They saw that in these countries there was a rapid growth of wealth and of the middle class. What in fact was the source of this influence exerted by gold? Wages did not rise in proportion to the prices of commodities. That is, wages fell, and because of this, relative surplus labor increased and the rate of profit rose. Not because the worker had become more productive, but because the absolute wage, that is to say the quantity of means of existence which the laborer received, was forced down. In a word, because the position of the workers grew worse. In these countries, therefore, labor was in fact more productive for those who employed it. This fact was linked with the influx of the precious metals, and it was this, though they were only ever dimly aware of it, which led the mercantilists to declare that labor employed in such branches of production was alone productive. Quote, "The remarkable increase of population, which has taken place in almost every European state during the last 50 or 60 years, has perhaps proceeded chiefly from the increased productiveness of the American mines. An increased abundance of the precious metals, of course as a result of the fall in their real value, raises the price of commodities in a greater proportion than the price of labor. It depresses the condition of the laborer, and at the same time increases the gains of his employer, who is thus induced to enlarge his circulating capital to the utmost of his ability, to hire as many hands as he has the means to pay. And it has been seen that this is precisely the state of things most favorable to the increase of the people. Mr. Malthus observes that the discovery of the mines of America, during the time that it raised the price of corn between 3 and 4 times, did not nearly so much as double the price of labor. The price of commodities intended for home consumption, of corn for instance, does not immediately rise in consequence of an influx of money, but as the rate of profit in agricultural employments is thus depressed below the rate of profit in manufactures, capital will gradually be withdrawn from the former to the latter. Thus all capital comes to yield higher profits than formerly, and a rise of profits is always equivalent to a fall of wages." End quote from John Barton, Observations on the Circumstances which Influence the Condition of the Laboring Classes of Society, published in London in 1817. So firstly, according to Barton, in the second half of the 18th century, there was a repetition of the same phenomenon as that which, from the last third of the 16th century and in the 17th, has given the impulse to the mercantile system. Secondly, as only exported goods were measured in gold and silver on the basis of its reduced value, while those for home consumption continued to be measured in gold and silver according to its former value, until competition among the capitalists put an end to this measuring by two different standards. Labor in the former branches of production appeared to be directly productive, that is, creating surplus value, through the depression of wages below their former level. Section 3. The duality in Smith's conception of productive labor. His first explanation, the view of productive labor as labor exchanged for capital. The second, wrong conception of productive labor which Smith develops is so interwoven with the correct one that the two follow each other in rapid succession in the same passage. To illustrate the first conception, it is therefore necessary to tear the quotations into separate parts. Quote, "There is one sort of labor which adds to the value of the subject upon which it is bestowed. There is another which has no such effect. The former, as it produces a value, may be called productive, the latter unproductive labor. Thus the labor of a manufacturer adds generally to the value of the materials which he works upon, that of his own maintenance and of his master's profit. The labor of a menial servant, on the contrary, adds to the value of nothing. Though the manufacturer has his wages advanced to him by his master, he in reality costs him no expense, the value of those wages being generally restored together with a profit in the improved value of the subject upon which his labor is bestowed. But the maintenance of a menial servant never is restored. A man grows rich by employing a multitude of manufacturers. He grows poor by maintaining a multitude of menial servants." End quote from Adam Smith. In this passage, and in its continuation to be quoted later, the contradictory definitions jostle each other even more closely. What is in the main and preeminently understood by productive labor is labor which produces a surplus value, quote, his master's profit, end quote, in addition to the reproduction of the value of his, the laborer's, own maintenance. Also, the industrialist could not grow rich by employing a multitude of manufacturers, that is, working men, unless the latter, in addition to the value which their own maintenance costs, added also a surplus value. Secondly, however, in this passage, Adam Smith treats as productive labor, labor which in general produces a value. Leaving this latter statement out of account for the moment, however, we will first cite other passages in which the first conception is partly repeated, partly formulated more sharply, but particularly also further developed. If the quantity of food and clothing which were consumed by unproductive hands had been distributed among productive hands, they would have reproduced, together with a profit, the full value of their consumption. Here, the productive laborer is quite explicitly one who not only produces for the capitalist the full value of the means of subsistence contained in his wages, but reproduces it for him with a profit. Only labor which produces capital is productive labor. Commodities or money become capital, however, through being exchanged directly for labor power, and exchanged only in order to be replaced by more labor than they themselves contain. For the use value of labor power to the capitalist as a capitalist does not consist in its actual use value, in the usefulness of this particular concrete labor, that it is spinning labor, weaving labor, and so on. He is as little concerned with this as with the use value of the product of this labor as such, since for the capitalist, the product is a commodity, even before its first metamorphosis, not an article of consumption. What interests him in the commodity is that it has more exchange value than he paid for it, and therefore the use value of the labor is for him that he gets back a greater quantity of labor time than he has paid out in the form of wages. Included among these productive workers, of course, are all those who contribute in one way or another to the production of the commodity, from the actual operative to the manager or engineer, as distinct from the capitalist. And so even the latest English official report on the factories explicitly includes in the category of employed wage laborers all persons employed in the factories and in the offices attached to them, with the exception of the manufacturers themselves. Productive labor is here defined from the standpoint of capitalist production, and Adam Smith here got to the very heart of the matter, hit the nail on the head. This is one of his greatest scientific merits. As Malthus rightly observed, this critical differentiation between productive and unproductive labor remains the basis of all bourgeois political economy, that he defines productive labor as labor which is directly exchanged with capital. That is, he defines it by the exchange through which the conditions of production of labor, and value in general, whether money or commodity, are first transformed into capital, and labor into wage labor in its scientific meaning. This also establishes absolutely what unproductive labor is. It is labor which is not exchanged with capital, but directly with revenue, that is, with wages or profit, including, of course, the various categories of those who share as co-partners in the capitalist profit, such as interest and rent. Where all labor, in part, still pays itself, like, for example, the agricultural labor of the serfs, and in part is directly exchanged for revenue, like the manufacturing labor in the cities of Asia, no capital and no wage labor exists in the sense of bourgeois political economy. These definitions are therefore not derived from the material characteristics of labor, neither from the nature of its product, nor from the particular character of the laborer's concrete labor, but from the definite social form, the social relations of production, within which the labor is realized. An actor, for example, or even a clown, according to this definition, is a productive laborer if he works in the service of a capitalist, an entrepreneur, to whom he returns more labor than he receives from him in the form of wages, while a jobbing tailor who comes to the capitalist's house and patches his trousers for him, producing a mere use value for him, is an unproductive laborer. The former's labor is exchanged with capital, the latter's with revenue. The former's labor produces a surplus value, in the latter's, revenue is consumed. Productive and unproductive labor is here throughout conceived from the standpoint of the possessor of money, from the standpoint of the capitalist, not from that of the workman. Hence the nonsense written by Ganil, etc., who have so little understanding of the matter that they raise the question whether the labor or service of function of the prostitute, flunky, etc. brings in returns. A writer is a productive laborer not insofar as he produces ideas, but insofar as he enriches the publisher who publishes his works, or if he is a wage laborer for a capitalist. The use value of the commodity in which the labor of a productive worker is embodied may be of the most futile kind. The material characteristics are in no way linked with its nature, which, on the contrary, is only the expression of a definite social relation of production. It is a definition of labor which is derived not from its content or its result, but from its particular social form. On the other hand, on the assumption that capital has conquered the whole of production, and that therefore a commodity, as distinct from a mere use value, is no longer produced by any laborer who is himself the owner of the conditions of production for producing this commodity, that therefore only the capitalist is the producer of commodities, the sole commodity accepted being labor power, then revenue must be exchanged either against commodities, which capital alone produces and sells, or against labor, which, just like those commodities, is bought in order to be consumed. That is, only for the sake of its particular material characteristics, its use value, for the sake of these services, which, through its particular material characteristics, it renders to its buyer and consumer. For the producer of these services, the services rendered are commodities. They have a definite use value, imaginary or real, and a definite exchange value. For the buyer, however, these services are mere use values, objects in which he consumes his revenue. These unproductive laborers do not receive their share of revenue, their co-partnership in the commodities produced by productive labor, gratis. They must buy their share in them, but they have nothing to do with their production. It is, however, in any case clear, the greater part of the revenue, that is wages and profit, that is spent on commodities produced by capital, the less the part that can be spent on the services of unproductive laborers, and vice versa. The determinate material form of the labor, and therefore of its product, in itself has nothing to do with this distinction between productive and unproductive labor. For example, the cooks and waiters in a public hotel are productive laborers, insofar as their labor is transformed into capital for the proprietor of the hotel. These same persons are unproductive laborers as menial servants, inasmuch as I do not make capital out of their services, but spend revenue on them. In fact, however, if I am the consumer, then these same persons are also, for me, unproductive laborers even in the hotel. Quote, that part of the annual produce of the land and labor of any country which replaces a capital never is immediately employed to maintain any but productive hands. It pays the wages of productive labor only. That which is immediately destined for constituting a revenue, either as profit or as rent, may maintain indifferently either productive or unproductive hands. Whatever part of his stock a man employs as capital, he always expects it to be replaced to him with a profit. He employs it, therefore, in maintaining productive hands only, and after having served in the function of a capital to him, it constitutes a revenue to them. Whenever he employs any part of it in maintaining unproductive hands of any kind, that part is, from that moment, withdrawn from his capital, and placed in his stock reserved for immediate consumption. End quote. To the extent that capital conquers the whole of production, and therefore the home and petty form of industry, in short, industry intended for self-consumption, not producing commodities, to the extent that this disappears, it is clear that the unproductive laborers, those whose services are directly exchanged against revenue, will for the most part be performing only personal services, and only an inconsiderable part of them, like cooks, seamstresses, jobbing tailors, and so on, will produce material use values. That they produce no commodities follows from the nature of the case, for the commodity as such is never an immediate object of consumption, but a bearer of exchange value. Consequently, only a quite insignificant part of these unproductive laborers can play a direct part in material production once the capitalist mode of production has developed. They participate in it only through the exchange of their services against revenue. This does not prevent, as Adam Smith remarks, the value of the services of these unproductive laborers being determined and determinable in the same way as that of the productive laborers, that is, by the production costs involved in maintaining or producing them. Other factors also come into play in this connection, but they are not relevant here. The labor power of the productive worker is a commodity for the worker himself. So is that of the unproductive worker. But the productive worker produces commodities for the buyer of his labor power. The unproductive worker produces for him a mere use value, not a commodity, either imaginary or real. It is characteristic of the unproductive worker that he produces no commodities for his buyer, but indeed receives commodities from him. Quote, the labor of some of the most respectable orders in the society is, like that of menial servants, unproductive of any value. The sovereign, for example, with all the officers both of justice and war who serve under him, the whole army and navy, are unproductive laborers. They are servants of the public, and are maintained by a part of the annual produce of the industry of other people. In the same class must be ranked churchmen, lawyers, physicians, men of letters of all kinds, players, buffoons, musicians, opera singers, opera dancers, etc. It itself has been said, this distinction between productive and unproductive labor has nothing to do either with the particular speciality of the labor or with the particular use value in which this special labor is incorporated. In the one case, the labor is exchanged with capital, in the other with revenue. In the one case, the labor is transformed into capital and creates a profit for the capitalist. In the other case, it is an expenditure, one of the articles in which revenue is consumed. For example, the workman employed by a piano maker is a productive laborer. His labor not only replaces the wages that he consumes, but in the product, the piano, the commodity which the piano maker sells, there is a surplus value over and above the value of the wages. But assume, on the contrary, that I buy all the materials required for a piano, or for all that matters, the laborer himself may possess them, and that instead of buying the piano in a shop, I have made it for myself in my own house. The workman who makes the piano is now an unproductive laborer, because his labor is exchanged directly against my revenue. Section 4. Adam Smith's second explanation, the view of productive labor as labor which is realized in a commodity. It is, however, clear that in the same measure as capital subjugates to itself the whole of production, that is to say that all commodities are produced for the market and not for immediate consumption, and the productivity of labor rises in this same measure, there will also develop more and more a material difference between productive and unproductive laborers, inasmuch as the former, apart from minor exceptions, will exclusively produce commodities, which the latter, with minor exceptions, will perform only personal services. Hence the former class will produce immediate material wealth consisting of commodities, all commodities except those which consist of labor power itself. This is one of the aspects which lead Adam Smith to put forward other points of difference, in addition to the first and in principle determining specific difference between productive and unproductive labor. Thus, following through various associations of ideas, he says, quote, "The labor of a menial servant, as distinct from that of a manufacturer, adds to the value of nothing. The maintenance of a menial servant never is restored. A man grows rich by employing a multitude of manufacturers. He grows poor by maintaining a multitude of menial servants. The labor of the latter, however, has its value and deserves its reward as well as that of the former. But the labor of the manufacturer fixes and realizes itself in some particular subject or vendible commodity, which lasts for some time at least after that labor is past. It is, as it were, a certain quantity of labor stocked and stored up to be employed, if necessary, upon some other occasion. That subject, or what is the same thing, the price of that subject, can afterwards, if necessary, put into motion a quantity of labor equal to that which had originally produced it. The labor of the menial servant, on the contrary, does not fix or realize itself in any particular subject or vendible commodity. His services generally perish in the very instant of their performance, and seldom leave any trace or value behind them, for which an equal quantity of service could afterwards be procured. The labor of some of the most respectable orders in the society is, like that of menial servants, unproductive of value, and does not fix or realize itself in any permanent subject or vendible commodity. To define the unproductive laborer, we here have the following determinants, which, at the same time, reveal the links in Adam Smith's train of thought. The labor of the unproductive worker is unproductive of value, adds to the value of nothing, the maintenance of the unproductive worker never is restored, it does not fix or realize itself in any particular subject or vendible commodity. On the contrary, his services generally perish in the very instant of their performance, and seldom leave any trace or value behind them for which an equal quantity of service could afterwards be procured. Finally, his labor does not fix or realize itself in any permanent subject or vendible commodity. Here, productive of value or unproductive of value is used in a different sense from that in which those terms were used originally. The reference is no longer to the production of a surplus value, which in itself implies the reproduction of an equivalent for the value consumed. But according to this presentation, the labor of a worker is called productive insofar as he replaces the consumed value by an equivalent, by adding to any material, through his labor, a quantity of value equal to that which was contained in his wages. Here, the definition by social form, the determination of productive and unproductive laborers by their relation to capitalist production, is abandoned. From Chapter 9 of Book 4, where Adam Smith criticizes the doctrine of the physiocrats, it can be seen that he came to make this aberration as a result partly of his opposition to the physiocrats and partly under their influence. If a worker merely replaces each year the equivalent of his wages, then for the capitalist, he is not a productive worker. He does indeed replace his wages, the purchase price of his labor, but the transaction is absolutely the same as if this capitalist had bought the product which this labor produces. He pays for the labor contained in the constant capital and in the wages. He possesses the same quantity of labor in the form of the commodity as he had before in the form of money. This money is therefore not transformed into capital. In this case, it is the same as if the worker himself owned his conditions of production. He must each year deduct the value of the conditions of production from the value of his annual product in order to replace them. What he consumed, or could consume annually, would be that portion of the value of his product equal to the new labor added to his constant capital during the year. In this case, therefore, it would not be capitalist production. The first reason why Adam Smith calls this kind of labor productive is that the physiocrats call it sterile and non-productive. Thus, Adam Smith tells us in the chapter referred to, quote, "First, this class, namely the industrial classes who do not carry on agriculture, it is acknowledged by the physiocrats, reproduces annually the value of its own annual consumption, and continues at least the existence of a stock or capital which maintains and employs it. Farmers and country laborers, indeed, over and above the stock which maintain and employ them, reproduce annually a net produce, a free rent to the landlord. The labor of the farmers and country laborers is certainly more productive than that of the merchants, artificers, and manufacturers. The superior produce of the one class, however, does not render the other barren or unproductive." Here, therefore, Adam Smith falls back into the physiocratic standpoint. The real productive labor, which produces a surplus value, and therefore a net produce, is agricultural labor. He abandons his own view of surplus value and accepts that of the physiocrats. At the same time, he asserts, as against the physiocrats, that manufacturing, and according to him also commercial labor, is nevertheless also productive, even if not in this highest sense of the word. He therefore drops the definition by social form, the definition of what a productive laborer is from the standpoint of capitalist production, and asserts, in opposition to the physiocrats, that the non-agricultural industrial class reproduces its own wages. That is, it does, after all, produce a value equal to the value it consumes, and thereby continues at least the existence of the stock or capital which employs it. Hence arises, under the influence of and in contradiction to the physiocrats, his second definition of what is productive labor. Secondly, says Adam Smith, it seems on this account altogether improper to consider artificers, manufacturers, and merchants in the same light as menial servants. The labor of menial servants does not continue the existence of the fund which maintains and employs them. Their maintenance and employment is altogether at the expense of their masters, and the work which they perform is not of a nature to repay expense. That work consists in services which perish generally in the very instant of their performance, and does not fix or realize itself in any vendible commodity which can replace the value of their wages or maintenance. The labor, on the contrary, of artificers, manufacturers, and merchants naturally does fix and realize itself in some such vendible commodity. It is on this account that in the chapter in which I treat of productive and unproductive labor, I have classed artificers, manufacturers, and merchants among the productive laborers, and menial servants among the barren or unproductive. As soon as capital has mastered the whole of production, revenue, insofar as it is at all exchanged against labor, will not be exchanged directly against labor which produces commodities, but against mere services. It is exchanged partly against commodities which are to serve as use values, and partly against services, which as such are consumed as use values. A commodity, as distinguished from labor power itself, is a material thing confronting man, a thing of a certain utility for him, in which a definite quantity of labor is fixed or materialized. So we come to the definition already in essence contained in point 1. A productive laborer is one whose labor produces commodities, and indeed such a laborer does not consume more commodities than he produces, that his labor costs. His labor fixes and realizes itself in some such vendible commodity, in any vendible commodity which can replace the value of their wages and maintenance, that is, of the workers who produce these commodities. By producing commodities, the productive worker constantly reproduces the variable capital which he constantly consumes in the form of wages. He constantly produces the fund which pays him, which maintains and employs him. In the first place, Adam Smith naturally includes in the labor which fixes or realizes itself in a vendible and exchangeable commodity all intellectual labors which are directly consumed in material production. Not only the worker working directly with his hands, or a machine, but overlooker, engineer, manager, clerk, etc. In a word, the labor of the whole personnel required in a particular sphere of material production to produce a particular commodity, whose joint labor, that is, their cooperation, is required for commodity production. In fact, they add their aggregate labor to the constant capital, and increase the value of the product by this amount. Secondly, Adam Smith says that on the whole, generally, this is not the case with the labor of unproductive laborers. Even though capital has conquered material production, and so by and large home industry has disappeared, and the industry of the small craftsman who makes use values directly for the consumer at his home, even then, Adam Smith knows quite well a seamstress whom I get to come to my house to sew shirts, or a workman to repair furniture, or the servant who scrubs and cleans the house, etc., or the cook who gives meat and other things their palatable form, fix their labor in a thing, and in fact increase the value of these things in exactly the same way as the seamstress who sews in a factory, the engineer who repairs the machine, the laborers who clean the machine, or the cook who cooks in a hotel as the wage laborer of a capitalist. These use values are also potentially commodities. The shirts may be sent to the pawn shop, the house resold, the furniture put up to auction, and so on. Thus, these persons have potentially produced commodities and added value to the objects on which they have worked. But this is a very small category among unproductive workers, and does not apply either to the mass of menial servants or to parsons, government officials, soldiers, musicians, and so on. But however large or small the number of these unproductive laborers may be, this much, at any rate, is evident, and is admitted by the limitation expressed in the phrase, services which perish generally in the very instant of their performance. That neither the special kind of labor nor the external form of its product necessarily make it productive or unproductive. The same labor can be productive when I buy it as a capitalist, as a producer, in order to create more value, and unproductive when I buy it as a consumer, as a sender of revenue, in order to consume its use value, no matter whether this use value perishes with the activity of the labor power itself, or materializes and fixes itself in an object. The cook in the hotel produces a commodity for the person who, as a capitalist, has bought her labor, the hotel proprietor. The consumer of the mutton chops has to pay for her labor, and this labor replaces for the hotel proprietor, apart from profit, the fund out of which he continues to pay the cook. On the other hand, if I buy the labor of a cook for her to cook meat, etc. for me, not to make use of it as labor in general, but to enjoy it, to use it as that particular concrete kind of labor, then her labor is unproductive, in spite of the fact that this labor fixes itself in a material product, and could, just as well in its result, be a vendable commodity, as it in fact is for the hotel proprietor. The great difference, the conceptual difference, however, remains. The cook does not replace for me, the private person, the fund from which I pay her, because I buy her labor not as a value-creating element, but purely for the sake of its use value. Her labor as little replaces for me the fund with which I pay for it, that is, her wages, as for example the dinner I eat in the hotel in itself enables me to buy and eat the same dinner again a second time. This distinction, however, is also to be found between commodities. The commodity which the capitalist buys to replace his constant capital, for example, cotton material if he is a cotton printer, replaces its value in the printed cotton. But if, on the other hand, he buys it in order to consume the cotton itself, then the commodity does not replace his outlay. The largest part of society, that is to say the working class, must incidentally perform this kind of labor for itself, but it is only able to perform it when it has already labored productively. It can only cook meat for itself when it has produced a wage with which to pay for the meat, and it can only keep its furniture and dwelling clean, it can only polish its boots when it has produced the value of the furniture, house rent, and boots. To this class of productive laborers itself, therefore, the labor which they perform for themselves appears as unproductive labor. This unproductive labor never enables them to repeat the same unproductive labor a second time unless they have previously labored productively. Thirdly, on the other hand, an entrepreneur of theaters, concerts, brothels, etc. buys the temporary disposal over the labor power of the actors, musicians, prostitutes, etc. In fact, in a roundabout way that is only of formal economic interest. In its result, the process is the same. He buys this so-called unproductive labor whose services perish in the very instant of their performance and do not fix or realize themselves in any permanent subject or vendible commodity. The sale of these to the public provides him with wages and profit, and these services, which he has thus bought, enable him to buy them again. That is to say, they themselves renew the fund from which they are paid. The same is true, for example, of the labor of clerks employed by a lawyer in his office, except for the fact that these services, as a rule, also embody themselves in very bulky, particular subjects, in the form of immense bundles of documents. It is true that these services are paid for to the entrepreneur out of the revenue of the public, but it is no less true that this holds good for all products insofar as they enter into individual consumption. It is true that the country cannot export these services as such, but it can export those who perform the services. Thus, France exports dancing masters, cooks, etc., and Germany schoolmasters. With the export of the dancing master or the schoolmaster, however, his revenue is also exported, while the export of dancing shoes and books brings a return to the country. If, therefore, on the one hand, a part of the so-called unproductive labor embodies itself in material use values, which might just as well be commodities, that is, vendible commodities, so, on the other hand, a part of the services, in the strict sense, which assume no objective form, which do not receive an existence as things separate from those performing the services, and do not enter into a commodity as a component part of its value, may be bought with capital by the immediate purchaser of the labor, may replace their own wages, and yield a profit for him. In short, the production of these services can be in part subsumed under capital, just as a part of the labor which embodies itself in useful things is bought directly by revenue, and is not subsumed under capitalist production. Fourthly, the whole world of commodities can be divided into two great parts. First, labor power. Second, commodities as distinct from labor power itself. As to the purchase of such services as those which train labor power, maintain or modify it, etc., in a word, give it a specialized form, or even only maintain it. Thus, for example, the schoolmaster service, insofar as it is industrially necessary or useful, the doctor's service, insofar as he maintains health, and so conserves the source of all values, labor power itself. These are services which yield in return a vendible commodity, etc., namely, labor power itself, into whose costs of production or reproduction these services enter. Adam Smith knew, however, how little education enters into the costs of production of the mass of working men. And in any case, the doctor's services belong to the faux frais of production. They can be counted as the cost of repairs for labor power. Let us assume that wages and profit fell simultaneously in total value, from whatever cause. For example, because the nation had grown lazier, and at the same time in use value, because labor had become less productive owing to bad harvests, etc. In a word, that the part of the product whose value is equal to the revenue declines, because less new labor has been added in the past year, and because the labor added has been less productive. If, in such conditions, the capitalist and workman wanted to consume the same amount of value in material things as they did before, they would have to buy less of the services of the doctor, schoolmaster, etc. And if they were compelled to continue the same outlay for both these services, then they would have to restrict their consumption of other things. It is therefore clear that the labor of the doctor and the schoolmaster does not directly create the fund out of which they are paid, although their labors enter into the production costs of the fund which creates all values whatsoever, namely the production costs of labor power. Adam Smith continues, thirdly, it seems upon every supposition improper to say that the labor of the artificers, manufacturers, and merchants does not increase the real revenue of the society. Though we should suppose, for example, as it seems to be supposed in this system, that the value of the daily, monthly, and yearly consumption of this class was exactly equal to that of its daily, monthly, and yearly production, yet it would not from thence follow that its labor added nothing to the real revenue, to the real value of the annual produce of the land and labor of society. An artificer, for example, who, in the first 6 months after the harvest, executes 10 pounds worth of work, though he should in the same time consume 10 pounds worth of corn and other necessaries, yet really adds the value of 10 pounds to the annual produce of the land and labor of the society. While he has been consuming a half-yearly revenue of 10 pounds worth of corn and other necessaries, he has produced an equal value of work, capable of purchasing, either to himself or to some other person, an equal half-yearly revenue. The value, therefore, of what has been consumed and produced during these 6 months is equal not to 10 but to 20 pounds. It is possible indeed that no more than 10 pounds worth of this value may have ever existed at any one moment of time, but if the 10 pounds worth of corn and other necessaries which were consumed by the artificer had been consumed by a soldier or by a menial servant, the value of that part of the annual produce which existed at the end of the 6 months would have been 10 pounds less than it actually is in consequence of the labor of the artificer. Though the value of what the artificer produces, therefore, should not at any one moment of time be supposed greater than the value he consumes, yet at every moment of time, the actually existing value of goods in the market is, in consequence of what he produces, greater than it otherwise would be. Is not the total value of the commodities at any time in the market greater as a result of the unproductive labor than it would be without this labor? Are there not at every moment of time in the market, alongside wheat and meat, etc., also prostitutes, lawyers, sermons, concerts, theaters, soldiers, politicians, etc.? These people do not get the corn and other necessaries or pleasures for nothing. In return, they give or pester us with their services, which, as such services, have a use value and, because of their production costs, also an exchange value. Reckoned as consumable articles, there is at every moment of time, alongside the consumable articles existing in the form of goods, a quantity of consumable articles in the form of services. The total quantity of consumable articles is therefore at every moment of time greater than it would be without the consumable services. Secondly, however, the value too is greater, for it is equal to the value of the commodities which are given for these services, and is equal to the value of the services themselves. Since here, as in every exchange of commodity for commodity, equal value is given for equal value, the same value is therefore present twice over, once on the buyer's side and once on the seller's. Adam Smith goes on to say, in reference to the physiocrats, when the patrons of this system assert that the consumption of artificers, manufacturers, and merchants is equal to the value of what they produce, they probably mean no more than that their revenue, or the fund destined for their consumption, is equal to it. That is, to the value of what they produce. In this, the physiocrats were right in relation to workmen and employers taken together, rent forming only a special category of the latter's profit. Adam Smith notes on the same occasion, that is, in his criticism of the physiocrats in Book 4, Chapter 9, the annual produce of the lands and labor of any society can be augmented only in two ways. Either first, by some improvement in the productive powers of the useful labor actually maintained within it, or secondly, by some increase in the quantity of that labor. The improvement in the productive powers of useful labor depends first upon the improvement in the ability of the workman, and secondly, upon that machinery with which he works. The increase in the quantity of useful labor actually employed within any society must depend altogether upon the increase of capital which employs it. And the increase of that capital must be exactly equal to the amount of the savings from the revenue, either of the particular persons who manage and direct the employment of that capital, or of some other persons who lend it to them. Here we have a double vicious circle. First, the annual product is augmented by greater productivity of labor. All means to augment this productivity, insofar as this is not due to accidents of nature, such as specially favorable seasons, etc., require an increase of capital. But in order to increase the capital, the annual product of labor must be increased. First circle. Secondly, the annual product can be augmented by an increase in the quantity of labor employed. The quantity of labor employed, however, can only be increased if the capital which employs it is first increased. Second circle. Adam Smith helps himself out of both vicious circles with savings, by which he means in fact the transformation of revenue into capital. To think of the whole profit as revenue for the capitalist is already in itself wrong. The law of capitalist production requires, on the contrary, that a part of the surplus labor, of the unpaid labor performed by the workman, should be transformed into capital. When the individual capitalist functions as a capitalist, that is, as a functionary of capital, he himself may think of this as saving, but it also appears to him as a necessary reserve fund. The increase of the quantity of labor does not, however, depend only on the number of workmen, but also on the length of the working day. The quantity of labor can therefore be increased without increasing the part of the capital that is converted into wages. Similarly, on this assumption, there would be no need to increase the machinery, etc., although it would wear out more quickly, but this makes no difference. The only thing that would have to be increased is the part of the raw material that resolves itself into seed, etc. And it remains true that taking a single country, excluding foreign trade, surplus labor must first be applied to agriculture before it becomes possible in the industries which get their raw materials from agriculture. A part of these raw materials, such as coal, iron, wood, fish, etc., the last name, for example, is manure. In a word, all fertilizers other than animal manures can be got by merely increasing the labor, the number of laborers remaining the same. There can therefore be no lack of these. On the other hand, it has been shown above that the increase of productivity in its origin always presupposes merely the concentration of capital, not the accumulation of capital. Later, however, each process supplements the other. The reason why the physiocrats preached laissez-faire, laissez-passer, in short, free competition, is correctly stated in the following passages from Adam Smith. The trade which is carried on between these two different sets of people, that is the country and the town, consists ultimately in a certain quantity of rude produce exchanged for a certain quantity of manufactured produce. The dearer the latter, therefore, the cheaper the former, and whatever tends in any country to raise the price of manufactured produce tends to lower that of the rude produce of the land, and thereby to discourage agriculture. But all fetters and restrictions placed on manufactures and foreign trade make manufactured commodities, etc., dearer. Smith's second view of productive and unproductive labor, or rather the view that is interwoven with his other view, therefore amounts to this, that the former is labor which produces commodities, and the latter is labor which does not produce any commodity. He does not deny that the one kind of labor equally with the other is a commodity. See above, the labor of the latter has its value, and deserves its reward as well as that of the former. That is, from the economic standpoint, there is no question of moral or other standpoints in the case of either one or the other kind of labor. The concept of commodity, however, implies that the labor embodies, materializes, realizes itself in its product. Labor itself, in its immediate being, in its living existence, cannot be directly conceived as a commodity, but only labor power, of which labor itself is the temporary manifestation. Just as it is only in this way that wage labor, in the true sense, can be explained, so it is with unproductive labor, which Adam Smith throughout defines by the costs of production required to produce the unproductive laborer. A commodity must therefore be conceived as something different from labor itself. Then, however, the world of commodities is divided into two great categories. On one side, labor power, on the other side, commodities themselves. The materialization, etc., of labor is, however, not to be taken in such a Scottish sense as Adam Smith conceives it. When we speak of the commodity as a materialization of labor, in the sense of its exchange value, this itself is only an imaginary, that is to say, a purely social mode of existence of the commodity, which has nothing to do with its corporeal reality. It is conceived as a definite quantity of social labor, or of money. It may be that the concrete labor whose result it is leaves no trace in it. In manufactured commodities, this trace remains in the outward form given to the raw material. In agriculture, etc., although the form given to the commodity, for example wheat or oxen and so on, is also the product of human labor, and indeed of labor transmitted and added to from generation to generation, yet this is not evident in the product. In other forms of industrial labor, the purpose of the labor is not at all to alter the form of the thing, but only its position. For example, when a commodity is brought from China to England, etc., no trace of the labor involved can be seen in the thing itself, except for those who call to mind that it is not an English product. Therefore, the materialization of labor in the commodity must not be understood in that way. The mystification here arises from the fact that a social relation appears in the form of a thing. It remains true, however, that the commodity appears as past objectified labor, and that therefore, if it does not appear in the form of a thing, it can only appear in the form of labor power itself, but never directly as living labor itself, except only in a roundabout way which, in practice, seems the same, but whose significance lies in the determination of different rates of wages. Productive labor would therefore be such labor as produces commodities, or directly produces, trains, develops, maintains, or reproduces labor power itself. Adam Smith excludes the latter from his category productive labor, arbitrarily, but with a certain correct instinct, that if he included it, this would open the floodgates for false pretensions to the title of productive labor. Insofar, therefore, as we leave labor power itself out of account, Productive labor is labor which produces commodities, material products, whose production has cost a definite quantity of labor or labor time. These material products include all products of art and science, books, paintings, statues, etc., insofar as they take the form of things. In addition, however, the product of labor must be a commodity in the sense of being some vendible commodity, that is to say, a commodity in its first form, which has still to pass through its metamorphosis. A manufacturer may himself construct a machine if he cannot get one built anywhere else, not to sell it, but to make use of it as a use value. However, he then wears it out as a part of his constant capital, and so sells it piecemeal in the form of the product which it has helped to make. Certain labors of menial servants may therefore equally well take the form of potential commodities, and even of the same use values considered as material objects. But they are not productive labor, because in fact they produce not commodities but immediate use values. As for labors which are productive for their purchaser or employer himself, as for example the actor's labor for the theatrical entrepreneur, the fact that their purchaser cannot sell them to the public in the form of commodities, but only in the form of the action itself, would show that they are unproductive labors. Apart from such cases, productive labor is such as produces commodities, and unproductive labor is such as produces personal services. The former labor is represented in a vendible thing. The latter must be consumed while it is being performed. The former includes, except for that labor which creates labor power itself, all material and intellectual wealth, meat as well as books, all that exists in the form of things. The latter covers all labor which satisfy any imaginary or real need of the individual, or even those which are forced upon the individual against his will. The commodity is the most elementary form of bourgeois wealth. The explanation of productive labor as labor which produces commodities also corresponds, therefore, to a much more elementary point of view than that which defines productive labor as labor which produces capital. Adam Smith's opponents have disregarded his first pertinent definition and instead have concentrated on the second, pointing out the unavoidable contradictions and inconsistencies to which it gives rise. And their attacks were made all the easier for them by their insistence on the material content of the labor, and particularly the specific requirement that the labor must fix itself in a more or less permanent product. We shall see in a moment what it was that particularly gave rise to the polemics. But first, this further point. Adam Smith says of the physiocratic system that its great merit is that it represented the wealth of nations as consisting, quote, not in the unconsumable riches of money, but in the consumable goods annually produced by the labor of the society, end quote. Here we have a deduction of his second definition of productive labor. The definition of surplus value naturally depended on the form in which value itself was conceived. In the monetary and mercantile systems, it is therefore presented as money, by the physiocrats as the produce of the land, as agricultural product, finally, in Adam Smith's writings, as commodity in general. Insofar as the physiocrats touch upon the substance of value, they resolve it entirely into pure use value, matter, corporeal object, just as the mercantilists resolve it into the pure form of value, the form in which the product makes itself manifest as general social labor, that is, money. With Adam Smith, both conditions of the commodity, use value and exchange value, are combined, and so all labor is productive which manifests itself in any use value, any useful product. That it is labor that manifests itself in the product already implies that the product is equal to a definite quantity of general social labor. As against the physiocrats, Adam Smith reestablishes the value of the product as the essential basis of bourgeois wealth. But on the other hand, he divests value of the purely fantastic form, that of gold and silver, in which it appeared to the mercantilists. Every commodity is in itself money. It must be recognized that at the same time, Adam Smith also falls back more or less into the mercantilist conception of permanency, in fact, inconsumability. We can recall the passage in Petty, see the first volume where I quote from Petty's Political Arithmetic, where wealth is valued according to the degrees in which it is imperishable, more or less permanent, and finally, gold and silver are set above all other things as wealth that is not perishable. Adolphe Blanqui, in the History of Political Economy, says of Adam Smith, quote, in restricting the sphere of wealth exclusively to those values which are embodied in material substances, he erased from the book of production the whole boundless mass of immaterial values, daughters of the moral capital of civilized nations, etc. Section 5. Vulgarization of bourgeois political economy in the definition of productive labor. The polemics against Adam Smith's distinction between productive and unproductive labor were for the most part confined to the de minorum gentium, among whom, moreover, Stork was the most important. They are not to be found in the work of any economist of significance, of anyone of whom it can be said that he made some discovery in political economy. They are, however, the hobby horse of the second-rate fellows, and especially of the schoolmasterish compilers and writers of compendia, as well as of dilettantes with facile pens and vulgarizers in this field. What particularly aroused these polemics against Adam Smith was the following circumstance. The great mass of the so-called higher-grade workers, such as state officials, military people, artists, doctors, priests, judges, lawyers, etc., some of whom are not only not productive, but in essence destructive, but who know how to appropriate to themselves a very great part of the material wealth, partly through the sale of their immaterial commodities, and partly by forcibly imposing the latter upon other people, found it not at all pleasant to be relegated economically to the same class as clowns and menial servants, and to appear merely as people partaking in the consumption, parasites on the actual producers, or rather agents of production. This was a peculiar profanation precisely of those functions which had hitherto been surrounded with a halo and had enjoyed superstitious veneration. Political economy in its classical period, like the bourgeoisie itself in its upstart period, adopted a severely critical attitude to the machinery of the state, etc. At a later stage, it realized, and as was shown too in practice, learned from experience that the necessity for the inherited social combination of all these classes, which were in part totally unproductive, arose from its own organization. Insofar as those unproductive laborers do not produce entertainment, so that their purchase entirely depends on how the agent of production cares to spend his wages or his profit, insofar, on the contrary, as they are necessary or make themselves necessary because of physical infirmities, like doctors, or spiritual weakness, like parsons, or because of the conflict between private interests and national interests, like statesmen, all lawyers, police, and soldiers, they are regarded by Adam Smith, as by the industrial capitalists themselves and the working class, as incidental expenses of production, which are therefore to be cut down to the most indispensable minimum and provided as cheaply as possible. Bourgeois society reproduces in its own form everything against which it had fought in feudal or absolutist form. In the first place, therefore, it becomes a principal task for the sycophants of the society, and especially of the upper classes, to restore, in theoretical terms, even the purely parasitic section of these unproductive laborers, or to justify the exaggerated claims of the section which is indispensable. The dependence of the ideological etc. classes on the capitalists was in fact proclaimed. Secondly, however, a section of the agents of production, that is, of material production itself, were declared by one group of economists or another to be unproductive. For example, the landowner by those among the economists who represented industrial capital, see Ricardo. Others, for example Carey, declared that the merchant, in the true sense of the word, was an unproductive laborer. Then even a third group came along who declared that the capitalists themselves were unproductive, or who at least sought to reduce their claims to material wealth to wages, that is, to the wages of a productive laborer. Many intellectual workers seemed inclined to share the skepticism in regard to the capitalist. It was therefore time to make a compromise and to recognize the productivity of all classes not directly included among the agents of material production. One good turn deserves another, and, as in the fable of the bees, it had to be established that even from the productive economic standpoint, the bourgeois world, with all its unproductive laborers, is the best of all worlds. This was all the more necessary because the unproductive laborers, on their part, were advancing critical observations in regard to the productivity of the classes who, in general, were those born to consume the fruits, or in regard to those agents of production, like landowners, who do nothing at all, etc. Both the do-nothings and their parasites had to be found a place in this best possible order of things. Thirdly, as the dominion of capital extended, and in fact those spheres of production not directly related to the production of material wealth became also more and more dependent on it, especially when the positive science, that is natural sciences, were subordinated to it as serving material production, the sycophantic underlings of political economy felt it their duty to glorify and justify every sphere of activity by demonstrating that it was linked with the production of material wealth, that it was a means towards it, and they honored everyone by making him a productive laborer in the primary sense, namely a laborer who labors in the service of capital, who is useful in one way or another to the enrichment of the capitalist, etc. In this matter, even such people as Malthus are to be preferred, who directly defend the necessity and usefulness of unproductive laborers and pure parasites. Section 6. Advocates of Smith's views on productive labor, on the history of the subject. Subsection A. Advocates of the first view, Ricardo and Sismondi. It is not worth the trouble to examine in detail the inanities of Germain Garnier, the Earl of Lauderdale, Brougham, Say, Stork, and later Senior, Rossi, and so on, in regard to this question. We shall cite only a few characteristic passages. But first, a passage from Ricardo, in which he shows that it is much more advantageous for the productive laborers when the owners of surplus value, profit and rent, consume it in unproductive laborers, as menial servants for instance, than in luxury products produced by the productive laborers. Sismondi accepts the correct statement of Smith's distinction, as also of course does Ricardo. The real distinction between productive and unproductive classes is, quote, the one always exchanges its labor against the capital of a nation, the other always exchanges it against a part of the national revenue. Sismondi, likewise following Adam Smith on surplus value, says, quote, although the laborer, by his daily labor, may have produced much more than his daily outlay, after sharing with the landowner and the capitalist, what remains for him is seldom much beyond what is strictly necessary for his existence. Ricardo says, if a landlord or a capitalist expends his revenue in the manner of an ancient baron, in the support of a great number of retainers or menial servants, he will give employment to much more labor than if he expended it on fine clothes or costly furniture, on carriages, on horses, or in the purchase of any other luxuries. In both cases, the net revenue would be the same, and so would the gross revenue, but the former would be realized in different commodities. If my revenue were 10,000, the same quantity nearly of productive labor would be employed, whether I realized it in fine clothes and costly furniture, etc., or in a quantity of food and clothing of the same value. If, however, I realized my revenue in the first set of commodities, no more labor would be consequently employed. I should enjoy my furniture and my clothes, and there would be an end of them. But if I realized my revenue in food and clothing, and my desire was to employ menial servants, all those whom I could do so employ, with my revenue of 10,000, or with the food and clothing which it would purchase, would be added to the former demand for laborers, and this addition would take place only because I chose this mode of expending my revenue. As the laborers, then, are interested in the demand for labor, they must naturally desire that as much of the revenue as possible should be diverted from expenditures on luxuries to be expended in the support of menial servants. Subsection B. Early attempts to distinguish between productive and unproductive labor, Davenant and Petty. Davenant quotes from an old statistician, Gregory King, a list entitled Scheme of the Income and Expense of Several Families of England, calculated for the year 1688. In this, the erudite King divides the whole nation into two main classes, quote, increasing the wealth of the kingdom, 2.7 million heads, and decreasing the wealth of the kingdom, 2.8 million heads. Thus, the former is the productive class, the latter the unproductive. The productive class consists of lords, baronets, knights, esquires, gentlemen, persons in office and places, merchants in oversea trade, persons in the law, clergymen, freeholders, farmers, persons in liberal arts and sciences, shopkeepers and tradesmen, artisans and handicrafts, naval officers and military officers. As against these, the unproductive class consists of common seamen, laboring people and out-servants, these are agricultural laborers and day-wage laborers in manufacture, cottagers, who in Davenant's time were still a fifth of the total English population, common soldiers, paupers, gypsies, thieves, beggars, and vagrants generally. Davenant explains this list of ranks prepared by the learned King as follows. By which he means that the first class of the people, from land, arts, and industry, maintain themselves, and add every year something to the nation's general stock, and besides this, out of their superfluity, contribute every year so much to the maintenance of others. That of the second class, some partly maintain themselves by labor, but that the rest, as most of the wives and children of these, are nourished at the cost of others, and are a yearly burden to the public, consuming annually so much as would be otherwise added to the nation's general stock. In addition to this, the following passage from Davenant is rather characteristic of the views of the mercantilists on surplus value. It is the exportation of our own product that must make England rich. To be gainers in the balance of trade, we must carry out of our own product what will purchase the things of foreign growth that are needful for our own consumption, with some overplus either in bullion or goods to be sold in other countries, which overplus is the profit a nation makes by trade, and it is more or less according to the natural frugality of the people that export, a frugality which the Dutch have but not the English. Or as from the low price of labor in manufacture, they can afford the commodity cheap and at a rate not to be undersold in foreign markets. By what is consumed at home, one loses only what another gets, and the nation in general is not at all richer, but all foreign consumption is a clear and certain profit. Incidentally, it must not be thought that these mercantilists were as stupid as they were made out to be by the later vulgar free traders. In Volume 2 of his Discourses on the Public Revenues and on the Trade of England, etc., published in London in 1698, Davenant says, among other things, "Gold and silver are indeed the measure of trade, but the spring and original of it in all nations is the natural or artificial product of the country, that is to say, what their land or what their labor and industry produces. And this is so true that a nation may be supposed by some accident quite without the species of money, and yet if the people are numerous, industrious, versed in traffic, skilled in sea affairs, and if they have good ports and a soil fertile in variety of commodities, such a people will have trade, and they shall quickly get among them a plenty of gold and silver, so that the real and effective riches of a country is its native product. Gold and silver are so far from being the only things that deserve the name of treasure, or the riches of a nation, that in truth money is at bottom no more than the countries with which men in their dealings have been accustomed to reckon. We understand that to be wealth which maintains the prince and the general body of his people in plenty, ease, and safety. We esteem that to be treasure which for the use of man has been converted from gold and silver into buildings and improvements of the country, as also other things convertible into those metals, as the fruits of the earth, manufactures or foreign commodities and stock of shipping, even perishable goods, may be held the riches of a nation, if they are convertible, though not converted, into gold and silver. And this, we believe, does not only hold between man and man, but between one country and another. The common people, being the stomach of the body politic, that stomach in Spain did not take the money as it should have done, and failed to digest it. Trade and manufactures are the only mediums by which such a digestion and distribution of gold and silver can be made, as will be nutritive to the body politic. Moreover, Petty too had the conception of productive laborers, though he also includes soldiers. Husbandmen, seamen, soldiers, artisans, and merchants are the very pillars of any commonwealth. All the other great professions rise out of the infirmities and miscarriages of these. Now the seaman is three of these four, that is, navigator, merchant, and soldier. The labor of the seaman and freight of ships is always of the nature of an exported commodity, the overplus whereof, above what is imported, brings home money, etc. In this connection, William Petty also explains the advantages of the division of labor. Those who have the command of sea trade may work at easier freight with more profit than others at greater, higher freight charges. So those who command the trade of shipping can build different sorts of vessels for different purposes. One sort of vessels for the turbulent sea, another for inland waters and rivers, one sort for war, another for burden, etc. And this is the chief of several reasons why the Hollanders can go at less freight than their neighbors, that is, because they can afford a particular sort of vessels for each particular trade. Here, too, Petty strikes quite a Smithian tone when he continues, "If taxes are taken from the industrialists, etc., in order to give money to those who in general are occupied in ways which produce no material thing, or things of real use and value in the commonwealth, in this case, the wealth of the public will be diminished, otherwise than as such exercises are recreations and refreshments of the mind, and which, being moderately used, do qualify and dispose men to what in itself is more considerable. After computing how many people are needed for industrial work, the remainder may safely and without possible prejudice to the commonwealth be employed in the arts and exercises of pleasure and ornament, the greatest whereof is the improvement of natural knowledge. There is much more to be gained by manufacture than husbandry, and by merchandise than manufacture. A seaman is in effect 3 husbandmen." In one passage of Petty's, there can be seen an anticipation of the nature of surplus value, although he treats it only in the form of rent. especially when it is put alongside the following passage, in which he determines the relative value of silver and corn by the relative quantities of each that can be produced in the same labor time. If a man can bring to London an ounce of silver out of the earth in Peru in the same time that he can produce a bushel of corn, then one is the natural price of the other. Now, if by reason of new and easier mines a man can get 2 ounces of silver as easily as formerly he did 1, then corn will be as cheap at 10 shillings the bushel as before it was 5 shillings. Let 100 men work 10 years upon corn, and the same number of men the same time upon silver. I say that the net proceed of the silver is the price of the whole net proceed of the corn, and like parts of the one the price of like parts of the other. Corn will be twice as dear where there are 200 husbandmen to do the same work which 100 could perform. The passages to which I alluded above are the following. As trades and curious arts increase, so the trade of husbandry will decrease, or else the wages of husbandmen must rise, and consequently the rents of lands must fall. If trade and manufacture have increased in England, if a greater part of the people apply themselves to those faculties than there did heretofore, and if the price of corn be no greater now than when husbandmen were more numerous and the tradesmen fewer, it follows from that single reason that the rents of land must fall. As, for example, suppose the price of wheat be 5 shillings or 60 pence the bushel. Now, if the rent of the land whereon it grows be the third sheaf, then of the 60 pence, 20 pence is for the land, and 40 pence for the husbandman. But if the husbandman's wages should rise 1/8 part, or from 8 pence to 9 pence per diem, then the husbandman's share in the bushel of wheat rises from 40 pence to 45 pence, and consequently the rent of the land must fall from 20 pence to 15 pence, for we suppose the price of the wheat still remains the same, especially since we cannot raise it, for if we did attempt it, corn would be brought into us, as into Holland, from foreign parts, where the state of husbandry was not changed. The following passage, where rent in general is treated as a surplus value, a net product, should be compared with the one quoted above from Petty. Suppose a man could with his own hands plant a certain scope of land with corn, that is, could dig or plow, harrow, weed, reap, carry home, thresh, and winnow so much as the husbandry of this land required. I say that when this man has deducted his seed out of the proceed of his harvest, and also what himself has both eaten and given to others in exchange for clothes and other natural necessaries, that the remainder of corn is the natural and true rent of the land for that year, and the medium of 7 years, or rather of so many years as makes up the cycle, within which dearths and plenties make their revolution, doth give the ordinary rent of the land in corn. But a further, though collateral question may be, how much English money this corn or rent is worth? I answer, so much as the money which another single man can save within the same time over and above his expense, if he employed himself wholly to produce and make it. Let another man go travel into a country where is silver, and there dig it, refine it, bring it to the same place where the other man planted his corn, coin it, etc., the same person, all the while of his working for silver, gathering also food for his necessary livelihood, and procuring himself covering, etc. I say, the silver of the one must be esteemed of equal value with the corn of the other. Subsection C. John Stuart Mill, an adherent of Smith's second view of productive labor. Mr. John Stuart Mill, in Essays on Some Unsettled Questions of Political Economy, published in London in 1844, also struggled with the problem of productive and unproductive labor, but in so doing, he in fact added nothing to Smith's second definition except that labors which produce labor power itself are also productive. Quote, sources of enjoyment may be accumulated and stored up. Enjoyment itself cannot. The wealth of a country consists of the sum total of the permanent sources of enjoyment, whether material or immaterial, contained in it, and labor or expenditure which tends to augment or keep up these permanent sources should, we conceive, be termed productive. If the mechanic who made the spinning jenny labored productively, the spinner also labored productively when he was learning his trade, and what they both consumed productively, that is to say, its consumption did not tend to diminish, but to increase the sum of the permanent sources of enjoyment in the country by effecting a new creation of those sources, more than equal to the amount of the consumption. We will now briefly run over the twaddle written against Adam Smith in connection with productive and unproductive labor. Section 7. Germain Garnier, vulgarization of the theories put forward by Smith and the physiocrats. On productive labor, in the highest sense, Garnier shares the view of the physiocrats. He only makes it somewhat weaker. He opposes Smith's view that productive labor is that which realizes itself in some particular subject or vendible commodity, which lasts for some time at least after that labor is past. Subsection A. Confusion of labor, which is exchanged against capital, with labor exchanged against revenue. The false conception that the total capital is replaced through the revenue of the consumers. Germain Garnier brings forward various arguments against Adam Smith, which are in part repeated by later authors. First, quote, "This distinction is false, inasmuch as it is based on a difference which does not exist. All labor is productive in the sense in which the author uses the word productive. The labor of the one, as of the other of these two classes, is equally productive of some enjoyment, commodity, or utility for the person who pays for it. Otherwise, this labor would not find wages. It is therefore productive because it produces some use value, and is sold, has an exchange value, and is thus itself a commodity." In developing this point, however, Garnier cites examples by way of illustration, in which the unproductive laborers do the same thing, produce the same use value, or the same kind of use value as the productive. For example, quote, "The servant who is in my service, who lights my fire, who dresses my hair, who cleans and keeps in order my clothes and my furniture, who prepares my food, etc., performs services absolutely of the same kind as the laundress or the seamstress who cleans and keeps in order her customers' linen, as the eating-house keeper, cook-shop proprietor, or publican who carries on his trade of preparing food for persons whom it suits better to come and dine with him, as the barber, the hairdresser." For Adam Smith, however, most of these people are as little reckoned among productive workers as their servants, who perform immediate services, finally as the mason, the tiller, the joiner, the glazier, the stove setter, etc., and the multitude of building laborers who come when they are called to carry out restorations and repairs, and whose annual income depends as much on simple repair and maintenance work as on a new construction. Adam Smith nowhere says that the labor which fixes itself in a more or less permanent object cannot be equally well repairs as the making of new things. This kind of labor consists less in producing than in maintaining. Its aim is less to add to the value of the subjects to which it is applied than to prevent their decay. All these laborers, including their servants, so ye the person who pays them the labor of maintaining his own things. They can therefore be regarded as machines for maintaining value, or rather, use values. Destutt de Tracy also asserts this view of the saving of labor. See further on. The unproductive labor of one does not become productive by saving the other unproductive labor. One of the two performs it. A part of Adam Smith's unproductive labor, but only the part which is absolutely necessary in order to consume things, which, so to speak, belongs to the costs of consumption, and then too only when it saves this time for a productive worker, becomes necessary as a result of the division of labor. But Adam Smith does not deny this division of labor. If everyone had to perform productive and unproductive labor, and through the dividing up of these kinds of labor between two persons, both were better performed, according to Adam Smith, this would in no way alter the circumstance that one of these labors is productive and the other unproductive. It is for that, and for that alone, that they most often labor. For one person to save the labor of looking after himself, 10 have to look after him. A curious way of saving labor. Besides, unproductive labor of this kind is most often made use of by those who do nothing. Thus, either they are all productive, or none of them is productive. Secondly, a Frenchman cannot forget the bridges and roadways. Why, he says, call productive, quote, the labor of an inspector or director of a private enterprise in trade or manufacture, and non-productive the labor of the government official, who, watching over the upkeep of public highways, of navigable canals and ports, of moneys and other important instruments destined to enliven commercial activity, watching over the security of transport and communications, the carrying out of conventions, etc., who can with justice be regarded as the inspector of the great social manufacture. It is labor of absolutely the same nature, though on a vaster scale. Insofar as such a person takes part in the production, or conservation and reproduction of material things, which could be sold where they were not in the hands of the state, Smith might call his labor productive. Inspectors of the great social manufacture are purely French creations. Thirdly, here Garnier falls into moralizing. Why should, quote, the manufacturer of perfumery, who flatters my sense of smell, be productive and not the musician, who enchants my ear? Smith would reply, because the former supplies a material product, and the latter does not. Morals and the merits of the two workers have nothing to do with the distinction. Fourthly, is it not a contradiction that, quote, the violin maker, the organ builder, and the music dealer, the mechanic, etc. are productive, and the professions for which these labors are only preparations are unproductive? All of them have, as the final aim of their labor, a consumption of the same kind. If the result which some of them have in view does not deserve to be counted among the products of the labor of society, why should one treat more favorably what is nothing but a means for attaining this result? On this reasoning, a man who eats corn is just as productive as a man who produces it. For with what aim is corn produced? In order to eat it. So if the labor of eating is not productive, why should the labor of cultivating corn be productive, since it is only a means for attaining the same? Besides, the man who eats produces brain, muscles, etc., and are these not just as worthy products as barley or wheat? An indignant friend of humanity might ask Adam Smith. In the first place, Adam Smith does not deny that the unproductive laborer produces a product of some sort. Otherwise, he would not be a laborer at all. Secondly, it may seem strange that the doctor who prescribes pills is not a productive laborer, and yet the apothecary who makes them up is. Similarly, the instrument maker who makes the fiddle but not the musician who plays it. But that would only show that productive laborers produce products which have no purpose except to serve as means of production for unproductive laborers, which, however, is no more surprising than that all productive laborers, when all is said and done, produce firstly the means for the payment of unproductive laborers, and secondly, products which are consumed by those who do not perform any labor. Of all these comments, number 2 is that of a Frenchman who can't forget his bridges and roadways. Number 3 amounts only to morals. Number 4 either contains the stupidity that consumption is just as productive as production, which is not true in bourgeois society, where one produces and another consumes, or that some productive labor merely produces the material for unproductive labor, which Adam Smith nowhere denies. Only number 1 contains the correct point that Adam Smith, by his second definition, calls the same kinds of labor productive and unproductive, or rather that according to his own definition, he would have to call a relatively small part of his unproductive labor productive, a point therefore that does not tell against the distinction, but against the subsumption of certain activities under the distinction, or the way this distinction is applied. After making all these comments, the learned Garnier finally comes to the point. The only general difference that can, it seems, be observed between the two classes assumed by Smith is that in the class which he calls productive, there is, or may always be, some intermediary person between the maker of the object and the person who consumes it. Whereas in the labor that he calls non-productive, there cannot be any intermediary, and the relation between the laborer and the consumer is necessarily direct and immediate. It is evident that there is necessarily a direct and immediate relation between the person who uses the experience of the physician, the skill of the surgeon, the knowledge of the lawyer, the talent of the musician or actor, or finally the services of the domestic servant, and each of these different hired workers at the moment of their labor, while in the profession constituting the other class, the thing to be consumed being material and palpable, it can be the subject of many intermediary exchanges, after leaving the person who makes it, before it reaches the one who consumes it. In these last words, Garnier shows, in spite of himself, the concealed association of ideas that exists between Smith's first distinction, labor which is exchanged against capital, and labor which is exchanged against revenue, and his second, labor which fixes itself in a material vendible commodity, and labor which does not so fix itself. The latter, by its nature, cannot for the most part be subordinated to the capitalist mode of production. The former can. To say nothing of the fact that on the basis of capitalist production, where the great majority of material commodities, material and palpable things, is produced by wage laborers under the domination of capital, unproductive labors, or services, whether those of a prostitute or of the Pope, can only be paid for either out of the wages of the productive laborers or out of the profits of their employers, and the partners in those profits, quite apart from the circumstances that those productive laborers produce the material basis of the subsistence, and consequently the existence of the unproductive laborers. It is, however, characteristic of this shallow French dog that he, who wants to be an expert in political economy, and so an explorer of capitalist production, considers inessential the feature which makes this production capitalist, the exchange of capital for wage labor, instead of the direct exchange of revenue for wage labor, or the revenue which the laborer directly pays to himself. By so doing, Garnier makes capitalist production itself an inessential form instead of a necessary, though only historically, that is transiently necessary, form for the development of the social productive powers of labor, and the transformation of labor into social labor. It would also always be necessary to deduct from his productive class all laborers whose labor consists purely of cleaning, conserving, or repairing finished articles, and consequently does not put any new product into circulation. Smith nowhere says that the labor or its product must enter the circulating capital. It can enter directly into fixed capital, like the mechanic's labor repairing a machine in a factory. But in this case, its value enters into the circulation of the product, the commodity, and the repairers, etc., who do this labor as servants do not exchange their labor against capital, but against revenue. It is in consequence of this difference that the non-productive class, as Smith has observed, subsists only on revenues. In fact, since this class allows of no intermediary between itself and the consumer of its products, that is to say, the person who enjoys its labor, it is paid immediately by the consumer, and he pays only from revenues. As against these, the laborers of the productive class, being as a rule paid by an intermediary who intends to make a profit from their labor, are most often paid by capital. But this capital is always in the end replaced by the revenue of a consumer. Otherwise, it would not circulate, and therefore would not yield any profit to its possessor. This last but is quite childish. In the first place, a part of the capital is replaced by capital, and not by revenue, whether this part of the capital circulates or does not circulate. Subsection B. Replacement of the constant capital by means of the exchange of capital against capital. When a coal mine supplies coal to an ironworks, and gets from the latter iron which enters into the operations of the coal mine as means of production, the coal is in this way exchanged for capital to the amount of the value of this iron, and reciprocally the iron, to the amount of its own value, is exchanged as capital for coal. Both, considered as use values, are products of new labor, although this labor was produced with means of labor that were already in existence. But the value of the product of the year's labor is not the product of the labor newly added in the year. It also replaces the value of the past labor which was materialized in the means of production. Therefore, the part of the total product which is equal to this value is not a part of the product of the year's labor, but the reproduction of past labor. Let us take, for example, the product of the daily labor of a coal mine, an ironworks, a timber producer, and a machine-building factory. Let the constant capital in all these industries be equal to 1/3 of all the component parts of value in the product. That is, let the proportion of pre-existing labor to living labor be 1:2. Then let all these industries produce each a daily product of X, X prime, X prime prime, X prime prime prime. These products are certain quantities of coal, iron, timber, and machinery. As such products, they are products of the day's labor, but also of the daily consumed raw materials, fuel, machinery, etc., which have all contributed to the day's production. Let the values of these be equal to z, z prime, z prime prime, and z prime prime prime. These values are not the product of the day's labor, since z over 3, z prime over 3, etc. are only equal to the value which the constant elements of z, z prime, etc. had before they entered into the day's labor. Therefore, also x over 3, x prime over 3, etc., or a third part of the use values produced, represents only the value of the pre-existing labor, and continually replace it. The exchange which here takes place between pre-existing labor and the product of living labor is of quite a different nature from the exchange between labor power and the conditions of labor existing as capital. X equals Z, yet Z is the value of the total X, but 1/3 of Z is equal to the value of the raw material, etc. contained in the total X. Thus is a part of the day's product of the labor, but not all the product of the day's labor, but on the contrary of the previous pre-existing labor combined with it, in which the pre-existing labor combined with the day's labor reappears and is replaced. Now it is true that each aliquot part of X, which is simply the quantity of actual products, iron, coal, etc., represents in its value 1/3 pre-existing labor and 2/3 labor performed or added the same day. Pre-existing labor and the day's labor enter into the total product in the same proportion as they enter into each separate product of which the total product is made up. But if I divide the total product into two parts, putting 1/3 on one side and 2/3 on the other, it is the same as if the 1/3 represents only pre-existing labor and the other 2/3 only the labor of the day. In fact, the first third represents all past labor which entered into the total product, the full value of the means of production consumed. After deducting this 1/3, therefore, the other 2/3 can represent only the product of the day's labor. The 2/3, in fact, represent the total amount of the day's labor that was added to the means of production. The last 2/3 are therefore equal to the producer's revenue, profit and wages. He can consume them, that is, spend them on articles which enter into his individual consumption. Suppose that these 2/3 of the coal produced daily were bought by the consumers or purchasers not with money, but with the commodities which they have previously transformed into money in order to buy the coal with it. A part of these 2/3 of the coal will enter into the individual consumption of the coal producers themselves for heating, etc. This part, therefore, does not enter into circulation, or if it does first enter into circulation, it'll be withdrawn again from it by its own producers. Minus this part of the 2/3, which the producers of coal themselves consume, they must exchange all the rest of it, if they want to consume it, for articles which enter into individual consumption. In this exchange, it is a matter of complete indifference to them whether the sellers of the consumable articles exchange capital or revenue for the coal. That is to say, whether, for example, the cloth manufacturer exchanges his cloth for coal in order to heat his private dwelling. In this case, the coal itself, in turn, is an article of consumption for him, and he pays for it with revenue, with a quantity of cloth that represents profit, or whether James, the cloth manufacturer's footman, exchanges the cloth he has received as wages for the coal. In this case, the latter is once more an article of consumption in exchange for the revenue of the cloth manufacturer, who in turn, however, has exchanged his revenue for the unproductive labor of the footman, or whether the cloth manufacturer exchanges cloth for coal in order to replace the coal required in his factory that has been used up. In the latter case, the cloth that the cloth manufacturer exchanges represents for him constant capital, the value of one of his means of production, and the coal represents for him not only the value, but his means of production in kind. But for the coal producer, the cloth is an article of consumption, and both cloth and coal represent for him revenue. The coal, revenue in its non-realized form, the cloth, revenue in its realized form. But as for the last 1/3 of the coal producer cannot spend it on articles which enter into his individual consumption. He cannot spend it as revenue. It belongs to the process of production, or reproduction, and must be transformed into iron, timber, machinery, into articles which form the component parts of his constant capital, and without which the production of coal cannot be renewed or continued. He could, it is true, exchange also this 1/3 for articles of consumption, or what is the same thing, for money of the producers of these articles, but in fact only on the condition that he exchanges these consumption articles in turn for iron, timber, machinery, that they enter neither into his own consumption nor into the outlay of his revenue, but into the consumption and revenue outlays of the producers of timber, iron, and machinery, all of whom, however, in turn find themselves in the position of not being able to expend 1/3 of their product on articles for individual consumption. Now let us assume that coal enters into the constant capital of the producers of iron and timber, and of the machine builder. On the other hand, iron, timber, and machinery enter into the constant capital of the producer of coal. Insofar as these products of theirs enter into their mutual constant capital to the same amount of value, they replace themselves in kind, and one has to pay the other only the balance for the surplus that he has bought from him in excess of what he has sold to him. In fact, in such a transaction, money appears in practice, through the medium of bills of exchange, etc., only as means of payment, not as coin, means of circulation, and only the balance is paid in money. The producer of coal will need a part of this 1/3 of his coal for his own reproduction, just as he deducted from the product a part of the 2/3 for his own consumption. The whole quantity of coal, iron, timber, and machinery, which are reciprocally replaced in this way by the exchange of constant capital for constant capital, of constant capital in one natural form for constant capital in another natural form, has absolutely nothing to do either with the exchange of revenue for constant capital or with the exchange of revenue for revenue. It plays exactly the same role as seed in agriculture, or the capital stock of cattle in cattle rearing. It is a part of the yearly product of labor, but it is not a part of the product of the year's newly added labor. On the contrary, it is a part of the product of the year's labor plus the pre-existing labor, which, conditions of production remaining the same, replaces itself annually as means of production, as constant capital, without entering into any circulation other than that between dealers and dealers, and without affecting the value of the part of the product which enters into the circulation between dealers and consumers. Let us assume that the whole 1/3 of the coal is thus exchanged in kind for its own elements of production, iron, timber, and machinery. It might be possible, for example, to exchange the entire amount direct for machinery, but the machine builder in turn would exchange it as constant capital, not only for his own, but for that of the producers of iron and timber. In fact, each hundredweight of the 2/3 of his product in coal, which he exchanged for articles of consumption, exchanged as revenue, would, from the standpoint of value, consist of two parts, as the total product does. 1/3 of a hundredweight would be equal to the value of the means of production used up in the hundredweight, and 2/3 of it would be equal to the labor newly added to this third by the producers of the coal. But if the total product is, for example, equal to 30,000 hundredweights, he exchanges only 20,000 as revenue. On the assumptions made, the other 10,000 would be replaced by iron, timber, machinery, etc., etc. In a word, the whole value of the means of production used up in the 30,000 hundredweights would be replaced in kind by means of production of the same sort and of equal value. The buyers of the 20,000 hundredweights thus do not pay a single farthing for the value of the pre-existing labor contained in the 20,000 hundredweights, for the 20,000 represent only 2/3 of the value of the total product in which the newly added labor is realized. It comes to the same thing, therefore, as if the 20,000 represented only labor newly added, during the year, for example, and no pre-existing labor. The buyer therefore pays the whole value of each hundredweight, pre-existing labor plus newly added labor, and yet only pays for the newly added labor, and that is because the quantity he buys is only 20,000 hundredweights, only that quantity of the total product which is equal to the value of all the newly added labor. Just as little does he pay for the farmer's seed in paying for the wheat which he eats. The producers have mutually replaced this part for each other, therefore they do not need to have it replaced a second time. They have replaced it with the part of their own product, which, it is true, is the year's product of their labor, but is not at all the product of their year's labor, but on the contrary, is the part of their annual product that represents the pre-existing labor. Without the new labor, the product would not be there, but in the same way it would not be there without the labor materialized in the means of production. If it were merely the product of the new labor, then its value would be less than it now is, and there would be no part of the product to be returned to production. But if the other method of labor, that is using means of production, were not more productive and did not yield more product in spite of a part of the product having to be returned to production, it would not be used. Although no part of the value of the 1/3 of the coal enters into the 20,000 hundredweights sold as revenue, any change in the value of the constant capital, which the 1/3 or 10,000 hundredweights represented, would nevertheless bring about a change of value in the other 2/3 which are sold as revenue. Let production in iron, timber, and machinery, in a word, in the elements of production of which the 1/3 of the product is composed, become more costly. Let the productivity of mining labor remain the same. The 30,000 hundredweights are produced with the same quantity of iron, timber, coal, machinery, and labor as before. But since iron, timber, and machinery have gotten dearer, cost more labor time than before, more coal than before must be given for them. As previously, the product would be equal to 30,000 hundredweights. The coal mining labor has remained as productive as it was before. With the same quantity of living labor and the same amount of timber, iron, machinery, etc., it produces the same 30,000 hundredweights as before. The living labor, as before, is represented by the same value, say 20,000 pounds reckoned in money. On the other hand, timber, iron, etc., in a word, the constant capital, now cost 16,000 instead of 10,000. That is to say, the labor time contained in them has increased by 6/10, or 60%. The value of the total product is now equal to 36,000 pounds. It was 30,000 pounds before. It has therefore risen by 1/5, or 20%. So also, every aliquot part of the product costs 1/5, or 20%, more than before. If a hundredweight cost 1 pound previously, then now it costs 1 pound plus 1/5 of 1 pound, i.e. 1 pound 4 shillings. Previously, 1/3 of the total product was equal to constant capital, 2/3 equal to the labor added. Now the proportion of the constant capital to the value of the total product is 16,000 to 36,000, or 16 to 36, or 4/9. It amounts therefore to 1/9 of the value of the total product more than before. The part of the product which is equal to the value of the labor added was formerly 2/3, or 6/9 of the product. It is now 5/9. The coal miners' labor would not have become less productive, but the product of their labor plus the pre-existing labor would have become less productive. That is, 1/9 more of the total product would be required to replace the component part of the value formed by the constant capital. 1/9 less of the product would be equal to the value of the labor added. Now, as before, the producers of iron, timber, etc. would only pay for 10,000 centium weights of coal. Previously, these cost them 10,000 pounds. They will now cost them 12,000. A part of the cost of the constant capital would therefore be made good, since they would have to pay the increased price for the part of the coal which they get in replacement for iron, etc. But the producer of coal has to buy raw material, etc. from them to the amount of 16,000 pounds. There remains, therefore, a debit balance of 4,000. That is, 3,333 1/3 centium weights of coal. He must, therefore, as before, supply 16,666 2/3 plus 3,333 1/3 centium weights, being 20,000 centium weights of coal, or 2/3 of the product, to the consumers, who would now have to pay 24,000 pounds for it instead of 20,000. In so doing, they would have to replace for him not only labor, but also a part of the constant capital. As regards the consumers, the matter would be very simple. If they wish to consume the same quantity of coal as before, they must pay 1/5 more for it, and so must spend 1/5 of their revenue less on other products, if the production costs have remained the same in every branch of production. The difficulty lies only in this. How does the producer of coal pay for the 4,000 pounds of iron, timber, etc., for which their producers do not want coal in exchange? He has sold the 3,333 1/3 centium weights, equal to this 4,000 pounds, to the consumers of coal, and has received in exchange commodities of all kinds. But these cannot enter into his consumption, or that of his laborers, but must pass into the consumption of the producers of iron, timber, etc., for he must replace in these articles the value of his 3,333 1/3 centium weights. It'll be said, it's quite a simple matter. All consumers of coal have to consume 1/5 less of all other commodities, or each of them has to give 1/5 more of his commodities for coal. The producers of iron, timber, etc. consume exactly this 1/5 more. However, it is not at first glance evident how the lowered productivity in the ironworks, machine building, timber felling, etc. is to enable their producers to consume a larger revenue than before, since the price of their articles is supposed to be equal to their values, and consequently to have risen only in proportion to the diminished productivity of their labor. Now, it is assumed that iron, timber, and machinery have risen in value by 3/5, or by 60%. There are only two causes which can give rise to this. Either the iron, timber, etc. production has become less productive, because the living labor used in it has become less productive, that is, a greater quantity of labor must be used to produce the same product. In this case, the producers must use 3/5 more labor than before. The rate of wages has remained the same, because the lowered productivity of labor has only a passing effect on individual products. Therefore, the rate of surplus value has also remained the same. The producer needs 24 days labor where he needed 15 before, but he pays the laborers, as before, only 10 hours labor on each of the 24 working days, and makes them work 2 hours for nothing on each of these days, as previously. If the 15 workers have therefore done 150 hours of labor for themselves and 30 for him, so the 24 work 240 hours for themselves and 48 for him. Here, we don't worry about the rate of profit. Wages have only fallen insofar as they are spent in iron, timber, and machinery, which is not the case. The 24 laborers now consume 3/5 more than the 15 did before. So the coal producers can set aside correspondingly more for them from the value of the 3,333 1/3 centium weights, i.e. for their master, who pays out the wages. Alternatively, the reduced productivity in the production of iron, timber, etc. arises from the fact that parts of their constant capital, of their means of production, have become dearer. Then the same alternative applies. And finally, eventually, the reduced productivity must result in the use of a greater quantity of living labor, therefore also in increased wages, which the coal producer has partly received from the consumers in the 4,000 pounds. In the branches of production where more labor is employed, the amount of the surplus value will have risen because the number of workers employed is greater. On the other hand, the rate of profit will have fallen insofar as all component parts of their constant capital into which their own product enters have risen. whether they themselves use a part of their own product as means of production, or as in the case of coal, their product enters as a means of production into their own means of production. However, if their variable capital had increased more than the part of the constant capital that they have to replace, their rate of profit will also have risen, and they will participate in the consumption of a part of the £4,000. An increase in the value of the constant capital, arising from lowered productivity in the branches of labor which supply it, raises the value of the product into which it enters as constant capital, and reduces the part of the product, in kind, which replaces the newly added labor, thus making it less productive insofar as this is reckoned in its own product. For the part of the constant capital which is exchanged in kind, the position is the same as it was. The same quantity of iron, timber, and coal as before will be exchanged in kind in order to replace the iron, timber, and coal that has been used up, and in this transaction, the higher prices will balance each other. But the surplus of coal, which now forms a part of the constant capital of the coal producer and does not enter into this exchange in kind, is, as before, exchanged for revenue, in the case given above, in part not only for wages but also for profit. This revenue, however, instead of going to the former consumers, accrues to the producers in whose spheres of production a greater quantity of labor is used. That is, the number of laborers has increased. If a branch of industry produces products which enter only into individual consumption, and neither into other industries as means of production, and by means of production, constant capital is always meant here, nor into their own reproduction, as for example in agriculture, cattle raising, or the coal industry, into which coal itself enters as auxiliary material, then the annual product of this branch must always be paid for out of revenue, wages, or profit. Let us take the case of the linen given earlier. 3 yards of linen consist of 2/3 constant capital and 1/3 labor added. 1 yard of linen therefore represents labor added. If the surplus value is 25%, then 1/5 of the 1 yard represents the profit. The other 4/5 represent the reproduction of the wages. The manufacturer himself consumes the 1/5, or what is the same thing, others consume it and pay him the value, which he consumes in his own or in other commodities. To simplify the question, here the whole profit is wrongly considered as revenue. But he expends the 4/5 of a yard again in wages. His laborers consume them as their revenue either directly or in exchange for other consumable products, whose owners consume the linen. This is the total part of the 3 yards of linen, the 1 yard, which the linen producers can themselves consume as revenue. The other 2 yards represent the manufacturer's constant capital. They must be reconverted into the conditions of production for linen, yarn, machinery, etc. From the standpoint of the manufacturer, the exchange of the 2 yards of linen is an exchange of constant capital, but he can only exchange it against the revenue of other people. So he pays for the yarn, say, with 4/5 of the 2 yards, or 8/5 yards, and for the machinery with 2/5 of a yard. The spinner and machine builder in turn can each consume 1/3 of what they get. That is, the former, out of the 8/5 yards, 8/15 of a yard, the latter 2/15. Added together, 10/15, or 2/3 of a yard. But 4/3 yards must replace for them the raw material, flax, iron, coal, etc., and each of these articles in turn consists of one part which represents revenue, that is labor newly added, and another part which represents constant capital, the raw materials and fixed capital, etc. The last 1 1/3 yards, however, can only be consumed as revenue. What therefore ultimately appears as constant capital in yarn and machinery, and is used by the spinner and machine builder to replace the flax, iron, and coal, except for the part of the iron, coal, etc., which the machine builder replaces with machines, can only represent the part of the flax, iron, and coal which forms the revenue of the flax, iron, and coal producers, so that there is no constant capital to be replaced in this. That is to say, it must belong to the part of the product into which, as shown above, no part of the constant capital enters. But these producers consume what is their revenue in iron, coal, flax, etc., in linen or in other consumable products because their own products do not enter in that form, or only to a small extent, into their individual consumption. Thus, a part of the iron, flax, etc. can be exchanged for a product which only enters into individual consumption, that is linen, and in exchange for it, replace for the spinner all, and for the machine builder part, of his constant capital, while in turn the spinner and machine builder, with the part of their yarn and machinery that represents revenue, consume linen and thereby replace the weaver's constant capital. Thus, in fact, the whole of the linen is resolved into the profits and wages of the weaver, spinner, machine builder, flax grower, and producers of coal and iron, while at the same time they replace the whole of the constant capital for the linen manufacturer and the spinner. The account would not balance if the final producers of raw materials had to replace their own constant capital by exchange with the linen, since this is an article for individual consumption, which does not enter into any sphere of production as means of production, as part of the constant capital. The account balances because the linen bought by the flax grower, producers of coal and of iron, the machine builder, etc. with their own product replaces for them only the part of their product which consists in revenue for them, but in constant capital for those who buy their products. That is only possible because they replace the part of their product which does not consist of revenue, and which therefore cannot be exchanged for consumable products in kind, or by the exchange of constant capital for constant capital. In the example given above, it may seem strange that it is assumed that the productivity of labor in a given branch of industry has remained the same, and yet that it has fallen, if the productivity of the living labor employed in this branch of industry is reckoned in its own product. But this is very simply explained. Suppose the product of a spinner's labor is equal to 5 pounds of yarn. Assume that he needs for this only 5 pounds of cotton, that is, that there is no waste, and that a pound of yarn costs 1 shilling. We leave the machinery out of account here. That is, we suppose that its value has neither fallen nor risen. For the case we are considering, therefore, its value is equal to nil. Let the cotton cost 8 pence per pound. Of the 5 shillings which the 5 pounds of yarn costs, 40 pence, i.e. 3 shillings 4 pence, is for the cotton, and 5 times 4 pence, being 20 pence, or 1 shilling 8 pence, is the newly added labor. Of the total product, therefore, constant capital amounts to 3 shillings 4 pence, that is, 3 1/3 pounds of yarn, and labor to 1 2/3 pounds of yarn. Hence, 2/3 of the 5 pounds of yarn replace constant capital, and 1/3 of the 5 pounds of yarn, or 1 2/3 pounds, is the part of the product which pays for the labor. Assume that the price of a pound of cotton now rises by 50%, from 8 pence to 12 pence, or 1 shilling. Then we have, for 5 pounds of yarn, first 5 shillings for 5 pounds of cotton, and 1 shilling 8 pence for labor added, whose quantity, and therefore whose value expressed in money, remains the same. Thus the 5 pounds of yarn now costs 5 shillings, plus 1 shilling 8 pence, being in total 6 shillings 8 pence. Of this 6 shilling 8 pence, however, raw material is now 5 shillings, and labor 1 shilling 8 pence. 6 shillings 8 pence, or 80 pence, of which 60 pence is for raw material and 20 for labor. Labor now only forms 20 pence of the value of the 5 pounds. On the other hand, the raw material is 3/4 or 75%. Previously, it was only 66 2/3%. As the 5 pounds of yarn now costs 80 pence, 1 pound costs 16 pence. 4 is 20 pence, the value of the newly added labor. The spinner will therefore get 1 1/4 pounds of the 5 pounds of yarn, and the other 3 3/4 pounds go for raw material. Previously, 1 2/3 pounds were for labor, profit and wages, and 3 1/3 pounds for constant capital. Reckoned in its own product, therefore, the labor has become less productive, although its productivity has remained the same, and only the raw material has gotten dearer. But it has remained equally productive because the same labor has transformed 5 pounds of cotton into 5 pounds of yarn in the same time, and the actual product of this labor, considered as use value, is only the form of yarn which has been given to the cotton. The 5 pounds of cotton has been given the form of yarn as before, with the same labor. The actual product, however, consists not only of this form of yarn, but also of the raw cotton, the material which has been put into this form, and the value of this material now forms a greater part of the total product than it did before, in proportion to the labor which gives it the form. Consequently, the same quantity of spinning labor is paid for in less yarn, or the part of the product which replaces it has become smaller. So much for that. Subsection C. Vulgar assumptions of Garnier's polemics against Smith, Garnier's relapse into physiocratic ideas, the view of unproductive laborers' consumption as the source of production, a step backwards as compared with the physiocrats. So in the first place, Garnier is wrong when he says that the whole capital is in the end always replaced by consumers' revenue, since a part of the capital can be replaced by capital and not by revenue. Secondly, it is in itself a silly statement, since revenue itself, insofar as it is not wages or wages paid by wages, revenue derived from wages, is profit on capital, or revenue derived from profit on capital. Finally, it is silly to say that the part of the capital which does not circulate, in the sense that it is not replaced by consumers' revenue, yields no profit to its possessor. In fact, conditions of production remaining the same, this part yields no profit, or rather no surplus value, but without it, capital could in no case produce its profit. Quote, all that can be deducted from this difference is that in order to employ productive people, what is required is not only the revenue of the person who enjoys their labor, but also a capital which yields profit to intermediaries, while to employ non-productive people, the revenue which pays them is most often sufficient." End quote. This one sentence is such a bundle of nonsense that it makes it clear that Garnier, the translator of Adam Smith, in fact understood nothing of what Adam Smith wrote, and in particular had no conception whatever of the essence of the wealth of nations, namely the view that the capitalist mode of production is the most productive mode, which it absolutely is in comparison with all previous forms. First, it is an extremely silly objection to raise against Smith, who declared that unproductive labor was labor paid directly from revenue, that, quote, "to employ non-productive people, the revenue which pays them is most often sufficient." Now, however, the antithesis. Quote, "In order to employ productive people, what is required is not only the revenue of the person who enjoys their labor, but also a capital which yields profit to intermediaries." How productive, then, must agricultural labor be for Mr. Garnier, which, in addition to the revenue which enjoys the product of the land, requires a capital which not only yields profit to intermediaries, but in addition a rent to the landowner? In order to employ these productive people, what is necessary is not first capital that employs them, and secondly revenue that enjoys their labor, but nothing other than capital, which produces the revenue, which enjoys the fruit of their labor. If, as a capitalist tailor, I lay out £100 in wages, this £100 produces for me, say, £120. It produces for me a revenue of £20, with which I can then, if I want to, also enjoy tailoring labor in the form of a frock coat. If, on the other hand, I buy clothes for £20 in order to wear them, it is obvious that these clothes have not created the £20 with which I buy them. And the case would be the same if I got a jobbing tailor to come to my house and made him sew coats for me for £20. In the first case, I received £20 more than I had before, and in the second case, after the transaction, I have £20 less than I had before. Moreover, I would soon realize that the tailor whom I pay directly from revenue does not make the coat as cheaply as if I bought it from the intermediary. Garnier imagines that the profit is paid by the consumer. The consumer pays the value of the commodity, and although it contains a profit for the capitalist, the commodity is cheaper for him, that is the consumer, than if he had spent his revenue directly on labor, causing it to produce on a small scale for his personal requirements. It is obvious here that Garnier has not the slightest idea of what capital is. He continues, quote, "Do not many unproductive workers, such as actors, musicians, etc., as a rule only receive their wages through the channel of a manager who draws profits from the capital placed in this kind of enterprise?" This observation is correct, but it only shows that a part of the laborers whom Adam Smith in his second definition calls unproductive are productive, according to his first definition. It follows, therefore, that in a society in which the productive class is very numerous, it must be supposed that a large accumulation of capitals exists in the hands of intermediaries, or entrepreneurs of labor. In fact, wage labor on a mass scale is only another expression for capital on a mass scale. It is therefore not, as Smith maintains, the proportion existing between the mass of capitals and that of revenues which will determine the proportion between the productive class and the non-productive class. This latter proportion seems to depend much more on the customs and habits of the people, on the more or less advanced degree of its industry. If productive laborers are such as are paid from capital, and unproductive such as are paid from revenue, the proportion of the productive class to the unproductive class is obviously that of capital to revenue. The proportional growth of the two classes, however, will not depend only on the existing proportion of the mass of capitals to the mass of revenues. It will depend on the proportion in which the increasing revenue, that is profit, is transformed into capital or expended as revenue. Although the bourgeoisie was originally very thrifty, with the growing productivity of capital, i.e. the productivity of the laborers, it imitates the retainer system of the feudal lords. According to the latest report on the factories, 1861 or 1862, the total number of persons, managers included, employed in the factories, properly so called of the United Kingdom, was only 775,000, while the number of female servants in England alone amounted to 1 million. What a convenient arrangement it is that makes a factory girl to sweat 12 hours in a factory, so that the factory proprietor, with a part of her unpaid labor, can take into his personal service her sister as a maid, her brother as a groom, and her cousin as a soldier or policeman. Garnier's last sentence is trite tautology. he makes the proportion between the productive and the unproductive classes depend not on the proportion of capital and revenue, or rather on the mass of existing commodities which are expended in the form of capital or of revenue, but on the customs and habits of the people, on the degree of the development of its industry. In fact, capitalist production first appears at a certain stage of development of industry. As a Bonapartist senator, Garnier naturally waxes enthusiastic over lackeys and servitors in general. No class with an equal number of individuals contributes more than domestic servants to the conversion into capital of sums originating from revenue. In fact, no class provides a more worthless section of recruits for the petty bourgeoisie. Garnier does not understand how Smith, quote, a man who has observed things with such sagacity, end quote, does not value more highly this, quote, intermediary placed close to the rich in order to gather up the scraps of revenue which the latter so thoughtlessly dissipates. He himself says in this sentence that he merely gathers up the scraps of revenue. But of what does this revenue consist? Of the unpaid labor of the productive laborer. After all these extremely worthless polemics against Smith, Garnier, relapsing into physiocracy, declares agricultural labor the only productive labor. And why? Because, quote, it creates another new value, a value which did not exist in society, even as an equivalent at the moment when this labor began to be performed, and it is this value which provides a rent to the owner of the land. So what is productive labor? Labor which produces a surplus value, a new value over and above the equivalent which it receives as wages. Smith is not to blame for Garnier's failing to understand that the exchange of capital for labor means nothing but the exchange of a commodity of a given value equal to the given quantity of labor for a greater quantity of labor than it itself contains, and thus creates, quote, a new value, a value which did not exist in society even as an equivalent at the moment when this labor began to be performed, end quote. Germain Garnier had published in Paris in 1796 abbreviated essentials of the principles of political economy. Along with the physiocratic view that agriculture alone is productive, another is to be found, which, to a great extent, explains his polemic against Adam Smith. Namely, that consumption, strongly represented by the unproductive laborers, is the source of production, and that the volume of the latter is to be measured by the volume of the former. The unproductive laborers satisfy artificial needs and consume material products, and are thus in every way useful. He also polemicizes, therefore, against economy, as in thrift. On page 13 of his preface, we find, quote, the fortune of an individual is enlarged by saving. The public fortune, on the contrary, derives its increase from the increase of consumption. And on page 240, in the chapter on public debts, the improvement and extension of agriculture, and consequently the progress of industry and commerce, have no other cause than the extension of artificial needs. From this, he concludes that public debts are a good thing, in that they increase these needs. In Schmalz's criticism of Smith's distinction between productive labor and unproductive labor, this German afterbirth of the physiocrats says, I observe only that Smith's distinction between productive and unproductive labor should not be considered as essential or very precise if one has regard to the fact that in general the labor of others never produces anything for us but a saving of time, and that this saving of time is all that forms its value and its price. There is a confusion here. The value and the price of a thing is not determined by the economy of time effected through the division of labor, but I get more use value for the same value. Labor is more productive because a greater quantity of products is produced in the same time. However, as the echo of the physiocrats, he naturally could not discover value in labor time itself. The joiner, for example, who makes a table for me, and the servant who takes my letters to the post, who cleans my clothes for me or gets the things that I need, both perform a service of absolutely like nature. Both the one and the other save me time, which I myself would have to use up in doing these things, as also the time I would have to devote to acquire the skill and facility needed for them. The following remark of this same scribbler, Schmalz, is also important for the link with Garnier. For instance, his consumption system and the economic utility of vast expenditure with the physiocratic system. This system, that is Quesnay's, regards the consumption of artisans and even of those who merely consume as meritorious, because this consumption, even though in an indirect and mediated way, contributes to the growth of the nation's revenue, since, but for this consumption, the consumed products would not have been produced from the land and could not have been added to the revenue of the landowner. Section 8. Charles Ganil. Mercantilist conception of exchange and exchange value. Inclusion of all paid labor in the concept of productive labor. A very inferior and superficial compilation is Charles Ganil's Systems of Political Economy. His twaddle is directly linked with Garnier, against whom he polemicizes. This idiot, in Principes d'économie politique, defines wealth as an accumulation of superfluous labor. Had he said that it is the labor which is superfluous for keeping the worker alive as a worker, the definition would be correct. Mr. Ganil's starting point is the elementary fact that the commodity is the element of bourgeois wealth, and therefore labor, in order to produce wealth, must produce commodities, must sell itself or its product. Quote, in the present state of civilization, labor is only known to us through exchange. Labor without exchange can produce no wealth. From this, Ganil jumps straight into the mercantile system. Because labor without exchange creates no bourgeois wealth, quote, wealth comes exclusively from trade. Or, as he says later, exchange or trade alone gives value to things. On this principle of the identity of values and wealth rests the doctrine of the fruitfulness of general labor. Ganil himself declares that the commercial system, which he calls a mere modification of the monetary system, quote, derives private and public wealth from the exchangeable values of labor, whether these values are or are not fixed in material, durable, and permanent objects. He thus falls into the mercantile system, as Garnier fell into the physiocratic. His trash, if good for nothing else, is consequently not had as a characterization of this system, and of its views on surplus value, especially as he puts forward these views in opposition to Smith, Ricardo, etc. Wealth is exchangeable value. All labor which produces an exchangeable value, or itself has an exchangeable value, consequently produces wealth. The only word in which Ganil shows himself a more profound mercantilist is the word general labor. The labor of individuals, or rather its product, must take the form of general labor. Only so is it exchange value, that is, money. In fact, Ganil comes back to the view that wealth is equivalent to money, though no longer only gold and silver, but the commodity itself, insofar as it is money. He says, quote, commercial system, or the exchange of values of general labor. This is nonsense. The product is value, as the form of existence, as the incarnation of general labor, but not as the value of general labor, which would be equivalent to the value of value. But let us assume that the commodity is constituted as value, and has even taken on the form of money, is metamorphosed. It is now exchangeable value. But how great is its value? All commodities are exchangeable value. They are not different from each other in this. But what makes the exchangeable value of a definite commodity? Here, Ganil does not get beyond the crudest superficiality. A is of greater exchange value when it exchanges for more B, C, D, etc. Ganil is quite right when he says of Ricardo and most economists that they consider labor without exchange, although their system, like the whole bourgeois system, rests on exchange value. This, however, is only due to the fact that to them, the form of the product as commodity seems self-evident, and consequently they examine only the magnitude of value. In exchange, the products of individuals only manifest themselves as products of general labor by taking the form of money. This relativity, however, originates from the fact that they must present themselves as the form of existence of general labor, and can be reduced to it only as relative, merely quantitatively different expressions of social labor. But the exchange itself does not give them their magnitude of value. In exchange, they appear as general social labor, and the extent to which they can appear as general social labor depends on the extent to which they can present themselves as social labor. That is, on the extent of the commodities for which they can be exchanged, and therefore on the expansion of the market, of trade, on the range of commodities in which they can be expressed as exchange value. For example, were there only 4 different branches of production in existence, each of the 4 producers would produce a great part of his product for himself. If there are thousands, then he can produce his total product as commodities. It can enter entirely into exchange. But Ganil imagines, with the mercantilists, that the magnitude of value is itself the product of exchange. whereas in fact it is only the form of value, or the form of commodity, which the product receives through exchange. Exchange gives things a value which they would not have had without it. If this means that things, i.e. use values, only become value, receive this form as relative expressions of social labor, it's a tautology. But if it is intended to mean that through exchange they get a greater value than they would have had without it, it is clearly nonsense, for exchange can only increase A's magnitude of value by reducing that of B. Insofar as it gives A a greater value than it has before the exchange, it gives B a smaller value. A plus B, therefore, has the same value after the exchange as it had beforehand. The most useful products may have no value if exchange does not give any to them. First, if these things are products, they are from the start products of labor, not general elemental things provided by nature like air, etc. If they are the most useful, they are use values in the highest sense, use values that everyone needs. If exchange gives them no value, this is only possible if everyone produces them for himself. This, however, contradicts the assumption that they are produced for exchange, therefore the whole proposition is nonsense. And the most useless products may have very great value if exchange is favorable for them. For Mr. Ganil, exchange is a mystical being. If the most useless products are no use for anything, have no use value, who will buy them? They must therefore have at least an imaginary utility for the buyer. And if he is not a fool, why should he pay more for them? Their dearness must therefore originate in some circumstance which, in any case, does not arise from their usefulness, their scarcity, their rarity, but Ganil calls them the most useless products. As therefore they are products, why are they not produced in greater quantities, in spite of their great exchange value? If before it was the buyer who was a fool, giving a lot of money for something that had neither a real nor an imaginary use value for him, now it is the seller, who does not produce these trifles of great exchange value instead of utilities of small value. That their exchange value is great in spite of their small use value determined by the natural needs of man, must therefore be due to some circumstance that originates not from Lord Exchange, but from the product itself. Its high exchange value is therefore not the product of exchange, but only appears in exchange. The exchanged value of things, and not their exchangeable value, establishes the real value, the value which is identical with wealth. But exchangeable value is a relation of the thing to other things with which it can be exchanged. The correct point underlying this statement is this: what compels the transformation of the commodity into money is that it has to enter into exchange as an exchangeable value, but only becomes that as the result of exchange. On the other hand, the exchanged value of A is a definite quantity of products B, C, D, etc. Therefore, according to Mr. Ganil, it is no longer a value, but a thing, without exchange. B, C, D, etc. were not values. A has become a value through these non-values stepping into its place as exchanged value. By the mere change of place, after they have come out of exchange and find themselves in the same position as before, these things have become values. It is therefore neither the real utility of things nor their intrinsic value which makes them wealth. It is exchange which fixes and determines their value, and it is this value which identifies them with wealth. Lord Exchange fixes and determines something which was there or was not there. If only exchange creates the value of things, then this value, this product of exchange, ceases to exist as soon as exchange itself ceases. Thus what it makes, it equally unmakes. I exchange A for B plus C plus D. In this act of exchange, A gets value. As soon as the act is passed, B, C, and D stand on the side where A was, and A on the side where B, C, and D were. And in fact, each stands on its own, outside Lord Exchange, who only consisted of this change of place. B, C, and D are now things, not values. So is A. Or exchange fixes and determines in the literal meaning of the word. A dynamometer determines and fixes the degree of strength of my muscles, but it does not make it. In this case, value is not produced by exchange. There is, in truth, no wealth for individuals and for peoples, except when each labors for all. That is to say, when his labor takes the form of general social labor. For in any other meaning, this would be nonsense, since, except in the form of general social labor, an iron manufacturer does not work for all, but only for consumers of iron. And all for each, which again is nonsense if we are dealing with use value, for the products of all are without exception special products, and each person needs only special products. What this means is therefore only that each special product takes on a form in which it exists for everyone, and it only exists in this form not because as a special product it is distinct from the product of each other person, but because it is identical with it. That is, once more, the form of social labor as it exists on the basis of commodity production. From this definition, exchange value is the expression of the labor of the isolated individual as general social labor. Ganil falls once more into the crudest conception, that exchange value is the proportion in which commodity A exchanges against commodity B, C, D, etc. A has great exchange value if much B, C, D, etc. is given for it, but then little a is given for B, C, and D. Wealth consists of exchange value. Exchange value consists of the relative proportion in which products exchange for each other. The total quantity of products has therefore no exchange value, since it is not exchanged for anything. Hence, society, whose wealth consists of exchange values, has no wealth. Consequently, it follows not only, as Ganil himself concludes, that the, quote, national wealth, which is composed of the exchange values of labor, can never rise and can never fall in exchange value, therefore there is no surplus value, but that it has no exchange value whatever, and so is not wealth, since wealth consists only of exchangeable values. If the abundance of wheat makes its value fall, the farmers will be less rich, because they have less exchange values to obtain for themselves things that are necessary, useful, or pleasant for life. But the consumers of wheat will profit from all that the farmers have lost. The loss of some will be compensated by the gain of others, and the general wealth will undergo no change. Excuse me. The consumers of wheat eat the wheat, and not the exchangeable value of the wheat. They are richer in means of subsistence, but not in exchangeable value. They have exchanged a small amount of their products, which have a high exchange value because of their relative paucity as compared with the quantity of wheat for which they are exchanged, for the wheat. The farmers have now received the high exchange value, and the consumers a good deal of wheat of small exchange value, so that now the latter are the poor ones, and the farmers the rich. Moreover, the social total of exchange values, loses its nature of being exchange value in the same degree as it becomes the total of exchange values. A, B, C, D, E, and F have exchange value insofar as they are exchanged for each other. When they have been exchanged, they are then all products for their consumers, their purchasers. By exchanging hands, they have ceased to be exchange values, and thereby the wealth of society, which is composed of exchangeable values, has disappeared. The value of A is relative. It is its exchange relation to B, to C, etc. A plus B has less exchange value, because its exchange value now exists only in relation to C, D, E, and F. But the total of A, B, C, D, E, and F has no exchange value at all, because it expresses no relation. The total of commodities is not exchanged for other commodities. Therefore, the wealth of society, which consists of exchange values, has no exchange value, and is consequently not wealth. Hence, it is that it is difficult, and perhaps impossible, for a country to enrich itself by internal commerce. It is not at all the same for peoples who engage in foreign trade. This is the old mercantile system. Value consists in my getting not an equivalent, but more than the equivalent. At the same time, however, for Ganil, there is no equivalent, for this would imply that the value of A and the value of B are determined not by the proportion of A in B or of B in A, but by some third thing in which A and B are identical. But if there is no equivalent, there can also be no excess over the equivalent. I get less gold for iron than iron for gold. Now I have more iron, for which I get less gold. If, therefore, I gain on the original transaction because less gold is equal to more iron, I now lose just as much because more iron is equal to less gold. All labor, whatever be its nature, is productive of wealth provided that it has an exchange value. Exchange pays no regard either to the quantity or to the material nature or to the durability of the products. All kinds of labor are equally productive of the sum for which they have been exchanged. First, they are equally productive of the sum, that is, the price which they have been paid, the value of their wages. But Ganiel at once goes another step further. Immaterial labor, he says, produces the material product for which it is exchanged, so that it seems that material labor produces the product of immaterial labor. There is no difference between the labor of the workman who makes a chest of drawers for which he gets 2 bushels of wheat in exchange, and the labor of a village fiddler for which he gets 2 bushels of wheat. In both cases, 2 bushels of wheat are produced, 2 bushels to pay for the chest of drawers, and 2 bushels to pay for the pleasure given by the village fiddler. It is true that after the joiner has consumed the 2 bushels of wheat, a chest of drawers remains, and after the fiddler has consumed them, nothing remains. It is not by what remains after consumption that one can judge whether a labor is productive or sterile. It is by the exchange, or by the production to which it has given rise. But since the joiner's labor, as well as the fiddler's labor, is the cause of the production of the 2 bushels of wheat, both are equally productive of 2 bushels of wheat, although the one, after it is finished, does not fix and realize itself in any durable object, and the other does so. Adam Smith would like to reduce the number of laborers who are not usefully occupied, in order to multiply that of the workers who are usefully occupied. But no consideration has been given to the fact that if this desire could be realized, all wealth would be impossible, because consumers would be lacking for the producers, and the excess that was not consumed would not be reproduced. The productive classes do not give the products of their labors gratuitously to the classes whose labors do not yield any material products. Here, he nevertheless himself distinguishes between labors which yield material products and labors which do not. They give them to them in exchange for the convenience, the pleasures, and the enjoyments that they receive from them, and in order to give them to them, they are obliged to produce them. If the material products of labor were not employed to pay for the labors which do not yield material products, they would not have consumers, and their reproduction would cease. The labors productive of enjoyment thus contribute to production as efficaciously as the labor which is considered to be the most productive. Almost always the conveniences, the pleasures, or the enjoyments which the people seek follow and do not precede the products which are to pay for them. They seem, therefore, to be much more effect than cause of the products which are to pay for them. The position is different when those devoted to pleasure, luxury, and ostentation are not wanted by the productive classes. Thus he himself makes the distinction here. And they are nevertheless forced to pay for them, and to cut down their own requirements by this amount. Then it may come about that this forced payment does not bring about an increase in production. Apart from this case, all labor is necessarily productive, and contributes more or less efficaciously to the formation and growth of the public wealth, because it necessarily calls forth the products which pay for it. So according to this, the unproductive labors are productive neither because of their cost, that is, their exchange value, nor because of the special enjoyment that they produce, that is, their use value, but because they produce productive labor. If, according to Adam Smith, that labor is productive which is directly exchanged for capital, then we have to consider, apart from the form, also the material components of the capital which is exchanged for labor. It resolves itself into the necessary means of subsistence, that is, for the most part, into commodities, material things. What the worker has to pay from these wages to state and church is a deduction for services which are forced upon him. What he pays out for education is devilishly little, but when he does, his payments are productive, for education produces labor power. What he pays out for the services of physicians, lawyers, or priests is his misfortune. There are very few unproductive labors or services left on which the worker's wages are spent, especially as he himself provides his costs of consumption. Cooking, keeping his house clean, generally, even repairs. The following statement of Ganiel's is extremely characteristic. If exchange gives to the servant's labor a value of 1,000 francs, while it gives to that of the husbandman or a factory worker only a value of 500 francs, one must conclude from this that the servant's labor contributes to the production of wealth twice as much as that of the husbandman and the factory worker, and it cannot be otherwise, as long as the labor of servants receives in payment twice as much in material products as the labor of husbandmen and factory workers. How can it be imagined that wealth results from labor which has less exchange value and which is consequently paid less? If the wages of the factory or agricultural worker are 500 francs, and the surplus value, profit and rent, created by him is equal to 40%, his net product would be 200 francs, and 5 such laborers would be required to produce the wages of 1,000 francs for the servant. If, instead of the servant, Lord Exchange cared to buy a mistress for 10,000 francs annually, the net product of 50 such productive workers would be required. And because her unproductive labor brings in for the mistress 20 times as much exchange value, wages, as the wages of the productive worker, this person adds 20 times as much to the production of wealth, and a country produces the more wealth, the higher it pays its servants and mistresses. Mr. Ganil forgets that only the productivity of manufacturing and agricultural labor, only the surplus created by the productive workers but not paid to them, provides any fund at all for which the unproductive workers are paid. But he reckons like this: 1,000 francs wage and the labor of servant or mistress as equivalent for the wage make together 2,000 francs. The value of servants and mistresses, that is, their production costs, depend entirely on the net product of the productive laborers. Indeed, their existence as a special breed of people depends on it. Their price and their value have little in common with each other. But even assuming that the value, the cost of production, of a servant is twice as great as that of a productive worker, it must be observed that the productivity of a laborer, like that of a machine, and his value are entirely different things, which are even in inverse proportion to each other. The value that a machine costs is always a minus in relation to its productivity. In vain is the objection raised that if the labor of servants is as productive as that of husbandmen and factory workers, there is no reason why the public economy of a country should not be used to maintain them, not only without being squandered, but with a constant increase of value. This objection is only specious because it assumes that the fruitfulness of each labor results from its cooperation in the production of material objects, that material production is constitutive of wealth, and that production and wealth are completely identical. It is forgotten that all production only becomes wealth concurrently with its consumption, and that exchange determines up to what point it contributes to the formation of wealth. If it is remembered that all labors contribute directly or indirectly to the total production of each country, that exchange, in fixing the value of each labor, determines the part that it has had in this production, that consumption of the production realizes the value that exchange has given it, and that the surplus or deficit of production over consumption determines the state of wealth or poverty of peoples, it'll be realized how inconsistent it is to isolate each labor, to fix its fertility and its fruitfulness by its contribution to material production and without any regard to its consumption, which alone gives it a value without which wealth cannot exist. On the one hand, the man makes wealth depend on the excess of production over consumption. On the other hand, he says that only consumption gives value, and a servant who consumes 1,000 francs consequently contributes twice as much to the giving of value as a peasant who consumes 500 francs. In the first place, he admits that these unproductive labors do not directly participate in the formation of material wealth. Smith does not claim more than this. On the other hand, he tries to prove that on the contrary, they create material wealth in the same measure as, according to his own admission, they do not. All those who polemicize against Adam Smith on the one hand assume a superior attitude to material production, and on the other hand, they attempt to justify immaterial production, or even no production, like that of lackeys, as material production. It makes absolutely no difference whether the owner of the net revenue consumes this revenue in lackeys, mistresses, or pasties, but it is ludicrous to imagine that the surplus must be consumed by servants and cannot be consumed by productive laborers themselves without the value of the product going to the devil. With Malthus, too, we find the same view of the necessity of unproductive consumers, which necessity in fact exists when the surplus comes into the hands of idlers. Section 9. Ganil and Ricardo on net revenue. Ganil as an advocate of a diminution of the productive population. Ricardo as an advocate of the accumulation of capital and the growth of productive forces. Ganil claims to have put forward a theory in his book Theory of Political Economy, a book I don't know, which Ricardo later copied from him. This theory is that wealth depends on the net product and not on the gross product, and thus on the level of profit and rent. This is certainly not a discovery of Ganil's, who distinguishes himself, however, by the way he puts it. Surplus value presents itself, has its real existence in a surplus produce in excess of the quantity of products which only replace its original elements, that is, which enter into its production costs, and taking constant and variable capital together are equal to the total capital advanced to production. The aim of capitalist production is the surplus, not the product. The laborer's necessary labor time, and therefore also its equivalent in the product with which it is paid for, is only necessary as long as it produces surplus labor. Otherwise, it is unproductive for the capitalist. The surplus value is equal to the rate of surplus value, S over V, multiplied by the number of simultaneous days' labor, or the number of employed workers, that is, by N. So S equals S over V times N. This surplus value can therefore be increased or reduced in two ways. For example, S over 1/2 V times N is equal to 2S over V times N, i.e. double the surplus. Here, the surplus has doubled because the rate has doubled, since S over 1/2 of V is 2S over V, that is, twice as much as S over V. On the other hand, however, S over V times 2N would also be equal to double the surplus. V, the variable capital, is equal to the price of the single day's labor multiplied by the number of workers employed. If 800 laborers are employed, each costing £1, then V equals 800 pounds, that is, £1 times 800, i.e. N is 800. Then, if the surplus value is 160, its rate would be 160 over 1 times 800, being 16 over 80, or 1/5, 20%. But the surplus value itself is 160 over 1 times 800 times 800, that is, S pounds over 1 pound times N times N. With a given length of labor time, this surplus value can only be increased by an increase of productivity, or, at a given level of productivity, by a lengthening of the labor time. But what concerns us here is a double surplus resulting from S over 1/2 V times N, and a double surplus resulting from S over V times 2N. The surplus value, the gross amount of surplus value, remains the same if the number of laborers is reduced by half, is only N instead of 2N, but the surplus labor performed by them each day is twice as much as it was before. On this assumption, therefore, two things would remain the same. First, the total quantity of products produced, and secondly, the total quantity of surplus produce, or net product. But the following would have changed. First, the variable capital, or the part of the circulating capital expended in wages, would have fallen by half. The part of the constant capital, which consists of raw materials, would also remain unchanged, as the same quantity of raw material as before would be worked up, although this would be done by half the laborers employed before. As against this, the part which consists of fixed capital has increased. If the capital expended in wages was £300, being £1 per laborer, it would now be £150. If that expended in raw materials was 310, it would now be 310. If the value of the machinery was 4 times as much as the rest of the capital, it would now be 1,600. Therefore, if the machinery is worn out in 10 years, the machinery entering annually into the product would be 160. We will assume that the capital previously expended annually on instruments was £40, thus only 1/4. In this case, the rate of profit has risen because the total capital has decreased. The capital expended in wages has fallen by £150. The total value of the fixed capital has only risen by £120, and so in all, £30 less than before is expended. Quote, when a country is deprived of the aid of machines, and its labor is carried out by hand, the laboring classes consume almost the whole of their production. To the degree that industry makes progress, is improved by the division of labor, the skill of the workmen, and the invention of machines, the costs of production diminish. Or in other words, a smaller number of laborers is required to obtain a greater production. That is to say, therefore, in the same degree as industry becomes more productive, the production costs of wages are reduced. Fewer laborers are employed in relation to the product, and these, therefore, also consume a smaller part of the product. If a laborer without machinery needs 10 hours to produce his own means of subsistence, and if with machinery he only needs 6, Then, with 12 hours labor, in the first case he works 10 for himself and 2 for the capitalist, and the capitalist gets 1/6 of the total product of 12 hours. In the first case, 10 laborers will produce a product equal to 100 hours for the workers and 20 hours for the capitalist. Of the value of 120, the capitalist gets 1/6, or 20. In the second case, 5 laborers will produce a product equal to 30 hours for the workers and 30 hours for the capitalist. Of the 60 hours, the capitalist now gets 1/2, 3 times as much as before. The total surplus value too would have risen, namely from 20 to 30 by 1/3. When I appropriate 1/2 of 60 days, this is 1/3 more than when I appropriate 1/6 of 120 days. Moreover, the 1/2 of the total product that the capitalist gets is also greater in quantity than before. For 6 hours now produce as much product as 10 did before. 1 hour as much as 10/6 of an hour before, or 1 as much as 1 and 4/6 being 1 2/3. The capitalist's surplus value would therefore have risen, and also his surplus product, if he consumes it himself, or as much of it as he consumes in kind. The surplus value can even rise without the quantity of the total product being increased, for the increase of surplus value means that the laborer is able to produce his means of subsistence in less time than before, that therefore the value of the commodities he consumes falls, represents less labor time, and that therefore a certain value, equal to 6 hours for example, represents a greater quantity of the use values than before. The laborer receives the same quantity of product as before, but this quantity forms a smaller part of the total product, as its value expresses a smaller part of the fruits of the day's labor. Although an increase in productive power in the branches of industry whose product neither directly nor indirectly enters into the formation of the laborer's means of consumption could not have this result, since increased or reduced productivity in these branches does not affect the relation between the necessary and the surplus labor, the result for these industries would nevertheless be the same, although it did not originate from a change in their own productivity. The relative value of their products would rise in exactly the same proportion as that of other commodities had fallen, if their own productivity had remained the same. Consequently, a proportionately smaller aliquot part of these products, or a smaller part of the labor time of the laborer, which is materialized in them, would procure for him the same quantity of means of subsistence as before. The surplus value would therefore rise in these branches of labor, just as in the others. But what will then become of the 5 displaced workers? It'll be said that capital has also released, namely that which paid the 5 dismissed workers, who each received 10 hours, for which they worked 12, that is, 50 hours in all, which could previously have paid the wages of 5 workers, and which now that wages have fallen to 6 hours, can pay for 8.5 days' labor. Therefore now the capital of 50 hours labor that has been released can employ more workers than have been dismissed. But a capital equivalent to the whole 50 hours labor has not been released. For even assuming that the raw material has become cheaper in the same proportion as the increase in the quantity of it that is worked up in the same labor time, that is, assuming that the same increase of productivity has taken place in that branch of production, the outlay for the new machinery nevertheless remains. Assuming that this costs exactly 50 hours labor, it has certainly in no case employed as many laborers as were put off, for this 50 hours labor was laid out entirely in wages for 5 workers. But in the value of the machine, equivalent to 50 hours labor, both profit and wages are contained, both paid and unpaid labor time. In addition, constant capital enters into the value of the machine. The number of machine-building workers who built this machine is smaller than the number of workers discharged, nor are they the same individuals as those discharged. The greater demand for workers in machine building can at most affect the future distribution of the number of workers, so that a larger part of the generation entering the labor market, a larger part than before, turns to that branch of industry. It does not affect those who have been discharged. Moreover, the increase in the annual demand for these is not equal to the new capital expended on machinery. The machine lasts, for example, for 10 years. The constant demand which it creates is therefore equal annually to 1/10 of the wages contained in it. To this 1/10 must be added labor for repairs during the 10 years, and the daily consumption of coal, oil, and other auxiliary materials, which, in all, amounts perhaps to another 2/10. If the capital released were equal to 60 hours, these would now represent 10 hours surplus labor and only 50 necessary labor. Thus, if previously the 60 hours had been expended in wages, and 6 workers had been employed, now it would be only 5. The shifting of labor and capital, which increased productivity brings about by means of machinery, etc., is always only prospective. That is to say, the increase, the new number of workers entering industry, is distributed in a different way. Perhaps the children of those who have been thrown out, but not these themselves. They themselves vegetate for a long time in their old trade, which they carry on under the most unfavorable conditions, inasmuch as their necessary labor time is greater than the socially necessary labor time. They become paupers, or find employment in branches of industry where a lower grade of labor is employed. A pauper, like a capitalist, lives on the revenue of the country. He does not enter into the production costs of the product, and consequently, Mr. Ganil would call him a representative of exchangeable value. Ditto for a criminal who's fed in prison. A large part of the unproductive laborers, holders of state sinecures, etc., are simply respectable paupers. Assume that the productivity of industry is so advanced that whereas earlier 2/3 of the population were directly engaged in material production, and now it is only 1/3. Previously, 2/3 produced means of subsistence for 3/3. Now, 1/3 produce for 3/3. Previously, 1/3 was net revenue, as distinct from the revenue of the laborers. Now, 2/3. Leaving class contradictions out of account, the nation would now use 1/3 of its time for direct production, where previously it needed 2/3 of its time. Equally distributed, all, that is the whole population, would have 2/3 more time for unproductive labor and leisure. But in capitalist production, everything seems, and in fact is, contradictory. The assumption does not imply that the population is stagnant, for if the 3/3 grow, so also do the 1/3. Thus, measured in quantity, a larger number of people could be employed in productive labor, but relatively, in proportion to the total population, it would always be 50% less than before. Those 2/3 of the population consist partly of the owners of profit and rent, partly of unproductive laborers, who also, owing to competition, are badly paid. The latter help the former to consume the revenue and give them in return an equivalent in services, or impose their services on them, like the political unproductive laborers. It can be supposed that with the exception of the horde of flunkies, the soldiers, sailors, police, lower officials, and so on, these unproductive laborers will on the whole have a higher level of culture than the unproductive workers had previously, and in particular, that ill-paid artists, musicians, lawyers, physicians, scholars, schoolmasters, inventors, etc., will also have increased in number. Within the productive class itself, commercial middlemen will have multiplied, but in particular, those engaged in machine construction, railway construction, mining, and excavation. Moreover, in agriculture, laborers engaged in stock raising will have increased in number, and also those employed in producing chemical and mineral materials for fertilizers, etc. Further, the farmers who grow raw materials for industry will have risen in number, in proportion to those producing means of subsistence, and those who provide fodder for cattle, in proportion to those who produce means of subsistence for people. As the constant capital grows, so also does the proportionate quantity of the total labor which is engaged in its reproduction. Nevertheless, the part of the population directly producing means of subsistence, although its number declines, produces more products than before. Its labor is more productive, while for the individual capital, the fall in the variable part of the capital, as compared with the constant part, takes the direct form of a reduction in the part of the capital expended in wages. For the total capital, in its reproduction, this necessarily takes the form that a relatively greater part of the total labor employed is engaged in the reproduction of means of production than is engaged in the production of products themselves. That is, in the reproduction of machinery, including means of communication and transport in buildings, of auxiliary materials, coal, gas, oil, tallow, leather belting, etc., and of plants which form the raw material for industrial products. Relatively to the manufacturing workers, agricultural workers will decline in number. Finally, the luxury workers will increase in number, since the higher revenue will consume more luxury products. The variable capital is resolved into revenue, firstly wages, secondly profit. If, therefore, capital is conceived as something contrasted with revenue, the constant capital appears to be capital in the strict sense, the part of the total product that belongs to production and enters into the costs of production without being individually consumed by anyone, with the exception of draft cattle. This part may originate entirely from profit and wages, but in the last analysis, it can never originate from these alone. It is the product of labor, but of labor which regarded the instrument of production itself as revenue, as the savage did the bow. But once transformed into constant capital, this part of the product is no longer resolvable into wages and profit, although its reproduction yields wages and profit. A part of the product belongs to this part. Each subsequent product is the product of this past labor and of present labor. The latter can only be continued insofar as it returns a part of the total product to production. It must replace the constant capital in kind. If it grows more productive, it replaces the product but not its value, reducing this value as a result. If it grows less productive, it raises its value. In the first case, the aliquot part drawn by past labor from the total product falls. In the second case, it rises. In the first case, the living labor becomes more productive. In the second, less productive. The factors which reduce the costs of the constant capital also include improved raw materials. For example, it is not possible to make the same quantity of twist in the same time, both from good and from bad raw cotton, leaving entirely out of account the relative quantity of waste, etc. Hence the importance of the quality of seed and so on. Ganil continues, quote, "So long as the division of labor is not established in all branches, so long as all classes of the laboring and industrious population have not attained their full development, the invention of machines and their employment in certain industries only cause the capitals and laborers displaced by the machines to flow into other employments which can usefully employ them. But it is evident that when all branches of employment have the capital and laborers they require, every further improvement and every new machine that cuts down labor necessarily reduces the laboring population, and as this reduction does not diminish production, the part which it leaves available accrues either to the profit of capitals or to the rent of land, and in consequence, the natural and necessary effect of machines is to diminish the population of the wage-earning classes, who live on the gross product, and to increase the population of the classes which live on the net product. The displacement of the population of a country, a necessary consequence of the progress of industry, is the true cause of the prosperity, the power, and the civilization of modern peoples. The more the lower classes of society decrease in number, the less need it be troubled by the dangers to which the distress, the ignorance, the credulity, and the superstition of these unfortunate classes ceaselessly expose it. The more the upper classes multiply, the more subjects the state has at its disposal, the stronger and more powerful it is, the more knowledge, intelligence, and civilization there is in the whole population. Say makes the total value of the product resolvable into revenue in the following way. In his translation of Ricardo's Principles, chapter 26, he says in a note, quote, "The net revenue of an individual consists of the value of the product to which he has contributed, less his disbursements, but as the disbursements that he has made are portions of revenue which he has paid to others, the totality of the value of the product has served to pay revenues. The total revenue of a nation is composed of its gross product, that is to say, of the gross value of all its products which are distributed among the producers." The last sentence would be correct if expressed in this way. The total revenue of a nation is composed of that part of its gross product, of the gross value of all the products which are distributed as revenues among the producers, minus that portion of all the products which in each branch of industry had replaced the means of production. This value, after so many exchanges, would be entirely consumed in the year which saw its birth, but it would nonetheless be still the revenue of the nation. Just as an individual who has 20,000 francs annual revenue, although he consumes it entirely each year, has nonetheless these 20,000 francs for annual revenue. His revenue does not consist only of his savings. His revenue never consists of his savings, although his savings always consist of his revenues. To prove that a nation can annually consume both its capital and its revenue, Say compares it to an individual who leaves his capital intact and only consumes his revenue each year. If this individual consumed in a single year both his capital of 200,000 francs and the revenue of 20,000, he would have nothing to eat the year after. If the entire capital of a nation, and consequently the entire gross value of its products, consisted of revenues, Say would be right. The individual consumes his 20,000 revenue. His 200,000 capital, which he does not consume, would be composed of the revenues of other individuals, each of whom consumes his share, and thus, at the end of the year, the whole capital would be consumed. But perhaps it would be reproduced while it is consumed, and thus replaced. but the individual in question reproduces annually his revenue of 20,000 francs because he has not consumed his capital of 200,000 francs. The others have consumed this capital. Then they have no capital with which to reproduce the revenue. Only the net product, says Ganil, and those who consume it form the state's wealth and power and contribute to its prosperity, its glory, and its grandeur. Ganil further cites Say's notes to the translation of Ricardo's principles, where Ricardo says that if a country has 12 million inhabitants, it would be more advantageous for it if 5 million productive workers labor for the 12 million than if 7 million productive workers labor for them. In the first case, the net product consists of the surplus produce on which the 7 million who are not productive live. In the other, of a surplus produce for 5 million. Say remarks on this. This is quite like the doctrine of the economists of the 18th century, who maintained that manufacturers in no way helped towards the wealth of the state, because the wage-earning class, consuming a value equal to that which they produce, contribute nothing to their famous net product. On this, Ganil observes, "It is not easy to see any connection between the economist's assertion that the industrial class consumes a value equal to that which it produces, and the doctrine of Mr. Ricardo that the wages of laborers cannot be counted in the revenue of a state." Here, too, Ganil misses the point. The economists go wrong in regarding the manufacturers as only wage-earning classes. This distinguishes them from Ricardo. They are further wrong in thinking that the wage earners produce what they consume. The correct view, as Ricardo, in contrast to them, knew very well, is that it is they who produce the net product, but produce it precisely because their consumption, that is to say their wage, is equal not to the time they labor, but to the labor time that they have put in to produce this wage. That is, that they receive a share of the product only equal to their necessary consumption, or that they receive only as much of their own product as is equivalent to their own necessary consumption. The economists assumed that the whole industrial class, masters and workmen, were in this position. They considered that only rent bore the character of an excess of production over wages, and consequently that it was the only wealth. But when Ricardo says that profits and rents form this surplus and are consequently the only wealth, in spite of his difference from the physiocrats, he agrees with them in thinking that only the net product, the product in which the surplus value exists, forms the national wealth. Although he has a better understanding of the nature of this surplus. For him, too, it is only the part of the revenue which is in excess of wages. What distinguishes him from the economists is not his explanation of the net product, but his explanation of wages, under which category the economists wrongly also include profits. Say also remarks in opposition to Ricardo. From 7 million fully employed laborers, there would be more savings than from 5 million. Ganil rightly observes, refuting this, that is to suppose that the economies from wages are preferable to the economy which results from the reduction of wages. It would be too absurd to pay 400 million in wages to laborers who give no net product in order to provide them with the opportunity and the means for making economies on their wages. With every step made by civilization, labor becomes less burdensome and more productive. The classes condemned to produce and to consume diminish, and the classes which direct labor, which relieve, console, and enlighten the whole population, multiply. They become more numerous and appropriate to themselves all the benefits which result from the diminution of the costs of labor, from the abundance of products and the cheapness of consumer goods. In this way, the human race lifts itself up. Because of this progressive tendency to the diminution of the lower classes of society and the increase of the upper classes, civil society becomes more prosperous, more powerful. If the number of workers employed is 7 million, the wages might be 1,400 million. But if the 1,400 million do not yield a larger net product than the 1,000 million paid to the 5 million workers, the real economy would be in abolishing the 400 millions in wages paid to 2 million laborers who yield no net product, and not in the savings that these 2 million workers could make from the 400 million wages. In chapter 26 of his Principles, Ricardo observes, quote, Adam Smith constantly magnifies the advantages which a country derives from a large gross, rather than a large net income. What would be the advantage resulting to a country from the employment of a great quantity of productive labor, if, whether it employed that quantity or a smaller, its net rent and profits together would be the same? Whether a nation employs 5 or 7 million productive laborers to produce the net revenue on which the 5 million others live, the food and clothing of 5 millions would be still the net revenue. The employing of a greater number of men would enable us neither to add a man to the army and navy, nor to contribute 1 guinea more in taxes. This reminds us of the ancient Germans, of whom one part in turn took the field, and the other cultivated the field. The smaller the number that was indispensable for cultivating the field, the greater the number who were able to war. It would not have helped them if the number of people had increased by 1/3, so that instead of 1,000 they had 1,500, if 1,000 were then required to cultivate the field, while previously it was 500. Their disposable forces would have consisted of only 500 men, both before and after. If, on the other hand, the productivity of their labor had increased, so that 250 sufficed to cultivate the field, 750 of the 1,000 could have taken the field, whereas in the opposite case, if the productivity of their labor had fallen, it would only be 500 out of the 1,500. First, it should be noted here that Ricardo means by net revenue, or net product, not the excess of the total product over the part of it that must be returned to production as means of production, raw materials, or instruments. On the contrary, he shares the false view that the gross product consists of gross revenue. By net product, or net revenue, he means the surplus value, the excess of the total revenue over the part of it that consists of wages, of the revenue of the laborers. This revenue of the laborer, however, is equal to the variable capital, the part of the circulating capital which he is constantly consuming and constantly reproducing as the part of his production which he himself consumes. If Ricardo treats the capitalists as not entirely useless, that is to say, as themselves agents of production, and therefore resolves a part of their profit into wages, he has to deduct a part of their revenue from the net revenue, and to declare that all these persons only contribute to wealth insofar as their wages form the smallest possible part of their profit. However that may be, at least a part of their time as agents of production belongs, like a fixture, to production itself, and to this extent they cannot be used for other purposes of society or of the state. The more free time their duties as managers of production leave them, the more is their profit independent of their wage. In contrast to these, the capitalists who live only on their interest, and also the landlords who live on rent, are in person entirely at the disposal of society and the state, and no part of their income enters into the costs of production, except for that part which is used for the reproduction of their own worthy person. Ricardo should therefore have also desired, in the interests of the state, a growth of rent, the pure net revenue, at the cost of profits. But this is not at all his viewpoint. And why not? Because it hinders the accumulation of capitals, or what is in part the same thing, because it increases the number of unproductive workers at the cost of the productive. Ricardo fully shares Adam Smith's view of the distinction between productive and unproductive labor, that the former exchanges its labor directly for capital, and the latter directly for revenue, but he no longer shares Smith's tenderness for and illusion about the productive worker. It is a misfortune to be a productive worker. A productive worker is a worker who produces wealth for another. His existence only has meaning as such an instrument of production for the wealth of others. If, therefore, the same quantity of wealth for others can be created with a smaller number of productive workers, then the suppression of these productive workers is in order. Ricardo, incidentally, does not think of this suppression as Ganil does, that through mere suppression the revenue increases, and that what was formerly consumed as variable capital, that is, in the form of wages, would then be consumed as revenue. With the diminution in the number of productive workers, also disappears the amount of product which those who have been discharged themselves consumed, and themselves produced, their equivalent. Ricardo does not assume, as Ganil does, that the same quantity of products as before is produced, but the same quantity of net product. If the laborers consumed 200, and their surplus was 100, the total product was 300, and the surplus was 1/3. If the workers consume 100, and their surplus is 100 as before, the total product is 200, and the surplus is 1/2. The total product would have fallen by 1/3, by the quantity of products consumed by the 100 dismissed workers, and the net product would have remained the same, because 200 over 2 is the same as 300 over 3. For Ricardo, therefore, the amount of the gross product does not matter, provided that the portion of the gross product which constitutes the net product remains the same or grows, but in any case does not diminish. So he says, quote, To an individual with the capital of 20,000, whose profits were 2,000 per annum, it would be a matter quite indifferent whether his capital would employ 100 or 1,000 men, whether the commodity produced sold for 10,000 or for 20,000, provided, in all cases, his profits were not diminished below 2,000. Is not the real interest of the nation similar? The passage in Ricardo's chapter 26 runs as follows. Adam Smith constantly magnifies the advantages which a country derives from a large gross rather than a large net income. Because, says Adam, the greater will be the quantity of productive labor which puts it into motion. What would be the advantage resulting to a country from the employment of a great quantity of productive labor if, whether it employed that quantity or a smaller, its net rent and profits together would be the same? This therefore means nothing, but if the surplus value produced by a greater quantity of labor would be the same as the surplus value produced by a smaller quantity. That, however, in turn means nothing but that it is the same thing for a country whether it employs a large number of workers at a lower rate of surplus or a smaller number at a higher rate. N times 1/2 is just as much as 2n times a quarter, where n represents the number of workers and 1/2 and a quarter the rate of surplus. The productive laborer, as such, is a mere instrument of production for the production of surplus, and if the result is the same, a larger number of these productive workers would be a nuisance. To an individual with the capital of 20,000, whose profits were 2,000 per annum, it would be a matter quite indifferent whether his capital would employ 100 or 1,000 men, whether the commodity produced sold for 10,000 or for 20,000, provided, in all cases, his profits were not diminished below 2,000. Is not the real interest of the nation similar? Provided its net real income, its rent and profits be the same, it is of no importance whether the nation consists of 10 or 12 million inhabitants. Its power of supporting fleets and armies, and all species of unproductive labor. This passage shows, among other things, that Ricardo shared Adam Smith's view of productive and unproductive labor, although he did no longer share Smith's tenderness based on illusions for the productive worker. Must be in proportion to its net, and not in proportion to its gross income. If 5 million men could produce as much food and clothing as was necessary for 10 million, food and clothing for 5 million would be the net revenue. Would it be of any advantage to the country that to produce the same net revenue, several million men should be required? That is to say that 7 million should be employed to produce food and clothing sufficient for 12. The food and clothing of 5 million would still be the net revenue. The employing a greater number of men would enable us neither to add a man to the army and navy, nor to contribute 1 guinea more in taxes. A country is the richer, the smaller its productive population is relatively to the total product. Just as for the individual capitalist, the fewer laborers he needs to produce the same surplus, so much the better for him. The country is richer, the smaller the productive population in relation to the unproductive, the quantity of products remaining the same. For the relative smallness of the productive population would be only another way of expressing the relative degree of the productivity of labor. On the one hand, it is the tendency of capital to reduce to a dwindling minimum the labor time which is necessary for the production of commodities, and therefore also the number of the productive population in relation to the amount of the product. On the other hand, however, it has also the opposite tendency to accumulate, to transform profit into capital, to appropriate the greatest possible quantity of the labor of others. It strives to reduce the norm of necessary labor, but to employ the greatest possible quantity of productive labor at the given norm. The proportion of the products to the population makes no difference in this. Corn and cotton can be exchanged into wine, diamonds, etc., or laborers can be employed in productive labor which does not directly add anything to the consumable products, such as railway construction, etc. If, as the result of an invention, a capitalist can now only use in his business £10,000 instead of the 20,000 he used previously, because 10,000 is now sufficient, and if this sum yields 20% for him instead of 10, that is, as much as the 20,000 brought in before, this would be no reason for him to spend 10,000 as revenue instead of as capital as before. Actually, it is only in the case of state loans that we can speak of a direct transformation of capital into revenue. He would place it elsewhere, and in addition, would capitalize a part of his profit. Among the economists, including Ricardo in part, we find the same antinomy as there is in reality. Machinery displaces labor and increases the net revenue, particularly always what Ricardo here calls net revenue, the quantity of products in which revenue is consumed. It reduces the number of laborers and increases the products, which are then partly consumed by unproductive workers, partly exchanged abroad, etc. So, this would be desirable. But no, in that case, it must be shown that machinery does not deprive the laborers of bread. And how is this to be shown? By the fact that after a shock, to which perhaps the section of the population which is directly affected cannot offer any resistance, machinery once again employs more people than were employed before it was introduced, and therefore once again increases the number of productive workers and restores the former disproportion. This is, in fact, what happens. And so, in spite of the growing productivity of labor, the working population could constantly grow not in proportion to the product, which grows with it and faster than it, but proportionately to the total population. If, for example, capital simultaneously becomes concentrated, and therefore former component parts of the productive classes fall into the ranks of the proletariat. A small part of the latter rises into the middle class. The unproductive classes, however, see to it that there is not too much food available. The constant retransformation of profit into capital always restores the same cycle on a wider basis. And Ricardo's care for accumulation is even greater than his care for net profit, which he regards with fervent admiration as a means to accumulation. Hence, too, his contradictory admonitions and consoling remarks to the workers. He says that they are the people most interested in the accumulation of capital, because it is on this that the demand for them depends. He says that if this demand rises, then the price of labor rises. He says that they must therefore themselves desire the lowering of wages, so that the surplus taken from them, once more filtered through capital, is returned to them for new labor, and their wages rise. This rise in wages, however, is bad, he says, because it restricts accumulation. On the one hand, they must not produce children. This brings in a fall in the supply of labor, and so its price rises. But this rise diminishes the rate of accumulation, and so diminishes the demand for them and brings down the price of labor. Even quicker than the supply of them falls, capital falls along with it. If they do produce children, then they can increase their own supply and reduce the price of labor. Thus the rate of profit rises, and with it the accumulation of capital. But the laboring population must rise in the same degree as the accumulation of capital. That is to say, the laboring population must be there exactly in the numbers that the capitalist needs, which it does anyway. Mr. Ganil is not altogether consistent in his admiration for the net product. He quotes from Say, "I do not doubt at all that in slave labor the excess of the products over consumption is larger than that excess in the labor of a free man. The worker of the slave has no limit but his capacity. The slave, and the free worker too, labors for an unlimited need, his master's cupidity." On this, Ganil observes, "The free laborer cannot consume more and produce less than the slave. All consumption presumes an equivalent produced to pay for it. If the free laborer consumes more than the slave, the products of his labor must be more considerable than those of the slave's labor." As if the size of the wage depended only on the productivity of the worker, and not, with a given productivity, on the division of the product between worker and master. He continues, "I know that it can be said with some reason that the economies made by the master at the expense of the slave serve to augment his personal expenses. But it is more advantageous to the general wealth that there should be well-being in all classes of society rather than no excessive opulence among a small number of individuals." How does that tally with the net product? And for that matter, Mr. Ganil at once retracts his liberal tirades. He wants slavery for the colonies. He is only a liberal insofar as he does not want to reintroduce slavery into Europe, having understood that the free workers here are slaves, that they only exist to produce net product for capitalists, landlords, and their retainers. Quesnay definitely denies that economies made by the wage-earning classes have the faculty to increase capital, and the reason he gives for this is that these classes should not have any means by which to make economies, and that if they had a surplus, an excess, this could only be due to an error or some disorder in the society's economy. Ganil cites in evidence the following passage from Quesnay, quote, "If the sterile class saves in order to augment its cash, its labors and its gains will diminish in the same proportion, and it will fall into decay." The ass! He does not understand Quesnay. Mr. Ganil puts on the keystone in the following paragraph. "The larger wages are, the less is the revenue of the society. Society stands on them, but they do not stand in society. And all the skill of governments should be applied to reducing the amount of the wages, a task worthy of the enlightened century in which we live. Then there are still others to be considered briefly on productive and unproductive labor. Section 10. Exchange of revenue and capital. Replacement of the total amount of the annual product. Exchange of revenue for revenue, exchange of revenue for capital, and exchange of capital for capital. There are to be distinguished, firstly, the part of the revenue which is transformed into new capital, that is, the part of the profit which is itself again capitalized. Here, we leave this entirely out of account. It belongs to the section on accumulation. Secondly, the revenue which is exchanged with capital consumed in production, so that by means of this exchange, not new capital is formed, but old capital replaced. In a word, the old capital is conserved. In this inquiry, therefore, we can put the part of the revenue which is transformed into new capital as equal to nil, and treat this subject as if all revenue covers either revenue or capital consumed. The whole amount of the annual product is therefore divided into two parts. One part is consumed as revenue, the other part replaces in kind the constant capital consumed. Revenue is exchanged for revenue when, for example, the producers of linen exchange a portion of that part of their product, the linen, which represents their profit and wages, their revenue, for corn, that represents a portion of the profits and wages of farmers. Here, therefore, there is an exchange of linen for corn, those two commodities which both enter into individual consumption, exchange of revenue in the form of linen for revenue in the form of corn. There is absolutely no difficulty in this. If consumable products are produced in proportions corresponding to needs, which means also that the proportionate amounts of social labor required for their production are proportionately distributed, which of course is never exactly the case, there being constant deviations, disproportions, which as such are adjusted, but in such a way that the continuous movement towards adjustment itself presupposes continuous disproportion. Then in this case, revenue, for example in the form of linen, exists in the exact quantity in which it is required as an article of consumption, therefore in which it is replaced by the articles of consumption of other producers. What the producer of linen consumes in corn, etc., the farmers and others consume in linen. The part of his product which represents revenue, which he exchanges for other commodities, articles of consumption, is thus taken in exchange as an article of consumption by the producers of these other commodities. What he consumes in the product of others, these others consume in his product. It may be noted in passing that no more necessary labor time is employed on a product than is required by society. That is to say, no more time than what on the average is required for the production of this commodity. This condition is the result of capitalist production, which even continuously reduces the minimum of necessary labor time. But in order to do so, it must constantly produce on a rising scale. If 1 yard of linen costs only 1 hour, and this is the necessary labor time that society has to use to satisfy its need for 1 yard of linen, it by no means follows from this that if 12 million yards are produced, that is 12 million hours labor, or what is the same thing, 1 million days labor, 1 million workers being employed as linen weavers, that society needs to employ such a part of its labor time necessarily on the weaving of linen. If the necessary labor time is given, and therefore also that a certain quantity of linen can be produced in 1 day, the question arises how many such days are to be used in the production of linen. The labor time used on the total of particular products, in a year for example, is equal to a definite quantity of this use value, for example 1 yard of linen, say equivalent to 1 day's labor, multiplied by the number of days labor used in all. The total quantity of labor time used in a particular branch of production may be under or over the correct proportion to the total available social labor, although each aliquot part of the product contains only the labor time necessary for its production, or although each aliquot part of the labor time used was necessary to make the corresponding aliquot part of the total product. From this standpoint, the necessary labor time acquires another meaning. The question is, in what quantities the necessary labor time itself is distributed among the various spheres of production. Competition constantly regulates this distribution, just as it equally constantly disorganizes it. If too large a quantity of social labor time is used in one branch, the equivalent can be paid only, as if the correct quantity had been used. The total product, that is to say, the value of the total product, is in this case therefore not equal to the labor time contained in it, but is equal to the proportionate labor time which would have been used had the total product been in proportion to production in the other spheres. But inasmuch as the price of the total product falls below its value, the price of each aliquot part of it falls. If 6,000 yards of linen instead of 4,000 are produced, where 4,000 would be in proportion, and if the value of the 6,000 yards is 12,000 shillings, then they are sold only for 8,000. The price of each yard is 1 1/3 shillings, instead of 2, 1/3 below its value. It therefore amounts to the same thing as if 1/3 too much labor time had been used to produce 1 yard. Assuming that the commodity has use value, the fall of its price below its value therefore shows that although each part of the product has only cost the socially necessary labor time for itself, a superfluous, more than necessary total quantity of social labor has been employed in this one branch. The sinking of the relative value of the commodity as a result of altered conditions of production is something entirely different. This piece of linen on the market has cost 2 shillings, equal, for example, to 1 day's labor, but it can be reproduced now for only 1 shilling. Since the value is determined by the socially necessary labor time and not by the labor time used by the individual producer, the day that the producer has used for the production of the 1 yard is now only equal to half of the socially determined day. The fall of the price of his yard from 2 shillings to 1, that is, of its price below the value that it cost him, shows merely a change in the conditions of production, that is, a change in the necessary labor time itself. On the other hand, if the production cost of the linen remained the same while those of all other articles rise, with the exception of gold, the material of money, or even if the rise applies to certain articles such as wheat, copper, etc., in a word, to articles which do not enter into the component parts of the linen, then 1 yard of linen would be equal to 2 shillings as before. Its price would not fall, but its relative value, expressed in wheat, copper, etc., would have fallen. Of the part of the revenue in one branch of production which produces consumable commodities, which is consumed in the revenue of another branch of production, it can be said that the demand is equal to its own supply, insofar as production is kept in the right proportion. It is the same as if each branch itself consumed that part of its revenue. Here, there is only a formal metamorphosis of the commodity, C to M to C prime, linen to money to wheat. Both commodities, which are exchanged here, represent only a part of the new labor added in the year. But in the first place, it is clear that this exchange, in which 2 producers mutually consume a part of their product, which represents revenue, in each other's commodities, this exchange only takes place in those branches of production which produce consumable articles, articles which enter directly into individual consumption, in which, consequently, revenue can be spent as revenue. Secondly, it is just as clear that only regarding this part of the exchange of products, it is true that the producer's supply is equal to the demand for other products which he wishes to consume. Here, in fact, it is only a question of a simple exchange of commodities. Instead of producing his means of subsistence himself, he produces the means of subsistence for another, who produces his. No relation between revenue and capital enters into this. Revenue in one form of consumable articles is exchanged against revenue in another form. And so, in fact, consumable articles are exchanged for consumable articles. What determines their process of exchange is not that both are revenue, but that both are consumable. Their definite form as revenue does not enter into it at all. It shows itself, however, in the use value of the interchangeable commodities, in that both enter into individual consumption, which in turn, however, means no more than that one part of consumable products is exchanged for another part of consumable products. The form of revenue can only intervene or make itself manifest where the form of capital confronts it. But even in this case, what Say and other vulgar economists assert is not true. That if A cannot sell his linen, or can only sell it under its value, that is, the part of his linen which he wishes to consume himself as revenue, then this happens because B, C, etc. have produced too little wheat, meat, etc. It may be because they have not produced enough of these, but it may also be because A has produced too much linen. For assuming that B, C, etc. have enough wheat, etc. to buy all of A's linen, they nevertheless do not buy it, because only a definite quantity of linen is consumed by them. Or it may also be because A has produced more linen than the part of their revenue which can be spent on clothing materials altogether. That is, absolutely, because each person can expend as revenue only a definite quantity of his own product, and A's production of linen presupposes a greater amount of revenue than in total there is. It is ridiculous, however, when it is only a matter of the exchange of revenue against revenue, to suppose that what is wanted is not the use value of the product, but the quantity of this use value, thus once again forgetting that this exchange concerns only the satisfaction of needs, not, as an exchange value, the quantity. But everyone will prefer to have a large, rather than a small, quantity of an article. If this is supposed to solve the difficulty, then it is absolutely impossible to understand why the producer of linen, instead of exchanging his linen for other articles of consumption and piling these up en masse, does not carry out the simpler process of enjoying a part of his revenue in his superfluous linen. Why does he at all transform his revenue from the form of linen into other forms? Because he has to satisfy other needs than the need for linen. Why does he himself consume only a certain part of the linen? Because only a quantitatively determined part of the linen has use value for him. The same thing, however, holds for B, C, etc. If B sells wine and C books and D mirrors, each may prefer to consume the surplus of his revenue in his own product, wine, books, and mirrors, rather than in linen. Thus, it cannot be said that necessarily too little wine, books, and mirrors have been produced because A cannot transform his revenue in the form of linen, or cannot transform it at its value, into wine, books, and mirrors. It is still more ridiculous, however, when this exchange of revenue against revenue, this one section of the exchange of commodities, is passed off as the whole of commodity exchange. We have thus disposed of one part of the product. A part of the consumable products changes hands between the producers of these consumable products themselves. Each consumes a part of his revenue in the other's product instead of in his own product. And in fact, he can only do this insofar as there is the reciprocal consumption by the other of his product instead of theirs. The effect is the same as if each had consumed that part of his own product which represents his own revenue. For all the rest of the products, however, complicated relations intervene, and it is only here that the commodities exchange confront each other as revenue and capital, and not only as revenue. First, a distinction has to be made. In all branches of production, a part of the total product represents revenue, labor added during the year, profit, and wages. Rent, interest, etc. are parts of profit. The income of the state, good-for-nothings, is part of profit and wages. The income of the other unproductive laborers is the part of the profit and wages which they buy with their unproductive labors. It therefore does not increase the product existing as profit and wages, but only determines how much of it they consume, and how much is consumed by the laborers and capitalists themselves. But only in one section of the spheres of production can the part of the product representing revenue enter directly in kind into the revenue, or in its use value be consumed as revenue. All products which are only means of production cannot be consumed in kind, in their immediate form, as revenue, but only their value. This, however, must be consumed in the branches of production which produce directly consumable articles. A part of the means of production may be immediate articles of consumption. It may be one or the other according to the use made of it, as for example a horse, a cart, etc. A part of the immediate articles of consumption may be means of production, like corn for spirits, wheat for seed, and so on. Almost all articles of consumption can re-enter the production process as excrements of consumption, as for example worn out and half-rotten rags of linen in the manufacture of paper. But no one produces linen in order that it should become, as rags, the raw material for paper. It only gets this form after the linen weaver's product as such has entered consumption. Only as excrement of this consumption, as residuum and product of the consumption process, can it then go into a new production sphere as means of production. This case, therefore, is not relevant here. The products, therefore, of which the adequate part that represents revenue can be consumed by their own producers as value, but not as use value, so that they must sell the part, for example, of their machines, which represents wages and profit, in order to consume it, as they cannot directly satisfy any individual need with it as a machine. These products can just as little be consumed by the producers of other products. They cannot enter into anyone's individual consumption, and hence cannot form part of the products on which they spend their revenue, since this would be in contradiction to the use value of these commodities. Their use value, by the nature of the case, excludes individual consumption. The producers of these unconsumable products, therefore, can only consume their exchange value. That is to say, they must first transform them into money in order to retransform this money into consumable commodities. But to whom are they to sell them? To producers of other individually unconsumable products? Then they would merely have one unconsumable product in the place of the other. It is, however, presupposed that this part of the product forms their revenue, that they sell these commodities in order to consume their value in consumable products. For that reason, they can only sell them to the producers of products that can be consumed individually. This part of the exchange of commodities represents exchange of one man's capital for another man's revenue, and of one man's revenue for another man's capital. Only one part of the total product of the producer of consumable products represents revenue. The other part represents constant capital. He can neither himself consume the latter, nor can he exchange it for the consumable products made by others. He can neither consume in kind the use value of this part of the product, nor can he consume its value by exchanging it for other consumable products. He must, on the contrary, transform it again into the natural elements of his constant capital. He must consume industrially this part of his product, that is, use it up as means of production. But in its use value, his product is only capable of entering individual consumption. He cannot, therefore, transform it again in kind into his own elements of production. Its use value excludes industrial consumption, so he can only industrially consume its value by selling it to the producers of those elements of production needed for his product. He can neither consume in kind this part of his product, nor can he consume its value by selling it for other products that are also to be consumed individually. But since this part of his product, as well as the other part which he can consume as revenue, by its use value can only be consumed as revenue, it must enter into individual consumption and cannot replace constant capital. Therefore, it must enter into the revenue of the producers of unconsumable products. It must be exchanged against that part of their products whose value they can consume, or in other words, which represents their revenue. If we look at this exchange from the standpoint of each of the people exchanging, for A, the producer of the product which can be consumed, it represents a transformation of capital into capital. He transforms the part of his total product which is equal to the value of the constant capital it contains back again into the natural form in which it can function as constant capital. Both before and after the exchange, it represents in its value only constant capital. For B, the producer of the product that cannot be consumed, it is the reverse. The exchange represents merely the transformation of revenue from one form into the other. He transforms the part of his total product which forms his revenue, equal to the part of the total product which represents labor newly added, his own labor, that is capital and laborer, into the natural form in which he can consume it as revenue. Both before and after the exchange, it represents in its value only his revenue. If we look at the relation from both sides there, A exchanges his constant capital for B's revenue, and B exchanges his revenue for A's constant capital. B's revenue replaces A's capital, and A's capital replaces B's revenue. In the exchange itself, irrespective of the purposes of those carrying it out, only commodities confront each other, and the simple exchange of commodities takes place, the relation between which is merely that of commodities, the designations of revenue and capital having no significance here. Only the different use value of these commodities shows that one lot can serve for industrial consumption and the other only for individual consumption. The various practical uses of the various use values of various commodities, however, concern their consumption and do not affect the process of their exchange as commodities. It is quite a different thing when the capitalist's capital is transformed into wages and labor is transformed into capital. Here, the commodities do not confront each other as simple commodities, but capital as capital. In the exchange we have just been considering, sellers and buyers face each other only as sellers and buyers, only as simple commodity owners. It is further clear that the whole of the product destined for individual consumption, or the whole product entering into individual consumption, insofar as it does enter into it, can only be exchanged for revenue. The fact that it cannot be industrially consumed means precisely that it can only be consumed as revenue, i.e., only individually. As noted above, we here abstract from the transformation of profit into capital. If A is a producer of a product that can only be individually consumed, let his revenue be equal to 1/3 of his total product, his constant capital to 2/3. The assumption implies that he himself consumes the first third, whether he consumes it all himself in kind or only partly or not at all, or whether he consumes its value in other articles of consumption. The sellers of these articles of consumption then consume their own revenue in A's product. So the part of the consumable product, which represents the revenue of the producers of consumable products, is consumed by them either directly or indirectly, through exchanging among themselves the products to be consumed by them. In regard to this part, therefore, where revenue is exchanged for revenue, here it is the same as if A represented the producers of all products destined for individual consumption. He himself consumes 1/3 of this aggregate amount, the aliquid part which represents his revenue. This part, however, represents exactly the quantity of labor which during the year category A has added to its constant capital, and this quantity is equal to the total sum of wages and profits produced by category A during the year. The other 2/3 of category A's total product are equal value of the constant capital, and must therefore be replaced by the product of the annual labor of category B, which produces products that cannot be individually consumed, and only enter into industrial consumption as means of production in the production process. But as this 2/3 of A's total product, just the same as the first third, must enter individual consumption, it is taken by the producers of category B in exchange for the part of their product which represents their revenue. Category A has therefore exchanged the constant part of its total product for constant capital in its original natural form, retransforming it into the newly produced products of category B. But category B has only paid for it with that part of its product which represents its revenue, but which it can only consume in the products of A. It has thus in fact paid with its newly added labor, which is completely represented by the part of B's product that is exchanged for the last 2/3 of A's product. Thus, A's total product is exchanged for revenue, or passes entirely into individual consumption. On the other hand, on the assumption that the transformation of revenue into capital is here left out of account, being taken as equal to nil, the total revenue of society is expended on product A, for the producers of A consume their revenue in A, and so do the producers of category B, and there is no other category besides these two. The total product A is consumed, although it contains 2/3 constant capital, which cannot be consumed by the producers of A, but must be retransformed into the natural form of their elements of production. The total product A is equal to the total revenue of the society. The total revenue of society, however, represents the total labor time which it has added during the year to the existing constant capital. Now, although the total product A consists of newly added labor only as 1/3, and as to 2/3 of past labor that has to be replaced, it can be bought in its entirety by newly added labor, because 2/3 of this total annual labor must be consumed not in their own products, but in the products of A. A is replaced by 2/3 more newly added labor than it itself contains, because these 2/3 are labor newly added in B, and B can only consume it individually in A, just as A can only consume productively in B. Thus, the total product of A can in the first place be entirely consumed as revenue, and at the same time its constant capital can be replaced. Or rather, it can only be entirely consumed as revenue because 2/3 of it are replaced by the producers of constant capital, who cannot consume in kind the part of their product representing revenue, but are obliged to consume it in A, that is, through exchanging it for 2/3 of A. We have thus disposed of the final 2/3 of A. It is clear that it makes no difference if a third category C exists, whose products are consumable both industrially and individually. For example, corn by men or by cattle, or as seed or as bread, vehicles, horses, cattle, etc. Insofar as these products enter into individual consumption, they must be consumed as revenue, direct or indirect, by their own producers, or by the producers of the part of the constant capital contained in them. They therefore come under A. Insofar as they do not enter individual consumption, they come under B. The process of this second kind of exchange, where it is not revenue that is exchanged against revenue, but capital against revenue, in which the whole constant capital must in the end be resolved into revenue, that is, into newly added labor, can be thought of in two ways. Let A's product be, for example, linen. 2/3 of the linen, which are equal to the constant capital of A, or its value, pay for yarn, machinery, and auxiliary materials. But the yarn manufacturer and the manufacturer of machinery can only consume as much of this product as represents their own revenue. The linen manufacturer pays the whole price of the yarn and machinery with these 2/3 of his product. By so doing, he is thus replaced for the spinner and the machinery manufacturer their total product which entered into the linen as constant capital. But this total product is itself equal to the constant capital and revenue, one part being equal to the labor added by the spinner and machinery manufacturer, and another part representing the value of their own means of production. That is, for the spinner, flax, oil, machinery, coal, etc., and for the machinery manufacturer, coal, iron, machinery, etc. A's constant capital, equal to 2/3, has thus replaced the total product of the spinner and machinery manufacturer, their constant capital plus the labor newly added by them, their capital plus their revenue. But they can only consume their revenue in A. After deducting the part of the 2/3 of A which is equal to their revenue, with the rest, they pay for their raw materials and machinery. According to our assumption, however, the latter need not replace any constant capital. Only insofar as A can pay for it can their product enter into product A, and therefore also into the products which are means of production for A. But A can only pay with his 2/3 for as much as B can buy with his revenue. That is to say, as much as the product exchanged by B contains revenue, newly added labor. If the producers of the final elements of production of A had to sell to the spinner a quantity of their product which represented a part of their own constant capital, that is, which represented more than the labor they had added to their constant capital, then they could not accept payment in A, because they cannot consume one part of this product. Consequently, what takes place is the opposite. Let us trace the stages in reverse. Let's assume that the total linen is equal to 12 days' labor. The product of the flax grower, of the iron manufacturer, etc. is equal to 4 days. This product is sold to the spinner and the machinery manufacturer, who in turn add 4 days to it. These sell it to the weaver, who again adds 4 days. The linen weaver can thus himself consume 1/3 of his product. 3 days replace his constant capital for him and pay for the product of the spinner and machinery manufacturer. These can consume 4 of the 8 days, and with the other 4, they pay the flax grower, etc., and thus replace their constant capital. The last named have only their labor to replace with the last 4 days in linen. The revenue, although it is assumed to be of the same size, equal to 4 days' labor, in all 3 cases, is of different proportions in the products of the 3 classes of producers who participate in producing product A. For the linen weaver, it is 1/3 of his product, equal to 1/3 of 12. For the spinner and for the machinery manufacturer, it is equal to 1/2 of the product, equal to 1/2 of 8, etc. In relation to the total product, it is, however, exactly the same, equal to 1/3 of 12, that is 4. But for the weaver, the labor newly added by the spinner, machinery manufacturer, and flax grower takes the form of constant capital. For the spinner and machinery manufacturer, the total product represents the labor newly added by themselves and by the flax grower, the labor time of the flax grower appearing as constant capital. For the flax grower, this phenomenon of constant capital has ceased to exist. Because of this, the spinner, for example, can use machinery, or constant capital in general, in the same proportions as the weaver. For example, 1/3 to 2/3. But in the first place, the total amount, of the capital employed in spinning must be smaller than that used in weaving, since its total product enters as constant capital into weaving. Secondly, if the spinner also has the proportion of 1/3 to 2/3, his constant capital would be equal to 16/3 his labor added to 8/3. The former equal to 5 1/3 days' labor, the latter to 2 2/3. In this case, there would be proportionately more days' labor contained in the branch which supplies him with flax, etc. He would then have to pay 5 1/3 for newly added labor, instead of 4. It is self-evident that only that part of Category A's constant capital has to be replaced by new labor, which enters into the process of giving value to A, that is, consumed by A during the labor process. The whole of the raw material and the auxiliary materials enter into it, and the wear and tear of the fixed capital. The other part of the fixed capital does not enter into it, and therefore does not have to be replaced. A large part of the existing constant capital, large as regards the relation of the fixed capital to the total capital, does not therefore require to be replaced annually by new labor. For that reason, the absolute amount of the capital to be annually replaced may be considerable, but nevertheless it is not large in relation to the total product. This entire part of the constant capital, in A and in B, which enters into the determination of the rate of profit with a given surplus value, does not enter as a determining element into the current reproduction of the fixed capital. The larger this part in relation to the total capital, the greater the scale on which present, already existing fixed capital is employed in production, the greater the current volume of reproduction will be that is used for the replacement of the worn-out fixed capital, but the smaller, relatively, will be the proportional amount in relation to the total capital. Let the average reproduction period for all kinds of fixed capital be 10 years. Let us assume that the different kinds of fixed capital have a turnover of 20, 17, 15, 12, 11, 10, 8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4 6, and 2 6 years, that is, 14 different kinds, so that the fixed capital has an average turnover of 10 years. On the average, therefore, the capital would have to be replaced in 10 years. If the total fixed capital amounted to 1/10 of the total capital, then 1/10 of this would mean that only 1/100th of the total capital would have to be replaced annually. But let us now compare fixed capitals with different reproduction periods. The capital with a 20-year period, for example, in contrast to the capital with a period of 1/3 of a year. Only 1/20th of the fixed capital which is reproduced in 20 years has to be replaced annually, so that if it amounts to 1/2 of the total capital, only 1/40th of the total capital has to be replaced annually, and if it amounts even to 4/5 of the total capital, only 4/100, being 1/4 of the total capital, has to be replaced annually. On the other hand, if the capital which has a reproduction period of 2/6 of a year, that is, turns over 3 times per year, amounts only to 1/10 of the total capital, then the fixed capital has to be replaced 3 times a year, so that 3/10 of the capital has to be replaced annually, nearly 1/3 of the total. On the average, the larger the fixed capital in proportion to the total, the longer is its relative, not absolute, period of reproduction, and the smaller it is, the shorter its relative period of reproduction. Although the absolute magnitude of its reproduction, or its wear and tear, grows with the absolute size of the fixed capital, as a rule, its proportional magnitude falls, insofar as its period of turnover, its duration, as a rule, increases in proportion to its size. This proves, among other things, that the quantity of labor reproducing machinery or fixed capital is not at all proportional to the labor which originally produced these machines, conditions of production remaining the same, since only the annual wear and tear has to be replaced. If the productivity of labor rises, as it constantly does in this branch of production, the quantity of labor required for the reproduction of this part of the constant capital diminishes still more. However, account has to be taken of the means of consumption daily used by the machine, which, however, have nothing directly to do with the labor employed in the machine-building industry itself. But machinery, which needs merely coal and a little oil or tallow, lives on an infinitely stricter diet than the worker, not only the worker whom it replaces, but the worker who built the machine itself. We have now disposed of the entire product of category A and of a part of category B's product. A is completely consumed, 1/3 by its own producers, 2/3 by the producers of B, who cannot consume their own revenue in their own product. The 2/3 of A, in which they consume the part of the value of their product which represents revenue, at the same time replace their constant capital in kind for the producers of A. That is, they provide them with the commodities which they consume industrially. But with the consumption of A's entire product, and with 2/3 of it replaced by B in the form of constant capital, we have also disposed of the entire part of the product which represents the labor newly added annually. This labor, therefore, cannot buy any other part of the total product. In fact, the whole of the labor added annually, leaving out of account once again the capitalization of profit, is equal to the labor contained in A. For 1/3 of A, which is consumed by its own producers, represents the labor newly added by them during the year to the 2/3 of A, which represent the constant capital. They have performed no labor apart from this, which they consume in their own product. And the other 2/3 of A, which are replaced by B's product and consumed by the producers of B, represents all the labor time which the producers of B have added to their own constant capital. They have added no more in labor, and there is nothing more for them to consume. In its use value, product A represents the whole part of the annual total product which enters annually into individual consumption. In its exchange value, it represents the total quantity of labor newly added by the producers during the year. Thus, however, we have as residuum a third part of the total product whose constituent parts, when exchanged, can represent neither the exchange of revenue against revenue, nor of capital against revenue, and vice versa. This is the part of the product B, which represents B's constant capital. This part is not included in B's revenue, and therefore cannot be replaced by or exchanged against product A, and therefore also cannot enter as a constituent part into A's constant capital. This part is likewise consumed, that is, industrially consumed, to the extent that it enters not only into B's labor process, but also into the formation of value in B. This part, therefore, like all other parts of the total product, must be replaced in the proportion in which it forms a component part of the total product, and indeed it must be replaced in kind by new products of the same sort. On the other hand, it is not replaced by any new labor, for the total quantity of newly added labor is equal to the labor time contained in A, which is completely replaced only by B consuming his revenue in 2/3 of A and supplying to A in exchange all the means of production which are consumed in A and must be replaced. Let us now examine this residuum. It consists of the constant capital which enters into raw materials, and secondly, of the constant capital which enters into the formation of the capital, and thirdly, of the constant capital which enters into auxiliary materials. First, the raw materials. Their constant capital consists in the first place of fixed capital, machinery, instruments of labor, and buildings, and perhaps auxiliary materials, which are means of consumption for the machinery employed. In regard to the directly consumable part of the raw materials, such as cattle, corn, grapes, and so on, this difficulty does not arise. In this aspect, they belong to Class A. This part of the constant capital contained in them enters into the 2/3 of the constant part of A, which is exchanged as capital against the unconsumable products of B, or in which B consumes his revenue. This holds good, too, in general for such raw materials that cannot be immediately consumed as far as they enter in kind into the consumable product itself, however many intermediate stages they may pass through in the process of production. The part of flax that is transformed into yarn and later into linen enters in its entirety into the product. But a part of these vegetative raw materials, such as timber, flax, hemp, leather, and so on, partly enters directly into the components of the fixed capital itself, and partly into the auxiliary materials for the fixed capital, for example in the form of oil, tallow, etc. Secondly, however, seed belongs to the constant capital expended for the production of raw materials. Vegetative materials and animals reproduce themselves. By seed, we mean both actual seed and, in addition, fodder which reverts to the land. This large part of the annual product, or of the constant part of the annual product, itself serves directly as material for regeneration. It reproduces itself. Non-vegetative raw materials, metals, stones, etc. Their value consists only of two parts, since here there is no seed. Their value consists only of added labor and machinery consumed, including the means of consumption for the machinery. In addition, therefore, to the part of the product which represents newly added labor and is hence included in the exchange of B for 2/3 of A, there is nothing to be replaced but the wear and tear of the fixed capital and its means of consumption, such as coal, oil, etc. But these raw materials form the principal component part of the constant capital, of the fixed capital, machinery and instruments of labor, buildings, etc. They, therefore, replace their constant capital in kind by the exchange of capital against capital. Next, the fixed capital. Their constant capital consists firstly of their raw materials, metals, stones, vegetative raw materials such as timber, rope, etc. But though these things form the raw material for them, they themselves also enter as instruments of labor into the production of these raw materials. Hence, they replace themselves in kind. The iron producer has to replace machinery, the machine builder, iron. In quarrying, there is wear and tear of machinery, but in factory buildings, there is wear and tear of building stone, etc. The constant capital consists secondly of the wear and tear of the machine-building machinery, which, within a certain period, has to be replaced by a new product of the same kind, but the product of the same kind can of course replace itself. Thirdly, it consists of the means of consumption for the machine, the auxiliary materials. Machinery consumes coal, but coal consumes machinery and so on. In the form of containers, tubes, pipes, etc., machinery of all kinds enters into the production of the means of consumption for machinery, as in the case of tallow, soap, gas for lighting. Therefore, also in these cases, the products of these spheres enter reciprocally into each other's constant capital, and consequently replace each other in kind. If beasts of burden are included among machines, what has to be replaced in their case is fodder, and in certain conditions stabling, that is buildings. But if fodder enters into the production of cattle, so do cattle into the production of fodder. Next, the auxiliary materials. Some of these require raw materials, like oil, soap, tallow, and gas. On the other hand, in the form of fertilizers, they in turn enter in part into the production of these raw materials. Coal is required for making gas, but gas lighting is used in producing coal, etc. Other auxiliary materials consist only of labor added and fixed capital, machinery, containers, etc. Coal must replace the wear and tear of the steam engine used to produce it, but the steam engine consumes coal. Coal itself enters into the means of production of coal. Thus, it replaces itself in kind. Transport by rail enters into the production costs of coal, but coal in turn enters into the production of the locomotive. Later on, there is something special to be added about chemical factories, all of which in greater or smaller degree produce auxiliary materials, such as the raw material of containers, for example glass and porcelain, as well as articles which enter directly into consumption. All coloring materials are auxiliary materials, but they enter into the product not only as to their value, as for example coal consumed enters into cotton, but they reproduce themselves in the form of the product, in its colors. Auxiliary materials are either means of consumption for machinery, in this case either fuel for the prime mover, or means of reducing the friction of the operating machinery such as tallow, soap, and oil. Or they are auxiliary materials for buildings, like cement, etc. Or they are auxiliary materials for carrying on the production process in general, such as lighting, heating, etc. In this case, they are materials required by the laborers themselves to enable them to work. Otherwise, they are materials which enter into the formation of the raw materials, as do all types of fertilizers and all chemical products consumed by them. Still otherwise, they can be materials which enter into the finished product, the coloring matter, the polishing materials, and so on. The result, therefore, A replaces his own constant capital, equal to 2/3 of his product, by exchange with that part of B's non-consumable product which represents B's revenue, that is, the labor added in category B during the year. But A does not replace B's constant capital. B, for his own part, must replace this constant capital in kind by new products of the same sort. But B has no labor time left over to replace them with, for all the new labor time added by him forms his revenue, and is therefore represented by the part of B's product which enters as constant capital into A. How, then, is B's constant capital replaced? Partly by his own reproduction, whether vegetative or animal, as in all agriculture and stock raising, partly by exchange in kind of parts of one constant capital for parts of another, because the product of one sphere enters as raw material or means of production into the other, and vice versa. That is, because the products of various spheres of production, the various sorts of constant capital, enter reciprocally in kind into each other's spheres as conditions of production. The producers of these unconsumable products are the producers of constant capital for the producers of consumable products, but at the same time, their products serve them reciprocally as elements or factors of their own constant capital. That is to say, they consume each other's products industrially. The whole product A is consumed, therefore also the whole of the constant capital it contains. The producers of A consume 1/3 of A. The producers of the non-consumable products B consume 2/3 of A. A's constant capital is replaced by the products of B which forms B's revenue. This is, in fact, the only part of the constant capital that is replaced by newly added labor, and it is replaced by it because the quantity of products B that are newly added labor in B is not consumed by B, but on the contrary is industrially consumed by A, while B consumes individually the 2/3 of A. Section 11. Fourier. Protectionist character of Fourier's polemics against Smith's theories of productive labor and the accumulation of capital. Smith's confusion on the question of accumulation. The vulgar element in Smith's view of productive laborers. Fourier eulogizes the Bonapartist system of prohibitions. In fact, in his view, the government is important, as a manager directly intervening in production. This customs officer is consequently extremely angry with Adam Smith for calling state officials unproductive. Quote, "The principles which Smith has laid down in regard to the economy of nations have as their basis a distinction in labor, which he calls productive or unproductive, because in fact he wants the largest possible part to be spent as capital, i.e. in exchange for productive labor, and the smallest possible part as revenue in exchange for unproductive labor. This distinction is in essence false. There is no unproductive labor. There is therefore economy and prodigality on the part of nations, but a nation is only prodigal or economic in its relations with other peoples, and it is from this standpoint that the question should be considered. In a moment we shall quote for comparison the context of the passage from Adam Smith which Fourier regards with such abomination. There is an economy on the part of nations, but it is very different from what Smith recommends. It consists in not buying foreign products except insofar as a nation can pay for them with its own. It consists sometimes in doing without them altogether. In Book 1, Chapter 6, Adam Smith says at the end of this chapter, which deals with the component parts of the prices of commodities, quote, "As in a civilized country, there are but few commodities of which the exchangeable value arises from labor only, rent and profit contributing largely to that of the far greater part of them. So the annual produce of its labor will always be sufficient to purchase or command a much greater quantity of labor than what was employed in raising, preparing, and bringing that produce to market. If the society were annually to employ all the labor which it can annually purchase, as the quantity of labor would increase greatly every year, so the produce of every succeeding year would be of vastly greater value than that of the foregoing. But there is no country in which the whole annual produce is employed in maintaining the industrious. The idle everywhere consume a great part of it, and according to the different proportions in which it is annually divided between those two different orders of people, its ordinary or average value must either annually increase or diminish, or continue the same from one year to another." There is confusion of all kinds in this passage, in which Smith is in fact trying to solve the problem of accumulation. First, once again, there is the wrong assumption that the exchangeable value of the annual product of labor, and so also the annual produce of labor, resolves itself into wages and profits, including rents. We will not deal again with this nonsense. We only observe the amount of the annual product, or of the funds, the stocks of commodities which are the annual product of labor, consists for the most part of commodities in kind which can only enter as elements into constant capital, that is, raw materials, seed, machinery, etc., commodities which can only be consumed industrially. The very use value of these commodities, and they form the larger part of the commodities entering into constant capital, shows that they are not suitable for individual consumption, that therefore revenue cannot be expended on them, whether it is wages, profit, or rent. A part of the raw materials, insofar as it is not required for the reproduction of raw materials themselves, or insofar as it does not enter into the fixed capital as auxiliary material, or directly as a component part, a part of these raw materials will, it is true, later on be given a consumable form, but only through the labor of the current year. As a product of the previous year's labor, these raw materials themselves form no part of the revenue. It is only the consumable part of the product that can be consumed, can enter into individual consumption and thus form revenue. But even a part of the consumable product cannot be consumed without making reproduction impossible. One part, even of the consumable part of commodities, therefore, must be deducted, which must be consumed industrially. That is, it must serve as material of labor, as seed, etc., not as means of subsistence, whether for laborers or for capitalists. This part of the product, therefore, has first to be deducted from Adam Smith's calculation, or rather, has to be added to it. If the productivity of labor remains the same, then this part of the product, which does not consist of revenue, remains the same from year to year, provided that with the productivity of labor remaining the same quantity of labor time as before is employed. On the assumption, therefore, that a greater quantity of labor than before is used each year, we have to see what happens to the constant capital. In short, in order to employ a greater quantity of labor, it is not enough either that a greater quantity of labor should be available, or that a greater quantity should be paid for, that is, more should be spent in wages. But the means of labor, the raw material and the fixed capital, must also be there in order to absorb a greater quantity of labor. Hence, this point is still to be discussed after the points raised by Adam Smith have been cleared up. So then, once more we take his first sentence. As in a civilized country, there are but few commodities of which the exchangeable value arises from labor only, rent and profit contributing largely to that of the far greater part of them. So the annual produce of its labor will always be sufficient to purchase or command a much greater quantity of labor than what was employed in raising, preparing, and bringing that produce to market. In other words, to produce it. Here, different things are obviously mixed up. Not only living labor, that is, living labor employed during the current year, enters into the exchangeable value of the total annual product, but also past labor, product of the labor of past years. Not only labor in living form, but labor in materialized form. The exchangeable value of the product is equal to the total labor time which it contains, a part of which consisted of living labor and a part of materialized labor. Let the proportion of the former to the latter be as 1/3 to 2/3, or 1 to 2. Then the value of the total product is equal to 3, of which 2 are materialized labor time and 1 living labor time. The value of the total product can therefore buy more living labor than is contained in it, on the assumption that materialized labor and living labor exchange for each other as equivalents, that a definite quantity of materialized labor commanded only a quantity of living labor equal to itself. For the product is equal to 3 days' labor, but the living labor time contained in it is only equal to 1 day's labor. 1 day's living labor sufficed to produce the product, in fact, only to give the final form to its elements. But 3 days' labor is contained in it. Therefore, if it was exchanged entirely against living labor time, if it was employed only to purchase or command quantities of living labor, it would be able to command, to purchase 3 days' labor. This, however, is evidently not what Adam Smith has in mind, and would be a quite useless premise for him. What he means is that a large part of the exchangeable value of the product does not resolve itself into wages, but into profit and rents, or, as we will say to simplify things, into profits. In other words, the part of the value of the product which is equal to the quantity of labor added during the last year. Thus, in fact, the part of the product which, in the proper meaning of the word, is the product of last year's labor, pays first the laborers, and secondly enters into the capitalist's revenue, his fund for consumption. This whole part of the total product arises from labor, and indeed exclusively from labor, but it consists of paid and unpaid labor. The wages are equal to the total of the paid labor, the profits to the total of the unpaid labor. If, therefore, this total product was expended in wages, it could naturally set in motion a greater quantity of labor than that of which it was the product, and in fact, the proportion in which the product can set in motion more labor time than it itself contains depends exactly on the proportion in which the working day is divided into paid and unpaid labor time. Let's assume that the proportion is such that the worker produces or reproduces his wages in 6 hours, that is, in half a day. Then the other 6 hours, or the other half day, forms the surplus. Thus, for example, of a product which contains 100 days' labor, that is newly added labor, equal to 50 pounds, when the day's labor is equal to 10 shillings, making 100 days equal to 1,000 shillings, or 50 pounds, there would be 25 pounds for wages and 25 for profit. With the 25 pounds, equal to 50 days' labor, 100 laborers would have been paid, who would have worked precisely half their labor time for nothing, or for their masters. If, therefore, the whole product of the 100 days' labor were to be expended in wages, then 200 laborers could be set in motion with the 50 pounds, each of whom would receive as wages 5 shillings, or half the product of his labor, as before. The product of this labor would be equal to 100 pounds, that is, 200 days' labor equal to 2,000 shillings, or 100 pounds, with which 400 laborers, 5 shillings per laborer making 2,000 shillings, could be set in motion, whose product would be equal to 200 pounds, and so on. And this is what Adam Smith means by saying that the annual produce of labor will always be sufficient to purchase or command a much greater quantity of labor than what was employed to produce this product. If the laborer were paid the whole product of his labor, that is 50 pounds for 100 days' labor, then the 50 pounds too could set in motion only 100 days' labor. And so Smith goes on to say, quote, "If the society were annually to employ all the labor which it can annually purchase, as the quantity of labor would increase greatly every year, so the produce of every succeeding year would be of vastly greater value than that of the foregoing. A part of this product, however, is consumed by the owners of profit and rent, a further part by their parasites. The part of the product that can be expended again in productive labor is consequently determined by the part of the product which the capitalists, landlords, and their parasites, that is, the unproductive laborers, do not themselves consume. But nevertheless, there is always a new fund of wages, to set in motion, with the previous year's product, a greater quantity of laborers in the current year. And as the value of the annual product is determined by the quantity of labor time employed, the value of the annual product will grow each year. Of course, it would be of no use to have the fund to purchase a much greater quantity of labor than in the previous year, unless a greater quantity of labor was on the market. It is of no use to me to have more money to buy a commodity unless more of this commodity is on the market. Let us assume that the 50 pounds set in motion, instead of the 100 as before, who received 25 pounds, not 200 but only 150 laborers, while the capitalists themselves consume 12 pounds 10 shillings, instead of the 25 pounds. The 150 laborers receiving 37 pounds and 10 shillings would perform 150 days' labor, equal to 1,500 shillings or 75 pounds. But if the quantity of workers available were, as before, only 100, then instead of 25 pounds as before, they would receive 37 pounds and 10 shillings as wages. Thus, the revenue of the capitalist would have fallen from 25 pounds to 12 pounds and 10 shillings, because wages had risen by 50%. Adam Smith knows, however, that an increasing quantity of labor will be available, partly due to the annual increase of the population, though this is supposed to be provided for in the old wages, partly unemployed paupers, or half-employed laborers, etc. Then, the large numbers of unproductive workers, part of whom can be transformed into productive workers by a different way of using the surplus produce. Finally, the same number of laborers can perform a greater quantity of labor, and whether I pay 125 laborers instead of 100, or whether the 100 work 15 hours a day instead of 12, would be quite the same thing. It is incidentally an error of Adam Smith's, directly connected with his analysis of the total product into revenue, to say that with the increase of the productive capital, or with the growth of the part of the annual product which is destined for reproduction, the labor employed, that is the living labor, must increase in the same proportion. Thus, first Adam Smith has a fund of consumable means of subsistence, which can purchase or command a greater quantity of labor this year than the last year. He has more labor, and at the same time more means of subsistence for this labor. Now we must see how this additional quantity of labor is to be realized. Had Adam Smith adhered with full consciousness to the analysis of surplus value, which in substance is to be found in his work, which is created only in the exchange of capital against wage labor, it would have followed that productive labor is only that which is exchanged against capital, never labor which is exchanged with revenue as such. In order for revenue to be exchanged against productive labor, it must first be transformed into capital. But taking as his starting point one aspect of the traditional view, that productive labor is labor which directly produces material wealth of any kind, and at the same time combining with this his distinction, insofar as it is based on the exchange of either capital for labor or of revenue for labor, with Smith the following becomes possible. The kind of labor for which capital is exchanged is always productive. It always creates material wealth. The kind of labor which is exchanged for revenue may be productive or it may not be, but the spender of revenue, as a rule, prefers to set in motion directly unproductive labor rather than productive. One can see how Adam Smith, by this compound of his two distinctions, very much weakens and blunts the principal distinction. The following quotation shows that Adam Smith does not take the fixation of labor in a purely external sense. Among the various component parts of the fixed capital is enumerated, quote, "Fourthly, of the acquired and useful abilities of all the inhabitants and members of the society, the acquisition of such talents by the maintenance of the acquirer during his education, study, or apprenticeship always costs a real expense, which is a capital fixed and realized, as it were, in his person. Those talents, as they make a part of his fortune, so do they likewise that of the society to which he belongs. The improved dexterity of a workman may be considered in the same light as a machine or instrument of trade which facilitates and abridges labor, and which, though it costs a certain expense, repays that expense with a profit." On the strange origin of accumulation and its necessity, quote, "In that rude state of society, in which there is no division of labor, in which exchanges are seldom made, and in which every man provides everything for himself, it is not necessary that any stock should be accumulated or stored up beforehand in order to carry on the business of the society. That is, after assuming that there is no society. Every man endeavors to supply, by his own industry, his own occasional wants, as they occur. When he is hungry, he goes to the forest to hunt," and so on. But when the division of labor has once been thoroughly introduced, the produce of a man's own labor can supply but a very small part of his occasional wants. The far greater part of them are supplied by the produce of other men's labor, which he purchases with his produce, or, what is the same thing, the price of the produce of his own. But this purchase cannot be made till such time as the produce of his own labor has not only been completed, but sold. Even in the first case, he could not eat the rabbit before he had killed it, and he could not kill it before he had produced for himself the classical bow or something similar. The only thing that seems to be added in case 2 is therefore not the necessity of a stock of any sort, but the time to sell the produce of his labor. A stock of goods of different kinds, therefore, must be stored up somewhere, sufficient to maintain him, and to supply him with the materials and tools of his work, till such time at least as both these events can be brought about. A weaver cannot apply himself entirely to his peculiar business unless there is beforehand stored up somewhere, either in his own possession or in that of some other person, a stock sufficient to maintain him and to supply him with the materials and tools of his work, till he has not only completed but sold his web. This accumulation must evidently be previous to his applying his industry for so long a time to such a particular business. The accumulation of stock must, in the nature of things, be previous to the division of labor. On the other hand, according to what he has stated at the beginning, it appears that no accumulation of capital takes place before the division of labor, just as there is no division of labor before the accumulation of capital. However, he continues, quote, "Labor can be more and more subdivided in proportion only as stock is previously more and more accumulated. The quantity of materials which the same number of people can work up increases in a great proportion as labor comes to be more and more subdivided, and as the operations of each workman are gradually reduced to a greater degree of simplicity. A variety of new machines come to be invented for facilitating and abridging these operations. As the division of labor advances, therefore, in order to give constant employment to an equal number of workmen, an equal stock of provisions, and a greater stock of materials and tools than what would have been necessary in a ruder state of things, must be accumulated beforehand. As the accumulation of stock is previously necessary for carrying on this great improvement in the productive powers of labor, so that accumulation naturally leads to this improvement. The person who employs his stock in maintaining labor necessarily wishes to employ it in such a manner as to produce as great a quantity of work as possible. He endeavors, therefore, both to make among his workmen the most proper distribution of employment and to furnish them with the best machines which he can either invent or afford to purchase. His abilities in both these respects are generally in proportion to the extent of his stock, or to the number of people whom it can employ. The quantity of industry, therefore, not only increases in every country with the increase of the stock which employs it, but in consequence of that increase, the same quantity of industry produces a much greater quantity of work. Adam Smith treats the objects which are already in the fund for consumption in exactly the same way as productive and unproductive labor. For instance, quote, "A dwelling house, as such, contributes nothing to the revenue of its inhabitant, and though it is, no doubt, extremely useful to him, it is as his clothes and household furniture are useful to him, which, however, make a part of his expense and not of his revenue." On the other hand, fixed capital includes, quote, "all those profitable buildings which are the means of procuring a revenue, not only to their proprietor who lets them for a rent, but to the person who possesses them and pays that rent for them, such as shops, warehouses, workhouses, farmhouses, with all their necessary buildings, stables, granaries, etc. These are very different from mere dwelling houses. They are a sort of instrument of trade. All such improvements in mechanics as enable the same number of workmen to perform an equal quantity of work with cheaper and simpler machinery than had been usual before, are always regarded as advantageous to every society. A certain quantity of materials and the labor of a certain number of workmen, which had before been employed in supporting a more complex and expensive machinery, can afterwards be applied to augment the quantity of work which that or any other machinery is useful only for performing. The whole sense of maintaining the fixed capital is necessarily excluded from the net revenue of the society. Every saving, therefore, in the expense of maintaining the fixed capital, which does not diminish the productive powers of labor, must increase the fund which puts industry into motion, and consequently the annual produce of land and labor, the real revenue of every society. Metallic money forced to go abroad by banknotes and by paper money in general, if spent, quote, "in purchasing foreign goods for home consumption," end quote, buys either luxury products, such as foreign wines, foreign silks, etc., in a word, quote, "goods likely to be consumed by idle people who produce nothing, or they may purchase an additional stock of materials, tools, and provisions, in order to maintain and employ an additional number of industrious people, who reproduce with a profit the value of their annual consumption. The first manner of employment," says Smith, "promotes prodigality, increases expense and consumption without increasing production, or establishing any permanent fund for supporting that expense, and is in every respect hurtful to the society. On the other hand, employed in the second way, it promotes industry, and though it increases the consumption of the society, it provides a permanent fund for supporting that consumption, the people who consume reproducing with a profit the whole value of their annual consumption. The quantity of industry which any capital can employ must evidently be equal to the number of workmen whom it can supply with materials, tools, and a maintenance suitable to the nature of the work." In Chapter 3 of Book 2, he says, "Both productive and unproductive workers, and those who do not labor at all, are equally maintained by the annual produce of the land and labor of the country. This produce must have certain limits. According, therefore, as a smaller or greater proportion of it is in any one year employed in maintaining unproductive hands, the more in the one case and the less in the other will remain for the productive, and the next year's produce will be greater or smaller accordingly. Though the whole annual produce of the land and labor of every country is ultimately destined for supplying the consumption of its inhabitants, and for procuring a revenue to them, yet when it first comes either from the ground or from the hands of the productive workers, it naturally divides itself into two parts. One of them, and frequently the largest, is in the first place destined for replacing a capital, or for renewing the provisions, materials, and finished work, which had been withdrawn from a capital, the other for constituting a revenue either to the owner of this capital, as the profit of his stock, or to some other person, as the rent of his land. That part of the annual produce of the land and labor of any country which replaces a capital never is immediately employed to maintain any but productive hands. It pays the wages of productive labor only. That which is immediately destined for constituting a revenue may maintain indifferently either productive or unproductive hands. Unproductive workers, and those who do not labor at all, are all maintained by revenue, either first by that part of the annual produce which is originally destined for constituting a revenue to some particular persons, either as the rent of land or as the profits of stock, or secondly, by the part which, though originally destined for replacing a capital and for maintaining productive workers only, yet when it comes into their hands, whatever part of it is over and above their necessary subsistence may be employed in maintaining indifferently either productive or unproductive hands. Thus, even the common workman, if his wages are considerable, may maintain a menial servant, or he may sometimes go to a play or a puppet show, and so contribute his share towards maintaining one set of unproductive workers. Or he may pay some taxes, and thus help to maintain another set, equally unproductive. No part of the annual produce, however, which had been originally destined to replace a capital, is ever directed towards maintaining unproductive hands until after it has put into motion its full complement of productive labor. The workman must have earned his wages by work done before he can employ any part of them in this manner. The rent of land and the profits of stock are everywhere the principal sources from which unproductive hands derive their subsistence. These two sorts of revenue might both maintain indifferently either productive or unproductive hands. They seem, however, to have some predilection for the latter. The proportion, therefore, between the productive and the unproductive hands depends very much in every country upon the proportion between that part of the annual produce which, as soon as it comes either from the ground or from the hands of the productive workers, is destined for replacing a capital, and that other part which is destined for constituting a revenue, either as rent or as profit. This proportion is very different in rich from what it is in poor countries. Adam Smith then contrasts the very large, frequently the largest, portion of the produce of the land, which, in the opulent countries of Europe, is destined for replacing the capital of the rich and independent farmer, with the prevalency of the feudal government, when a very small portion of the produce was sufficient to replace the capital employed in cultivation. It is the same with commerce and manufactures. Large capitals are now employed in them, formerly very small capitals, but they yielded very large profits. The rate of interest was nowhere less than 10%, and their profits must have been sufficient to afford this great interest. At present, the rate of interest in the improved parts of Europe is nowhere higher than 6%, and in some of the most improved it is so low as 4, 3, or 2%. Though that part of the revenue of the inhabitants which is derived from the profits of stock is always much greater in rich than in poor countries, it is because the stock is much greater. In proportion to the stock, the profits are generally much less. That part of the annual produce, therefore, which is destined for replacing a capital, is not only much greater in rich than in poor countries, but bears a much greater proportion to that which is immediately destined for constituting a revenue, either as rent or as profit. The funds destined for the maintenance of productive labor are not only much greater in the former than in the latter, but bear a much greater proportion to those which, though they may be employed to maintain either productive or unproductive hands, have generally a predilection for the latter. Smith falls into the error of identifying the size of the productive capital with the size of that part of it which is destined to provide subsistence for productive labor. But in fact, large-scale industry, as he knew it, was as yet only in its beginnings. The proportion between those different funds necessarily determines in every country the general character of the inhabitants as to industry or idleness. Thus he says, for example, in English and Dutch manufacturing towns, where the inferior ranks of people are chiefly maintained by the employment of capital, they are generally industrious, sober, and thriving. On the other hand, in towns which are principally supported by the constant or occasional residence of a court, and in which the inferior ranks of people are chiefly maintained by the spending of revenue, they are in general idle, dissolute, and poor, as at Rome and Versailles. The proportion between capital and revenue, therefore, seems everywhere to regulate the proportion between industry and idleness. Wherever capital predominates, industry prevails. Wherever revenue, idleness. Every increase or diminution of capital, therefore, naturally tends to increase or diminish the real quantity of industry, the number of productive hands, and consequently, the exchangeable value of the annual produce of the land and labor of the country, the real wealth and revenue of all its inhabitants. What is annually saved is as regularly consumed as what is annually spent, and nearly in the same time as well. But it is consumed by a different set of people. The first portion by idle guests and menial servants, who leave nothing behind them in return for their consumption. The second portion by laborers, who reproduce with the profit the value of their annual consumption. The consumption is the same, but the consumers are different. Hence Smith's homilies on the frugal man, who, by his annual savings, provides something like a public workhouse for an additional number of productive workers, and thus establishes, as it were, a perpetual fund for the maintenance of an equal number in all times to come, while the prodigal diminishes the funds destined for the employment of productive labor. If the quantity of food and clothing, which were thus consumed by unproductive hands, had been distributed among productive ones, they would have reproduced, together with the profit, the full value of their consumption. The conclusion of this moral tale is that these, frugality and prodigality, average out among private individuals, that in fact, wisdom prevails. Great nations are never impoverished by private, though they sometimes are by public, prodigality and misconduct. The whole, or almost the whole public revenue, is in most countries employed in maintaining unproductive hands. These include the people of the court, the church, fleets, and armies, who in time of peace produce nothing, and in time of war acquire nothing which can compensate the expense of maintaining them, even while the war lasts. Such people, as they themselves produce nothing, are all maintained by the produce of other men's labor. When multiplied, therefore, to an unnecessary number, they may in a particular year consume so great a share of this produce as not to leave a sufficiency for maintaining the productive workers, who should reproduce it the next year. In Chapter 4 of Book 2, Smith writes, "The demand for productive labor, by the increase of the funds which are destined for maintaining it, grows every day greater and greater. Laborers easily find employment, but the owners of capitals find it difficult to get laborers to employ. Their competition raises the wages of labor and sinks the profits of stock." In Chapter 5 of Book 2, of the different employments of capitals, Smith classifies them according as they can employ more or less productive labor, and consequently raise the exchange value of the annual product. First, agriculture, then manufacture, then commerce, and finally retail trade. This is the order of precedence in which they set in motion quantities of productive labor. Here, too, we get a completely new definition of productive workers. The persons whose capitals are employed in any of those four ways are themselves productive laborers. Their labor, when properly directed, fixes and realizes itself in the subject or vendible commodity upon which it is bestowed, and generally adds to its price the value at least of their own maintenance and consumption. On the whole, he sees productivity in the fact that they put into motion productive labor. He says of the farmer, "No equal capital puts into motion a greater quantity of productive labor than that of the farmer. Not only his laboring servants, but his laboring cattle are productive laborers." So in the end, the ox too is a productive laborer. Section 12. Earl of Lauderdale. Apologetic conception of the ruling classes as representatives of the most important kinds of productive labor. Lauderdale's apologetic justification of profit will be examined only later on. It regards profit as arising from capitals themselves, because they supplant labor. They are paid for doing what otherwise without them the hand of man would have to do, or could not do at all. Quote, "Now it is apprehended that in every instance where capital is so employed as to produce a profit, it uniformly arises either from its supplanting a portion of labor which would otherwise be performed by the hand of man, or from its performing a portion of labor which is beyond the personal exertion of man to accomplish." This Earl is a great enemy of Smith's doctrine of accumulation and saving, also of his doctrine between productive and unproductive workers. But according to him, what Smith calls the productive powers of labor are only the productive powers of capital. He flatly denies the derivation of surplus value put forward by Smith on the following grounds. If this, however, was a just and accurate idea of the profit of capital, it would follow that the profit of stock must be derivative and not an original source of revenue, and capital could not therefore be considered as a source of wealth, its profit being only a transfer from the pocket of the worker into that of the proprietor of stock. It is clear that, on these premises, he picks on the most superficial points in his polemic against Smith. Thus he says, "Thus the same labor may appear either productive or unproductive, according to the use subsequently made of the commodity on which it was bestowed. If my cook, for example, makes a tart which I immediately consume, he is considered as an unproductive worker, and the net of making the tart is unproductive work, because that service has perished at the moment of its performance. But if the same labor is performed in a pastry cook's shop, it becomes productive labor." Garnier has the claim to this argument, as his edition and notes on Smith appeared in 1802, 2 years before Lauderdale. This extraordinary distinction, founded on the mere durability of the services performed, classes as unproductive laborers some of those who are occupied in rendering the most important services to society. Thus the sovereign, and all who are employed in the maintenance of religion, of justice, or the defense of the state, as well as those whose skill and care are occupied in superintending the health and education of the society, are alike deemed unproductive laborers. If exchangeable value is to be considered as the basis of wealth, it is needless to use much argument to explain the errors of this doctrine. The practice of mankind in estimating these services, if we can judge by what is paid for them, bears sufficient testimony of its inaccuracy. The labor of the manufacturer fixes and realizes itself in some vendible commodity. Neither the labor performed by the menial servant, nor that of which the necessity is supplanted by circulating capital, by this he means money, do naturally stock or store themselves up in such a manner as to be transferred from one to the other for a defined value. The profit of the one and the other alike arises from the saving of labor of the owner or master. The similarity is indeed such that it is natural to suppose the same circumstances which led the one to be deemed unproductive would naturally create the same impression with relation to the other. And thereupon he quotes Smith, Book 2, Chapter 2. Thus we would have the succession: Ferrier, Garnier, Lauderdale, Ganil. The latter phrase about the saving of labor is particularly hard written by Tocqueville. Section 13. Say's conception of immaterial products. Vindication of an unrestrained growth of unproductive labor. After Garnier appeared the inane Jean-Baptiste Say's Treatise of Political Economy. He reproaches Smith in that, quote, he refuses the name of products to the results of these activities, for example, those of the physician, actor, etc. He gives the labor spent on them the name unproductive. Smith does not at all deny that these activities produce a result, a product of some kind. He even expressly mentions, quote, the protection, security, and defense of the Commonwealth as the effect of their labor, the labor of the servants of the public. Say, for his part, sticks to Smith's secondary definition, that these services and their product generally perish in the very instant of their performance, or in the very instant of their production. Mr. Say calls these consumed services, or their results, in a word their use value, immaterial products or values which are consumed in the instant of their production. Instead of calling them unproductive, he calls them productive of immaterial products. He gives them another name. But then he declares further, they do not serve to augment the national capital. A nation in which there were a multitude of musicians, priests, and officials might be pleasantly entertained, well educated, and governed admirably well, but that would be all. Its capital would not receive any direct increase from all the labor of these industrious men, because their products would be consumed as fast as they were created. Thus Mr. Say declares these labors to be unproductive, in the most restricted sense used by Smith. But at the same time, he wants to appropriate Garnier's step forward. Hence, he invents a new name for unproductive labors. This is his kind of originality, his kind of productivity and way of making discoveries. And with his customary logic, he refutes himself again. He says, quote, it is impossible to accept the view of Mr. Garnier, who concludes from the fact that the labor of physicians, lawyers, and other similar persons is productive, that it is as advantageous for a nation to increase it as any other labor. And why not? If one kind of labor is as productive as the other, and the increase of productive labor is in general advantageous for a nation, why is it not as advantageous to increase this kind of labor as any other? Because, Say replies with his characteristic profundity, because it is not at all advantageous to increase productive labor of any kind above the need for this labor. But then, surely Garnier is right, for it is equally advantageous, that is, equally disadvantageous, to increase the one kind of labors as to increase the other kind above a certain quantity. The case is the same, Say continues, as with physical labor expended on a product beyond what is necessary to make it. Not more joiner's labor should be employed to make a table than is necessary for the production of the table, or to patch up a sick body, not more than is necessary to cure it. So lawyers and physicians should perform only the necessary labor for the production of their immaterial product. The labor which is productive of immaterial products, like all other labor, is only productive up to the point at which it increases the utility, and consequently the value, that is, the use value, but Say mistakes the utility for the exchange value, of a product. Beyond this point, it is a purely unproductive labor. Say's logic, therefore, is this. It is not so useful for a nation to increase the producers of immaterial products as to increase the producers of material products. The proof? It is absolutely useless to increase the producers of any kind of product, whether material or immaterial, beyond what is necessary. Therefore, it is more useful to increase the useless producers of material products than those of immaterial products. It does not follow in both cases that it is useless to increase these producers, but only the producers of a particular kind in their corresponding branch of production. According to Say, too many material products cannot be produced, nor can too many immaterial. But a change is diverting, so different kinds must be produced in both departments, and moreover, Mr. Say teaches sluggishness in the sale of some products arises from the scarcity of some others. Therefore, there can never be too many tables produced, but at most perhaps too few dishes to be put on the tables. If physicians increase too much in number, what is wrong is not that their services are available in superfluity, but perhaps that these services of other producers of immaterial products are in short supply. For example, prostitutes. In the end, the scales come down on the side of the unproductive laborers. With given conditions of production, it is known exactly how many workers are needed to make a table, how great the quantity of a particular kind of labor must be in order to make a particular product. With many immaterial products, this is not the case. The quantity of labor required to achieve a particular result is as conjectural as the result itself. 20 priests together perhaps bring about the conversion that one fails to make. 6 physicians, consulting together, perhaps discover the remedy that one alone cannot find. In a bench of judges, perhaps more justice is produced than by a single judge, who has no control but himself. The number of soldiers required to protect a country, of police to establish order in it, of officials to govern it, etc. All these things are problematic, and are very often discussed, for example, in the English Parliament, although how much spinning labor is needed to spin 1,000 pounds of twist is known very exactly in England. As for other quote-unquote productive laborers of this kind, the concept of them includes the fact that the utility which they produce depends only on their number, consists in their number itself. For example, lackeys, who should bear witness to their master's wealth and elegance. The greater the number of them, the greater the effect they are supposed to produce. Thus Mr. Say sticks to his point. Unproductive workers can never be sufficiently increased in numbers. Section 14. Count d'Estude de Tracy. Vulgar conception of the origin of profit. Proclamation of the industrial capitalist as the sole productive laborer. Quote, all useful labor is really productive, and the whole laboring class of society equally deserves the name productive. But in this productive class, he distinguishes, quote, the laboring class which directly produces all our wealth, end quote. That is, what Smith calls the productive laborers. As against these, the sterile class consists of the rich, who consume the rent of land or rent on money. They are the idle class. The real sterile class is the class of idlers, who do nothing but live what is called nobly on the products of labors performed before them, whether these products are realized in landed property which they farm out, that is to say, which they lease to a laborer, or whether they consist in money or goods that they lend for a return, which also means to lease them. Those are the real drones of the hive. These idlers can expend nothing but their revenue. If they break into their funds, nothing replaces them, and their consumption, increased for the moment, ceases forever. This revenue is only a deduction from the products of activity of the industrious citizens. How then does it stand with the laborers, whom these idlers directly employ? Insofar as they consume commodities, they do not consume actual labor, but the products of the productive laborers. Here, therefore, we are dealing with workers for whose labor the idlers directly exchange their revenue, that is, with workers who draw their wages directly from revenue, not from capital. Since the men to whom the revenue belongs are idle, it is obvious that they do not direct any productive labor. All these laborers whom they pay are intended only to procure some enjoyment for them. No doubt these enjoyments are of different kinds. The expenditure of all this class of men feeds a numerous population, whose existence it makes possible, but one whose labor is completely sterile. Some of it may be more or less fruitful, as for example the construction of a house, the improvement of a landed estate, but these are particular cases, when for the time being they cause productive labor to be performed. Apart from these minor exceptions, the whole consumption of this species of capitalists is absolutely pure loss from the standpoint of reproduction, and an equally great diminution of the wealth that has been acquired. Real political economy, a la Smith, treats the capitalist only as personified capital, M to C to M, agent of production. But who is to consume the products? The workers? But they don't. The capitalist himself? Then he is acting as a big, idle consumer, and not as a capitalist. The owners of land and money rents? They do not reproduce their consumption, and thereby are of disservice to wealth. Nevertheless, there are also two correct aspects in this contradictory view, which regards the capitalist only as a real amasser of wealth, not an illusory one, like the miser proper. One, capital, and hence the capitalist, its personification, is treated only as an agent for the development of the productive forces and of production. Two, it expresses the standpoint of emerging capitalist society, to which what matters is exchange value, not use value, wealth, not enjoyment. The enjoyment of wealth seems to it a superfluous luxury, until it itself learns to combine exploitation and consumption, and to subordinate itself to the enjoyment of wealth. To find how these revenues, on which the idlers live, have been formed, it is always necessary to go back to the industrial capitalists. The industrial capitalists, the second sort of capitalists, include all the entrepreneurs in any industry whatever. That is to say, all the persons who, having capitals, employ their talent and their labor in turning them to account themselves instead of hiring them to others, and who consequently live neither on wages nor on revenues, but on profits. In Destutt it is quite clear, as with Adam Smith before him, that what on the surface is glorification of the productive worker is in fact only glorification of the industrial capitalist, in contrast to landlords and such moneyed capitalists as live on only their revenue. They have in their hands almost all the wealth of society. It is not only the income from this wealth that they spend annually, but even the fund itself, and sometimes many times in the year, when the course of business is rapid enough to make this possible. For since in their capacity as industrialists, they spend only in order that the money shall come back to them with a profit, the more they can do so on this condition, the greater their profits. As for their personal consumption, it is the same as that of the idle capitalists. But it is, in total, moderate, because industrialists are really unassuming. But it is different with their industrial consumption. It is nothing less than final. It returns to them with profits. Their profit must be large enough not only for their personal consumption, but also for the rents of the land and for the money which they hold from the idle capitalists. Destutt is right on this. Rents of land and interest on money are only deductions from industrial profit, portions of the latter given by the industrial capitalist from his gross profit to landlords and moneyed capitalists. The revenues of the rich idlers are only rents taken from industry. It is industry alone that creates them. The industrial capitalists rent the idle capitalists' land, their houses, and their money, and they make use of them in such a way as to draw profits from them higher than this rent. That is, the rent which they pay to the idlers, which therefore is only a part of this profit. This rent that they thus pay to the idlers is the sole revenue of these idlers, and the sole fund for their annual expenditures. Up to here, all right. But how then does it stand with the wage workers, the productive laborers who are employed by the industrial capitalists? These have no other treasure but their everyday labor. This labor obtains wages for them, but whence come these wages? It is clear that they come from the properties of those to whom the wage laborers sell their labor. That is to say, they come from the funds which are in their possession beforehand, and which are nothing but the accumulated products of labors previously performed. It follows from this that the consumption paid for by this wealth is the consumption of the wage laborers, in the sense that it is they whom it maintains, but at bottom it is not they who pay it. Or at least, they only pay for it with the funds existing beforehand in the hands of those who employ them. Their consumption should therefore be regarded as having been made by those who hire them. They only receive with one hand and return with the other. It is therefore necessary to regard not only all that they spend, but even all that they receive as the real expenditure and consumption of those who buy their labor. That is so true that in order to see whether this consumption is more or less destructive of the wealth that has been acquired, or even if it tends to increase it, it is necessary to know what use the capitalists make of the labor that they buy. Very well. And whence come the profits of the entrepreneurs, which enable them to pay revenue to themselves and to the idle capitalists, etc.? I will be asked how these industrial entrepreneurs can make such large profits and whence they can draw them. I reply that it is through their selling everything that they produce at a higher price than it has cost them to produce it. And to whom do they sell everything at a higher price than it cost them? They sell it firstly to themselves, for the whole part of their consumption destined for the satisfaction of their needs, which they pay for with a portion of their profits. Secondly, to the wage laborers, both those whom they pay and those paid by the idle capitalists. In this way, they take back from these laborers the total amount of their wages, apart from any small economies which these may be able to make. Thirdly, to the idle capitalists, who pay them with the part of their revenue which they have not already given to the workers directly employed by them, so that all the rent which they annually pay to the idle capitalists comes back to them in one or other of these ways. Let us now have a look at these three categories of sales. 1. The industrial capitalists themselves consume one part of their profit. They cannot possibly enrich themselves by swindling themselves and selling their products to themselves at a dearer price than they themselves have paid for them. Nor can any one of them swindle the others this way. If A sells his product, which the industrial capitalist B consumes, at too dear a price, then B sells his product, which the industrialist A consumes at too dear a price. It is the same thing as if A and B had sold their products to each other at their real value. Category 1 shows us how the capitalists spend a part of their profit. It does not show us whence they draw the profit. In any case, they make no profit by selling to one another everything that they produce at a higher price than it costs to produce. 2. They can likewise draw no profit from the part of the product which they sell to their workers above the cost of production. It is presupposed that the whole consumption of the workers is in fact the consumption of those who buy their labor. Moreover, Destutt rubs this in by remarking that the capitalists, by selling their products to the wage laborers, their own and those of the idle capitalists, only get back their total wages, and in fact not even the total, but after deducting their economies. It is all the same whether they sell the products to them cheap or dear, since they always only get back what they have given them, and as said above, the wage laborers only receive with one hand and return with the other. First, the capitalist pays money to the laborer as wages. Then he sells him his product too dear, and by so doing draws the money back again. But as the worker cannot pay back to the capitalist more money than he has received from him, so the capitalist can never sell his products to him dearer than he has paid him for his labor. He can always only get back from him as much money for the sale of his products as the money he has given him for his labor, not a farthing more. How then can his money increase through this circulation? In addition to this, there is another absurdity in Destutt. Capitalist C pays laborer L a weekly wage of £1, and then draws back the £1 for himself again by selling him commodities for £1. By this means, Tracy thinks, he has drawn back to himself the total of the wages paid. But first he gives the laborer £1, and then he gives him commodities for £1. So what in fact he has given him is £2, one in commodities and one in money. Of this £2, he takes back one in the form of money. Therefore, in fact, he has not drawn back a farthing of the £1 wage. And if he intended to enrich himself by this kind of drawing back the wages, instead of by the laborer giving him back in labor what he advanced to him in commodities, he would soon come to his senses. Hence, therefore, the noble Destutt confuses the circulation of money with the real circulation of commodities. Because the capitalist, instead of giving the worker directly commodities to the value of £1, gives him £1, with which the laborer then decides, as he likes, which commodities he wants to buy, and returns to the capitalist in the form of money the draft he had given him on his merchandise. After he, the worker, has appropriated his adequate share of the merchandise, Destutt imagines that the capitalist draws back the wages, because the same piece of money flows back to him. And on the same page, Mr. Destutt remarks that the phenomenon of circulation is little known, totally unknown to himself at any rate. If Destutt had not explained the drawing back of the total wages in this peculiar way, the nonsense might at least have been conceivable in a way we shall mention now. But before that, a further illustration of his sapience. If I go into a shop, and the shopkeeper gives me £1, and I then use this £1 to buy commodities to the value of £1 in his shop, then he draws back the £1 again. No one will assert that he has enriched himself by this operation. Instead of £1 in money and £1 in commodities, he now has only £1 in money left. Even if his commodity was only worth 10 shillings, and he sold it to me for £1, in this case too, he is 10 shillings poorer than he was before the sale, even though he has drawn back the whole of £1 sterling. If C, the capitalist, gives the aforementioned laborer £1 in wages, and afterwards sells him commodities to the value of 10 shillings for £1, he would certainly have made a profit of 10 shillings, because he had sold the commodities to the laborer 10 shillings too dear. But from Mr. de Stoot's point of view, even so, it could not be understood how any profit from this transaction arises for C. The profit arises from the fact that he has paid him less wages, in fact has given the laborer a smaller aliquot part of the product in exchange for his labor than he gives him nominally. If he gave the laborer 10 shillings and sold his commodity for 10 shillings, he would be just as rich as if he gives him £1 and sells him his 10 shillings commodity for £1. Moreover, de Stoot bases his argument on the assumption of necessary wages. In the best case, any profit here would only be explained by the worker having been cheated over his wages. This case number 2, therefore, shows that de Stoot de Tracy has absolutely forgotten what a productive laborer is, and has not the slightest idea of the source of profit. At most, it could be said that the capitalist makes a profit by raising the price of the products above their value, insofar as he sells them not to his own wage laborers but to wage laborers of idle capitalists. But since the consumption of unproductive laborers is in fact only a part of the consumption of idle capitalists, we now come to case number 3. The industrial capitalist sells his products too dear, above their value, to, quote, the idle capitalists, who pay them with the part of their revenue which they have not already given to the laborers directly employed by them, so that all the rent which they annually pay to the idle capitalists comes back to them, that is the industrialists, in one or other of these ways. Here again there is the childish conception of the rent, etc. coming back, as there was above of the drawing back of the whole of the wages. For example, C pays £100 rent for land and money to I, being the idle capitalist. The £100 are means of payment for C. They are means of purchase for I, who with them draws £100 of commodities from C's warehouse. Thus the £100 return to C as the transformed form of his commodity, but he has £100 less in commodities than before. Instead of giving them direct to I, he has given him £100 in money, with which the latter buys £100 of his commodities. But he buys these £100 worth of commodities with C's money, not with his own funds. And Tracy imagines that in this way, the rent which C has paid over to I comes back to C. What imbecility! That is the first absurdity. Secondly, de Stoot himself has told us that the rent of land and interest on money are only deductions from the industrialist profit, and therefore only quotas of profit given away to the idler. On the assumption that C drew back this whole quota to himself by some sort of trick, though not in one or other of the ways described by Tracy, in other words, that capitalist C paid no rent at all, neither to the landlord nor to the moneyed capitalist, he would retain his whole profit. But the question is precisely how to explain whence he derived the profit, how he has made it, how it arose. And this cannot be explained by his having or retaining it without giving a quota of it to the landlord and moneyed capitalist. Just as little can it be explained by the fact that either part or whole of the quota of profit which he has given away to the idler under one category or another is entirely or partially, in one way or another, dragged back by him from the hand of the idler. Let's disregard these absurdities. C has to pay I, the idler, rent to the amount of £100 for the land or the capital that he has rented from him. He pays the £100 out of his profit. Whence the latter arises we do not yet know. Then he sells his products to I, which are consumed either by I directly or through his retainers, the unproductive wage laborers, and he sells them to him too dear, for example 25% above their value. He sells him products worth £80 for £100. In this transaction, C undoubtedly makes a profit of £20. He has given I a draft for £100 worth of commodities. When the latter presents the draft, he gives his commodities only to the value of £80, by fixing the nominal price of his goods 25% above their value. Even if I would be satisfied with consuming commodities worth £80 and paying £100 for them, C's profit could never rise above 25%. The prices and the fraud would be repeated every year, but I wants to consume to the value of £100. If he is a landlord, what is he to do? He mortgages property to C for £25, in exchange for which C gives him commodities worth £20, for he sells his commodities at 25% above their value. If he is a money lender, he hands over to C £25 of his capital, in exchange for which C gives him commodities worth £20. Let us assume that the capital, or value of the land, was lent at 5%. Then it amounted to £2,000. Now it amounts only to £1,975. His rents are now £98.75, and so it would go on, with I constantly consuming commodities to the real value of £100, but his rents constantly falling, because in order to have commodities to the value of £100, he must always consume an ever greater part of his capital himself. Thus, bit by bit, C would get the whole of I's capital into his own hands, and the rents of it together with the capital. That is to say, along with the capital itself, he would appropriate that portion of the profit, which he makes from borrowed capital. Mr. Destoot evidently has this process in view, for he continues, "But I will be told, if that is so, and if industrial entrepreneurs in effect reap each year more than they have sown, in a very short time they must have attracted to themselves the whole public fortune, and soon there would be nothing left in a state but laborers without funds and capitalist entrepreneurs. That is true, and things would in fact be so, if the entrepreneurs or their heirs did not take the course of resting as they grow wealthy, and did not thus continually go to recruit the class of idle capitalists. And even in spite of this frequent emigration, it still happens that when industry has been at work in a country for some time without too great disturbances, its capitals are always being augmented, not only because of the growth of the total wealth, but also in a much greater proportion. It might be added that this effect would be felt even more strongly but for the immense levies that all governments impose each year on the industrious class by means of taxes." And Mr. Destoot is quite right up to a certain point, although not at all in what he wants to explain. In the period of the declining Middle Ages and the rising of capitalist production, the rapid enrichment of the industrial capitalists is in part to be explained by the direct fleecing of the landlords. As the value of money fell, as a result of the discoveries in America, the farmers paid them nominally, but not really, the old rent, while the manufacturers sold them commodities above their value, not only on the basis of the higher value of money. Similarly, in all countries, as for example the Asiatic, where the principal revenue of the country is in the hands of landlords, princes, etc., in the form of rent, the manufacturers, few in number and therefore not restricted by competition, sell them their commodities at monopoly prices, and in this way appropriate a part of their revenue. They enrich themselves not only by selling to them unpaid labor, but by selling the commodities at over the quantity of labor contained in them. Only, Mr. Destoot is again wrong if he believes that the money lenders let themselves be fleeced in this way. On the contrary, they share, through the high interest they draw, in those high profits, in that fleecing, directly and indirectly. The following passage shows that this phenomenon was in his mind. One has only to see how weak the industrial capitalists were through all of Europe 3 or 4 centuries ago, in comparison with the immense wealth of all the powerful men of those days, and how today they have increased and grown in number, while the others have diminished. What Mr. Destoot wanted to explain to us was the profits and the high profits of industrial capital. He has explained it in 2 ways. First, because the money which these capitalists pay out in the form of wages and rents flows back to them again, since these wages and rents buy products from them. In fact, what this does explain is only why they do not pay wages and rents twice, first in the form of money, and secondly also in the form of commodities to the same amount of the money. The second explanation is that they sell their commodities above their price, sell them too dear, first to themselves, thus cheating themselves, secondly to the workers, thus again cheating themselves, as Mr. Destoot tells us that the consumption of the wage workers must be regarded as the consumption of those who pay them, finally in the third place to the gentlemen living on rents, whom they fleece, and this would in fact explain why the industrial capitalists always keep for themselves a larger part of their profit, instead of giving it away to the idlers. It would show why the distribution of total profit between the industrial and non-industrial capitalists is increasingly to the advantage of the former at the cost of the latter. It would not help one iota to an understanding of whence this total profit comes. Let us assume that the industrial capitalists had got the whole of it for themselves. The question remains, where does it come from? Therefore, Destoot de Tracy has not only given no answer, but he has only revealed that he thinks the reflux of money is a reflux of the commodity itself. This reflux of money means only that the capitalist first pays wages and rents in money instead of paying them in commodities, that their commodities are bought with this money, and hence they get paid in commodities in this roundabout way. This money, therefore, constantly flows back to them, but only to the extent that commodities to the same money value are definitively taken from them, and fall to the share of the consumption of the wage workers and drawers of rent. Mr. Destutt de Tracy, in a really French way, similar exclamations of astonishment about himself are to be found in Proudhon, is altogether astonished at the clarity which this way of looking at the consumption of our wealth sheds on the whole progress of society. Whence comes this consistency and this lucidity? From the fact that we have lighted upon the truth. This recalls the effect of those mirrors, in which objects are outlined clearly and in their right proportions when one is in the right spot from which to view them, and in which everything appears confused and disjointed when one is too near or too far. Later, quite incidentally, Mr. Destutt recalls from Adam Smith the real course of things, which, however, in essence, he only repeats as a phrase which he has not understood, as otherwise this member of the Institute of France would have been unable to shed the streams of light referred to above. He writes, "Whence come their revenues to these idle men? Is it not from the rent which those who set their capitals to work pay them out of their profits? That is to say, those who use their funds to pay labor which produces more than it costs? In a word, the men of industry? Aha! So the rents, and also their own profits, which the industrial capitalists pay to the idle capitalists for the funds borrowed from the latter, come from their using these funds to pay wages to labor which produces more than it costs. That is to say, therefore, whose product has more value than is paid to the workers. In other words, profit comes from what the wage laborers produce over and above what they themselves cost, a surplus product which the industrial capitalist appropriates for himself, and of which he gives away only one part to those receiving rent from land and money." Mr. Destutt concludes from this, not that we must go back to these productive workers, but that we must go back to the capitalists who set them in motion. It is these who really maintain even the laborers employed by the others. To be sure, inasmuch as they directly exploit labor, and the idle capitalists only do it through their agency. And in this sense, it is correct to regard industrial capital as a source of wealth. We must therefore always go back to the industrialists in order to find the source of all wealth. In the course of time, wealth has accumulated in greater or less quantity because the result of previous labors has not been entirely consumed as soon as it was produced. Some of the possessors of this wealth are content to draw rent from it and consume it. These are those whom we have called idle. The other, more active ones set to work both their own funds and those which they borrow. They employ them to pay labor, which reproduces them with a profit. Hence, therefore, not only the reproduction of this fund, but the production of the surplus, which forms profit. With this profit, they pay for their own consumption and defray that of the others. By these consumptions themselves, their own and that of the idlers, here again is the same absurdity. Their funds come back to them somewhat increased, and they start again. This is what constitutes circulation. The inquiry into the productive laborer, and the result that only one whose buyer is an industrial capitalist is a productive laborer, one whose labor produces profit for its immediate buyer, led Mr. Destutt to the conclusion that in fact the industrial capitalists are the sole productive workers, in the higher meaning of the word. They who live on profits maintain all the others, and alone augment the public fortune, and create all our means of enjoyment. That must be so, because labor is the source of all wealth, and because they alone give a useful direction to current labor, by making a useful application of accumulated labor. That they give a useful direction to current labor, in fact means only that they employ useful labor, labor which results in use values. But that they make useful application of accumulated labor, if it is not to mean the same thing again, means that they make useful application of accumulated labor by buying with it more current labor than is contained in it. In the passage just cited, Destutt de Tracy naively epitomizes the contradictions which make up the essence of capitalist production. Because labor is the source of all wealth, capital is the source of all wealth. The actual propagator of wealth is not he who labors, but he who makes a profit out of another's labor. The productive powers of labor are the productive powers of capital. Our faculties are our only original wealth. Our labor produces all other wealth, and all labor, properly directed, is productive. Hence, according to him, it follows as a matter of course that the industrial capitalists maintain all the others, and alone augment the public fortune, and create all of our means of enjoyment. Our faculties are our only original wealth. Therefore, the faculty of labor is not wealth. Labor produces all other wealth. That means it produces wealth for all others except for itself, and that itself is not wealth, but only its product is wealth. All properly directed labor is productive. That means all productive labor, all labor which yields profit to the capitalist, is properly directed. The following remarks of Destutt, which refer not to the different classes of consumers, but to the different nature of the articles of consumption, are a very good paraphrase of Adam Smith's views in Book 2, Chapter 3, at the end of which he inquires into what kind of unproductive expenditure, that is to say, of individual consumption, consumption of revenue, is more or less advantageous. He opens this inquiry with the following words: "As frugality increases and prodigality diminishes the public capital, so the conduct of those whose expense just equals their revenue, without either accumulating or encroaching, neither increases nor diminishes it. Some modes of expense, however, seem to contribute more to the growth of public opulence than others." Destutt summarizes Smith's exposition as follows: "If consumption is very different according to the kind of consumer, it varies also according to the nature of the things consumed. All indeed represent labor, but its value is fixed more securely in some than in others. As much trouble may have been taken in making a firework as in finding and cutting a diamond, and consequently one may have as much value as the other. But when I have bought, paid for, and used both, at the end of half an hour I shall have nothing left of the first, and the second can still be a resource for my grandchildren a century later. It is the same with what are called immaterial products. An invention is of eternal utility. An intellectual work, a picture, also have a utility that is more or less durable, while that of a ball, a concert, a play, is instantaneous and disappears immediately. The same can be said of the personal services of doctors, lawyers, soldiers, domestic servants, and in general of all who are called employed persons. Their utility is that of the moment of need. The most ruinous consumption is the quickest, because it is that which destroys more labor in the same time, or an equal quantity of labor in less time. In comparison with this, consumption which is slower is a kind of treasuring up, since it leaves to times to come the enjoyment of part of the present sacrifices. Everyone knows that it is more economical to get for the same price a coat that will last 3 years than a similar one which will only last 3 months. Section 15. General nature of the polemics against Smith's distinction between productive and unproductive labor. Apologetic conception of unproductive consumption as a necessary spur to production. Most of the writers who contested Smith's view of productive and unproductive labor regard consumption as a necessary spur to production. For this reason, they regard the wage laborers who live on revenue, the unproductive workers whose hire does not produce wealth, but is itself a new consumption of wealth, as equally productive, even of material wealth, as the productive workers, since they widen the field of material consumption, and therewith the field of production. This was therefore, for the most part, apologetics, taken from the standpoint of bourgeois economy. Apologetics partly for the rich idlers, and the unproductive laborers whose services they consume, and partly for strong governments, whose expenditure is heavy, for the increase of the state debts, for holders of church and state benefices, holders of sinecures, etc. For these unproductive laborers, whose service figure in the expenses of the idle rich, these all have in common the fact that although they produce immaterial products, they consume material products, that is, products of the productive laborers. Other economists, like Malthus, admit the distinction between productive laborers and unproductive, but prove to the industrial capitalist that the latter are as necessary to him as the former, even for the production of material wealth. To say that production and consumption are identical, or that consumption is the purpose of all production, or that production is the precondition of all consumption, is of no help in this connection. What, apart from the tendentious purpose, is at the bottom of the whole dispute is rather this: the laborer's consumption, on the average, is only equal to his costs of production. It is not equal to his output. He therefore produces the whole surplus for others, and so this whole part of his production is production for others. Moreover, the industrialist who drives the laborer to this overproduction, that is, production over and above his own subsistence needs, and makes use of all expedients to increase it to the greatest extent possible, to increase this relative overproduction as distinct from the necessary production, He directly appropriates the surplus product for himself. But as personified capital, he produces for the sake of production. He wants to accumulate wealth for the sake of the accumulation of wealth. Insofar as he is a mere functionary of capital, that is, an agent of capitalist production, what matters to him is exchange value and the increase of exchange value, not use value or its increase. What he is concerned with is the increase of abstract wealth, the rising appropriation of the labor of others. He is dominated by the same absolute drive to enrich himself as the miser, except that he does not satisfy it in the illusory form of building up a treasure of gold and silver, but in the creation of capital, which is real production. If the laborer's overproduction is production for others, the production of the normal capitalist, of the industrial capitalist as he ought to be, is production for the sake of production. It is true that the more his wealth grows, the more he falls behind this ideal and becomes extravagant, even if only to show off his wealth. But he is always enjoying wealth with a guilty conscience, with frugality and thrift at the back of his mind. In spite of all his prodigality, he remains, like the miser, essentially avaricious. When Sismondi says that the development of the productive powers of labor makes it possible for the laborer to obtain ever-increasing enjoyments, but that these very enjoyments, if put at his disposal, would make him unfit for labor, it is equally true that the industrial capitalist becomes more or less unable to fulfill his function as soon as he personifies the enjoyment of wealth, as soon as he wants the accumulation of pleasures instead of the pleasure of accumulation. He is therefore also a producer of overproduction, production for others. Over against this overproduction on the one side must be placed overconsumption on the other. Production for the sake of production must be confronted by consumption for its own sake. What the industrialist has to surrender to the landlords, to the state, the creditors of the state, the church and so forth, who only consume revenue, is an absolute diminution of his wealth, but it keeps his lust for enrichment going and thus preserves his capitalist soul. If the landlords, moneylenders, etc., were to consume their revenue also in productive instead of unproductive labor, the purpose would not be achieved. They would become themselves industrial capitalists, instead of representing the function of consumption as such. With regard to this point, we shall examine later an extremely comical dispute between a Ricardian and a Malthusian. Production and consumption are in their nature inseparable. From this, it follows that since in the system of capitalist production they are in fact separated, their unity is restored through their opposition, that if A must produce for B, B must consume for A. Just as we find with every individual capitalist that he favors prodigality on the part of those who are co-partners with him in his revenue, so the older mercantile system, as a whole, depends on the idea that a nation must be frugal as regards itself, but must produce luxuries for foreign nations to enjoy. The idea here is always, on the one side, production for production, therefore on the other side, consumption of foreign production. This idea of the mercantile system is expressed, for example, by Dr. Paley in his book Moral Philosophy. Quote, "A laborious, frugal people, ministering to the demands of an opulent, luxurious nation," end quote. Destutt de Tracy says, "They, being our politicians, Garnier, etc., put forward as a general principle that consumption is the cause of production, that therefore it is good for it to be very plentiful. They declare that it is this which constitutes a great difference between public economy and the economy of individuals." One more fine phrase. "The poor nations are those where the people are comfortable, and the rich nations those where the people are generally poor." Section 16. Henri Storck. Unhistorical approach to the problem of the interaction between material and spiritual production. Conception of immaterial labor performed by the ruling class. After Garnier, Storck is in fact the first writer to polemicize against Adam Smith's distinction between productive and unproductive labor on a new basis. He distinguishes the internal goods, or the elements of civilization, with the laws of whose production the theory of civilization has to concern itself, from material goods, component parts of material production. Quote, "It is evident that man only attains to the production of wealth insofar as he is endowed with internal goods, that is to say, insofar as he has developed his physical, intellectual, and moral faculties, which implies the means for their development, such as social institutions, etc. Thus, the more civilized a people, the more its national wealth can grow. The reverse is also true. Against Smith, he says, Smith excludes from productive labors all those which do not contribute directly to the production of wealth, but also he considers the national wealth. His error is not to have distinguished immaterial values from wealth. And that is really all there is to it. The distinction between productive labors and unproductive labors is of decisive importance for what Smith was considering, the production of material wealth, and in fact, one definite form of that production, the capitalist mode of production. In spiritual production, another kind of labor appears as productive, but Smith does not take it into consideration. Finally, the interaction and the interconnection between the two kinds of production also do not fall within the field he is considering. Moreover, they can only lead to something more than empty phrases when material production is examined in its own form. Insofar as he speaks of workers who are not directly productive, this is only to the extent that they participate directly in the consumption of material wealth, but not in its production. With Stork himself, the theory of civilization does not get beyond trivial phrases, although some ingenious observations slip in here and there. For example, that the material division of labor is a precondition for the division of intellectual labor. How much it was inevitable that Stork could not get beyond trivial phrases, how little he had even formulated for himself the task, let alone its solution, is apparent from one single circumstance. In order to examine the connection between spiritual production and material production, it is above all necessary to grasp the latter itself not as a general category, but in definite historical form. Thus, for example, a different kind of spiritual production corresponds to the capitalist mode of production than does to the mode of production of the Middle Ages. If material production itself is not conceived in its specific historical form, it is impossible to understand what is specific in the spiritual production corresponding to it, and the reciprocal influence of one on the other. Otherwise, one cannot get beyond inanities. This because of the talk of civilization. Further, from the specific form of material production arises in the first place a specific structure of society, in the second place a specific relation of men to nature. Their state and their spiritual outlook is determined by both. Therefore also the kind of their spiritual production. Finally, by spiritual production, Stork means also all kinds of professional activities of the ruling class, who carry out social functions as a trade. The existence of these strata, like the functions they perform, can only be understood from the specific historical structure of their production relations. Because Stork does not conceive material production itself historically, because he conceives it as production of material goods in general, not as a definite, historically developed and specific form of this production, he deprives himself of the basis on which alone can be understood partly the ideological component parts of the ruling class and partly the free spiritual production of this particular social formation. He cannot get beyond meaningless general phrases. Consequently, the relation is not so simple as he presupposes. For instance, capitalist production is hostile to certain branches of spiritual production, for example, art and poetry. If this is left out of account, it opens the way to the illusion of the French in the 18th century, which has been so beautifully satirized by Lessing. But because we are further ahead in mechanics, etc., why shouldn't we be able to make an epic too? And the Henriade in place of the Iliad. Stork, however, rightly stresses, with special reference to Garnier, who is actually the father of this attack on Smith, that Smith's opponents had set about it the wrong way. What do his critics do? Far from establishing this distinction between immaterial values and wealth, they succeed in confusing two kinds of value that are so evidently different. That is, they assert that the production of spiritual products, or the production of services, is material production. In regarding immaterial labor as productive, they assume it is productive of wealth, that is, directly. That is to say, of material and exchangeable values, while it produces only immaterial and immediate values. They assume that the products of immaterial labor are subject to the same laws as those of material labor, and yet the former are governed by other principles than the latter. The following passages from Stork are to be noted as having been copied from him by later authors. From the fact that internal goods are in part the product of services, the conclusion has been drawn that they are no more lasting than the services themselves, and that they were necessarily consumed as they were produced. The original internal goods, far from being destroyed by the use made of them, expand and grow with use, so that even the consumption of them augments their value. Internal goods are susceptible of being accumulated like wealth, and of forming capitals that can be used in reproduction. Material labor must be divided up, and its products must be accumulated before the dividing up of immaterial labor can be thought of. These are nothing but general, superficial analogies and relations between spiritual and material wealth. So, for example, is his observation that undeveloped nations borrow their spiritual capitals from abroad, just as materially undeveloped nations borrow their material capitals, and that the division of immaterial labor depends on the demand for it, in a word, on the market, etc. Here are the passages which have actually been copied. The production of internal goods, far from diminishing the national wealth by the consumption of material products it requires, is on the contrary a powerful means of increasing it, as the production of wealth in its turn is an equally powerful means of increasing civilization. It is the equilibrium of the two kinds of production that causes the advance of national prosperity. According to Stork, the physician produces health, but also illness. Professors and writers produce enlightenment, but also obscurantism. Poets, painters, etc. produce good taste, but also bad taste. Moralists, etc. produce morals, preachers religion, the sovereign's labor security, and so on. It can just as well be said that illness produces physicians, stupidity produces professors and writers, lack of taste produces poets and painters, immorality produces moralists, etc. This way of saying, in fact, that all these activities, these services, produce a real or imaginary use value is repeated by later writers in order to prove that they are productive workers in Smith's sense. That is to say, that they directly produce not products of their own kind, but products of material labor, and consequently immediate wealth. In Stork, there is not yet this nonsense, which, for that matter, can be reduced to the following. 1. That the various functions in bourgeois society mutually presuppose each other. 2. That the contradictions in material production make necessary a superstructure of ideological strata whose activity, whether good or bad, is good because it is necessary. 3. That all functions are in the service of the capitalist and work out to his benefit. And 4. That even the most sublime spiritual productions should merely be granted recognition and apologies for them made to the bourgeoisie, that they are presented as, and falsely proved to be, direct producers of material wealth. Section 17. Nassau Senior. Proclamation of all functions useful to the bourgeoisie as productive. Toadyism to the bourgeoisie and the bourgeois state. Nassau Senior mounts his high horse. According to Smith, the lawgiver of the Hebrews was an unproductive laborer. Was it Moses of Egypt or Moses Mendelssohn? Moses would have been very grateful to Mr. Senior for calling him a productive laborer in the Smithian sense. These people are so dominated by their fixed bourgeois ideas that they would think they were insulting Aristotle or Julius Caesar if they called them unproductive laborers. Aristotle and Caesar would have regarded even the title laborers as an insult. Does not the doctor, who by a prescription heals a sick child and thus assures him many years of life, produce a durable result? Trash! If the child dies, the result is no less durable. And if the child is no better after treatment, the doctor's service has to be paid for just the same. According to Nassau, doctors should only be paid insofar as they cure, and lawyers insofar as they win lawsuits, and soldiers insofar as they are victorious. But now he gets really lofty. Did the Dutch produce temporary results by fighting against the tyranny of the Spaniards, or the English by revolting against a tyranny that threatened to be even more terrible? Belletristic trash! Dutch and English revolted at their own cost. No one paid them for laboring in revolution. But with either productive or unproductive laborers, there is always a buyer and seller of labor. Hence, what trash! These insipid literary flourishes used by these people when they polemicize against Smith show only that they are representatives of the educated capitalist, while Smith was the interpreter of the frankly brutal bourgeois upstart. The educated bourgeois and his mouthpiece are both so stupid that they measure the effect of every activity by its effect on the purse. On the other hand, they are so educated that they grant recognition even to functions and activities that have nothing to do with the production of wealth, and indeed, they grant them recognition because they too indirectly increase, etc., their wealth. In a word, fulfill a useful function for wealth. Man himself is the basis of his material production, as of any other production that he carries on. All circumstances, therefore, which affect man, the subject of production, more or less modify all his functions and activities, and therefore, too, his functions and activities as the creator of material wealth, of commodities. In this respect, it can in fact be shown that all human relations and functions, however and in whatever form they may appear, influence material production and have a more or less decisive influence on it. There are countries where it is quite impossible for people to work the land unless there are soldiers to protect them. Well, according to Smith's classification, the harvest is not produced by the joint labor of the man who guides the plow and of the man at his side with arms in hand. According to him, the plowman alone is a productive worker, and the soldier's activity is unproductive. First, that is not true. Smith would say that the soldier's protective care is productive of defense, but not of the corn. If order was restored in the country, the plowman would produce the corn just as before, without being compelled to produce the maintenance and therefore the life of the soldiers into the bargain. The soldier belongs to the incidental expenses of production, in the same way as a large part of the unproductive laborers who produce nothing themselves, either spiritual or material, but who are useful and necessary only because of the faulty social relations. They owe their existence to social evils. However, Nassau might say, if a machine is invented that makes 19 out of 20 labors superfluous, then these 19 too are incidental expenses of production. But the soldier can drop out, although the material conditions of production, the conditions of agriculture as such, remain unchanged. The 19 laborers can only drop out if the labor of the one remaining laborer becomes 20 times more productive. That is to say, only through a revolution in the actual material conditions of production. Moreover, Buchanan already observes, quote, if the soldier, for example, be termed a productive laborer because his labor is subservient to production, the productive laborer might, by the same rule, lay claim to military honors, as it is certain that without his assistance, no army could ever take the field to fight battles or to gain victories. End quote from Buchanan's Observations on the Subjects Treated of in Dr. Smith's Inquiry, published in Edinburgh in 1814. Quote from Nassau W. Sr., the wealth of a nation does not depend on a numerical proportion between those who produce services and those who produce values, but on the proportion between them that is most fitted to render the labor of each more efficacious. Smith never denied this, as he wants to reduce the necessary unproductive laborers like state officials, lawyers, and priests, etc., to the extent in which their services are indispensable, and this is, in any case, the proportion in which they make the labor of productive laborers most efficacious. As for the other unproductive laborers, whose labors are only bought voluntarily by anyone in order to enjoy their services, that is, as an article of consumption of his own choice, different cases must be distinguished. If the number of these workers living on revenue is large in proportion to the productive workers, it is either because the total wealth is small or is of a one-sided character. For example, the medieval barons with their retainers. Instead of consuming manufactured goods on any considerable scale, they and their retainers consumed their agricultural products. When, instead of these products, they began to consume manufactured goods, the retainers had to be set to labor. The number of those living on revenue was only large because a part of the annual product was not reproductively consumed. Along with this, the total population was small. Or, the number of those living on revenue is large because the productivity of the productive laborers is large, and therefore their surplus produce upon which the retainers feed. In this case, the labor of the productive workers is not productive because there are so many retainers, but on the contrary, there are so many retainers because the labor of the productive workers is so productive. Taking two countries with equal populations and an equal development of the productive powers of labor, it would always be true to say, with Adam Smith, that the wealth of the two countries must be measured according to the proportion of productive and unproductive laborers. For that means only that in the country which has a relatively greater number of productive workers, a relatively greater amount of the annual revenue is reproductively consumed, and consequently, a greater mass of values is produced annually. Therefore, Mr. Senior has only paraphrased the statement of Adams, instead of counterposing it with a novelty. Moreover, he himself here makes the distinction between the producers of services and the producers of values, and so it is the same with him as with most of those who polemicize against the Smithian distinction. They accept and themselves use this distinction at the same time as they reject it. It is characteristic that all unproductive economists, who achieve nothing in their own speciality, come out against the distinction between productive labor and unproductive labor. However, in relation to the bourgeois, it is on the one hand an expression of their servility that they present all functions as serving the production of wealth for him. Then, on the other hand, they present the bourgeois world as the best of all possible worlds, in which everything is useful, and the bourgeois himself is so educated that he understands this. In relation to the workers, what it expresses is this: it is quite all right that the unproductive ones consume the great mass of products, since they contribute just as much as the laborers to the production of wealth, even though in their own way. Finally, however, Nassau blurts out, showing that he has not understood one word of the essential distinction made by Smith, "It seems, in truth, that in this case, Smith's attention was entirely absorbed by the position of the great landowners, the only ones to whom his observations on the unproductive classes can in general be applied. I do not know how otherwise to account for his supposition that capital is only employed to maintain productive workers, while unproductive workers live from revenue. The greater number of those whom he calls preeminently unproductive, teachers and those who govern the state, are maintained at the expense of capital, that is to say, by means of what is spent in advance for reproduction." This, in fact, is past all understanding. Mr. Nassau's discovery that state and schoolmasters live at the cost of capital and not at the cost of revenue needs no further commentary. Does Mr. Senior mean by it that they live on profit from capital, and in this sense at the expense of capital? If so, he only forgets that revenue from capital is not capital itself, and that this revenue, the result of capitalist production, is not spent in advance for reproduction, of which, on the contrary, it is the result. Or does he mean that it is so because certain taxes enter into the production costs of particular commodities, that is, enter into the expenses of certain branches of production? Then he should know that this is only a form of levying taxes on revenue. With reference to Stork, Nassau Sr., the sophist, also remarks, "Mr. Stork is doubtless in error when he expressly asserts that these results, health, good taste, etc., like other things which have value, form part of the revenue of those who possess them, and that they are also exchangeable, that is, insofar as they can be bought from their producers. If this was so, if good taste, morality, religion were really things which could be bought, wealth would have an importance very different from that given to it by the economists. What we buy is not health, knowledge, or piety. The doctor, the priest, and the teacher can only produce the instruments by means of which, with greater or less certainty and perfection, these ulterior results will be produced. If in each particular case the most suitable means to obtain success have been employed, the producer of these means has a right to a reward, even when he has not succeeded, or when he has not produced the results expected. The exchange is completed as soon as the advice or the lesson has been given, and the payment for it has been received." Finally, the great Nassau himself adopts the Smithian distinction, for in fact he distinguishes between productive consumption and unproductive consumption, instead of between productive and unproductive labor. But the object of consumption is either a commodity, which is not referred to here, or direct labor. Consumption would be productive if it employed labor that either produced labor power itself, which for example the schoolmaster's or the physician's labor might do, or reproduced the value of the commodities with which it was bought. The consumption of labor, which accomplished neither the one nor the other of these, would be unproductive. And indeed, Smith says, the labor which can only be consumed productively, i.e. industrially, I call productive labor, and that which can be consumed unproductively, whose consumption is by its nature not industrial consumption, I call unproductive labor. Mr. Senior has therefore proved his genius by giving things new names. In general, Nassau copies from Stork. Section 18. Rossi. Disregard of the social form of economic phenomena. Vulgar conception of labor saving by unproductive laborers. The indirect means of production include everything that furthers production, everything which tends to remove an obstacle, to make production more active, speedier, easier. Earlier, he says, there are direct and indirect means of production. That is to say, there are means which are a cause sine qua non of the effect in question, forces which make this production. There are others which contribute to production but do not make it. The former can act even by themselves, the latter can only help the former to produce. The whole labor of government is an indirect means of production. The man who has made a hat must surely recognize that the gendarme who goes by in the street, the judge who sits in his court, the gaoler who takes over a criminal and keeps him in prison, the army which defends the frontier against enemy invasions, these people contribute to production. What a pleasure it must be for the latter, that everyone gets moving so that he can produce and sell his hat. Inasmuch as he makes these gaolers, etc., contribute indirectly, not directly, to material production, Rossi, in fact, makes the same distinction as Adam. In the following lecture number 13, Rossi takes the field particularly against Smith, indeed rather the same as his predecessors. The erroneous distinction between productive and unproductive laborers, he says, arises for three reasons. Reason number one, Among the buyers, some buy products or labor for their own direct consumption. Others only buy them in order to sell the new products that they obtain by means of the products and the labor they have acquired. The determining factor for the former is the use value, for the latter the exchange value. But in paying attention only to exchange value, one falls into Smith's error. My servant's labor is unproductive for me. Let us admit that for a moment. Is it unproductive for him? As all capitalist production rests on the direct purchase of labor in order to appropriate a part of it without purchase in the process of production, which part is, however, sold in the product, since this is the basis of existence of capital, its very essence, is not the distinction between labor which produces capital and that which does not produce it the basis for an understanding of the process of capitalist production? Smith does not deny that the servant's labor is productive for him. Every service is productive for its seller. To swear false oaths is productive for the person who does it for cash. Forging documents is productive for anyone paid to do it. A murder is productive for a man who gets paid for doing it. The trade of sycophant, informer, toady, parasite, lickspittle is productive for people who do not perform these services gratis. Hence, they are productive laborers, producers not only of wealth, but of capital. The thief, too, who pays himself, just as the law courts and the state do, employs his energy, uses it in a particular way, produces a result which satisfies a human need, i.e. the need of the thief, and perhaps also that of his wife and children. Consequently, he is a productive laborer if it is merely a question of producing a result which satisfies a need, or as in the cases mentioned above, if selling his services is enough to make them productive. Number 2. A second error has been not to distinguish between direct production and indirect production. That is why Adam Smith thinks that a magistrate is not productive. But if production is almost impossible without the magistrate's labor, is it not clear that this labor contributes to it, if not by direct and material operation, at least by an indirect action which cannot be left out of account? It is precisely this labor which participates indirectly in production, and this only forms a part of the unproductive labor, that we call unproductive labor. Otherwise, we would have to say that since the magistrate is absolutely unable to live without the peasant, therefore the peasant is an indirect producer of justice, and so on. Number 3. The three principal facts of the phenomenon of production have not been carefully distinguished: the force or productive means, the application of this force, and the result. We buy a clock at a clockmaker's. We are only interested in the result of the labor. The same applies when we buy a coat at the tailor's. But there are still people, men of the old school, who do not understand things in this way. They make a workman come to their home and get him to make such and such a piece of clothing, giving him the material and everything he needs for this labor. What is it that these people buy? They buy a force, but also an application of this force, a means to produce results of some kind at their peril and risk. The object of the contract is the purchase of a force. The point here is only that these men of the old school make use of a mode of production that has nothing in common with the capitalist mode, and in which all development of labor's productive powers, such as capitalist production brings with it, is impossible. It is characteristic that for Rossi and all the rest of them, such a specific distinction is inessential. In the case of a servant, you buy a force, capable of doing, quote, 1,000 different things. The results it produces depend on the use that you make of the force. All this has nothing to do with the matter. To buy or to hire a definite application of this force, you do not buy a product. You do not buy the result that you have in view. Will the lawyer's pleading win your case? Who knows? What is certain, what passes between you and your lawyer, is that for a certain value, he will go on a certain day to a certain place to speak on your behalf, to apply his intellectual powers in your interests. One further point on this. In Lecture 12, page 273, Rossi says, quote, I am far from seeing producers only in those who pass their lives in making cotton cloth or shoes. I honor labor, whatever it may be, but this respect should not be the exclusive privilege of the manual laborer. Adam Smith does not do this. For him, a person who produces a book, a painting, a musical composition, or a statue is a productive laborer in the second sense, although the person who improvises, recites, plays a musical instrument, etc., is not. and Adam Smith treats services, insofar as they directly enter into production, as materialized in the product, both the labor of the manual labor and that of the manager, clerk, engineer, and even of the scientist, insofar as he is an inventor, an indoor or outdoor laborer for the workshop. In dealing with the division of labor, Smith explains how these operations are distributed among different persons, and that the product, the commodity, is the result of their cooperative labor, not of the labor of any individual among them. But the spiritual laborers a la Rossi are anxious to justify the large share which they draw out of the material production. After this discourse, Rossi continues. Thus, in exchange transactions, attention is fixed on one or other of the three principal facts of production. But can these different forms of exchange deprive certain products of the character of wealth, and deprive the exertions of a class of producers of the quality of being productive labors? Clearly, there is no link between these ideas such as would justify a deduction of this kind. Because instead of buying the result, I buy the force necessary to produce it, why should the action of the force not be productive, and the product not be wealth? Take again the example of the tailor. Whether one buys ready-made clothes from a tailor, or whether one gets them from a jobbing tailor who has been given the material and a wage, as far as the results are concerned, the two actions are perfectly similar. No one will say that the former is a productive labor and the latter an unproductive labor. Only in the second case, the man who wants a coat has been his own entrepreneur. Well, from the standpoint of productive forces, what difference is there between the jobbing tailor you have brought to your home and your domestic servant? None. Here we have the quintessence of the whole super-wise and would-be profound windbag. When Adam Smith, in his second and more superficial presentation, distinguishes between productive and unproductive labor, according to whether it is or is not directly realized in a vendible commodity for the buyer of the labor, he calls the tailor productive in both cases. But according to his more correct definition, the latter is an unproductive laborer. Rossi only shows that he evidently does not understand Adam Smith. That the forms of exchange seem to Rossi to be a matter of complete indifference is just as if a physiologist said that the different forms of life are a matter of complete indifference, that they are all only forms of organic matter. It is precisely these forms that are alone of importance when the question is the specific character of a mode of social production. A coat is a coat. But have it made in the first form of exchange, and you have a capitalist production and modern bourgeois society. Have it made in the second form, and you have a form of handicraft, which is compatible even with Asiatic relations or those of the Middle Ages, etc. And these forms are decisive for material wealth itself. A coat is a coat. That is Rossi's wisdom. But in the first case, the jobbing tailor produces not only a coat, he produces capital, therefore also profit. He produces his master as a capitalist and himself as a wage laborer. When I have a coat made for me at home by a jobbing tailor for me to wear, that no more makes me my own entrepreneur in the sense of an economic category than it makes the entrepreneur tailor an entrepreneur when he himself wears and consumes a coat made by his workmen. In one case, the purchaser of tailoring labor and the jobbing tailor confront each other as mere buyers and sellers. One pays money, and the other supplies the commodity into whose use value my money is transformed. In this transaction, there is no difference at all from my buying the coat in the shop. Buyer and seller confront each other simply as such. In the other case, on the contrary, they confront each other as capital and wage labor. As for the domestic servant, he has the same determinate form as the jobbing tailor number 2, whom I buy for the sake of the use value of his labor. Both are simply buyers and sellers. But the way in which the use value is enjoyed in this case, in addition, bears a patriarchal form of relation, a relation of master and servant, which modifies the relation in its content, though not in its economic form, and makes it distasteful. For that matter, Rossi only repeats in other phrases what Garnier said. When Smith wrote that nothing remained of the servant's labor, he was mistaken to a greater extent, we must say, than an Adam Smith should be mistaken. A manufacturer manages himself a large manufactory, which requires very active and very assiduous supervision. This man, not wanting to have unproductive laborers around him, has no servants. He is then compelled to serve himself. What becomes of his productive labor during the time he has to devote to this so-called unproductive labor? Is it not evident that your servants perform a labor which enables you to apply yourself to a labor more appropriate to your abilities? Then how can it be said that no trace remains of their services? there remains everything that you do, and that you could not have done if they had not replaced you in the service of your person and your home. This is once more the labor-saving idea of Garnier, Lauderdale, and Ganil. According to this, unproductive labors would only be productive insofar as they save labor and leave more time for a person's own labor, whether he is an industrial capitalist or a productive worker, who can perform a more valuable labor through this replacement by a less valuable labor. A large part of the unproductive workers who would be excluded by this are menial servants, insofar as they provide only luxury articles, and all unproductive laborers who produce merely enjoyment, and whose labor I can only enjoy insofar as I use just as much time to enjoy it as its seller uses to produce it, to provide it for me. In both cases, there can be no talk of saving labor. Finally, even really labor-saving personal services would only be productive insofar as their consumer is a producer. If he is an idle capitalist, they only save him the labor of doing anything at all, like a woman having her hair curled or her nails cut instead of doing it herself, or a fox hunter employing a stable boy instead of being his own stable boy, or someone who is just a glutton keeping a cook instead of cooking for himself. Then these laborers would include too those who, according to Stork, produce leisure, through which a man gets free time for pleasure, spiritual labor, and so on. The policeman saves me the time of being my own gendarme, the soldier of defending myself, the government official of governing myself, the shoe cleaner of cleaning my shoes myself, the priest the time which would be required for thinking, and so on. What is correct in this matter is the division of labor. Everyone, apart from his productive labor or the exploitation of productive labor, would have a number of functions to fulfill which would not be productive and would in part enter into the cost of consumption. The real productive workers have to bear these consumption costs themselves and to perform their unproductive labors themselves. If these services are pleasant, then sometimes the master performs them for the servant, as the jus primae noctis shows, the right of the feudal lords to have sex with their servant women, or as is shown by the labor of ruling, etc., which the masters have always taken on themselves. This in no way obliterates the distinction between productive and unproductive labor, but this distinction itself appears as a result of the division of labor, and thus furthers the general productivity of the laborers by making unproductive labor the exclusive function of one section of them, and productive labor the exclusive function of the other section. But even the labor of a number of menial servants for mere show, to satisfy vanity, quote, is not unproductive, end quote. Why? Because it produces something, the satisfaction of vanity, ostentation, the exhibition of wealth. Here, once again, we meet the nonsense that every kind of services produces something. The courtesan's sensual pleasure, the murderer homicide, etc. Moreover, Smith said that every form of this trash has its value. All that is missing is that these services are rendered gratis. That is not the point in question. But even if they are rendered for free, they will not increase material wealth by a single farthing. Then the belletristic piffle. The singer, they claim, when he has finished singing, leaves us nothing. He leaves us a memory. When you have drunk champagne, what remains? Whether the consumption does or does not follow closely on the act of production, whether it takes place more or less rapidly, will bring about different economic results, but the fact of consumption, of whatever kind it may be, cannot deprive the product of its character as wealth. There are immaterial products which are of greater durability than certain material products. A palace lasts for a long time, but the Iliad is a source of even more durable pleasures. What trash! In the sense in which he is here speaking of wealth, as use value, it is precisely consumption, whether slow or rapid, its length depends on its own nature and on the nature of the object, and only consumption that makes the product wealth at all. Use value has only value for use, and its existence for use is only existence as an object for consumption. Its existence is in consumption. Drinking champagne, although this may produce a hangover, is as little productive consumption as listening to music, although this may leave behind a memory. If the music is good, and if the listener understands music, the consumption of music is more sublime than the consumption of champagne, although the production of the latter is a productive labor, and the production of the former is not. If we consider all the twaddle against Smith's distinction between productive and unproductive labor, we find that Garnier, and perhaps also Lauderdale and Ganil, though the latter said nothing new, exhausted these polemics. Those who came later, apart from Stork's unsuccessful effort, produced merely pretentious literary arguments, learned prattle. Garnier is the economist of the Directory and the Consulate. Ferrier and Ganil are the economists of the Empire. On the other hand, Lauderdale, the Earl, was far more concerned to make apologies for consumers by presenting them as the producers of unproductive labor. The glorification of servility and flunkyism, of tax gatherers and parasites, runs through the lot of them. Compared with these, the rough, cynical character of classical economy stands out as a critique of existing conditions. Section 19. Apologetics for the Prodigality of the Rich by the Malthusian Chalmers. One of the most fanatic Malthusians is the Reverend Thomas Chalmers, who thinks that the only means for curing all social ills is the religious education of the laboring class, by which he means ramming down their throats the Malthusian population theory, with edifying Christian priestly trimmings. At the same time, he is a great defender of all abuses, of wasteful expenditure by the state, of fat livings for the clergy, and of wild extravagance on the part of the rich. He laments the spirit of the time, the hard and hunger-bitten economy, and he wants heavy taxes, a good deal to eat for the higher and unproductive workers, clergymen, and so on. Naturally, he blusters about the Smithian distinction. He devoted a whole chapter to it, which contains nothing new except that parsimony, etc., only harms the productive laborers, but whose tendency is exemplified in the following summing up. This distinction seems to be negatory, and withal mischievous in application. And in what does this mischief consist? We have entered so much at length into this argument because we think the political economy of our days bears a hard and hostile aspect towards an ecclesiastical establishment, and we have no doubt that to this the hurtful definition of Smith has largely contributed. By the ecclesiastical establishment, the cleric means his own church, the Church of England, as by law established. Moreover, he was one of the people who had forced this establishment upon Ireland. The parson is at least plain-spoken. Section 20. Concluding observations on Adam Smith and his views on productive and unproductive labor. Before we finish with Adam Smith, we will cite two further passages. The first, in which he gives vent to his hatred of the unproductive government. The second, in which he aims to explain why the advance of industry, etc., presupposes free labor. Concerning Smith's hatred of the clergy, the first passage runs, "It is the highest impertinence and presumption, therefore, in kings and ministers, to pretend to watch over the economy of private people, and to restrain their expense, either by sumptuary laws or by prohibiting the importation of foreign luxuries. They are themselves always, and without any exception, the greatest spendthrifts in the society. Let them look well after their own expense, and they may safely trust private people with theirs. If their own extravagance does not ruin the state, that of their subjects never will." And once more the following passage. "The labor of some of the most respectable orders in the society is, like that of the menial servants, unproductive of any value. It has value, and therefore costs an equivalent, but it produces no value, and does not fix or realize itself in any permanent subject or vendible commodity. The sovereign, for example, with all the officers both of justice and war who serve under him, the whole army and navy, are unproductive laborers. They are the servants of the public, and are maintained by a part of the annual produce of the industry of other people. In the same class must be ranked churchmen, lawyers, physicians, men of letters of all kinds, players, buffoons, musicians, opera singers, opera dancers, etc." This is the language of the still revolutionary bourgeoisie, which has not yet subjected to itself the whole of society and the state. All these illustrious and time-honored occupations, sovereign, judge, officer, priest, etc., with all the old ideological professions to which they give rise, their men of letters, their teachers and priests, are, from an economic standpoint, put on the same level as the swarm of their own lackeys and jesters maintained by the bourgeoisie and by idle wealth, the landed nobility and the idle capitalists. They are mere servants of the public, just as the others are their servants. They live on the produce of other people's industry, therefore they must be reduced to the smallest possible number. State, church, etc. are only justified insofar as they are committees to superintend or administer the common interests of the productive bourgeoisie, and their cost, since by nature these costs belong to the overhead costs of production, must be reduced to the unavoidable minimum. This view is of historical interest in sharp contrast partly to the standpoint of antiquity, when material productive labor bore the stigma of slavery and was regarded merely as a pedestal for the idle citizen, and partly to the standpoint of the absolute or aristocratic constitutional monarchy, which arose from the disintegration of the Middle Ages. As Montesquieu, still captive to these ideas, so naively expressed them in the following passage: "If the rich do not spend much, the poor will perish of hunger." When, on the other hand, the bourgeoisie has won the battle, and has partly itself taken over the state, partly made a compromise with its former possessors, and has likewise given recognition to the ideological professions as flesh of its flesh, and everywhere transformed them into its functionaries, of like nature to itself, when it itself no longer confronts these as the representative of productive labor, but when the real productive laborers rise against it, and moreover tell it that it lives on other people's industry, when it is enlightened enough not to be entirely absorbed in production, but to want also to consume in an enlightened way, when the spiritual labors themselves are more and more performed in its service and enter into the service of capitalist production, then things take a new turn, and the bourgeoisie tries to justify economically, from its own standpoint, what at an earlier stage it had criticized and fought against. Its spokesmen and conscience savers in this line are the Garniers, etc. In addition to this, these economists, who themselves are priests, professors, etc., are eager to prove their productive usefulness, to justify their wages economically. The second passage, referring to slavery, runs as this: "Such occupations as artificer and manufacturer were considered in several of the ancient states as fit only for slaves, and the free citizens of the state were prohibited from exercising them. Even in those states where no such prohibition took place, as in Rome and Athens, the great body of the people were in effect excluded from all the trades which are now commonly exercised by the lower sort of the inhabitants of towns. Such trades were, at Athens and Rome, all occupied by the slaves of the rich, who exercised them for the benefit of their masters, whose wealth, power, and protection made it almost impossible for a poor freeman to find a market for his work, when it came into competition with that of the slaves of the rich. Slaves, however, are very seldom inventive, and all the most important improvements, either in machinery or in the arrangement and distribution of work, which facilitate and abridge labor, have been the discoveries of free men. Should a slave propose any improvement of this kind, his master would be very apt to consider the proposal as a suggestion of laziness and of a desire to save his own labor at the master's expense. The poor slave, instead of reward, would probably meet with much abuse, perhaps with some punishment. In the manufactures carried on by slaves, therefore, more labor must generally have been employed to execute the same quantity of work than in those carried on by freemen. The work of the former must, upon that account, generally have been dearer than that of the latter. The Hungarian mines, it is remarked by Mr. Montesquieu, though not richer, have always been wrought with less expense, and therefore with more profit than the Turkish mines in their neighborhood. The Turkish mines are wrought by slaves, and the arms of those slaves are the only machines which the Turks have ever thought of employing. The Hungarian mines are wrought by freemen, who employ a great deal of machinery, by which they facilitate and abridge their own labor. From the very little that is known about the price of manufactures in the times of Greeks and Romans, it would appear that those of the finer sort were excessively dear." Adam Smith himself says, "Mr. Locke remarks a distinction between money and other movable goods. All other movable goods, he says, are of so consumable a nature that the wealth which consists in them cannot be much depended on. Money, on the contrary, is a steady friend. Consumable commodities, it is said, are soon destroyed, whereas gold and silver are of a more durable nature, and were it not for this continual exportation, might be accumulated for ages together, to the incredible augmentation of the real wealth of the country. The man of the monetary system raves about gold and silver because they are money, the independent, tangible form of existence of exchange value, and a form of its existence that is indestructible, everlasting, that is, insofar as they are not allowed to become means of circulation, the merely transient form of the exchange value of commodities. The accumulation of gold and silver, piling it up and hoarding it, is therefore his way of growing rich. And as I showed in the quotation from Petty, other commodities are themselves valued according to the degree in which they are more or less durable, that is, remain exchange value. Now, in the first place, Adam Smith repeats this idea of the relatively greater or less durability of commodities in the section where he speaks of consumption, which is more or less advantageous for the formation of wealth, according as it is consumption of less or more durable articles of consumption. Here, therefore, the monetary system creeps through, and necessarily so, since even in direct consumption, there is the mental reservation that the article of consumption remains wealth, a commodity, therefore a unity of use value and exchange value, and the latter depends on the degree to which the use value is durable, that is, on how slowly consumption deprives it of the possibility of being a commodity or a bearer of exchange value. Secondly, in his second distinction between productive and unproductive labor, he completely returns, in a wider form, to the distinction made by the monetary system. Productive labor fixes and realizes itself in some particular subject or vendible commodity, which lasts for some time at least after that labor is past. It is, as it were, a certain quantity of labor stocked and stored up to be employed, if necessary, upon some other occasion. On the other hand, the unproductive labor's results or services generally perish in the very instant of their performance, and seldom leave any trace or value behind them, for which an equal quantity of service could afterwards be procured. Thus, Smith makes the same difference between commodities and services as the monetary system did between gold and silver and the other commodities. With Smith, too, the distinction is made from the point of view of accumulation, no longer, however, in the form of building a hoard, but in the real form of reproduction. The commodity perishes in consumption, but then it reproduces in turn a commodity of higher value, or if it is not so used, it is itself value, with which another commodity can be bought. It is the nature of the product of labor that it exists in a more or less durable, and therefore again saleable, use value, in a use value in which it is a vendible commodity, a bearer of exchange value, a commodity, or in essence money. The services of unproductive laborers do not again become money. I can neither pay debts, nor buy commodities, nor buy labor which produces surplus value with the services for which I pay the lawyer, doctor, priest, musician, etc. They have gone, like perishable articles of consumption. Thus, at bottom, Smith says the same thing as the monetary system. For them, only that labor is productive which produces money, gold and silver. For Smith, only that labor is productive which produces money for its buyer, although he discerns the money character in all commodities in spite of its mask, while the monetary system sees it only in the commodity which is the independent existence of exchange value. This distinction is founded on the nature of bourgeois production itself, since wealth is not the equivalent of use value, but only the commodity is wealth, use value as bearer of exchange value as money. What the monetary system did not understand is how this money is made and is multiplied through the consumption of commodities, and not through their transformation into gold and silver, in which they are crystallized as independent exchange value, in which, however, they not only lose their use value, but do not alter the magnitude of their value. Chapter 5. Necker. The attempt to present the antagonism of classes in capitalism as the antithesis between poverty and wealth. Some quotations from Linguet above have already shown that the nature of capitalist production was clear to him. Nevertheless, Linguet can be brought in here after Necker. In his two works, On the Legislation and Commerce of Grains, first published in 1775, and On the Financial Administration of France, published in 1784, Necker shows how the development of the productive powers of labor merely results in the worker requiring less time for the reproduction of his own wage, and therefore working more time for his employer unpaid. In dealing with this, he rightly starts from the basis of the average wage, the minimum of wages. What he is mainly concerned with, however, is not the transformation of labor itself into capital and the accumulation of capital through this process, but rather the general development of the antithesis between poverty and wealth, between poverty and luxury, because to the extent that a smaller quantity of labor suffices to produce the necessary means of subsistence, part of the labor becomes more and more superfluous and can therefore be used in the production of luxury articles in a different sphere of production. Some of these luxury articles are durable, and so they accumulate from century to century in the possession of those who have surplus labor at their disposal, making the contrast ever deeper. The important thing is that Necker traces the origin of the wealth of the non-laboring classes, this wealth being profit and rent, entirely to surplus labor. In his treatment of surplus value, however, what he has in mind is relative surplus value, resulting not from the lengthening of the total working day, but from the shortening of the necessary labor time. The productive power of labor becomes the productive power of the owner of the conditions of labor, and productive power itself is equivalent to the shortening of the labor time that is necessary to produce a certain result. The chief passages are the following. First, on the financial administration of France. Quote, I see one of the classes of society whose wealth must always be pretty nearly the same. I see another of these classes whose wealth necessarily increases. Thus, luxury, which arises from a relation and a comparison, has had to follow the growth of this disproportion and become more evident as time went on. The contrast between the two classes as classes has already been clearly noticed. The class of society whose lot is, as it were, fixed by the effect of social laws is composed of all those who, living by the labor of their hands, are subject to the imperative law of the owners of the conditions of production, and are compelled to content themselves with a wage proportionate to the simple necessities of life. Competition between them and the urgency of their needs brings about their state of dependence. These conditions cannot change. The continual invention of instruments which have simplified all mechanical arts has then augmented the wealth and the fortunate lot of the owners. One part of these instruments, by reducing the costs of working the land, has increased the revenue of which the owners of such property can dispose. Another part of the discoveries of genius has so greatly facilitated the labors of industry that the men who are in the service of the dispensers of the means of subsistence, i.e., in the service of the capitalists, have been able, in an equal length of time, and for the same reward, to produce a greater quantity of products of all kinds. Let us assume that a century ago 100,000 workers were required to do what is done today by 80,000. The other 20,000 would have found themselves obliged to take other occupations to obtain wages, and the new products of their manual labor resulting from this would increase the pleasures and the luxuries of the rich. For, he continues, it must not be forgotten that the rewards assigned to all trades which do not require any special talent are always proportionate to the necessary price of subsistence for each laborer. Thus, the speed of production, when the knowledge required has become common, does not accrue to the advantage of the laboring men, and the result is only an augmentation of the means for the satisfaction of the tastes and vanities of those who have at their disposal the products of the land. Among the various good things of nature, which are fashioned and changed by men's industry, there are a large number whose durability greatly exceeds the usual span of life. Each generation has inherited a part of the labors of the preceding generation. He is here only taking into account the accumulation of what Adam Smith calls the consumption fund. And in all countries, there is a continual accumulation of a greater quantity of the products of the arts, and as this quantity is always divided among the owners, the disproportion between their possessions and those of the numerous class of citizens has necessarily grown greater and more noticeable. Hence the quickening pace of industrial production, which has multiplied the things of pomp and luxury on earth, the length of time in which accumulation has grown from this, and the laws of property which have brought these good things into the hands of one class of society alone. These great sources of luxury would in any case have existed, whatever had been the quantity of coined money. The latter argument is directed against those who held that luxury was the result of the growth in the amount of money. Secondly, his work on the legislation and commerce of grains. When the artisan or the husbandman have no reserves left, they can no longer argue. They must work today on pain of dying tomorrow. And in this conflict of interest between the owner and the laborer, the one stakes his life and that of his family, and the other a mere delay in the growth of his luxury. This contrast between wealth that does not labor and poverty that labors in order to live also gives rise to a contrast of knowledge. Knowledge and labor become separated. Knowledge confronts labor as capital, or as a luxury article for the rich. The faculty of knowing and understanding is a general gift of nature, but it is only developed by education. If properties were equal, everyone would labor moderately. So once again, the quantity of labor time is the decisive thing. And everyone would know a little, because everyone would have a portion of time, that is spare time, left to give to study and reflection. But with the inequality of fortunes resulting from the social order, education is prohibited for all who are born without property, because all sustenance being in the hands of that part of the nation which possesses money or land, and no one giving anything for nothing, the man born without any other resources but his strength is obliged to devote it to the service of the owners from the first moment when his strength develops, and to continue thus all his life, from the moment when the sun rises to the moment when this strength has been worn down and needs to be renewed by sleep. Lastly, is it not certain that this inequality of knowledge has become necessary for the maintenance of all the social inequalities which gave rise to it? Necker ridicules the economic confusion characteristic of the physiocrats in relation to the land, and of all subsequent economists in relation to the material elements of capital, the confusion which glorifies the owners of the conditions of production, not because they themselves, but these conditions, are necessary for labor and the production of wealth. They begin by confusing the importance of the owner, a function so easy to perform, with the importance of the land. Chapter 6. Quesnay's Tableau économique. Section 1. Quesnay's attempt to show the process of reproduction and circulation of the total capital. Below is an economic table according to Quesnay. The aforementioned graphic will not be read aloud for the recording. Please consult the beginning of Chapter 6 in a physical or digital copy of the book for visual reference. The point to note in this table, and the point which impressed his contemporaries, is the way in which circulation is shown as determined purely by the circulation and reproduction of commodities, in fact, by the process of capital. Section 2. Circulation between farmers and landowners, the return circuit of money to the farmers, which does not express reproduction. The farmer first pays 2,000 million francs in money to the landlord, the proprietor. With this, the landlord buys from the farmer 1,000 millions worth of means of subsistence. 1,000 millions, therefore, flow back to the farmer in money, while 1/5 of the gross product is disposed of, passing definitively out of circulation into consumption. The landlord then buys, with 1,000 millions in money, manufactured commodities, non-agricultural products, to the value of this 1,000 million. With this purchase, a second 1/5 of the, in this case manufactured, products falls out of circulation into consumption. These 1,000 millions in money are now in the hands of the sterile class, who buys with them from the farmer 1,000 millions worth of means of subsistence. Thus, the second 1,000 million, which the farmer has paid to the landlord in the form of rent, flow back to the farmer. On the other hand, a further 1/5 of the farmer's product has gone to the sterile class, out of circulation and into consumption. At the end of this first movement, therefore, we have the 2,000 millions in money back in the hands of the farmer. This money has carried through 4 different processes of circulation. First, it served as a means of payment for rent. In this function, it does not circulate any part of the annual product, but is merely a circulating draft on the part of the gross product which is equal to the rent. Second, the landlord buys means of subsistence from the farmer, using half of the 2,000 millions, that is 1,000, thus realizing his 1,000 millions in means of subsistence. In fact, the farmer merely gets back, in the 1,000 millions in money, half of the draft he has given to the landlord for 2/5 of his product. In this transaction, the 1,000 millions, since they serve as means of purchase, circulate commodities to that amount, which fall into final consumption. The 1,000 millions here serve the landlord only as means of purchase. He reconverts the money into use value, commodities, which, however, enter into final consumption and are bought as use value. If we consider purely the isolated act, the money in this transaction plays merely the role which, as means of purchase, it always plays for the seller, namely, being the changed form of his commodity. The landlord has 1,000 millions in corn. The farmer has converted into money corn to the price of 1,000 millions. He has realized its price. But if we consider this act in connection with the preceding act of circulation, the money here does not appear as a mere metamorphosis of the farmer's commodity, as a golden equivalent of his commodity. The 1,000 millions are in fact only half of the 2,000 in money which the farmer has paid to the landlord in the form of rent. It is true that he gets 1,000 millions in money for 1,000 millions in commodities, but in so doing, in fact, he only buys back the money with which he paid the landlord the rent. That is to say, the landlord buys, with the 1,000 millions which he has received from the farmer, 1,000 millions worth of commodities from the farmer. He pays the farmer with the money which he has received from the farmer without any equivalent. This flowing back of the money to the farmer, taken in conjunction with the first act, does not at first make it appear to him a mere means of circulation, but then it is different in essence from the flowing back of money to its starting point when the movement is an expression of a process of reproduction. For example, the capitalist, or to leave the characteristics of capitalist reproduction entirely out of account, a producer, lays out 100 pounds for raw material, instruments of labor, and means of subsistence for the period of his labor. We will assume that he does not add more labor to the means of production than he had expended on the means of subsistence, the wages that he has paid to himself. If the raw material, etc., equals 80 pounds, and the labor added is equal to 20 pounds, the means of subsistence consumed also being equal to 20 pounds, then the product is equal to 100 pounds. If he now sells it, this 100 pounds flows back to him in money, and so on. This flowing back of the money to its starting point here expresses nothing but continuous reproduction. The simple metamorphosis in this case is M to C to M, the transformation of money into commodity and the retransformation of that commodity into money. This mere change of form of money and commodity here representing at the same time the process of reproduction. Money is transformed into commodities, that is, means of production and means of subsistence. Then, these commodities enter as elements into the labor process and emerge from it as a product. Thus, a commodity appears again as a result of the process, that is, when the finished product re-enters the process of circulation, and by so doing again confronts money as a commodity, and finally, it is reconverted into money, since the finished commodity can only be exchanged again for its production elements after it has first been transformed into money. The constant flowing back of the money to its starting point expresses here not only the formal conversion of money into commodity and commodity into money, as in the simple process of circulation or the mere exchange of goods, but at the same time, the continuous reproduction of the commodity by the same producer. Exchange value, that is money, is converted into commodities, which enter into consumption, and are consumed as use values. They pass, however, into reproductive or industrial consumption. Therefore, they reproduce the original value and consequently reappear in the same amount of money. In the above example, in which the producer labors only for his own maintenance, M to C to M here shows that M is not only formally converted into C, but C is actually consumed as a use value, falling out of circulation into consumption, but into industrial consumption, so that its value is maintained and reproduced in consumption, and M therefore reappears at the end of the process, being maintained in the movement M to C to M. In contrast with this, in the case given above, no reproduction process takes place when the money flows back from the landlord to the farmer. It is as if the farmer had given the landlord tokens, or tickets, for products to the value of 1,000 millions. When the landlord cashes these tokens, they flow back to the farmer, and he redeems them. If the landlord had had half the rent paid directly in kind, no circulation of money would have taken place. The whole circulation would have been limited to a simple change of hands, the transfer of the product from the farmer's hand to the landlord's. First, the farmer gives the landlord the money instead of the commodity, and then the landlord returns the money to the farmer in order to take the commodity itself. The money serves the farmer as means of payment to the landlord. It serves the landlord, however, as means of purchase in relation to the farmer. In the first function, it moves away from the farmer. In the second, it comes back to him. This type of return flow of the money to the producer must always take place whenever he pays his creditors, instead of a part of his product, its value in money. And everyone who is a co-proprietor of his surplus is, in this respect, a creditor. For example, all taxes are paid by the producers in money. In this transaction, the money is for them means of payment to the state. With this money, the state buys commodities from the producers. In the hands of the state, it is a means of purchase, and thus returns to the producers in the same measure as they part with their commodities. This type of return flow, this peculiar flowing back of money that is not determined by reproduction, must take place in all cases where there is exchange of revenue for capital. What makes the money flow back in such cases is not reproduction, but consumption. The revenue is paid in money, but it can only be consumed in commodities. The money which is received from the producers as revenue must therefore be paid back to them in order to obtain the same amount of value in commodities, that is, in order to consume the revenue. The money in which revenue is paid, rent for example, or interest or taxes, has the general form of means of payment. The industrial capitalist pays his revenue to himself in the product, or from the sale of the product, that part of it which forms his revenue. The person who pays the revenue is supposed to have received from his creditor a part of his own product. For example, in the case of the farmer, the 2/5 of the product which according to Quesnay constitute the rent. He is only its nominal or de facto owner. The part of the farmer's product, therefore, which constitutes his rent, requires for its circulation between farmer and landlord only an amount of money equal to the value of the product, although this value circulates twice. First, the farmer pays the rent in money, then, with the same money, the landlord buys the product. The first is a simple transfer of money, since the money functions only as means of payment. The assumption is therefore that the commodity for which it is paid is already in the hands of the payer, and does not serve him as a means of purchase, that he receives no equivalent for the money, but on the contrary, has this equivalent in advance. In the second transaction, on the other hand, the money functions as a means of purchase, means of circulation for commodities. It is as if, with the money in which he pays his rent, the farmer had bought the landlord's share in the product. The landlord, with the same money that he has thus received from the farmer, who however in fact has given it away without any equivalent, buys the product back again from the farmer. The same sum of money, therefore, which is handed over by the producers to the owners of revenue in the form of means of payment, serves the owners of revenue as means of purchase for the producer's commodities. This twofold change of place of the money, from the hands of the producer into the hands of the owner of revenue, and from the latter's hands back into the hands of the former, thus expresses only a single change of place on the part of the commodity, that is, from the hands of the producer into the hands of the owner of revenue. Since the producer is supposed to owe a part of his product to the owner of revenue, the money rent that he pays him is in fact only a retrospective payment for the value of the commodity, which has already passed into his possession. The commodity is in his hands, but it does not belong to him. With the money that he pays in the form of revenue, he therefore redeems it, making it his property. Therefore, the commodity does not change hands. When the money changes hands, this represents only a change in the title of ownership of the commodity, which remains in the hands of the producer as before. Hence, this twofold change of place of the money with only a single change of hands for the commodity. The money circulates twice in order to make the commodity circulate once, but it too circulates only once as a means of circulation, that is, means of purchase, while the other time it circulates as means of payment. In which type of circulation, as I have shown above, no simultaneous change of place between commodity and money takes place. In fact, if the farmer has no money in addition to his product, he can only pay for his product after he has first sold his commodity, and it has therefore already passed through its first metamorphosis before he can pay it out as money to the landlord. Even taking this into account, there are more changes of place on the part of the money than on the part of the commodity. First, C to M is carried through. 2/5 of the commodity is sold and transformed into money. Here, there is the simultaneous exchange of commodity and money. Then, however, this same money, without being exchanged for a commodity, passes from the hands of the farmer into those of the landlord. Here, there is a change of place of the money, but no change of place of commodity. It is the same as if the farmer had a co-partner. He has received the money, but he must share it with his co-partner. Or rather, for the 2/5, it is more as if a servant of the farmer had received the money. This servant must give it to the farmer. He cannot retain it in his own pocket. In this instance, the movement of the money from one hand to the other does not express any kind of metamorphosis of a commodity, but is a mere transfer of the money from the hand of its immediate possessor into the hand of its real owner. This can therefore be the case when the man who first receives the money is merely an agent for his employer. Then, the money is also not a means of payment. There is a simple transfer of it from the hand of the receiver, to whom it does not belong, into the hands of the owner. This kind of change of place of money has absolutely nothing to do with the metamorphosis of the commodity, any more than has the change of place arising from the mere conversion of one kind of money into another kind. With the means of payment, however, it is always implied that the payer has received a commodity for which he subsequently pays. In the case of the farmer, etc., he has not received this commodity. It is in his hands before it's in the landlord's hands, and it is a part of his product. But in law, he becomes its owner only by handing over to the landlord the money received for it. His legal title to the commodity changes. The commodity itself is in his hands both before and after, but first, it was in his hands as something in his possession, but the owner of which was the landlord. It is now in his hands as his own property. The change in the legal form, while the commodity remains in the same hands, has naturally not caused the commodity itself to change hands. Section 3. On the circulation of money between capitalist and laborer. Subsection A. The absurdity of speaking of wages as an advance by the capitalist to the worker. The bourgeois conception of profit as reward for risk. This also makes it clear how absurd it is to quote-unquote explain the profit of the capitalist from the fact that he advances money to the laborer before he has converted the commodity into money. First, when I buy a commodity for my own consumption, I get no profit because I am the buyer and the owner of the commodity is the seller, because my commodity has the form of money and his must first be transformed into money. The capitalist pays for the labor only after he has consumed it, while other commodities are paid for before they are consumed. This arises from the peculiar nature of the commodity which he buys, and which is in fact only delivered after it is consumed. The money here has the form of means of payment. The capitalist has always appropriated to himself the commodity labor before he pays for it. The fact, however, that he only buys it in order to make a profit out of the resale of its product is no reason for his making this profit. It is a motive, and it would mean nothing, but he makes a profit by buying wage labor because he wants to make a profit out of selling it again. Secondly, he does nevertheless advance to the worker in the form of money the part of the product which is his share as wages, and thus saves the latter himself the trouble, risk, and time involved in converting into money the part of the commodity which is due to him as wages. Is the laborer not to pay him for this trouble, the risk, and this time, and on this account to accept less of the product than he would otherwise get? This would upset the whole relationship between wage labor and capital, and destroy the economic justification of surplus value. The result of the process is in fact that the fund from which the capitalist pays the wage worker is nothing but the latter's own product, and that therefore capitalist and laborer actually share the product in aliquot parts. But this actual result has absolutely nothing to do with the transaction between capital and wage labor, on which rests the economic justification of surplus value, the justification founded on the laws of commodity exchange itself. What the capitalist buys is the temporary right to dispose of labor power. He only pays for it when this labor power has taken effect, materialized itself in a product. Here, as in all cases where money functions as means of payment, purchase and sale precede the real handing over of the money by the buyer. But the labor belongs to the capitalist after that transaction, which has been completed before the actual process of production begins. The commodity which emerges as product from this process belongs entirely to him. He has produced it with means of production belonging to him and with labor which he has bought and which therefore belongs to him, even though it has not yet been paid for. It is the same as if he had not consumed anyone else's labor in the production of the commodity. The profit that the capitalist makes, the surplus value which he realizes, springs precisely from the fact that the laborer has sold to him not labor realized in a commodity, but his labor power itself as a commodity. If he had confronted the capitalist in the first form, as a possessor of commodities, the capitalist would not have been able to make any profit, to realize any surplus value, since, according to the law of value, exchange is between equivalents, an equal quantity of labor for an equal quantity of labor. The capitalist's surplus arises precisely from the fact that he buys from the worker not a commodity, but his labor power itself, and this has less value than the product of this labor power, or what is the same thing, realizes itself in more materialized labor than is realized in itself. But now, in order to justify profit, its very source is covered up, and the whole transaction from which it springs is repudiated, because in fact, once the process is continuous, the capitalist only pays the worker out of his own product. The worker is only paid with a part of his own product, and the advance is therefore a mere pretense. We are now told that the worker has sold his share in the product to the capitalist before it has been converted into money. Perhaps before it was capable of being converted into money, for although the workman's labor had materialized itself in a product, it may be that only one part of the vendable commodity has as yet been realized. For example, only part of a house. So the capitalist is no longer owner of the product, and thereby the whole process through which he has appropriated another's labor gratis is invalidated. Now, therefore, owners of commodities confront each other. The capitalist has money, and the worker sells him not his labor power, but a commodity, namely the part of the product in which his own labor is realized. The worker will now say to the capitalist, Of these 5 pounds of twist, say 3/5 represent constant capital. They belong to you. 2/5, that is 2 pounds, represent my newly added labor. Therefore, you have to pay me the 2 pounds. So, pay me the value of the 2 pounds. And thereby he would pocket not only the wages, but also the profit. In short, a sum of money equal to the quantity of labor newly added by him and materialized in the form of the 2 pounds. But, says the capitalist, have I not advanced the constant capital? Well, says the laborer, you deduct the 3 pounds for it and pay me only 2. But, insists the capitalist, you couldn't materialize your labor. You couldn't spin without my cotton and my spindles. You must pay extra for that. Well, says the laborer, the cotton would have rotted and the spindles rusted if I hadn't used them for spinning. The 3 pounds of yarn which you are deducting do represent, it is true, only the value of your cotton and your spindles which were used up, and are therefore contained in the 5 pounds of yarn. But it is only my labor that has maintained the value of cotton and spindles unchanged by using these means of production as means of production. I'm not charging you anything for this value-maintaining power of my labor, because it didn't cost me any extra labor time beyond the spinning itself, for which I get the 2 pounds. It's a natural faculty of my labor which costs me nothing, though it maintains the value of the constant capital. As I don't charge you anything for it, you can't charge me for not being able to spin without spindles and cotton. For without spinning, your spindles and cotton wouldn't be worth a brass farthing. Driven into a corner, the capitalist says, the 2 pounds of yarn are in fact worth 2 shillings. They represent that much labor time of yours. But am I to pay you for them before I have sold them? Perhaps I may not sell them at all. That is risk number 1. Secondly, perhaps I may sell them at less than their price. That is risk number 2. And thirdly, in any case, it takes time to sell them. Am I to take on both risks on your behalf without recompense and lose my time into the bargain? You can't expect something for nothing. Wait a bit, replies the worker. What's the relation between us? We face each other as owners of commodities. You as buyer, we as sellers. For you want to buy our share in the product, the 2 pounds, and it in fact contains nothing but our own materialized labor time. Now you assert that we must sell you our commodity below its value, so that as a result, you would be getting more value in commodity than you now have in money. The value of our commodity is equal to 2 shillings. You want to give only 1 shilling for it, so that, since 1 shilling contains as much labor time as 1 pound of yarn, you would get from the exchange twice as much value as you give in return. We, on the other hand, would get, instead of an equivalent, only half of an equivalent for only 1 pound of yarn instead of 2. And on what do you base this demand, which is contrary to the law of value and the exchange of commodities in proportion to their value? On what? On the fact that you are a buyer and we are a seller, that our value is in the form of yarn, of a commodity, and your value is in the form of money. That the same value in the form of yarn confronts the same value in the form of money. But, my good friend, that is in fact a mere change of form, which affects the way in which the value is expressed, but leaves the amount of value unaltered. Or do you hold to the childish view that every commodity must be sold under its price, that is to say, for less than the sum of money which represents its value, because in the form of money it gets an increased value? But no, good friend, it does not get any increased value. The magnitude of its value does not change. It merely takes the shape of exchange value in its pure form. Besides, my good friend, think of the troubles you are laying up for yourself by taking this line. For what you assert amounts to this, that the seller must always sell his commodity to the buyer below its value. Indeed, as far as you are concerned, this was the case earlier when we sold you not a commodity we produced, but our labor power itself. It is true that you bought it at its value, but you bought our actual labor below the value in which it is expressed. However, that's an unpleasant memory. Let's say no more about it. We've gone beyond that, thank goodness, since, by your own decision, we are no longer to sell you our labor power as a commodity, but the commodity itself, which is the product of our labor. Let's look at the troubles you're laying out for yourself. The new law you have set up, that the seller pays for the conversion of his commodity into money not with his commodity, through the exchange of his commodity for money, but that he pays for it by selling the commodity below its price. This law, which the buyer always fleeces and defrauds the seller, must hold good in like measure for every buyer and seller. Let's suppose that we accept your offer, but on the condition that you yourself submit to the law just created by you, namely the law that the seller must surrender to the buyer a part of his commodity for nothing, in return for the buyer changing it into money for him. Then you buy our 2 pounds, which are worth 2 shillings, for 1 shilling, and thus make a profit of 1 shilling, or 100%. But now you have 5 pounds of yarn of a value of 5 shillings, after you have bought the 2 pounds belonging to us. Now you think you're going to do a good stroke of business. The 5 pounds cost you only 4 shillings, and you're going to sell them for 5 shillings. Wait a minute, says the man who buys from you. Your 5 pounds of yarn is a commodity, and you are a seller. I have the same value in money, and I am a buyer. Consequently, by the law which you recognize, I must make 100% profit out of you. You must therefore sell me the 5 pounds of yarn at 50% below its value for 2 shillings 6pence. I'll give you then 2 shillings and 6pence, and get in exchange a commodity to the value of 5 shillings, and thus make 100% profit out of you. For what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. So you see, my good friend, continues the worker, where you get with your new law. You would simply have diddled yourself, since although at one moment you are a buyer, the next you're in turn a seller. In this particular case, you would lose more as a seller than you gained as a buyer. And don't forget this too. Before the 2 pounds of yarn you want now to buy from us ever existed, didn't you make other purchases in advance, but for which the 5 pounds of yarn would never have been there at all? Didn't you buy cotton and spindles in advance, which are now represented by 3 pounds of yarn? At that time, the cotton jobber in Liverpool and the spindle maker in Oldham faced you as sellers, and you faced them as a buyer. They represented commodity, you money. Exactly the same relationship as we have the honor or misfortune to stand in to each other at this moment. Wouldn't the sharp cotton jobber and your jovial colleague from Oldham have had a good laugh at you if you had demanded that they hand over to you for nothing a part of the cotton and spindles, or what is the same thing, sell you these commodities below their price and their value, on the ground that you were transforming commodities for them into money, but they were transforming money into commodities for you, that they were sellers and you a buyer. They risked nothing, for they got ready money, exchange value in the pure independent form. You, on the other hand, what a risk you were taking. First, you had to make spindles and cotton into yarn, run all the risks of the production process, and then finally the risk of reselling the yarn, changing it back again into money. The risk, whether it would sell at its value or over or under its value. The risk of not selling it at all, of not transforming it back into money. And as to its quality as yarn, you didn't care a straw for it. You did not eat yarn, nor drink it, nor have any use whatever for it except selling it. And in any case, the loss of time in transforming the yarn again into money, and that includes, therefore, the transformation of spindles and yarn into money. Old boy, your colleagues will reply, don't make a fool of yourself. Don't talk nonsense. What the devil do we care what you propose turning our cotton and our spindles to? What use you destine them for? Burn them, hang them if you like, throw them to the dogs, but pay for them. The idea! We are to make you a present of our goods because you have set up as a cotton spinner and seem not to quite feel at ease in that line of business and magnify to yourself its risks and perilous chances? Give up cotton spinning, or don't come into the market with such preposterous ideas. The capitalist, with a supercilious smile, replies to this tirade from the workers. Evidently, you people are a bit out of your depth. You're talking about things you don't understand. Do you imagine I've paid ready money to the Liverpool ruffian and the man in Oldham? The devil I did! I've paid them in bills of exchange, and the Liverpool ruffian's cotton was in point of fact spun and sold before his bill fell due. With you, it's another affair altogether. You want to get ready money. Very well, say the laborers, and what did the Liverpool ruffian and the Oldham man do with your bills? What they were doing with them, says the capitalist. Stupid question. They lodged them with their bankers and got them there discounted. How much did they pay the banker? Let me see. Money is now very cheap. I think they paid something like 3% discount. That is to say, not 3% on the sum, but they paid so much on the sum for the time the bill was running as would have come up to 3% on the whole matter if the bill had run for a whole year. Still better, say the working men. Pay us 2 shillings, the value of our commodity, or say 12 shillings, as we have dealt today per day, but we will deal per week. But take away from that sum 3% per annum for 14 days. But this bill is too small, says the capitalist, to be discounted by any banker. Well, reply the working men, we are 100 men. Thus, you have to pay to us 1,200 shillings. Give us a bill for them. This makes 60 pounds and is not too small a sum to be discounted, but besides, as you discount it yourself, the sum must not be too small for you, since it is the identical sum whence you pretend to derive your profit on us. The amount deducted wouldn't be worth mentioning. And since we would thus get the major part of our product in its entirety, we would soon reach the point when we didn't need you to discount it for us. Naturally, we will not give you any longer credit than the 14 days the stock jobber gives you. If, turning the actual relationship upside down, wages are to be derived from the discount on the part of the value of the total product that belongs to the workman, that is, from the fact that the capitalist pays them this part in advance in money, he would have to give them very short-term bills of exchange, such as, for example, he pays to the cotton jobber, etc. The workman would get the largest share of his product, and the capitalist would soon cease being a capitalist. From being the owner of the product, he would become merely the workman's banker. Moreover, just as the capitalist takes the risk of selling the commodity below its value, he equally takes the chance of selling it above its value. The workman will be thrown out onto the street if the product is unsaleable, and if it falls for long below the market price, his wages will be brought down below the average, and short time will be worked. It is he, therefore, that runs the greatest risk. Thirdly, it never enters anyone's head to suggest that the farmer, because he has to pay rent and money, or the industrial capitalist, because he has to pay interest in money, and therefore in order to pay them must first have converted his product into money, is on that account entitled to deduct a part of his rent or his interest. Subsection B. Commodities which the laborer buys from the capitalist. A return flow of the money which does not indicate reproduction. In that part of the capital which circulates between industrial capitalist and laborer, that is, the part of the circulating capital which is equal to the variable capital, there is also a return flow of the money to its starting point. The capitalist pays the worker his wages in money. With this money, the worker buys commodities from the capitalist, and so the money flows back to the capitalist. In practice, to the capitalist banker, but the bankers in fact represent, in relation to the individual capitalist, the aggregate capital, insofar as it takes the form of money. This return flow of the money does not in itself indicate any reproduction. The capitalist buys labor from the worker with money. With the same money, the worker buys commodities from the capitalist. The same money takes the form first of means of purchase for labor, and later on as means of purchase for commodities. That it comes back to the capitalist is due to the fact that at first he is a buyer, and then in turn, in relation to the same parties, he is a seller. He parts with it as a buyer. It returns to him as a seller. The laborer, on the contrary, is first a seller and then a buyer. So first he gets the money and then he pays it out, while in relation to him, the capitalist first pays it out and then takes it in. For the capitalist, the movement here is M to C to M. He buys a commodity, labor power, with money. With the product of this labor power, again a commodity, he buys money. In other words, he sells this product in turn to his former seller, the laborer. For the laborer, on the other hand, the movement of circulation is C to M to C. He sells his commodity, that is labor power, and with the money he gets for it, he buys back a part of his own product, again a commodity. It could indeed be said that the laborer sells a commodity for money, spends this money on commodities, and then sells his labor power again, so that for him too the movement is also M to C to M. And since the money is constantly fluctuating between him and the capitalist, it could equally be said, depending on whether one considers it from the standpoint of the one or of the other, that for him as well as for the capitalist, the movement is M to C to M. The capitalist, however, is the buyer. The renewal of this process starts from him, not from the worker, while the return flow of the money is compulsory, since the worker must buy means of subsistence. Here, as in all movements where the form of circulation on one side is MCM and on the other side CMC, it is made evident that the aim of the process of exchange on one side is exchange value, money, and therefore its increase, and on the other side, use value, consumption. This also is the case when the money flows back as in the example first considered, where on the farmer's side the movement is MCM, CMC on the landlord's side, taking into account the fact that the M with which the landlord buys from the farmer is the money form of the rent, and therefore the result of a movement C to M, the changed form of the part of the product that at bottom belongs to the landlord in kind. This M to C to M, insofar as it merely expresses, as between laborer and capitalist, the return to the latter of the money laid out by him in wages, in itself does not indicate any reproduction process, but only that the two parties are in turn buyer and seller in relation to each other. Nor does it represent money as capital, in such a way as M to C to M prime, where the second, M prime, would be a larger sum of money than the first M, so that M represents the value, capital, which increases in value. On the contrary, it merely expresses the formal return of the same amount of money, often even less, to its starting point. By capitalist here, of course, is meant the class of capitalists. I was therefore wrong in saying in the first part that the form M to C to M must always be M to C to M prime. It may express merely the formal return of the money, as I indicated there already, by showing that the return circuit of the money to the same starting point arises from the fact that the buyer in turn becomes a seller. It is not this return movement of the money that enriches the capitalist. For example, say that he's paid 10 shillings for wages. The laborer buys goods from him with this same 10 shillings. He has given the worker goods to the value of 10 shillings for his labor power. If he had given him means of subsistence in kind to the price of 10 shillings, there would have been no circulation of money, and therefore no return flow of money. This phenomenon of money returning has therefore nothing to do with the enrichment of the capitalist, which only arises from the fact that in the production process itself, the capitalist appropriates more labor than he has expended in the form of wages, and that his product is consequently larger than the costs of producing it, while the money that he pays the worker can in no case be less than the money with which the worker buys goods from him. This formal return of the money has nothing to do with making a profit, and therefore M here does not signify capital, not any more than an increase or replacement of value takes place when money spent in rent, interest, or taxes flows back to the payer of rent, interest, and taxes. M to C to M, insofar as it represents the formal return of money to the capitalist, only means that his promissory note issued in money is realized in his own commodity. As an example of the wrong explanation of this money circuit, this return of money to its starting point, see Destutt de Tracy above. As a second example, with special reference to the circulation of money between worker and capitalist, Bray is to be quoted later. Finally, Proudhon, in regard to the money-lending capitalist. This form of return circuit, MCM, is found wherever the buyer becomes in turn seller, and therefore in the movement of all commercial capital, where all dealers buy from each other in order to sell, and sell in order to buy. It is possible that the buyer is unable to sell the commodity, say rice for example, at a higher price than he bought it. He may have to sell it below its price. Thus, in such a case, a simple return of the money takes place, because the purchase turns into a sale without M having established itself as value that increases value, that is, as capital. It is the same, for example, in the exchange of constant capital. The machine builder buys iron from the producer of iron and sells him machines. In this case, the money flows back. It was paid out as means of purchase for the iron. It then serves the iron producer as means of purchase for the machines, and so flows back to the machine builder. The latter has got iron for the money he paid out. He has delivered machines for the money he received. The same money has circulated twice its value. For example, the machine builder buys iron with 1,000 pounds. With the same 1,000 pounds, the iron producer buys machinery. The value of the iron and the machinery together is 2,000 pounds. In this way, however, 3,000 pounds must be in motion, 1,000 in money, 1,000 in machinery, and 1,000 in iron. If the capitalist made an exchange in kind, the commodities would change hands without a farthing circulating. It is the same when they have reciprocal accounting, and the money serves them as means of payment. If paper money or credit money, that is banknotes, circulate, then there is one difference in the transaction. 1,000 pounds still exist in banknotes, but they have no intrinsic value. In any case, here too there were 3 times 1,000, 1,000 pounds in iron, 1,000 in machinery, and 1,000 in banknotes. But as in the first case, these 3 only exist because the machine builder has had 1,000 pounds twice, machinery in 1,000, and money, in gold and silver or banknotes. In both cases, the iron producer returns to him only number 2, the money, because the only reason why he received it at all was that the machine builder, as buyer, did not immediately become seller. He did not pay for the first commodity, the iron, in commodities, and so he paid for it in money. When he pays for it in commodities, that is, when he sells the commodities to the iron maker, the latter returns the money to him because payment has not to be made twice, once in money and the second time in commodities. In both cases, the gold or banknote represents the changed form of a commodity previously bought by the machine builder or some other person, or perhaps of a commodity that has been converted into money even though it has not yet been bought, as in the case of revenue, such as the landlord or his forebears, etc. Here, the flowing back of the money only indicates that the person who has paid out the money for commodities, the person who has thrown the money into circulation, pulls back the money out of circulation by the sale of another commodity that he then throws into circulation. The very same 1,000 pounds we are thinking of could in one day pass through 40 or 50 hands, from capitalist to capitalist, and it would only transfer capital from one to the other. Machinery goes to the iron producer, iron to the peasant, grain to the maker of starch or spirits, and so on. In the end, it might again come into the hands of the machine builder, and pass from him to the iron producer and so on, and thus it might circulate a capital of £40,000 or more, and might continually flow back to whoever first paid it out. Mr. Proudhon concludes from this that part of the profit made on this £40,000 which consists of interest on money, and is therefore paid out by the different capitalists, for example by the machine builder to the man who lent him £1,000, by the iron producer to the man who lent him £1,000, which he spent long ago for coal, etc., or in wages, etc., that these £1,000 yield the total interest that the 40,000 brings in, so that if the interest was 5%, £2,000 in interest, from which he makes the correct calculation that the £1,000 have brought in 200%. But although M to C to M, representing the money circulation between capitalist and worker, in itself does not imply any act of reproduction, nevertheless this is implied by the continuous repetition of this act, the continuity of the return circuit. There cannot be a buyer continually becoming a seller without the reproduction of the commodity which he sells. In fact, this holds good for everyone except those who live on rent or interest or taxes. But in some case, the return movement MCM always takes place if the transaction is to be completed, as in the case of the capitalist in relation to the worker, or the landlord or moneylender. With these latter, there is a simple return of the money. In other cases, the act is completed when commodities are bought, when the movement C to M to C has been concluded, as in the case of the worker. It is this act which he continually renews. His initiative is always as seller, not as buyer. The same holds good for all money circulation, which is merely expenditure of revenue. The capitalist himself, for example, consumes a certain amount each year. He has converted his commodity into money in order to pay out this money for commodities which he wants for his final consumption. Here there is C to M to C, and there is no return of the money to him, but the return is to the seller, the shopkeeper for example, whose capital is replaced by the expenditure of revenue. Now we have seen that an exchange takes place, a circulation of revenue against revenue. The butcher buys bread from the baker meat from the butcher. Both consume their revenue. Each of them does not pay for the meat that the butcher himself eats, or the bread that the baker himself eats. Each of them consumes this part of his revenue in kind. It is, however, possible that the meat bought by the baker from the butcher replaces not the butcher's capital but his revenue. That part of the meat sold by him which not only represents his profit, but the part of his profit which he wants to consume himself as revenue. The bread that the butcher buys from the baker is also an expenditure of his revenue. If the two run accounts with each other, one or the other of them has only to pay the balance. There is no money circulated in respect to the part of their reciprocal purchases and sales which balances out. Let us, however, assume that the baker has to pay the balance and that this balance represents revenue for the butcher. Then, the butcher spends the money from the baker on other articles of consumption. Let's assume that this is £10, which he spends with the tailor. If the £10 represents revenue for the tailor, he spends it in a similar way. In turn, he buys bread with it and so on. In this way, the money flows back to the baker, no longer, however, as a replacement of revenue, but as a replacement of capital. A question that can still be raised is this. In M to C to M, as carried through by the capitalist, when it represents self-expanding value, the capitalist draws more money out of circulation than he threw into it. This was what the miser actually wanted to do, but did not succeed in doing. For he does not draw more value in the form of gold and silver out of circulation than he threw into it in the form of commodities. He possesses more value in the form of money, whereas he previously had more value in the form of commodities. The total production costs of the capitalist commodity are £1,000. He sells it for £1,200 because his commodity now contains 20% or 1/5 unpaid labor that he has not paid for but nevertheless sold. How then is it possible for all capitalists, the class of industrial capitalists, continually to draw more money out of circulation than they put into it? First, it can be said that on the other hand, the capitalist continually puts in more than he draws out. His fixed capital had to be paid for, but he sells it only in the measure that he consumes it, only bit by bit. It always enters only to a much smaller extent into the value of the produced commodity, while it enters in its entirety into the process of producing the commodity. If its circulation is 10 years, only 1/10 of it enters annually into the products, and no money circulates in respect to the other 9/10, as this 9/10 does not in any way come into circulation in the form of a commodity. That is the first point. We will consider this problem later, and meanwhile return to Quesnay. But first, one other point. The return of banknotes to a bank which discounts bills or makes advances in notes is quite a different phenomenon from the return of money which we have been considering up to now. In this case, the transformation of the commodity into money is anticipated. It receives the form of money before it is sold, perhaps even before it's produced, or perhaps it has already been sold for bills of exchange. In any case, it has not yet been paid for, not yet reconverted into money. This transformation is therefore in any case anticipated. As soon as it is sold, or deemed to be sold, the money flows back to the bank, either in its own notes, which thus come back out of circulation, or in the notes of other banks, which are then exchanged for its own between the bankers, so that then the notes of both are withdrawn from circulation, returning to their starting point, or in gold and silver. If this gold and silver is demanded for bank notes which are in some third person's hands, the notes come back. If the notes are not converted, a similar quantity of gold and silver is taken out of circulation, and now lies in the bank's reserves instead of the notes. In all these cases, the process is this. The existence of the money, the transformation of the commodity into money, was anticipated. As soon as it is actually transformed into money, the transformation into money takes place a second time. This second existence of it as money, however, returns to its starting point. It cancels out, takes the place of its first existence as money, and comes back out of circulation to the bank. It is perhaps the same identical quantity of notes that expressed its first existence which now expresses its second. The bill of exchange, for example, has been discounted by a yarn manufacturer. He has received the bill of exchange from the weaver, with £1,000 that he pays for coal, raw cotton, etc. The various hands through which these notes pass in payment for their commodities finally spend them on linen, and so the notes come to the weaver, who on the day the bill matures pays the spinner the identical notes, and the spinner in turn takes them back to the bank. It is by no means necessary that the second posthumous transformation of the commodity into money, after the transformation in anticipation, should be carried through in different money than the first. And so it seems as if the spinner has in fact got nothing, since he borrowed notes, and at the end of the process is that he gets them back again and returns them to the issuer. In fact, however, these identical notes have served as means of circulation and means of payment during this period, and the spinner has used them in part to pay his debts and in part to buy goods needed for the reproduction of the yarn, and in this way he has realized a surplus obtained through the exploitation of his workmen, a part of which he can now pay back to the bank. Likewise in money, since more money has flowed back to him than he had expended, advanced, or laid out. How? That again brings us to the question that we had meanwhile held over. Section 4. Circulation between farmer and manufacturer according to the tableau économique. So back to Quesnay. We come now to the third and fourth acts of circulation. L, the landlord, buys manufactured commodities from S, the sterile class manufacturer. See line A to C in the tableau, for 1 milliard. Here, 1 milliard in money and commodities to the same amount circulate, because what takes place is a single act of exchange. If L bought from S in installments and similarly received his rent from F, the farmer, in installments, the 1 milliard of manufactured commodities could be bought, say, with 100 millions. For L buys manufactured commodities from S for 100 millions. S buys means of subsistence from F for 100 millions. F then pays 100 millions of rent to L, and when this had occurred 10 times 100 millions of commodities would have passed from S to L, and from F to S, and 10 times 100 millions from F to L. The whole circulation would then have been carried out with 100 millions. If F, however, pays the rent in a single payment, a part of the 1 milliard which is now in the possession of S, and of the 1 milliard which is again in F's possession, might lie in their money boxes, and the other part might be in circulation. Commodities to the value of 1 milliard have now been passed from S to L. On the other hand, money to the value of 1 milliard is passed from L to S. This is simple circulation. Money and commodities merely change hands in reverse direction. But in addition to the 1 milliard of means of subsistence which the farmer has sold to L, and which have thus gone into consumption, the 1 milliard of manufactured commodities which S has sold to L have also gone into consumption. It must be noted that these existed before the new harvest. Otherwise L could not buy them with the product of the new harvest. S, for his part, now buys means of subsistence to the value of 1 milliard from F. See lines C to D in the tableau. Now a second 1/5 of the gross product has fallen out of circulation and into consumption. As between S and F, the 1 milliard functions as means of circulation, but at the same time, two things take place in this transaction which do not take place in the process between S and L. In that process, S reconverted into money one part of his product, manufactured goods to the amount of 1 milliard, but in the exchange with F, he transforms the money again into means of subsistence, which, for Kesne, are equivalent to wages, and in this way replaces the capital which he had expended in wages and consumed. This retransformation of the 1 milliard into means of subsistence expresses, in the case of L, mere consumption, but in the case of S, it expresses industrial consumption, reproduction, for he retransforms a part of his commodity into one of the elements in its production, means of subsistence. The one metamorphosis of the commodity, its retransformation from money into commodity, thus in this case expresses at the same time the beginning of its real, not merely formal, metamorphosis, the beginning of its reproduction, the beginning of its retransformation into its own productive elements. In this transaction, there is at the same time metamorphosis of the capital. But for L, revenue is merely converted from the form of money into the form of commodity. This implies only consumption. In the second place, however, since S buys means of subsistence from F for 1 milliard, the second 1 milliard which F paid as money rent to L returns to F. But it only returns to him because he draws it back out of circulation, buys it back with an equivalent, 1 milliard in commodities. It is the same as if the landlord had bought from him 1 milliard of means of subsistence in addition to the first milliard. That is to say, as if the landlord had had the second part of his money rent delivered by the farmer in commodities, and had then exchanged these commodities for commodities from S. S only lifts for L the second part of the 2 milliards in commodities which F has paid to L in money. If payment had been in kind, F would have given L 2 milliards in means of subsistence. L would have consumed 1 milliard of these himself and exchanged the other in means of subsistence with S for the latter's manufactured goods. In this case, there would only have been 1. A transfer of the 2 milliards in means of subsistence from F to L, and 2. A barter transaction between L and S, in which the farmer exchanges 1 milliard in means of subsistence against 1 milliard in manufactured goods, and vice versa. But instead of this, 4 acts have taken place. Firstly, the transfer of 2 milliards in money from F to L. Secondly, L buys means of subsistence for 1 milliard from F. The money flows back to F, serving as means of circulation. Thirdly, L buys manufactured goods from S for 1 milliard in money. This money functions as means of circulation, changing hands in the reverse direction to the goods. And fourthly, with the 1 milliard in money, S buys means of subsistence from F. The money functions again as means of circulation. For S, it at the same time circulates as capital. It flows back to F because now the second 1 milliard in means of subsistence is lifted, for which the landlord held a note of assignment from him. The money, however, does not come back to him directly from the landlord, but only after it is served as means of circulation between L and S, and in between, before it lifts the 1 milliard of provisions, has on its passage lifted 1 milliard in manufactures, and transferred them from the manufacturer to the landlord. The conversion of his commodity into money, in the exchange with the landlord, as well as the following conversion of money into food, and the exchange with the farmer, are on the part of S the metamorphosis of his capital, first into the form of money, and secondly into the form of the constitutive elements necessary for the reproduction of the capital. The result of the 4 acts of circulation up to this point is, therefore, the landlord has spent his revenue, half on means of subsistence, half on manufactured goods. By these transactions, the 2 milliards he received as rent in the form of money have been spent. Half of it flows back to the farmer from him directly, and half indirectly via S. S, however, has parted with one part of his finished goods, and has replaced this part with means of subsistence, that is, with an element needed for reproduction. With these processes completed, the circulation is at an end as far as the landlord comes into it, but the following have passed out of circulation into consumption, partly unproductive consumption and partly industrial. Firstly, 1 milliard of means of subsistence, the product of the new harvest. Secondly, 1 milliard of manufactured goods, the product of the previous year's harvest. And thirdly, 1 milliard of means of subsistence which enter into reproduction, that is, into the production of the goods which S next year will have to exchange against half the landlord's rent. The 2 milliards in money are now again in the hands of the farmer. He then buys goods for 1 milliard from S to replace his annual and original advances, insofar as these consist partly of tools, etc., and partly of manufactured goods which he consumes during the process of production. This is a simple process of circulation. It puts 1 milliard into the hands of S, while the second part of his product, existing in the form of a commodity, is converted into money. On both sides, there is a metamorphosis of capital. The farmer's 1 milliard is reconverted into the elements of production needed for reproduction. The finished goods of S are reconverted into money. They pass through the formal metamorphosis from commodity into money, without which the capital cannot be reconverted into its production elements, and therefore also cannot be reproduced. This is the fifth circulation process. 1 milliard of manufactured goods, the product of the previous year's harvest, see A' to B' in the tableau, fall out of circulation into reproductive consumption. Finally, S reconverts the 1 milliard in money, in which form half of his commodities now exist, into the other half of his conditions of production, the raw materials, etc. See A' to B'. This is simple circulation. For S, it is at the same time the metamorphosis of his capital into the form suitable for its reproduction. For F, it is the reconversion of his product into money. Now the last 1/5 of the gross product falls out of circulation and into consumption. That is to say, 1/5 goes into reproduction for the farmer and does not come into circulation. The landlord consumes 1/5, that makes 2/5 so far. S gets 2/5, in all 4/5. Here, there is an obvious gap in the explanation. Quesnay seems to reckon like this. F gives to L, line A to B, 1 milliard in means of subsistence, that is 1/5. With 1 milliard of his raw materials, he replaces S's fund, see A' to B', and 1 milliard in means of subsistence form wages for S, which he adds as value to the commodities and consumes in food while he's doing it, see C to D, and 1 milliard remains in reproduction, see A', not entering into circulation. Finally, 1 milliard of the product replaces advances, see A' to B'. Only, he overlooks the fact that S buys for the 1 milliard in manufactured goods neither means of subsistence nor raw materials from the farmer, but pays back to him his own money. In fact, he sets out from the presupposition that the farmer possesses 2 milliards in money in addition to his gross product, and that this money is the total fund from which the money in circulation is provided. He also forgets that in addition to the 5 milliards in gross product, a further 2 of the gross product exist in manufactured commodities produced before the new harvest. For the 5 milliards represent only the total annual production, the total crop produced by the farmers, but not the gross product of manufacture, the reproductive elements for which have to be replaced out of this year's harvest. We thus have, firstly, 2 milliards in money in the farmer's hands, secondly, 5 milliards in gross product of the land, and thirdly, 2 milliards in manufactured goods. That is, 2 in money and 7 in product, agricultural and industrial. The circulation process, put briefly, is as follows. F for farmer, L for landlord, and S for manufacturer, i.e. sterile. F pays L 2 milliards in money for rent. L buys from F means of subsistence for 1 milliard, so 1/5 of the farmer's gross product is disposed of. At the same time, 1 in money flows back to him. L, moreover, buys goods from S for 1. By this transaction, 1/2 of S's gross product is disposed of. In return for it, he has 1 milliard in money. With this money, he buys 1 milliard of means of subsistence from F. By this transaction, he replaces 1/2 of the reproductive element of his capital. This disposes of another 1/5 of the farmer's gross product. At the same time, the farmer finds himself again in possession of the 2 milliards in money, the price of the 2 milliards in means of subsistence which he has sold to L and S. F now buys goods from S for 1 milliard, which replace for him half of his advances. So the other half of the manufacturer's gross product is disposed of. Finally, S buys raw materials from the farmer for the last 1 milliard in money. Thereby a third 1/5 of the farmer's gross product is disposed of, and the second half of the reproductive element of the capital of S is replaced, but also 1 milliard flows back to the farmer. The latter finds himself again, therefore, in possession of the 2 milliards, which is in order, since Quesnay thinks of him as a capitalist, in relation to whom L is merely a receiver of revenue and S merely a wage worker. If he paid L and S directly in his product, he would not part with any money. If he pays out in money, they buy his product with it, and the money flows back to him. This is the formal return circuit of money to the industrial capitalist, who, as buyer, opens the whole business and brings it to an end. Moreover, 1/5 of the advances belongs to reproduction. 1/5 of the means of subsistence, however, which has not entered into circulation at all, remains to be disposed of. Section 5. Circulation of commodities and circulation of money in the tableau économique. Different cases in which the money flows back to its starting point. S buys from the farmer means of subsistence for 1 milliard and raw materials for 1 milliard. And on the other hand, F buys from him only 1 milliard of commodities to replace his advances. So S has to pay a balance of 1 milliard, which, in the final instance, he pays with the 1 milliard he has received from L. Quesnay seems to confuse this payment of 1 milliard to F with the purchase of F's product to the amount of 1 milliard. Reference must be made to Nicolas Baudot's explanations on this point. In fact, on our calculation, the 2 milliards have only served 1. To pay the rent to the amount of 2 milliards in money, and 2. To circulate 3 milliards of the farmer's gross product, 1 in means of subsistence to L, 2 in means of subsistence and raw materials to S, and to circulate 2 milliards of the gross product to S, being 1 milliard of it to L who consumes it, and 1 to F who consumes it reproductively. In the last purchase, see A prime prime to B prime prime, in which S buys raw materials from F, he pays him back in money. So once more, S has received from L 1 milliard in money. With this 1 milliard in money, he buys means of subsistence from F to that amount. With the same 1 milliard in money, F buys commodities from S. With the same 1 milliard in money, S buys raw products from F. Or, S buys from F raw materials for 1 milliard in money and means of subsistence for 1 milliard in money. F buys goods from S for 1 milliard in money. In this case, 1 milliard flows back to S, but only because it was assumed that in addition to the 1 milliard in money he receives from the landlord and the 1 milliard in goods that he still has to sell, he had over and above this another 1 milliard in money which he himself had thrown into circulation. Instead of 1 milliard circulating the goods between him and the farmer, on this assumption 2 milliards would have been used for it. Then 1 milliard returns to S, for he makes purchases from the farmer for 2 milliards in money. The latter buys 1 milliard from him, for which he pays him back half the money he had received from him. In the first case, S buys in 2 stages. First he pays out 1 milliard, this flows back to him from F, and then he pays it out once more definitively to F, and so nothing comes back. In the second case, on the other hand, S makes a single purchase for 2 milliards. If then F makes a return purchase for 1 milliard, this remains with S. The circulation would have used 2 milliards instead of 1, because in the first case, the 1, by rotating twice, realized 2 in commodities. In the second case, 2 in 1 rotation also realized the same amount in commodities. If the farmer now pays back 1 milliard to S, S has not got more than in the first case, for he has thrown into circulation, in addition to 1 milliard in commodities, also 1 in money from his own fund, which existed prior to the circulation process. He has put it out into circulation, and so it flows back to him. In the first case, S buys 1 milliard of commodities from F for 1 milliard in money. F buys 1 in goods from S for 1 in money. S buys 1 in commodities from F for 1 in money, so that F keeps 1 milliard. In the second case, S buys 2 milliards of commodities from F for 2 milliards in money. F buys 1 in goods from S for 1 in money. The farmer, as before, keeps the 1 extra. S, however, gets back the 1 milliard of capital advanced by him to circulation. It is thrown back to him by circulation. S buys commodities from F for 2 milliards. F buys goods from S for 1 milliard. Therefore, in any event, S has to pay a balance of 1 milliard, but not more than this. Since, by way of paying this balance, he had paid F 2 milliards as a result of the particular form of circulation, F pays him back this 1 milliard, while in the first case, he does not return any money to him. In the first case, S makes purchases from F for 2 milliards, and F from S for 1 milliard, so in both cases the balance in F's favor is 1 milliard. But this balance is paid to him in such a way that his own money flows back to him, because S first buys 1 from F, then F 1 from S, and finally S 1 from F. In these transactions, 1 milliard has circulated 3. But in the aggregate, the value in circulation, if the money is real money, has been 4 milliards, 3 in commodities and 1 in money. The amount of money originally thrown into circulation to pay F and circulating was never more than 1 milliard, that is, never more than the balance which S had to pay to F. Because F bought from him to the amount of 1 milliard before he buys from F to the amount of 1 for the second time, S can pay his balance with this 1 milliard. In the second case, S throws 2 into circulation. It is true that with it he buys 2 in commodities from F. These 2 are here required as means of circulation, and are paid out against an equivalent in commodities. But F buys back goods for 1 milliard from S. 1 milliard therefore returns to S, as the balance which he has to pay to F is only 1 milliard and not 2 milliards. He has now replaced for F 1 in commodities, and so F must pay him back the 1, which now he would have paid him in money for nothing. This case is remarkable enough to spend a moment on it. There are various possible cases of the circulation assumed above of 3 milliards in commodities, of which 2 are means of subsistence and 1 in manufactures. We must, however, note, first, that on Quesnay's assumption, there was 1 milliard in money in the hands of S and 1 in money in the hands of F at the moment when the circulation between the two of them begins. Secondly, we will assume by way of illustrating the point that in addition to the 1 milliard which S received from L, S has in his till another one in money. First, the case as Quesnay puts it, S buys 1 in commodities from F for 1 in money. With the 1 in money thus received from S, F buys 1 in commodities from S. Finally, S, with the 1 in money that he has got back in this way, buys 1 in commodities from F. F is therefore left with the 1 in money, which to him represents capital. In fact, along with the other 1 milliard in money which he has got back from L, it forms the revenue with which again next year he pays the rent in money. That is, 2 milliards in money. 1 milliard in money has here circulated 3 times, from S to F, from F to S, and from S back to F, and each time in exchange for 1 in commodities, that is, for 3 milliards in all. If the money itself has value, values to a total of 4 milliards are in circulation. Money here functions only as means of circulation, but for F, in whose hands it finally remains, it is transformed into money and possibly into capital. The second case. The money functions merely as means of payment. In this case, S, who buys 2 in commodities from F, and F, who buys 1 in commodities from S, settle accounts with each other. At the close of the transaction, S has to pay a balance of 1 in money. As in the former case, 1 in money comes into F's money box, but without having served as means of circulation. The money is a transfer of capital form, as it only replaces his capital of 1 in commodities. As before, values amounting to 4 milliards are in circulation, but instead of 3 movements of 1 in money, there has only been 1 movement, and the money has only paid for an amount of values in commodity form that is equal to itself. In the former case, it paid for 3 times as much. What would be saved, as compared with case number 1, would be the 2 superfluous movements of circulation. The third case. To start with, F comes forward as the buyer with the 1 milliard in money, which he has had from L, and buys commodities from S for this 1 milliard. Instead of lying fallow with him as a hoard for payment of the next rent, now the 1 milliard circulates. S now has 2 in money, 1 from L and 1 from F. With these 2 milliards in money, he buys commodities to the amount of 2 from F. Now values to the amount of 5 have been in circulation, 3 in commodities and 2 in money. There has been a circulation of 1 in money and 1 in commodities, and a circulation of 2 in money and 2 in commodities. Of these 2 milliards in money, the milliard originating with the farmers circulates twice, the milliard originating with S only once. Now 2 milliards in money return to F, of which, however, only 1 milliard settles his balance. The other 1 in money, which he himself had thrown into circulation because he took the initiative as a buyer, flows back to him through circulation. The fourth case. S buys at once 2 milliards in commodities from F, with 2 milliards in money, 1 from L and 1 which he puts himself into circulation from his own till. F buys back from S 1 milliard in commodities, thus returning to him the 1 in money. F holds, as before, 1 milliard in money to settle the balance between him and S. Values to the amount of 5 milliards have circulated. There are 2 acts of circulation. Of the 2 milliards in money which S returns to F, 1 represents the money which F himself threw into circulation, and only 1 the money which S threw into circulation. Here, 2 milliards in money instead of 1 come back to F, but in fact he gets only 1 milliard, as he himself had thrown the other into circulation. That is, in case number 3. In case number 4, 1 milliard in money returns to S, but it is the 1 milliard which he got from his money box, not from selling his commodities to L, and himself threw into circulation. In case number 1, and indeed in case number 2, there is never more than 1 milliard in money circulating, but in case number 1 it circulates 3 times, and in case number 2 it only once changes hands. This is merely due to the fact that in case number 2, a high development of credit, and consequently economy in payments, is assumed, while in case number 1 the movement is rapid. However, each time the money functions as means of circulation, and therefore the value at the 2 poles must each time appear twice, once in money and once in commodities. In case number 3 and number 4, 2 milliards circulate, instead of just 1 as in cases 1 and 2. This is because on one occasion in both cases, in case number 3 by S as a buyer who closes the circulation process, and in case number 4 by S as a buyer who opens it, commodity values to the amount of 2 milliards are at a single stroke thrown into circulation. That is, 2 milliards of commodities enter into circulation in one single act. It is assumed, moreover, that the commodities have to be paid for on the spot, and not after the balance has been struck. The most interesting thing about the movement is, however, the 1 milliard in money which in case number 3 is left in the hands of the farmer, in case number 4 in the hands of the manufacturer, although in both cases the balance of 1 is paid to the farmer, and he gets not a farthing more in case number 3 and not a farthing less in case number 4. In these transactions, of course, the exchange is always an exchange of equivalents, and when we speak of a balance, we mean only the equivalent value which is paid for in money instead of in commodities. In case number 3, F throws 1 milliard in money into circulation and gets in exchange for it from S the equivalent in commodities, or 1 milliard in commodities. But then S buys commodities from him for 2 milliards in money. The first one in money which he threw into circulation thus comes back to him, because one in commodities has been taken from him in exchange. This 1 milliard in commodities is paid for with the money which he had paid out. He gets the second 1 milliard in money in payment for the second 1 milliard in commodities. This balance is owed to him in money, because he had only bought, in all, 1 in commodities, and commodities to the value of 2 milliards had been bought from him. In case number 4, S throws 2 milliards in money into circulation at once, for which he takes from F commodities for 2. With the money which S himself had paid him, F in turns buys from S commodities for 1 milliard, and so the 1 milliard in money returns to S. In case number 4, S in fact gives F 1 milliard in commodities, the equivalent for 1 in money, and 2 milliards in money, that is 3 in total, but S gets from F only 2 milliards in commodities. F has consequently to return to him 1 in money. In case number 3, F gives S in commodities the equivalent of 2 milliards in money, and 1 in actual money, that is 3 milliards in total, but he gets from S only 1 milliard in commodities, the equivalent of 1 in money. S has consequently to return to him 2 milliards in money. He pays back 1 milliard in the money which F himself threw into circulation, and he himself throws 1 into circulation. He keeps the balance of 1 milliard in money, but cannot keep 2 milliards in money. In both cases, S receives 2 in commodities, and F 1 in commodities plus 1 in money, that is to say, the balance in money. In case number 3, in addition to this, another 1 milliard comes to F, but this is only the excess of the money which he has thrown into circulation over what he has drawn from it in commodities, similarly with S in case number 4. In both cases, S has to pay a balance of 1 milliard in money, because he takes commodities to the value of 2 milliards out of circulation, and puts into it commodities only to the value of 1 milliard. In both cases, F has to receive a balance of 1 milliard in money, because he has thrown 2 milliards in commodities into circulation, and only drawn from it 1 in commodities. The second 1 milliard must therefore be paid in money to him. In both cases, it is only this 1 milliard in money that can finally change hands. Since, however, 2 milliards are actually in circulation, this must flow back to the person who put it into circulation, and this holds good whether F, in addition to receiving a balance of 1 out of circulation, has thrown into it another 1 in money, or whether S, who has to pay only a balance of 1 milliard in money, has in addition advanced the other 1 milliard in money. In case number 3, 1 milliard in money comes into circulation in excess of the quantity of money that would, under different circumstances, be needed for the circulation of this quantity of commodities, because F comes forward as the first buyer and must therefore throw money into circulation, whatever his ultimate position may be. In case number 4, in the same way, 2 milliards in money come into circulation, instead of only 1 as in case number 2, because first S comes forward as a buyer at the outset, and secondly, buys 2 milliards all at once. In both cases, the money that circulates between these buyers and sellers can finally only be equal to the balance which one of them has to pay, for the money which S or F has expended in excess of this amount is paid back to him. Let us assume that F buys commodities from S to the value of 2 milliards. This case then would look like this. F gives S 1 in money for commodities. S buys the commodities from F to the value of 2 in money, as a result of which the first one returns to F and 1 extra milliard into the bargain. F in turn buys commodities from S for 1 milliard in money, which brings this money back to S. At the end of the process, F would have commodities to the amount of 2 milliards and the 1 milliard that he had originally, before the circulation process began, and S would have commodities for 2 milliards and 1 in money, which he too originally had. The 1 milliard in money of F and the 1 milliard in money of S would have played their role only as means of circulation, and then would have flowed back, as money, or in this case also as capital, to both the persons who had advanced them. Had they both used money as means of payment, they would have set off 2 milliards in commodities against 2 milliards in commodities. Their accounts would have cancelled out, and not a farthing would have circulated between them. Thus, the money which circulates as a means of circulation between two persons who confront each other mutually as buyers and sellers returns to its source. There are 3 cases in which it can circulate. First, the commodity values supplied balance each other. In this case, the money returns to the person who advanced it into circulation, and in this way used his capital to meet the costs of circulation. For example, if F and S each buys commodities for 2 milliards from the other, and S opens the dance, he buys commodities from F for 2 milliards in money. F returns to him these 2 in money, buying with it 2 in commodities from him. Thus, S has both before and after the transaction 2 milliards in commodities and 2 milliards in money. Or when, as in the case cited previously, both advance the means of circulation to an equal amount. Each gets back what he had advanced to circulation. As above, 1 milliard in money goes to F and 1 to S. Secondly, the commodity values exchanged between the 2 parties do not cancel each other out. There is then a balance to be paid in money. If, as above in case number 1, the circulation of the commodities has taken place in such a way that no more money has entered into circulation than is required for the payment of this balance, it being always only this sum that passes to and fro between the 2 parties, then it comes finally into the hands of the last seller, in whose favor the balance is. Thirdly, the commodity values exchanged between the 2 parties are not equal to each other. There is then a balance to be paid, but the circulation of the commodities takes place in such a form that more money circulates than is required to settle the balance. In this case, the money in excess of this balance returns to the party who has advanced it. In case number 3, to the man who receives the balance. In case number 4, to the one who has to pay it. In the second category listed above, the money only returns when the receiver of the balance is the first buyer, as for example between worker and capitalist. It changes hands, as in case number 2, when the other party comes forward as the first buyer. Of course, all this only takes place on the assumption that the definite quantity of commodities is bought and sold between the same persons, so that each of them is alternately buyer and seller in relation to the other one. On the other hand, let us assume that the 3 milliards of commodities are equally distributed among the commodity owners, A prime, and A prime prime, these being the sellers, and that they are confronted by the buyers, B prime, and B prime prime. If the 3 purchases take place simultaneously, that is to say alongside each other, 3,000 in money must circulate, so that each A is in possession of 1,000 in money, and each B is in possession of 1,000 in commodities. If the purchases follow each other, succeeding each other in time, the circulation of the same 1,000 in money can only effect these if the metamorphoses of the commodities are interwoven. That is to say, when some persons function as buyers and sellers, even if not in relation to the same persons as in the case above, but as buyer in relation to one person and seller in relation to the other. Thus, for example, 1, A sells to B for 1,000 in money. 2, A buys with this 1,000 from B prime. 3, B prime with the 1,000 in money buys from A prime. 4, A prime with the 1,000 in money from B prime prime. And 5, finally, B prime prime with the 1,000 in money from A prime prime. The money would have changed hands 5 times between 6 persons, but also commodities to the value of 5,000 would have circulated. If commodities for 3,000 are to be circulated, it would be like this. Firstly, A buys from B for 1,000 in money. Secondly, B from A prime for 1,000 in money. And thirdly, A prime from B prime for 1,000 in money. 3 changes of place as between 4 persons. It is M to C. The cases set out above do not contradict the law explained earlier, that with a given rapidity of circulation of money and a given total sum of prices of commodities, the quantity of the circulating medium is determined. In example number 1 above, 1,000 in money circulates 3 times, and in fact, it circulates commodities to the amount of 3,000. The amount of money in circulation is consequently 3,000, being the sum of prices, divided by 3, being the velocity of circulation, or 3,000 being the sum of prices divided by 3 cycles, totaling 1,000 in money. In cases 3 and 4, the total prices of the commodities in circulation are, it is true, equal to 3,000 in money, but the rapidity of circulation is different. 2,000 in money circulates once, that is 1,000 in money first, and then another 1,000 in money. Of the 2,000, however, 1,000 circulates once more. 2,000 in money circulates 2/3 of the 3,000 in commodities, and half of it, 1,000 in money, circulates the other third. 1,000 in money circulates twice, but another 1,000 in money circulates only once. The twofold circulation of 1,000 in money realizes commodities whose prices are equal to 2,000 in money, and the single circulation of 1,000 in money realizes commodities whose prices are equal to 1,000 in money, both together equal to 3,000 in commodities. What then is the rapidity of circulation of the money in relation to the commodities which it circulates in this case? The 2,000 in money makes 1.5 cycles. This is the same thing as first the total sum circulates once, and then half of it again completes one cycle. That is 3/2. And in fact, 3,000 being the sum of the prices divided by 3/2 cycles equals 2,000 in money. What is it then that determines the different rapidity of circulation of the money in this case? Both in 3 and 4, the difference arises from the fact that in contrast to 1, where the total amount of prices of the commodities circulating each time is never greater and never smaller than 1/3 of the total prices of the aggregate quantity of commodities which circulate, commodities only to the amount of 1,000 in money circulate at any given time, in 3 and 4, however, commodities for 2,000 circulate once, and commodities for 1,000 circulate once. That is, once 2/3 of the existing quantity of commodities, and once 1/3. For the same reason, larger varieties of coin must circulate in wholesale trade than in retail trade. As I have already observed, in the circulation of money, the reflux of the money shows in the first place that the buyer has in turn become a seller, and in fact it makes no difference whether in so doing he sells to the same person from whom he has bought or not. If, however, the buying and selling is between the same persons, then the phenomena appear which have been the occasion of so many errors. See Destutt de Tracy. The buyer becoming seller shows that new commodities are to be sold. Continuity in the circulation of commodities, tantamount to its constant renewal. It is therefore reproduction. The buyer can in turn become seller, as in the case of the manufacturer in relation to the worker, without this denoting an act of reproduction. It is only the continuity, the repetition of this reflux, in relation to which it can be said that it denotes reproduction. The reflux of money, when it represents the reconversion of the capital into its money form, necessarily shows the end of one cycle, i.e. a turnover, and the beginning again of new reproduction if the capital as such continues the process. In this case too, the capitalist, as in all other cases, was the seller, C to M, and then became buyer, M to C. But it is only in M that his capital again possesses the form in which it can be exchanged for its reproductive elements, and here the C represents these reproductive elements. M to C here represents the transformation of the money capital into productive or industrial capital. Furthermore, as we have seen, the reflux of the money to its starting point may show that the money balance in a series of purchases and sales is in favor of the buyer with whom the series of these processes opened. F buys from S for 1,000 in money. S buys from F for 2,000 in money. Here, the 1,000 flows back to F. As for the other 1,000, there is merely a change of place of the money between S and F. Finally, however, a reflux of the money to its starting point may take place without indicating payment of a balance, both firstly, when the reciprocal payments cancel each other out, and consequently there is no balance to be paid in money, and secondly, when the transactions do not cancel out and therefore a balance does have to be paid. See the cases analyzed above. In all these cases, it makes no difference whether, for example, the same S confronts F, S representing here, in relation to F, and F to S, the total number of those selling to him and buying from him, exactly as in the example where payment of a balance is indicated by the reflux of the money. In all these cases, the money flows back to the person who, so to speak, has advanced it to circulation. It has done its job in circulation, like banknotes, and comes back to the person who laid it out. Here, it is only means of circulation. The final capitalists settle with each other, and so it comes back to the one who paid it out. We have, therefore, still to deal later on with the question that we have held over. The capitalist draws more money out of circulation than he threw into it. Section 6. Significance of the tableau économique in the history of political economy. Back to Quesnay. Adam Smith cites with some irony the Marquis de Mirabeau's hyperbolical statement, quote, "There have been, since the world began, 3 great inventions. The first is the invention of writing. The second is the invention of money. The third is the economical table, the result of the other 2, which completes them both." End quote. But in fact, it was an attempt to portray the whole production process of capital as a process of reproduction, with circulation merely as the form of this reproductive process, and the circulation of money only as a phase in the circulation of capital. At the same time, to include in this reproductive process the origin of revenue, the exchange between capital and revenue, the relation between reproductive consumption and final consumption, and to include in the circulation of capital the circulation between consumers and producers, in fact between capital and revenue, and finally to present the circulation between the 2 great divisions of productive labor, raw material production and manufacture, as phases of this reproductive process, and all this depicted in a tableau which in fact consists of no more than 5 lines, which link together 6 points of departure or return. And this was in the second third of the 18th century, the period when political economy was in its infancy. This was an extremely brilliant conception, incontestably the most brilliant for which political economy had up to then been responsible. As regards the circulation of capital, its reproductive process, the various forms which it assumes in this process of reproduction, the connection between the circulation of capital and circulation in general, that is, not only the exchange of capital for capital, but also of capital for revenue, Adam Smith, in fact, only took over the inheritance of the physiocrats and classified and specified more precisely the separate items in the inventory. But his exposition and interpretation of the movement as a whole was hardly as correct as its presentation and outline in the Tableau économique, in spite of Quesnay's false assumptions. When, moreover, Adam Smith says of the physiocrats, quote, "Their works have certainly been of some service to their country," end quote, this is an immoderately moderate statement of the significance, for example, of Turgot, one of the immediate fathers of the French Revolution. Chapter 7. Linguet. Early critique of the bourgeois liberal view of the freedom of the laborer. In accordance with the plan of this work, socialist and communist writers are entirely excluded from the historical reviews. These reviews are only intended to show, on the one hand, in what form the political economists criticized each other, and on the other hand, the historically determining forms in which the laws of political economy were first stated and further developed. In dealing with surplus value, I therefore exclude such 18th century writers as Brissot, Godwin, and the like, and likewise the 19th century socialists and communists. The few socialist writers, whom I shall come to speak of in this survey, either themselves adopt the standpoint of bourgeois economy, or contest it from its own standpoint. Linguet, however, is not a socialist. His polemics against the bourgeois liberal ideals of the Enlighteners, his contemporaries, against the dominion of the bourgeoisie that was then beginning, are given, half seriously, half ironically, a reactionary appearance. He defends Asiatic despotism against the civilized European forms of despotism. Thus, he defends slavery against wage labor. Quote, "In our civilized countries, all the elements of nature are slaves. In order to get a hold of some of this wealth appropriated by the rich, it must be purchased with heavy labor, which increases the wealth of these rich persons. Thus it is that all captive nature has ceased to offer to these children resources of easy access for the maintenance of their life. Its favors must be paid for by assiduous toil, and its gifts by stubborn labors." Here, in the gifts of nature, the physiocratic view is echoed. The rich man, who has appropriated to himself the exclusive possession of it, only at this price consents to restore even the smallest part of it to the community. In order to be allowed to share in its treasures, it is necessary to labor to increase them. One must then renounce this chimera of liberty. Laws exist in order to sanctify a primary usurpation of private property and to prevent new usurpations. They are, as it were, a conspiracy against the greater part of the human race. That is, against those who own no property. It is society which has produced these laws, and not the laws which have produced society. Property existed before the laws. Society itself, the fact that man lives in society and not as an independent, self-supporting animal, is the root of property, of the laws based on it, and of the inevitable slavery. On the one hand, there were peaceful and isolated husbandmen and shepherds. On the other hand, quote, "Hunters accustomed to live by blood, to gather together in bands the more easily to entrap and fell the beasts on which they fed, and to concert together on the division of the spoils. It is among the hunters that the first signs of society must have appeared. Real society came into being at the expense of the shepherds or husbandmen, and was founded on their subjection, by a band of hunters who had joined hands. All duties of society were resolved into commanding and obeying. This degradation of a part of the human race, after it had produced society, gave birth to laws. Stripped of the conditions of production, the laborers are compelled by need to labor to increase the wealth of others, in order themselves to live. It is the impossibility of living by any other means that compels our farm laborers to till the soil whose fruits they will not eat, and our masons to construct buildings in which they will not live. It is want that drags them to those markets where they await masters who will do them the kindness of buying them. It is want that compels them to go down on their knees to the rich man in order to get from him permission to enrich him. Violence, then, has been the first cause of society, and force the first bond that held it together. Men's first care was doubtless to provide themselves with food. The second must have been to seek to provide themselves with it without labor. They could only achieve this by appropriating to themselves the fruit of other men's labor. The first conquerors only made themselves despots so that they could be idle with impunity, and kings in order to have something to live on, and this greatly narrows and simplifies the idea of domination. Society is born of violence, and property of usurpation. As soon as there were masters and slaves, society was formed. From the beginning, the two pillars of the civil union were on the one hand the slavery of the greater part of the men, and on the other the slavery of all the women. It was at the cost of 3/4 of its members that society assured the happiness, the opulence, the ease of the small number of property owners whom alone it had in view. The question, therefore, is not to examine whether slavery is contrary to nature in itself, but whether it is contrary to the nature of society. It is inseparable from it. Society and civil servitude were born together. Permanent slavery, the indestructible foundation of societies. Men have only been reduced to depend for their subsistence on the liberality of another man when the latter, by despoiling them, has become rich enough to be able to return a small portion to them. His feigned generosity could be no more than a restitution of some part of the fruits of their labors which he had appropriated. Does not servitude consist in this obligation to sow without reaping for oneself, to sacrifice one's well-being to that of another, to labor without hope? And did not its real epoch begin from the moment when there were men whom the whip and a few measures of oats when they were brought to the stable could compel to labor? It is only in a fully developed society that food seems to the poor starveling a sufficient equivalent for his liberty. But in society in its early stages, free men would be struck with horror at this unequal exchange. It could only be proposed for captives. Only after they have been deprived of the enjoyment of all their faculties can the exchange become a necessity for them. The essence of society consists in freeing the rich man from labor, giving him new organs, untiring members which take upon themselves all the laborious operations, the fruits of which he is to appropriate. That is the plan which slavery allows him to carry out without embarrassment. He buys men who are to serve him. In suppressing slavery, no claim was made that either wealth or its advantages were suppressed. It was therefore necessary that things should remain the same except in name. It has always been necessary for the majority of men to continue to live in the pay of and in dependence on the minority, which has appropriated to itself all wealth. Slavery has therefore been perpetuated on the earth, but under a sweeter name. Among us now, it is adorned with the title of service. By these servants, Linguet says, he does not mean lackeys and the like. The towns in the countryside are peopled by another kind of servant, more widely spread, more useful, more laborious, and known by the name of journeymen, handicraftsmen, etc. They are not dishonored by the brilliant colors of luxury. They sigh beneath the loathsome rags which are the uniform of penury. They never share in the abundance of which their labor is the source. Wealth seems to grant them a favor when it kindly accepts the presents that they make to it. It is for them to be grateful for the services which they render to it. It pours on them the most outrageous contempt, while they are clasping its knees, imploring permission to be useful to it. It has to be pleaded with to grant this, and in this particular exchange of real generosity for an imaginary favor, arrogance and disdain are on the side of the receiver, and servility, anxiety, and eagerness on the side of the giver. These are the servants who have truly replaced the serfs among us. The point that has to be examined is this: what effective gain the suppression of slavery has brought to them? I say with as much sorrow as frankness, all that they have gained is to be every moment tormented by the fear of death from hunger, a calamity that at least never visited their predecessors in this lowest rank of mankind. He is free, you say. That is his misfortune. He is bound to no one, but also no one is bound to him. When he is needed, he is hired at the cheapest price possible. The meager wage that he is promised is hardly equal to the price of his subsistence for the day, which he gives in exchange. He is given overlookers to compel him to fulfill his task quickly. He is hard-driven. He is goaded on for fear that a skillfully concealed and only too comprehensible laziness may make him hold back half his strength, for fear that the hope of remaining employed longer on the same task may stay in his hands and blunt his tools. The sordid economy that keeps a restless watch on him overwhelms him with reproaches at the slightest respite he seems to allow himself, and claims to have been robbed if he takes a moment's rest. When he is finished, he is dismissed as he was taken on, with the coldest indifference and without any concern as to whether the 20 or 30 sous that he has just earned for a hard day's labor will be enough to keep him if he finds no work the following day. He is free. That is precisely why I pity him. For that reason, he is much less cared for in the labors in which he is used. His life is much more readily hazarded. The slave was precious to his master because of the money he had cost him, but the handicraftsman costs nothing to the rich voluptuary who employs him. Men's blood had some price in the days of slavery. They were worth at least as much as they could be sold for in the market. Since they have no longer been sold, they have no real intrinsic value. A pioneer is much less valued in an army than a pack horse, because the horse is very costly and the pioneer can be had for nothing. The suppression of slavery brought these military calculations into civil life, and since that epoch there has been no prosperous bourgeois who does not calculate in this way as heroes do. The day laborers are born, grow up, and are trained for, they are bred for the service of wealth without causing it the slightest expense, like the game that it massacres over its estates. It seems as if it really has the secret of which the unfortunate Pompey vainly boasted. Wealth has only to stamp on the ground, and from it emerge legions of hard-working men who contend among themselves for the honor of being at its disposal. If one among this crowd of mercenaries, putting up its buildings or keeping its garden straight, disappears, the place that he has left empty is an invisible point, which is immediately covered again without any intervention from anyone. A drop of the water of a great river is lost without regret, because new torrents incessantly succeed it. It is the same with workers. The ease with which they can be replaced fosters the rich man's hard-heartedness towards them. This is the form used by Linguet, not yet capitalist. These men, it is said, have no master. Pure abuse of the word. What does it mean they have no master? They have one, and the most terrible, the most imperious of masters, that is, need. It is this that reduces them to the most cruel dependence. It is not one man in particular whose orders they must obey, but the orders of all in general. It is not a single tyrant whose whims they have to humor, and whose benevolence they have to court, which would set a limit to their servitude and make it endurable. They become the valets of anyone who has money, which gives their slavery an infinite compass and severity. It is said that if they don't get on well with one master, they at least have the consolation that they can tell him so and the power to make a change, but that the slaves have neither the one nor the other. They are therefore all the more wretched. What sophistry! For bear in mind that the number of those who make others work is very small, and the number of workers, on the contrary, is immense. What is this apparent liberty which you have bestowed on them, reduced to, for them? They live only by hiring out their arms. They must therefore find someone to hire them, or die of hunger. Is that to be free? What is most terrible is that the very smallness of this pay is another reason for reducing it. The more the day laborer is driven by want, the cheaper he sells himself. The greater the urgency of his need, the less profitable is his labor. The despots, for the moment, whom he beseeches with tears to accept his services, feel no shame in, as it were, feeling his pulse, to assure themselves that he has enough strength left. They fix the reward that they offer him by the degree of his weakness. The nearer they think he is to death from starvation, the more they deduct from what could keep him from it. And what scraps that they do give him is less to prolong his life than to delay his death. The independence of the day laborer is one of the most baneful scourges that the refinement of modern times has produced. It augments the wealth of the rich and the poverty of the poor. The one saves everything that the other spends. What the latter is forced to economize is not from his superfluity, but from what is indispensable to him. If today it is so easy to maintain these prodigious armies which join with luxury in order to bring about the extinction of the human race, it is only due to the suppression of slavery. It is only since there have no longer been slaves that debauchery and beggary make heroes at 5 sous a day. I find this, that is, Asiatic slavery, 100 times more preferable than any other way of existing, for men reduced to having to win their livelihood by daily labor. The slaves and the laborers' chains are made of the same material and only differently colored. Here they are black and seem heavy. There they look less gloomy and seem hollower, but weigh them impartially and you will find no difference between them. Both are equally forged by necessity. They have precisely the same weight. or rather, if they are a few grains more in one case, it is in the one whose external appearance proclaims that it is lighter. Linguet here calls to the men of the French Enlightenment in regard to the laborers. Do you not see that the subjection, the annihilation, since it must be said, of this large part of the flock creates the wealth of the shepherds? Believe me, in his interest, in yours, and even in theirs, leave them with the conviction that they have that this cur who yelps at them is stronger by himself than they all are together. Let them flee with stupid fright at the mere sight of his shadow. Everyone benefits from it. It'll make it easier for you to gather them in to fleece them for yourself. They are more easily guarded from being devoured by wolves. It is true, only to be eaten by men. But anyway, that is their fate from the moment they have entered a stable. Before talking of releasing them from there, start by overthrowing the stable. That is to say, society. End of part 1.